Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Unseen Battle. Kratos had seen many battles in his time, but the one he now uncovered was unlike any he had ever known. Hidden in the ancient texts of Valheim, there were whispers of an unseen conflict that took place during Ragnarök, a battle between two forgotten Jotnar, giants whose very existence had been erased from the annals of history. These were not the familiar figures of Jormungandr or Skoll and Hati, nor the other legendary giants who shaped the final days of the world. These were beings of immense power, whose struggle had occurred in the shadows, with an outcome so profound it affected the balance of all the realms. Intrigued by this mystery, Kratos, alongside Atreus, set out to uncover the truth. The journey took them deep into the heart of Valheim, through forests older than time, where the air itself hummed with ancient magic. As they ventured further, they found ruins buried beneath the thick foliage, remnants of a civilization long forgotten. Among the crumbled stone pillars and moss-covered statues, Kratos could feel the weight of something immense, a lingering presence of power that had not been felt in millennia. Atreus, with his growing understanding of the languages and lore of the realms, found carvings on the walls depicting two massive figures locked in combat. Their names had been scratched out, erased by the passage of time or by some deliberate act, but their images remained. One, a giant with the strength of the earth itself, wielded a hammer forged from the bones of mountains. The other, more ethereal, seemed to command the power of the winds and storms, a being made of the very elements that tore through the skies during Ragnarök. "This is the battle we never heard of, Father," Atreus said, his eyes wide with the realization. These two, they fought here, in the shadows, while the rest of Ragnarök raged around them, and their fight wasn't just about survival. It was for something far greater. Kratos remained silent, his eyes tracing the lines of the ancient carvings. The more he looked, the more he could sense the remnants of their power still embedded in the land. It was as if the very earth had been scarred by their battle, and the winds that howled through the trees carried the echoes of their rage. He had fought gods, monsters, and even giants before, but these two, whoever they had been, were different. Their fight had been hidden for a reason, perhaps because its consequences were too dire for the realms to remember. As they continued deeper into the ruins, Atreus deciphered more of the carvings. The giants had not fought for personal glory or for dominance over each other. Their battle had been over the fate of the realms themselves. The first giant, the one tied to the earth, had sought to bind the realms together, to merge them into a single entity, believing that this would bring peace and unity in the wake of Ragnarök's destruction. The second giant, however, saw this as a betrayal of the natural order. He believed that each realm had its own destiny, its own path, and that merging them would destroy the balance of existence. Their clash had been one of ideals, but it had escalated into a physical battle of unimaginable proportions, with each strike of their weapons reshaping the very landscape around them. Kratos felt a stirring in his chest as he listened to Atreus recount the story. He had been through his own battles of fate and choice, and he understood the weight of such decisions. The giants' conflict had been hidden for good reason, because the outcome had shaped the very structure of the realms as they knew them. If the first giant had won, the realms would have become one, an amalgamation of forces that could have brought either unparalleled harmony or unimaginable chaos. If the second had emerged victorious, the realms would have remained separate, but at the cost of constant strife, with each realm isolated, left to fend for itself. Atreus pointed to the final carving where the two giants were shown locked in their final blows, their fates intertwined. It doesn't show who won, but it says the battle's effects still ripple through the realms. That's why some realms suffer more than others, why there's imbalance in the world. Their fight never truly ended. Kratos nodded, his mind turning over the implications. He had seen firsthand how the realms were connected yet distinct, each suffering in its own way since Ragnarök. If this unseen battle had indeed shaped the course of the realms' futures, then perhaps there was still a way to influence its outcome, even now. The power of the Jotnar, though long forgotten, was still present in the world, woven into the fabric of reality itself. And if anyone could tap into that power, it was Kratos and Atreus. They left the ruins in silence, the weight of the discovery heavy on their shoulders. Kratos knew that this was more than just a mystery to solve or a relic of the past to uncover. The battle between the forgotten Jotnar was still being fought, in the imbalance of the realms, in the chaos that threatened to consume them all. And as always, it would be up to him and Atreus to decide how to face it, to either let the realms drift further into disorder, or to find a way to bring balance once again. The battle was unseen, but its consequences were all too real. Story 2. The Horn of Gjallarhorn. Atreus stood at the edge of the frozen cliffs of Midgard, the icy winds biting at his skin as he stared at the ancient relic before him. Gjallarhorn, once held by Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, lay before him, half buried in snow and frost, its surface still gleaming with an ethereal light. He had stumbled upon it by accident, guided only by fragments of visions that had been haunting him for weeks. Heimdall's horn was said to be shattered when he fell in battle, the symbol of the end times when it would sound the beginning of Ragnarök. Yet here it was, intact though dormant, its once mighty voice silent. Kratos stood a few paces behind, his arms crossed, his ever watchful eyes scanning the horizon for threats. The realms had been in turmoil since the death of the gods and the cataclysmic events of Ragnarök, and the last thing either of them wanted was another disturbance. But Atreus felt something, an inexplicable pull toward the horn, as if it called to him from across time and space. "Father," Atreus spoke, his voice barely louder than a whisper. "There's something left in it. I can feel it." Kratos grunted, stepping closer, his eyes narrowing at the ancient artifact. "Heimdall is dead. His power's gone, boy. Whatever is left is nothing but echoes." His voice, deep and filled with the weight of countless battles, was as sure as ever, but Atreus sensed a hesitation. Even Kratos, for all his pragmatism, knew that relics tied to the gods rarely lost their power so easily. Without waiting for further discussion, Atreus reached out and touched the horn. The cold metal thrummed beneath his fingertips, and in an instant he was pulled into a vision. The world around him shifted. and he found himself standing at the gates of Asgard. But this was not the Asgard he remembered from the stories. This was Asgard in the final moments of Ragnarök. The sky was a swirling mass of fire and storm, torn apart by thunderous cracks as the realms collided in chaos. He saw the bodies of gods strewn across the battlefield, giants towering over them, the ground slick with the blood of both divine and mortal alike. And there, at the heart of it all, stood Heimdall. His eyes, once filled with the all-seeing power of foresight, now glowed with a strange, dark light. He was not the proud sentinel Atreus had envisioned, standing vigilant and righteous. Heimdall was broken, his armor shattered, his once mighty sword lying at his feet. Yet in his hands he clutched Gjallarhorn, and he raised it to his lips. The sound that came from the horn was not the clarion call of warning that had been described in the ancient texts. It was a mournful wail, a sound that tore through the very fabric of the realms, unraveling them at the seams. Atreus felt himself drawn deeper into the vision, witnessing the true end of Ragnarök. The destruction that had come with the twilight of the gods was only a precursor. Heimdall's final act, the blowing of Gjallarhorn, was not just the signal for the start of the end. It was the harbinger of something far worse. The realms were not simply doomed to be reshaped in fire and ice, they were unraveling, being torn apart by a force older than the gods themselves. Heimdall's horn had unleashed a power that was never meant to be used, a secret tied to the very creation of the universe. Atreus saw flashes of other realms, Vanaheim, its once lush forests now consumed by shadows, Alfheim, its light fading as darkness crept through the lands, Helheim, overflowing with souls unable to find rest. The cycle of death and rebirth that Ragnarök was meant to bring had been disrupted. The destruction was eternal, an endless loop of chaos that no one, not even the gods, could escape. Suddenly, Atreus saw something else, a figure standing in the shadows just beyond Heimdall's broken form. It was not a god or a giant, but something older, something primordial. Its face was obscured, its form shifting like smoke, but its presence was undeniable. This figure had been watching the entire time, waiting for Ragnarök to unfold, only to step in at the last moment. As the figure reached out towards Heimdall, Atreus felt a surge of power, an ancient, malevolent force that had been kept at bay for eons. In that moment, Atreus understood. Ragnarök was not just a battle between gods and giants, nor was it simply the end of the world. It was a barrier, a final defense against something far worse. Heimdall's role as the watchman had not just been to warn of the end times, but to ensure that the true end, the one that would unravel everything, never came. And now that he was gone, that power was loose. Atreus gasped, a vision fading as he was pulled back to reality. His hand still rested on Gjallarhorn, though the horn was now vibrating, a soft hum resonating through it. Kratos was at his side in an instant, his eyes filled with concern. "What did you see?" Kratos asked, his voice low but urgent. Atreus shook his head, trying to steady his breathing. "It's not over," he whispered. "Ragnarök wasn't the end, it was only the beginning." Heimdall, he knew something. There's something worse coming, something that was supposed to stay locked away. Kratos' face darkened, his jaw clenched as he processed Atreus' words. He had fought against gods and titans, defied fate itself, but this was different. If what Atreus said was true, then they were dealing with a power that went beyond even the gods' control. "We must leave this place," Kratos said, his voice firm. "The horn is a relic of the past, but the future it holds. We cannot let it fall into the wrong hands." Atreus nodded, but as they turned to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that their battle was far from over. Ragnarök had been a test, a trial of their strength and resolve. But the true battle was still ahead of them, a conflict that would decide not just the fate of the realms, but the very existence of reality itself. The echoes of Gjallarhorn still lingered in his mind, a haunting reminder of the darkness that loomed on the horizon. Story 3. Story 3. The Lost Sons of Loki. The air in Midgard had grown thick with tension, as if the land itself anticipated a storm far more dangerous than any before. Kratos and Atreus had been on edge since the end of Ragnarök, the remnants of their battles still fresh in their minds. They had faced gods, giants, and beasts beyond comprehension, and yet a lingering sense of unfinished business gnawed at them. Loki, Atreus' alter identity, had left more ripples in the cosmos than either of them realized, and with the fall of Asgard and the death of many gods, there was a vacuum of power and vengeance brewing. But the true threat came not from the surviving gods, but from shadows that had lurked in secret for far too long. One morning, while they were traversing a desolate pass in the mountains of Midgard, Atreus felt it pull, a strange sensation like a distant cry in the wind, calling to something deep within him. Paused, staring into the fog-covered valley below, Kratos stopped alongside him, sensing the shift in his son's demeanor. "Do you feel it too, father?" Atreus asked, his voice quieter than usual, as if he were afraid of the answer. There was something familiar in the sensation, something tied to his very being. Kratos grunted, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of the Leviathan axe. He had learned to trust Atreus' instincts. "What is it?" he asked, scanning the horizon. Before Atreus could answer, the wind shifted, and from the fog emerged figures, tall, cloaked beings, their faces obscured by thick, fur-lined hoods. Their presence was unlike anything Atreus had encountered before, and yet something in their aura felt eerily familiar. As the figures drew closer, their steps were slow, deliberate, their forms radiating a cold, malevolent energy. Atreus felt his heart quicken, a sinking realization forming in his mind. "They're like me," Atreus whispered, barely audible. "They're Loki's." The lead figure stopped just a few paces away from them, lowering his hood to reveal a face that was unmistakably tied to the lineage of Jotnar, sharp features, pale skin, and eyes that gleamed with the cunning intelligence that Atreus had come to associate with his own visions of Loki. But there was something darker in those eyes, something filled with hatred and vengeance. "You must be the boy who calls himself Loki," the figure spoke, his voice low and venomous. "Our brother, the one who walks with the god killer." Atreus swallowed hard, his hands tightening around his bow. He felt Kratos shift beside him, ready for whatever was to come. "Who are you?" Atreus asked, though deep down he already knew the answer. "We are the sons of Loki," the figure hissed, "his true sons, forgotten, abandoned, cast aside by the gods, and even by our father. We were never meant to be known, never meant to be part of the stories you and your gods tell. But we are here now, and we have come to reclaim what was taken from us." Atreus's breath caught in his throat. He had known about Loki's other children, Fenrir, Jormungand, and Hel, but these were not them. These were different, hidden away in the forgotten corners of the realms. Their existence had been kept secret, even from him, and now they had come seeking revenge. "Loki didn't abandon anyone," Atreus said, though his voice lacked the conviction he had hoped for. "He didn't even know you existed." The figure laughed, a harsh, guttural sound, "And yet we suffer for his choices, while you walk free. While the gods wage their war and spill each other's blood, we have been waiting, growing stronger. We are not like the others, not like the wolf or the serpent. We are the unseen, the forsaken. And now we have come to make you pay for our father's betrayal." Kratos stepped forward, his massive frame towering over the figures, his eyes cold and unflinching. "If it's a fight you want, you'll find it," he growled, his voice a deep rumble of warning. The leader of the Lost Sons smiled, a twisted expression that spoke of centuries of pain and hatred. "Oh, we intend to fight God Killer, but it is not you we seek. It is him," he said, pointing directly at Atreus. "He carries the name of Loki. He carries the legacy of our father's failures." Atreus felt a surge of anger well up inside him, a spark of defiance igniting in his chest. He had spent his life trying to understand his role as Loki, the weight of the name bearing down on him like a curse. But now these beings, these so-called Lost Sons, were accusing him of things he never had control over. "I didn't ask for this," Atreus said, his voice rising. "I didn't ask to be Loki, or to carry the burden of his choices, but I won't let you hurt anyone because of it." The figures moved closer, their weapons now visible beneath their cloaks strange, jagged blades forged from some ancient material, humming with dark magic. The air around them seemed to grow colder, the mist thickening as they prepared for battle. Kratos stood firm, his grip tightening on his axe. "You'll regret this," he said, his voice laced with a deadly calm. "Whatever Loki's sins, they are not his to bear." The battle erupted with the fury of a storm. The Lost Sons attacked with a ferocity that was unmatched, their blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. Kratos met them head-on, his axe cleaving through their defenses with brutal efficiency. Atreus, meanwhile, darted between the combatants, firing arrows imbued with the magic of his Jotnar blood. Each shot aimed to weaken and slow their enemies. But the sons of Loki were not easily defeated. They fought with the rage of beings who had been wronged for centuries, their hatred fueling every strike. As the battle raged on, Atreus found himself face to face with the leader once more. "You cannot escape who you are," the figure sneered, his blade slashing toward Atreus. "Loki's blood runs through your veins, and you will suffer for it." Atreus blocked the strike with his bow, countering with a swift punch to the giant's chest. "Maybe I am Loki," Atreus said through gritted teeth, "but I'm not going to make the same mistakes." With a final, powerful surge of magic, Atreus unleashed a blast that knocked the leader back, sending him crashing into the snow. The other sons, weakened and beaten, retreated into the mist, their forms vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. The leader, bloodied but not broken, glared at Atreus one last time before disappearing into the fog, his voice echoing as he went. "This is not over, Loki. We will return." As the mist cleared, Kratos approached Atreus, his face as stoic as ever, though a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "They'll be back," Atreus said, breathing heavily. Kratos nodded. "And will be ready?" Story 4. And Story 4. The Curse of Fenrir's Chains. The desolate landscape of Midgard stretched before Kratos and Atreus, the biting wind carrying with it the scent of old magic. They had been travelling for days, seeking answers about the tremors that had been felt across the realms. The earth itself seemed to be groaning, as if something ancient was stirring beneath the surface. As they crossed a barren, frozen tundra, a faint glow in the distance caught Atreus's eye. He pointed ahead, and Kratos, always vigilant, narrowed his eyes and approached cautiously. As they drew closer, they realized the source of the glow, a massive pile of broken, rune-etched chains, half buried in the snow, pulsating with a strange, malevolent energy. Kratos stopped short, his senses alert to the danger. He recognized the markings on the chains. These were no ordinary bindings, they were the chains that once held Fenrir, the monstrous wolf destined to devour Odin during Ragnarök. Atreus stepped forward, his curiosity overpowering his caution. He had heard stories of Fenrir's fate, how his father Loki had once tricked the gods into believing that the wolf could be tamed, only for the beast to break free and bring chaos to the realms. That these chains were not supposed to exist anymore. Fenrir had broken free, and Ragnarök had come to pass. So why were the remnants of his imprisonment still here, glowing with unnatural energy? "Father, do you feel that?" Atreus asked, his voice hushed. The air around the chains seemed to hum with power, a thick, oppressive magic that made his skin crawl. Kratos nodded, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe. "Something is wrong. These chains should not hold power anymore." His voice was low and cautious, the warrior in him sensing an unseen threat lurking beneath the surface. As they approached the chains, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, a low rumble that sent cracks spreading through the ice beneath them. Kratos stopped and raised a hand to halt Atreus, but it was too late. The moment they got within reach of the chains, a surge of dark magic erupted from them, swirling around the broken links like a vortex. The chains lifted from the ground, floating in the air, their runes glowing brighter and pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat. The magic radiating from them was palpable, an ancient curse tied to Fenrir's imprisonment, now awakening something long dormant. Kratos immediately stepped in front of Atreus, his instincts taking over. "Get back!" He barked, but even as the words left his mouth, the ground beneath them gave way. They were thrown back by the force of the magic, landing hard in the snow, and the earth beneath the chains began to crack and shift, revealing a massive pit. From deep within the pit, a low, guttural growl echoed upward, a sound so ancient and filled with malice that even Kratos felt a shiver run down his spine. Atreus scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with realization. "Father, it's Fenrir. It's still here somewhere. The chains didn't just hold him, they were meant to keep something else sealed." Kratos rose, his eyes fixed on the shifting earth. The magic emanating from the chains was feeding into the pit, awakening something that had been buried deep beneath the surface for centuries. Fenrir may have broken free during Ragnarök, but the remnants of his power, his rage, were still trapped here, bound by the curse of his imprisonment, and now it was stirring. Before Kratos could respond, the ground exploded, sending snow and rock flying in all directions. From the depths of the pit, a massive clawed hand emerged, its fur matted and black as night, covered in scars from centuries of imprisonment. The creature pulled itself upward, revealing its hulking form, a monstrous wolf, far larger than Fenrir had ever been, its eyes glowing with a sickly green light. This was not Fenrir himself, but a remnant of his power, a manifestation of the curse that had bound him for so long. It was a beast born from his fury, an echo of his rage, now given form by the magic of the broken chains. Atreus readied his bow, the string pulled tight, while Kratos raised the Leviathan axe, his muscles coiled in preparation for the fight. The beast roared, its voice shaking the very mountains around them, and charged with the fury of a storm. Kratos met it head-on, swinging the axe with all his might. The blade connected with the beast's thick hide, sending a spray of sparks into the air, but it barely staggered the creature. It swiped at Kratos with its massive claws, and though he dodged the blow, the force of the swipe sent him sliding back across the ice. Atreus loosed an arrow, its tip glowing with magic, but it barely seemed to faze the creature. "Father, it's too strong," he shouted, fear creeping into his voice. This was no ordinary beast. It was something born of ancient magic, a force tied to the very fabric of Fenrir's chains. Kratos, undeterred, charged again, his axe glowing with frost magic as he swung it in a wide arc. This time the blade bit deeper into the beast's side, causing it to howl in pain. But the creature's rage only seemed to grow, its eyes burning brighter as it turned its full fury on Kratos. It lunged, its jaws snapping shut mere inches from Kratos' face, and he barely managed to bring his shield up in time to block the next attack. As Kratos fought to hold the beast at bay, Atreus circled around, desperately searching for a weakness. He noticed that the chains, still floating in the air, were reacting to the beast's movements. The runes glowed brighter every time the creature attacked, as if they were feeding off its rage, drawing power from the curse that bound them. "The chains, father, they're still connected to it," Atreus shouted, an idea forming in his mind. Kratos nodded, his eyes narrowing. "Then we sever the connection," he growled. Atreus loosed another arrow, this time aimed not at the beast but at the chains. The moment the arrow struck the glowing runes, there was a flash of light, and the chains convulsed, their magic faltering. The beast roared in agony, its form flickering as if it were losing cohesion, and Kratos seized the opportunity. With a powerful swing, he brought the Leviathan axe down on the chains, shattering them completely. The beast let out one final, earth-shaking roar before collapsing into a pile of black smoke, its form dissipating into the air. The chains, now nothing more than broken links, clattered to the ground, their magic finally extinguished. Breathing heavily, Kratos and Atreus stood in the aftermath, the silence of the frozen tundra returning. Atreus looked up at his father, his heart still racing. "What was that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Kratos sheathed his axe, his expression grim. "A curse," he said, his voice heavy with understanding. "Fenrir's rage. His chains may have been broken, but the magic that bound him was still alive, and we just woke it." Atreus stared at the remnants of the chains, a deep unease settling over him. If even the echoes of Fenrir's imprisonment held such power, what other forces lay dormant in the realms, waiting to be unleashed? Story 5. The Relic of Mjolnir. The skies over Midgard were as grey and heavy as they had been since Ragnarök, the aftermath of the world-shaking event leaving the realms in a constant state of unease. Atreus and Kratos had been wandering the fragmented lands, piecing together what was left of a world once bound by prophecy and gods. But now, with the gods fallen and the fates of the realms uncertain, the two found themselves not only fighting against external threats, but also wrestling with the shifting tides of power that still lingered from the battles fought. It was during one of these journeys, through the craggy and frozen expanse of an abandoned mountain pass, that Atreus stumbled upon something unexpected. They had been traveling for hours, moving through thick snow and jagged rock, when a flash of silver caught Atreus's eye, half buried under the ice and stone. Curiosity piqued, he knelt to inspect it, brushing aside the snow with his gloved hands. As the object emerged from the frost, Atreus felt a strange pulse of energy, one that sent a shiver up his spine. What he held in his hand was a shard small but unmistakable of Mjolnir, the weapon that had once belonged to Thor. Atreus had never seen Mjolnir up close, but he knew its legend, its power. Thor's mighty hammer had been a symbol of his godhood, a weapon of such unimaginable force that it had helped define the gods' violent reign over the realms. Yet now here in Atreus's hand was a fragment of that weapon, its surface still crackling with a faint, lingering electricity. He stood, staring at the shard in awe, 1,000 questions running through his mind. Why was it here, of all places? How had it survived Thor's fall? Kratos approached, his heavy footsteps crunching in the snow, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of the shard in Atreus's hand. "Be careful with that," Kratos warned, his voice carrying the weight of experience. "It may be broken, but it still holds power." Atreus nodded but could not tear his gaze away from the shard. He could feel something inside him reacting to it, a strange connection, as though the shard was reaching out to him. The power within it felt familiar, resonant. "It's more than just a piece of Thor's hammer," Atreus muttered, his voice distant as the realization dawned. It's speaking to me?" Kratos remained silent, watching his son carefully. He knew better than anyone the dangers of wielding the power of gods, even in its broken form. But Atreus, already a son of two worlds, had always carried something more within him, something tied to the ancient magic of the Jotnar. The shard's energy hummed in the air, reacting to Atreus in ways that Kratos could sense but not fully understand. As the two continued their journey, Atreus held onto the shard, unable to shake the feeling that it held the key to something hidden deep within him. Over the next few days, the shard's influence on Atreus became undeniable. Strange dreams began to fill his night's visions of giants long gone, of storms raging across endless landscapes, and of power coursing through his veins. In these dreams, Atreus saw himself wielding lightning, his hands crackling with energy, his form shifting between that of a boy and something far greater. During the day he noticed subtle changes. His reflexes became sharper, his senses heightened. He could feel the pulse of the realms more acutely, the flow of energy that connected everything becoming clearer to him. And though he hadn't spoken it aloud, he felt the shard unlocking something within him, something tied to his Jotun bloodline, something that had always been there but had remained dormant until now. One evening, as they set up camp near the edge of a forest, Atreus decided to test the shard's power. He had been practicing quietly for days, feeling the way the energy from the shard moved through him, but he hadn't yet fully embraced it. With Kratos standing nearby, silently watching as always, Atreus raised the shard in his hand and focused. He closed his eyes, feeling the faint hum of power within the shard resonate with the blood in his veins. At first there was nothing but a soft crackle in the air, like distant thunder. Then, slowly, the energy began to build. Atreus felt it growing, spreading from his hand up through his arm, until it coursed through his entire body. Shard began to glow, faint arcs of electricity sparking from it, and Atreus's breath quickened. His Jotun blood, long thought to be tied only to the ancient magic of the giants, was responding to the shard in ways he had never imagined. With a sudden surge, a bolt of lightning shot from the shard, striking a nearby tree. The force of it split the tree down the middle, sending a shower of sparks and splinters into the air. A tree stood frozen, staring at what he had just done, the power still crackling around him. Kratos was at his side in an instant, his eyes filled with both concern and a hint of something Atreus rarely saw: pride. "You've unlocked something," Kratos said, his voice steady but firm, "but you must control it." Atreus nodded, still breathing heavily from the exertion. He could feel the energy from the shard pulsing in his hand, as though it was trying to merge with him, become part of him. The power of Mjolnir of Thor was ancient, fierce, but it was not simply the lightning or thunder that Atreus felt coursing through him. It was something deeper, something tied to his identity as Loki, the trickster god of the Jotnar. The shard had awakened that connection, and with it a new potential within his bloodline. Over the next few weeks, Atreus continued to explore the limits of this newfound power. He could summon lightning at will, the crackle of electricity dancing along his fingertips with ease. But it wasn't just the power of Thor that flowed through him, it was the ancient magic of the Jotnar, the elemental force of nature that had been woven into his very existence. The shard had unlocked something that had always been within him, but now it was no longer dormant. It was alive, surging through him with every breath. As they traveled through the realms, Atreus grew stronger, more confident in his abilities. But with that strength came a growing realization. The shard was not just a relic of Thor's past, it was a key to his future. It had connected him to his Jotun heritage in ways he had never expected. And now, as the realm struggled to find balance in the wake of Ragnarök. Atreus knew that his role in the coming conflicts would be far greater than he had ever imagined. Kratos watched in silence, as he always did, but there was an understanding between them now, one built not just on the bond of father and son, but on the knowledge that Atreus was destined for something far more than either of them could foresee. The shard of Mjolnir had awakened the hidden potential within him, and with it, the power to shape the future of the realms. Story 6. Lie 6. The final fate of the Norns. The cold wind howled through the peaks of Midgard as Kratos made his way toward the familiar, yet foreboding, cave where the Norns awaited him. He had been summoned once again, though this time the call was different, more urgent, more sinister. For years Kratos had lived under the weight of prophecies, struggling to defy the fate laid out before him. Now, with Ragnarök behind him, the realms fractured but still standing, he had hoped his dealings with the Norns were over. Yet fate had other plans. Atreus walked beside him, silent but tense. He had grown much since the final battle, not just in strength but in understanding. The visions that had once haunted them both still lingered, and though they had survived Ragnarök, they knew the fates were not so easily swayed. The Norns, those ancient weavers of destiny, had summoned them one last time, and neither father nor son knew what awaited them. The entrance to the Norns' cave loomed ahead, its darkness swallowing the weak light of the overcast sky. The cave seemed unchanged, but Kratos could sense the difference in the air. The magic that usually clung to this place was thicker now, oppressive. They descended into the dimly lit chamber, where the three Norns, the crones of past, present and future, stood waiting, their eternal looms spinning threads of fate through the air. "You come again, God-killer," the Norn of the future hissed, her voice like the scraping of metal on stone. "Did you think Ragnarök was the end of your journey?" Kratos' jaw clenched, his eyes burning with defiance. He had grown weary of their cryptic words and veiled threats. But he knew there was no turning back. "What do you want from me?" he growled, his voice low and controlled. The Norn of the present stepped forward, her face hidden beneath a hood of shadows, her long, bony fingers weaving a new thread into the loom. "There is another prophecy, one not written in the sagas of gods or men. It is a prophecy beyond Ragnarök, beyond the death of Asgard and the fall of the gods." Atreus, standing slightly behind Kratos, spoke up. "But we stopped Ragnarök. We changed fate. The realms are still standing." The Norns turned their attention to him, their eyes glowing with an eerie light that made Atreus shiver. The Norn of the past, her voice a soft, chilling whisper, replied, "You changed what was written, boy, but only for a time. Fate does not bend so easily. What lies ahead is darker than Ragnarök, for it is not the end of the gods, but the end of everything." Kratos' fists tightened as he stepped closer, his towering form casting a long shadow across the chamber. "Tell me what it is," he demanded. "Tell me what I must do." The Norn of the future smiled, a twisted expression that held no warmth. She gestured to the loom, where the threads of fate glowed faintly, twisting and turning with every movement of their hands. "There is a force older than the gods, older even than the giants. It was bound long ago, buried beneath the very fabric of the realms. This force was held at bay by the existence of gods, by the balance of power between life and death, order and chaos. The Norn of the present continued, her voice a whisper that echoed through the cavern. When Ragnarök came, that balance was shattered. The fall of Asgard, the death of the gods, has loosened the chains that held this force in place. Now it stirs, ready to awaken, and it will consume all that exists. Kratos' eyes narrowed as he processed their words. What is this force? The Norn of the past sighed, her ancient voice filled with the weight of countless ages. It is the void, the primal nothingness from which all things were born and to which all things will return. It has no name, no form, no will. It is the end of everything. The tree stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. How do we stop it? The Norns turned their gaze back to him, their eyes filled with a strange mix of pity and indifference that only beings of fate could possess. The Norn of the future spoke again, her voice filled with a dark finality. You cannot stop it. You can only delay it. Kratos' patience had worn thin. His voice rumbled through the cavern like distant thunder. Enough riddles. How do we delay it? The Norn of the present raised her hands, and the threads of the loom glowed brighter, revealing images within them. Atreus saw flashes of realms being torn apart by darkness, of stars winking out of existence, of entire worlds consumed by a void that was deeper than night. Then he saw something else, something familiar, a weapon. Key, a figure standing at the edge of an abyss, holding back the darkness. It was Kratos. There is a ritual, the Norn of the past said, her eyes locking onto Kratos with a chilling intensity. The sacrifice must be made. The last remnant of godhood must be given to seal the void once more. The one who once defied fate must now offer himself to it. Kratos' face remained impassive, but Atreus' breath caught in his throat. No, Atreus protested, stepping between Kratos and the Norns. He's done enough. We've done enough. There has to be another way. The Norn of the future chuckled, a low, menacing sound. There is no other way. Only the God-Killer can seal the void. His blood, tainted by the gods he has slain, is the only power that can hold back the end. Kratos stood still, the weight of their words settling upon him like a familiar burden. He had spent his life defying the gods, defying fate, trying to escape the endless cycle of violence and sacrifice. But now, at the end of all things, he saw the truth in the Norn's words. This was his final fate, the last act in a long, bloody journey. Atreus turned to his father, his eyes pleading. There has to be another way, Father. We can find something else, someone else. But Kratos shook his head, his face unreadable. No, boy, it was always going to end this way. The Norns stepped back, their loom glowing faintly in the dim light. Go now, God-Killer, the Norn of the present said. The threads of fate are woven. You have only so much time before the void awakens. Without another word, Kratos turned and left the cave, his massive form disappearing into the cold mist. Atreus stood there for a moment, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. Then, with a final glance at the Norns, he followed his father, knowing that their last journey together was now beginning. As they walked back into the freezing wilderness, the weight of prophecy hung over them once more. But this time Kratos knew there would be no escaping his fate. The final battle was not one he could fight with weapons or rage. It was a battle against the end itself, and it would require the ultimate sacrifice. Story 7. Any Matudin Warrior? The World Serpent's Memory. To the mist hung thick and heavy over the shores of Midgard as Kratos and Atreus navigated their small boat through the quiet waters of the Lake of Nine. The towering form of Jormungandr, the world's serpent, had long since vanished after the events of Ragnarök, leaving only the faint echo of his presence in the realm. The lake itself, once vibrant and filled with life, now seemed eerily still, as if the world were holding its breath in the aftermath of the cataclysm. As they rowed in silence, Atreus suddenly pointed to a small island, its rocky surface barely visible through the fog. "Father, look," Atreus said, his voice filled with curiosity. "There's something on that island. It wasn't there before." Kratos followed his son's gaze and saw a faint glow emanating from the rocks. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable in the stillness of the lake. Without a word, Kratos directed the boat toward the island. They beached the craft on the shore and climbed onto the rocky surface, their footsteps echoing against the stone. As they approached the source of the glow, they found it a strange ancient stone, unlike anything they had seen before. The stone pulsed with a soft rhythmic light, as though it were alive, and the air around it buzzed with a strange energy. Atreus knelt beside the stone, his hand hovering over it. "It feels familiar," he whispered, a puzzled expression on his face. "Like I've seen this before." Kratos stepped closer, his instincts telling him to remain cautious, but the power radiating from the stone intrigued him. He could feel something deep within, something ancient and powerful. The markings on the stone, though weathered by time, resembled the runes tied to the world's serpent Jormungandr himself. As Kratos reached out to touch the stone, the world around him shifted. The air grew colder, the fog thicker, and before he could react, he was pulled into a vision. Suddenly he stood on the edge of time itself, watching events unfold that he was never meant to witness. The world around him was warped, twisted by the immense size and power of Jormungandr's presence. Kratos looked down and saw the great serpent, younger and smaller than he remembered, coiled around the roots of Grassil, the world tree, his body entwined with the very essence of the realms. This was no ordinary vision, this was a piece of the serpent's memory, and Kratos was now a spectator to events buried deep in the creature's past. The memory shifted, and Kratos found himself at the heart of the battle between the gods and giants during Ragnarök. Jormungandr was in the midst of the chaos, his massive form thrashing through the sky as he fought Thor, the god of thunder. Lightning cracked the air, and the world shook with every strike of Thor's hammer against the serpent's scales. Kratos watched in awe, seeing the battle from a perspective only the world's serpent could have known. The titanic struggle between the two was more violent and devastating than the stories had told. Each blow could level mountains, each roar shattered the sky. But then the vision changed again, and Kratos was no longer witnessing the battle. Instead, he was pulled deeper into Jormungandr's mind, to a place beyond time itself, where the serpent's memories twisted and overlapped with the fabric of fate. Here he saw something strange, an image of himself, standing alone on the shores of a broken Midgard. Kratos frowned as he watched this version of himself gaze across the water. The figure was older, warier, and yet there was a sense of purpose in his stance, as if he was preparing for something that had yet to come. Before Kratos could make sense of it, the memory shifted once more. This time he was shown something far more disturbing, the image of a young boy, not much older than Atreus, standing in front of a massive door carved into a mountainside. The boy's face was hidden, but Kratos could feel a strange connection to him, as though he knew this child somehow. The boy reached out and touched the door, and as it opened, a blinding light engulfed everything. The vision blurred, and Kratos found himself standing in a place that seemed to exist outside of the realms. He saw glimpses of other timelines, other possibilities where events had played out differently. In one vision, Jormungandr never battled Thor. He slumbered beneath the ocean, never to rise. In another, the world's serpent was slain by a force Kratos didn't recognize, a power older and darker than any god. And in yet another, Kratos saw himself fall at the hands of his own son, Atreus. Though it was not out of hatred or betrayal, it was something far more tragic, tied to a fate that neither of them could escape. The weight of these memories pressed down on Kratos, filling him with a sense of dread and inevitability. He had seen enough of fate to know that not all things could be changed, and yet, as he stood in the midst of Jormungandr's memories, he felt a burning desire to fight against the destinies laid out before him. But the visions kept coming, one after another, showing him fragments of a future that had yet to unfold. Suddenly Kratos felt a sharp pull, as though the memories themselves were rejecting him. The world around him shattered, and he was thrown back into the present. The cold air of Midgard hit him like a wall, and he staggered, catching himself as the vision faded. Atreus rushed to his side, worry etched on his face. "Father, you all right? What did you see?" Atreus asked, his voice filled with concern. Kratos stood silent for a moment, the weight of what he had just witnessed heavy on his shoulders. The memories of the world's serpent, the visions of the past and future, swirled in his mind like a storm. He glanced down at the stone, its glow now dimming, the power within it seemingly spent. "Memories," Kratos said, his voice low and gruff. "Jormungandr's memories. Things that were not meant for us to see." Atreus frowned, his curiosity piqued. "What kind of memories?" Kratos turned to face his son, his eyes hard, but filled with the unspoken fear of a father who had seen too much. Futures, choices, battles yet to come. Atreus' eyes widened, but before he could ask more, Kratos shook his head. "We must move on. What I saw, it may never come to pass, but we cannot linger here." As they turned to leave, Kratos cast one final glance at the stone. The visions had shown him things he could not fully understand, but one truth had become clear: Jormungandr's fate was tied to the fate of the realms, and somehow Kratos and Atreus were bound to it as well. What lay ahead would not be easy, but Kratos had defied fate before. He would do it again, no matter the cost. With the distant memories of the world's serpent still echoing in his mind, Kratos stepped forward, knowing that the future was once again uncertain. Story 8. The Fire Giant's Secret. The harsh landscape of Muspelheim stretched out before Kratos and Atreus as they made their way through the jagged, charred remains of the realm. Fire still smouldered in the distant mountains, and the air was thick with ash and heat. After Ragnarök, the once mighty fire giants were believed to have been wiped out, their leader Surtur having fulfilled his prophecy by merging with his beloved Samara to become Ragnarok's destructive force. But whispers had reached Midgard, rumors that a group of survivors still lived in the ashes of their realm, clinging to life and harboring a secret that even Odin, with all his cunning, had never discovered. It was a secret that Kratos needed to learn, one that could prevent the outbreak of another war among the realms. As they climbed the molten cliffs, Kratos remained silent, his mind focused on the task at hand. Atreus, walking just behind him, couldn't help but notice the tension in his father's posture. They had fought their way through Muspelheim's harsh trials before, but this time it felt different. There was no grand battle awaiting them at the peak, no challenge from the fiery guardians of this realm. Instead, there was something far more dangerous: knowledge. Atreus had learned from Mimir's stories that knowledge could be just as deadly as any blade. "Father," Atreus called out as they neared the summit, the ground beneath them glowing from the lava flows just below the surface. "Do you think the fire giant's secret could really stop another war?" Kratos didn't answer right away. His eyes scanned the horizon, his senses sharp. The thought of another war, especially after all they had endured during Ragnarök, was a weight he could barely tolerate. Always destruction, chaos, it had taken everything from him before. And now, with Atreus growing into his role as Loki, Kratos had an even deeper reason to seek peace, to ensure that the mistakes of the gods were not repeated. "It may," Kratos finally responded, his voice low and gruff, "but secrets come at a cost. Be ready." They pressed on, the heat intensifying as they approached a massive stone gate carved into the mountainside. The gate bore the mark of Surtur, the fire giant who had once ruled Muspelheim with unrelenting fury. Yet now his mark seemed faded, as though the realm itself was mourning the loss of its leader. As they neared the entrance, the ground trembled, and from the shadows of the gate, a group of towering figures emerged, fire giants, their bodies scarred and worn, their once mighty forms diminished by the events of Ragnarök. Kratos stood tall, his hand resting on the hilt of the Leviathan axe, while Atreus gripped his bow, ready for whatever came next. The fire giants, though battered, still radiated an aura of power. One of them, a giant with deep orange eyes that glowed like embers, stepped forward. His voice was rough like stone grinding against stone. "You should not have come here, God-killer," the giant said, his gaze fixed on Kratos. "This realm is no place for outsiders, especially those who carry the blood of gods." Kratos remained unmoved, his expression hard. "We seek the truth, the secret Surtur kept hidden. We've heard there are survivors who know it." The giant's eyes narrowed, and the others behind him exchanged uneasy glances. Atreus could feel the tension rising, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. But he also sensed something else: fear. These giants who had once been mighty warriors were afraid of something far greater than Kratos. The lead giant crossed his arms, his gaze flickering to Atreus for a brief moment before returning to Kratos. Search's secret is not something you can simply take. It was hidden from Odin for a reason. If the Allfather couldn't claim it, what makes you think you can? Kratos stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. We don't come to take. We come to prevent more bloodshed. Our Ragnarök is past, but the realms are still fragile. Another war would destroy what little remains. The giant was silent for a moment, studying Kratos with a mixture of caution and respect. Then, with a slow nod, he turned and gestured for them to follow. If you truly seek to stop another war, then you may be worthy of knowing what Searcher kept hidden. But be warned, what you learn here may change the course of your fate. Kratos and Atreus followed the fire giants through the gate, descending into a cavern deep within the mountains. The heat intensified as they walked, the walls glowing with the light of molten lava flowing beneath the stone. Atreus couldn't help but feel the weight of the realm pressing down on him, as if the very air was alive with the remnants of Search's power. They came to a large chamber, at the center of which stood a massive stone pedestal. Upon it rested a single, glowing shard, crimson and pulsing with a faint, fiery light. This the lead giant said, his voice reverent as Satra's heartstone. It holds the essence of his fire, but it also holds something else, something he kept hidden from everyone, even Sinmara. Within this stone lies vision, a prophecy that Surtur never shared, not with Odin, not with anyone. Atreus stepped closer, drawn to the heartstone, its warmth radiating through the air. What kind of prophecy? He asked, his curiosity piqued. The giant's face darkened, and for the first time, Kratos saw a glimmer of fear in his eyes. A prophecy of fire, the giant said. Surtur saw the end of Ragnarök, but he also saw what would come after. A fire that would not simply burn the realms, but cleanse them, reduce them to ash so that nothing could rise again. He believed it was his destiny to ignite this final flame, but when the time came, he chose not to. Kratos frowned, his mind turning over the giant's words. He could have destroyed everything, but he didn't. Why? The giant stepped back, his eyes distant as he spoke, because he saw something else. Choice. A path that would allow the realms to survive, but only if his heartstone remained hidden, untouched by those who sought to control its says. Odin sought this stone to complete his control over fate. If you take it now, if you unlock its full power, it could reignite the flames of war. Atreus looked to Kratos, uncertainty in his eyes. So what do we do? Leave it here? Kratos stood still, his gaze fixed on the glowing heartstone. He could feel the weight of the choice before him, take the heartstone and risk triggering another war, or leave it hidden, trusting that the realms would find their own peace. The fire giants had lived with this burden for centuries, knowing that the heartstone held both salvation and destruction, and now the choice was his. Kratos turned to the giant. "We will not take it," he said, his voice resolute, "but its secret must not remain hidden. The realms need to know that another war is possible, and they must be prepared." The giant nodded slowly, relief evident in his eyes. "Then you have chosen wisely, God-killer. Let us hope that the realms heed your warning, and that the fire of war remains buried." With that, Kratos and Atreus left the chamber. the secret of Search's heartstone still safe within the heart of Muspelheim. As they returned to the surface, Kratos felt a strange sense of calm. The path ahead was uncertain, but for now, the flames of another war had been extinguished. Story 9. In Freya's final spell, the winds howled through the once vibrant woods of Vanaheim, now ravaged by the aftermath of Ragnarök. The towering trees, once symbols of life and magic, stood like ancient sentinels, their leaves withered, their trunks blackened by the fires that had scorched the realms. Freya moved through the broken landscape, her footsteps silent but determined, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. She had wandered these woods countless times before, but today was different. Today, she sought something far more dangerous than any battle she had ever fought, a spell, ancient and forbidden, that could undo the damage left in the wake of Ragnarök. Behind her, Kratos and Atreus followed in silence, their eyes wary. Freya had summoned them without warning, her tone urgent, almost desperate. Kratos had seen that look in her eyes before, the kind of resolve that only came when someone had nothing left to lose. Freya had lost much during the chaos of Ragnarök, her son, her home, and her trust in the gods. Now she was willing to risk everything to reverse the destruction that had been unleashed upon the realms. Atreus watched her closely, his heart heavy with concern. "Freya," he called out, his voice breaking the silence. "Are you sure about this? You said the spell was dangerous." Freya stopped, turning to face him, her face a mask of calm, though her eyes betrayed the turmoil within. "Dangerous doesn't begin to describe it," she said, her voice steady but tinged with a sadness that ran deep. "Spell was never meant to be used by mortals or gods. It draws upon forces older than the Aesir, older even than the Vanir. It bends the very fabric of time and fate. But if I don't do this, the realms will remain broken, and we will never know peace." Kratos stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "You know better than anyone that magic comes with a price. What will this spell cost you?" Freya looked at him, her gaze unwavering. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice soft but resolute. "That's the truth. The spell was sealed away for a reason. Those who attempted it never returned, and their fates remain unknown. But I am willing to take that risk. The realms are dying, and I will not stand by and watch them crumble." Kratos' jaw tightened, his instincts screaming against this course of action. He'd seen too many sacrifices, too many lives destroyed by the pursuit of power or redemption. Yet he understood Freya's resolve. He had once been willing to sacrifice everything for his family, for his redemption, and now Freya stood at a similar crossroads. The weight of her past, the pain of her losses, had driven her to this moment. Freya turned and resumed her march through the woods, leading them deeper into the heart of Vanaheim, to a place where the veil between worlds was thinnest. They soon reached a clearing, surrounded by towering stones etched with ancient runes, their magic humming faintly in the air. This place had once been a sanctuary, a center of power for the Vanir, but now it felt cold and abandoned, its magic diminished by the chaos of Ragnarök. Freya stepped into the center of the stones, her fingers tracing the runes as she whispered an incantation under her breath. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and the air around them seemed to thicken, as though the very fabric of reality was bending in response to her words. The trees watched in awe as the runes began to glow, their light pulsating in rhythm with Freya's chant. Kratos remained silent, his eyes fixed on Freya. He could feel the magic swirling around them, ancient and powerful, but also dangerous and unpredictable. He knew that this spell would not be without consequences, and the uncertainty of what those consequences might be gnawed at him. Freya's voice grew louder, her words now clear and sharp, spoken in a language older than the gods themselves. The air around her crackled with energy, and the stones began to hum with power. As she raised her arms to the sky, the ground beneath them split open, revealing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. It was as if Freya had torn open the boundary between worlds, exposing the raw magic that lay beneath the surface of reality. Atreus took a step back, his heart racing. "What is that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Freya didn't answer, her focus entirely on the spell. She knew that this was the point of no return. The vortex before her was the manifestation of the spell's power, a tear in the fabric of time and space, through which she would channel the energy needed to reverse the damage of Ragnarök. But the vortex also represented something far more dangerous, a portal to the unknown, a gateway to forces beyond her control. Kratos stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Freya, stop. You don't know what you're dealing with." Freya turned to him, her eyes glowing with the light of the spell, her expression resolute. "I have to do this, Kratos. I have to fix what has been broken. If I don't, the realms will wither and die." Before Kratos could respond, the ground shook violently, and the vortex expanded, its energy growing stronger. Freya gritted her teeth and continued the incantation, her hands glowing with raw magic. The runes on the stones flared to life, their light merging with the vortex, and for a brief moment the entire clearing was bathed in a blinding light. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. The ground stopped shaking, and the vortex closed, leaving behind only the faint hum of magic in the air. Freya stood in the center of the clearing, her breath ragged, her body trembling from the exertion of the spell. Atreus rushed to her side, his voice filled with concern. "Freya, are you okay?" Freya nodded weakly, though her face was pale, her eyes filled with exhaustion. "It's done," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I've cast the spell." But as the words left her lips, the air around them shifted, and Kratos' instincts flared. Something was wrong. The magic that had filled the clearing moments ago was still present, but it had changed, twisted into something darker. A low rumble echoed through the forest, and from the shadows of the trees figures began to emerge, beings of shadow and light, their forms flickering as though they existed on the edge of reality. Freya's eyes widened as she realized what had happened. "No," she whispered, her voice filled with horror. "It wasn't supposed to be like this." Kratos drew his axe, stepping in front of Freya and Atreus. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and fear. Freya stared at the approaching figures, her heart pounding in her chest. The spell, it worked, but it's awakened something that was never meant to be disturbed. The shadowy figures moved closer, their forms becoming more distinct, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Kratos tightened his grip on the Leviathan axe, his body tensing as he prepared for the fight ahead. Freya, her strength returning, raised her hands ready to defend herself and the realm she had tried so desperately to save. But as the creatures closed in, she realized the truth. This final spell had not just reversed the damage caused by Ragnarök, but it had torn open a door to something far worse. Story 10. The Sword of Tyr. The air in Midgard was cold, sharp with the bite of winter, but Atreus barely noticed the chill as he stood in the shadow of the ancient ruin. The place had been long abandoned, overgrown with vines and crumbling with the weight of time. Yet deep within its decaying walls, he had found something extraordinary, a map, etched in stone, hidden beneath layers of dust and grime. It was a discovery that made his heart race. The map didn't resemble any he had seen before, its markings unfamiliar and cryptic. But one symbol stood out, the unmistakable sigil of Tyr, the god of war and justice, known not only for his immense strength but for his wisdom and sacrifice. Atreus ran his fingers over the carved lines of the map, trying to make sense of it. Tyr had always been a figure of fascination to him, a god who had once sought to unite the realms through peace, who had sacrificed his hand to bind the monstrous wolf Fenrir, and whose sword was said to be capable of shaping destiny itself. The legends of Tyr's sword were whispered in ancient sagas, stories of a weapon so powerful that it could alter the very threads of fate. But the sword had been lost for centuries, hidden away after the fall of Tyr himself. Father, Atreus called, his voice echoing through the ruin. Kratos, who had been inspecting the entrance to ensure they were alone, turned to his son. He saw the glint in Atreus's eyes, the spark of discovery that he had come to recognize over the years. Kratos approached slowly, his gaze falling on the stone map. "What have you found?" Kratos asked, his voice gruff but curious. Atreus stepped back to give his father a better view, pointing to the markings. "It's a map. I think it leads to Tyr's sword." Kratos' eyes narrowed as he studied the carvings. He recognized the sigil of Tyr, and while the rest of the map was unfamiliar, he could feel the weight of its importance. The mention of Tyr's sword stirred something within him, a mix of caution and unease. He knew the power that such a weapon could hold, and he understood better than anyone the danger of trying to control destiny. "You're certain?" Kratos asked, his voice filled with a note of warning. Atreus nodded, excitement clear in his voice. "I've been reading about Tyr for months. His sword was said to be more than just a weapon. It could influence fate itself, Father. If this map leads to it, we could stop whatever is coming. We could prevent another war." Kratos stared at the map in silence, his mind turning over the possibilities. He had fought his entire life to defy the fate that had been set before him, to break free from the chains of prophecy. Now, the idea of a sword that could control destiny, something that could undo the suffering and bloodshed of the past, was a tempting thought. But he also knew the dangers of such power. A sword that could shape destiny was not a weapon to be wielded lightly. Even if this map leads to Tyre's sword, Kratos began, his voice measured, there are no guarantees. The sword is not just a tool. It comes with a burden Tyre himself couldn't carry. Are you prepared for that? Atreus hesitated, the weight of his father's words sinking in. He had grown stronger since Ragnarök, both in body and mind, but the responsibility of such power was daunting. Still, the idea of being able to shape the future, to control their own fate, was something he couldn't ignore. The realms were still fragile, and danger was never far behind. He couldn't stand by and do nothing when there was a chance to change things for the better. "I have to try, Father," Atreus said, determination in his voice. Tyre believed in a future of peace, in a world where the realms could be united. If his sword can help us achieve that, then we need to find it. Kratos studied his son for a moment longer, seeing the resolve in his eyes. Atreus was not a boy anymore. He was growing into a warrior, a leader, someone who carried the weight of his choices with the same stoic strength that Kratos had once carried his own burdens. With a heavy sigh, Kratos nodded. "Then we find the sword," Kratos said. The journey took them deep into the wilds of Midgard, following the ancient map through forgotten paths and dangerous territories. The further they traveled, the more Atreus felt the pull of something greater, an unseen force guiding them toward their destination. Days passed, and the terrain grew more treacherous, the air colder and more foreboding. The map led them to an old, hidden temple, long forgotten by the realms, its stone doors sealed shut and covered in thick layers of frost. Atreus approached the entrance, his heart pounding in his chest. This was at the place where Tyre's sword had been hidden, sealed away to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. The doors loomed before him, their massive size dwarfing even Kratos, and etched into their surface were more runes, depicting scenes of battles, sacrifices, and the binding of fate itself. Kratos stepped forward, his hand resting on the door, as he pushed with all his strength. Stone groaned and shifted, slowly giving way as the frost cracked and fell to the ground. Inside the temple was dark, the air thick with the smell of ancient magic. The walls were lined with statues of gods and giants, their faces lost to time. At the far end of the chamber stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a sword unlike any Atreus had ever seen. Tyre's sword was massive, its blade forged from a metal that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The hilt was adorned with intricate designs, runes that pulsed faintly with the power of fate itself. Atreus approached it slowly, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on him as he reached out toward the weapon. Before his fingers could touch the hilt, Kratos' hand shot out, stopping him. "Wait," Kratos said, his voice low. "You must understand what you're taking. This sword does not just cut flesh, it cuts the threads of fate. Once you hold it, you cannot undo the consequences." Atreus nodded, his eyes locked on the blade. "I understand, but if this sword can help us protect the realms, if it can prevent another war, then I'll carry that burden." Kratos watched his son for a moment, then released his grip. Atreus took a deep breath and grasped the sword's hilt. The moment his fingers wrapped around it, a surge of energy coursed through him, and for an instant he saw visions, flashes of different timelines, different possibilities. He saw a world at peace, a future where the realms were united, but he also saw darkness, chaos, war, destruction, futures where the sword had fallen into the wrong hands, where its power had corrupted. Atreus staggered back, the weight of the visions nearly overwhelming him, but he held on to the sword, his grip tightening as he steadied himself. This was the power of Tyre's sword, the power to control destiny itself, and now it was in his hands. Kratos stood beside him, his expression unreadable. The sword is yours now, boy. But remember, fate is never truly fixed. You must choose wisely. Atreus nodded, his heart heavy with the responsibility of the weapon he now carried. He knew the path ahead would not be easy, but with Tyre's sword, he had a chance to shape the future, to protect the realms, and to prevent the horrors that had once torn them apart. Together, father and son left the temple, the sword of Tyre gleaming faintly in the fading light, the weight of destiny resting on their shoulders once more. Story 11. The Binding of Fenrir. The wind howled through the frigid mountains of Jotunheim as Kratos and Atreus made their way up the steep, snow-covered path. The cold bit at their skin, but neither father nor son paid it any mind. They had journeyed here in search of answers, following a trail of ancient legends that led to the heart of a mystery long buried by time, the true story of Fenrir's binding. For years, Atreus had heard the tales of how the great wolf had been shackled by the gods, a creature destined to devour Odin during Ragnarök. But recently, new whispers had reached them, stories suggesting that the truth behind Fenrir's imprisonment was far more complex than the myths told. Atreus walked ahead of his father, his heart racing with a mixture of anticipation and dread. Fenrir had been more than just a myth to him. He had once called the great wolf his friend, his companion. The thought of uncovering the true nature of Fenrir's fate and the role the gods had played in it weighed heavily on him. He knew his father's wariness toward the gods, and yet here they were, chasing a tale that could reshape their understanding of the entire pantheon. As they reached the entrance to an ancient cave hidden deep in the mountains, Atreus paused. The opening was dark, its jagged edges covered in frost, and from within he could feel a strange energy, old, powerful, and foreboding. Kratos stepped beside him, his eyes scanning the entrance for any sign of danger. "This is the place," Atreus said quietly, his breath visible in the cold air. Kratos nodded but remained silent. He had learned to trust Atreus's instincts when it came to ancient magic and hidden truths. Together they stepped into the cave, their footsteps echoing off the frozen walls. The deeper they ventured, the more the oppressive energy grew, filling the air with a sense of foreboding. At the heart of the cave, they found a massive stone tablet, carved with runes and images that depicted the binding of Fenrir. Atreus moved closer, his eyes tracing the intricate designs. The story told in these carvings was different from the one he had heard as a child. The gods had not bound Fenrir out of fear of his strength alone. There had been something more, something hidden from the realms for centuries. "Father, look at this," Atreus said, pointing to a specific section of the tablet. The image showed not just the binding of Fenrir, but a meeting between the gods and a figure who stood apart from them, Loki. Atreus' heart sank as he realized what he was seeing. It wasn't just the gods who betrayed Fenrir, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Loki. I played a part in it too. Kratos stood beside him, his eyes narrowing as he examined the carvings. The story etched into the stone was one of manipulation and betrayal. The gods had feared Fenrir's strength, yes, but it was Loki's cunning that had sealed the wolf's fate. Loki the trickster had been tasked with convincing Fenrir to trust the gods, to believe that his binding was only temporary, a test of his strength. But in reality it had been a ruse, a trap to keep the great wolf chained until the time of Ragnarök. Atreus stepped back from the tablet, his mind racing. All this time, I thought Fenrir was just a victim of the gods' fear. But I was part of it. Loki tricked him. Kratos placed a hand on Atreus' shoulder, his voice calm but firm. You are not Loki. The past is not your burden to carry. Atreus clenched his fists, frustration boiling within him. But it is. Loki's blood runs through me, and Fenrir trusted me, he trusted Loki. And now I learn that trust was used to betray him. How can I not carry that? Kratos stared at his son, the weight of his words settling between them. Kratos had spent his own life haunted by the deeds of his past, by the legacy of violence and destruction that had followed him. He knew all too well the burden of history, of the choices made by the man or god one used to be, but he also knew that the future was not written in stone. Loki made his choices, Kratos said, his voice heavy with experience, but you are not bound to them. You can shape your own path. Atreus looked up at his father, his anger slowly subsiding, replaced by a deep sadness. But what about Fenrir? He's still bound by that betrayal. He's still trapped in a destiny he never chose. Kratos looked back at the tablet, his mind turning over the implications of what they had uncovered. Fenrir's binding had been a manipulation, a lie crafted by the gods and Loki to control the future. But now Ragnarök had come and gone, and Fenrir's fate was still uncertain. If the binding had been built on deception, then perhaps it could be undone. We may be able to free him, Kratos said after a long pause, his voice low but resolute. If the binding was forged by lies, then truth can break it. Atreus' eyes widened. You think we can undo it? Kratos nodded. Fenrir was bound by magic that relied on trust and betrayal. If we can reverse that, we may be able to release him from his chains. Hope flickered in Atreus' chest. The thought of freeing Fenrir, of giving the great wolf a chance to forge his own destiny, filled him with purpose. Then we have to try, he said, determination in his voice. We have to give Fenrir the freedom he deserves. Kratos didn't argue. He had seen enough of the gods' manipulation of fate to know that no one should be bound by a future they did not choose. Together they left the cave, the weight of the truth they had uncovered heavy on their shoulders but tempered by the possibility of change. Their journey would not be easy. Undoing the binding of Fenrir would require powerful magic, and there would be those who would stand in their way. But for the first time, Atreus felt as though he had a chance to make things right, to break free from the cycle of manipulation and deceit that had shaped the past. As they descended the mountain, Atreus glanced at his father. Do you think Fenrir will forgive me? He asked quietly. Kratos looked ahead, his expression unreadable. Only Fenrir can answer that. But forgiveness is not what you should seek. Justice is. Atreus nodded, his resolve hardening. The truth behind Fenrir's binding had been a bitter revelation, but now he had a chance to undo that wrong. Together he and his father would face whatever came next, united by the desire to free Fenrir and to carve a new future for the realms one not bound by lies, but by truth and choice. Story 12. Story 12. The Vanishing Light of Alfheim. The realm of Alfheim had always been known for its beauty, a place where light danced across the land and illuminated the world with a radiance that was unmatched in any other realm. But now, as Kratos and Atreus stepped through the realm gate into Alfheim, something was wrong. The once brilliant light that bathed the realm was dim, its glow flickering as though struggling to survive. The trees, whose leaves had once shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, now stood dark and twisted. The air was thick with tension, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed colder, as if the warmth and life of Alfheim were being drained away. Atreus looked around, his brow furrowed in concern. "Father, the light. It's dying," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Kratos remained silent, his eyes scanning the darkened landscape. He had fought in Alfheim before, and though the conflict between the light and dark elves had left scars on the realm, the light had always endured. But now something far more sinister was at work. The elves had called for him, their once proud and reclusive leaders forced to reach out for help in the face of a threat they could not understand. Kratos had answered the call, knowing that the balance of the realms was fragile, and if Alfheim's light were to vanish entirely, it could send ripples of destruction through the world tree itself. As they walked deeper into the realm, the darkness grew more oppressive. The light from Atreus's bow, enchanted with the magic of Alfheim, flickered and dimmed, struggling to hold back the encroaching shadows. "Something's draining the light," Atreus muttered, his voice tense. "But I don't understand. What could do that?" Before Kratos could answer, a figure appeared in the distance, a tall, slender elf, her once bright wings now dull, her face etched with worry. She approached them cautiously, her hands raised in a gesture of peace. "You are the god-killer, Kratos," she said, her voice soft but filled with an underlying urgency. "And you must be Loki, the one who walks between the realms." Atreus glanced at his father, uncertain, but Kratos remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the elf. "What is happening to your realm?" he asked, his voice low and steady. The elf's eyes flickered with a mixture of fear and sadness. "The light, it is fading," she said, her voice trembling. "For centuries the light of Alfheim has sustained us, kept the balance between light and dark. But now something is draining it, something beyond the power of our magic or understanding. We fear that if the light goes out entirely, our realm will fall into eternal darkness." Kratos' expression hardened. "What is the source of this darkness?" The elf shook her head, her wings fluttering weakly behind her. "We do not know. It began deep within the Temple of Light, but no one who has entered to investigate has returned. We sent our strongest warriors, our most skilled sorcerers, but none came back. The temple has become a place of shadows, and we are powerless to stop it." Atreus stepped forward, his curiosity getting the better of him. Can you show us the way? We'll find out what's happening." The elf hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I will guide you to the temple, but be warned, God Killer, whatever lies within the darkness, it is beyond anything we have faced before." The journey to the Temple of Light was long and fraught with danger. The further they travelled, the more the darkness seemed to press in on them, sapping their strength and blurring the boundaries between reality and shadow. The once vibrant realm of Alfheim had become a place of fear, its inhabitants hiding in the ruins of their former homes, their once radiant wings dulled to grey. As they neared the temple, Kratos could feel the power radiating from it, a dark, oppressive energy that chilled him to his core. The temple, once a beacon of light, was now surrounded by a swirling vortex of shadows, and the great doors, once open to the sky, were sealed shut with dark tendrils of energy. "This is it," the elf said, her voice barely audible over the sound of the wind. "The Temple of Light. Whatever is causing the light to fade, it's inside." Kratos stepped forward, his hand gripping the Leviathan axe tightly. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him, the knowledge that whatever was inside the temple could not only destroy Alfheim, but perhaps even spread its darkness to other realms. With a grunt, he raised the axe and brought it down on the dark energy sealing the doors. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, and the tendrils of shadow recoiled, hissing as they dissolved into nothingness. The doors creaked open, revealing the interior of the temple. What had once been a place of radiant light was now a cavern of darkness, the walls slick with shadow, and the air thick with an unnatural cold. Atreus stepped in beside his father, his bow at the ready, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement. Tete ventured deeper into the temple. The darkness seemed to grow stronger, pulling at them, trying to drag them into its depths. At the heart of the temple they found it a massive, swirling vortex of pure shadow, suspended above the central altar where the light of Alfheim once radiated. Around it, dark figures moved, their forms indistinct, their faces hidden by the swirling mist. Atreus nocked an arrow, aiming it toward the vortex. "What is that?" Kratos didn't answer. His instincts told him that this was not just a creature or a force of nature, this was something far older, something tied to the very essence of the realms. The shadows around the vortex shifted, and from the darkness, a figure stepped forward, a being unlike anything Kratos or Atreus had ever seen. Its body was made of the same swirling shadow, its eyes glowing with a cold blue light. "You should not have come," the figure hissed, its voice echoing through the temple. "The light of Alfheim belongs to us now. The realms will fall into shadow, and none will escape." Kratos raised his axe, his voice a growl. "You will not take this realm." The figure laughed, a hollow, chilling sound. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The light is ours, and soon the realms will know true darkness." Without another word, the figure lunged, its form shifting and twisting as it attacked. Kratos met it head-on, his axe slicing through the shadow, but the being reformed, its laughter echoing in the darkness. Atreus fired arrow after arrow, but the shadow seemed endless, growing stronger with each passing moment. Kratos realized then what he had to do. The darkness was feeding on the light, consuming it to gain strength. He had to sever the connection between the light and the shadow. With a roar, He charged toward the vortex, his axe glowing with frost magic as he brought it down on the altar. Its impact sent a shockwave through the temple, and the vortex trembled, its connection to the light breaking. The figure screamed in rage as its form began to unravel, the shadows recoiling and dissipating into nothingness. The light of Alfheim, though dim, began to return, filling the temple with a soft golden glow. As the darkness faded, Kratos and Atreus stood in the center of the temple, the weight of what they had just faced heavy on their shoulders. The light had been saved, but the shadow that had tried to claim it was a warning there were forces in the realms that sought to undo everything, and the battle to protect the light was far from over. Kratos turned to Atreus, his voice low and steady. "This is only the beginning." Atreus nodded, his gaze lingering on the now quiet temple. "Then we'll be ready." Story 13. The Frost Giant's Revenge. The cold winds of Midgard had always carried with them a sense of foreboding, but as Kratos and Atreus ventured deeper into the frozen wastelands near the farthest reaches of the realm, the chill seemed to bite harder. The sky was a bruised shade of grey, and snow swirled around them, obscuring their path. They had been travelling for days, following rumours of a disturbance and ancient force stirring in the north. The few mortals who lived in the region spoke in hushed tones of giants, long believed to be dead, awakening from their slumber. The frost giants whose kin had fallen in the great battle of Ragnarök were rising once more, seeking vengeance on all who had played a part in their destruction. Atreus adjusted his cloak, pulling it tighter around his shoulders to ward off the biting cold. "Do you think it's true?" he asked, his breath visible in the frigid air, "that the frost giants are back?" Kratos walked ahead, his massive frame cutting through the snow with ease. His eyes were narrowed, focused on the path ahead. He had heard the stories, and while he had learned to be wary of rumors, there was a heaviness in the air that told him something was indeed coming. "We'll find out soon enough," he replied, his voice low and steady. The frost giants had been among the most powerful beings during the time of the gods, their dominion over ice and cold unmatched. But after Ragnarök it was believed they had been wiped out, their race reduced to a handful of survivors hidden in the forgotten corners of the realms. Now, however, it seemed their slumber had ended, and they were awakening with a fury born of centuries of loss. As they continued their journey, the landscape changed. The snow became thicker, the air colder. Its crystals formed on the edges of their armor, and the wind howled like a living thing, filled with malice. They reached the entrance to a cave, its mouth dark and foreboding. Atreus glanced at his father, who nodded silently, and the two entered. The inside of the cave was vast, a hollowed-out space that seemed to stretch deep into the earth. The walls were lined with ancient runes, glowing faintly with a pale blue light, and the temperature dropped even further. Atreus could feel the magic in the air, old and powerful. As they ventured deeper, they came across a massive stone door, etched with the symbols of the frost giants. Beyond the door they could hear the faint sound of voices, deep, rumbling, and filled with anger. Kratos placed a hand on the door, feeling the icy surface beneath his fingers. "They're here," he said quietly. Atreus nodded, his heart racing. He had always felt a connection to the giants, his Jotun heritage tying him to their legacy. But now, standing on the cusp of facing these ancient beings, he wasn't sure what to expect. Would they see him as an ally, or would they view him as just another pawn in the gods' games? With a grunt, Kratos pushed open the door. The room beyond was a massive chamber, its ceiling so high it disappeared into the darkness. At the center stood a group of frost giants, their towering forms covered in thick, white fur, their eyes glowing like cold stars. They turned as the door opened, their gazes falling on Kratos and Atreus. One of the giants, taller and more imposing than the others, stepped forward. His voice echoed through the chamber like the crack of ice splitting under pressure. "You dare enter our domain, god killer," he growled, his eyes narrowing on Kratos. "You who fought in Ragnarök, who aided in the death of our kin." Kratos remained calm, his hand resting on the hilt of the Leviathan axe. "I fought in Ragnarök to protect my son and the realms, for I took no pleasure in the deaths of your people." The giant sneered, his breath visible in the cold air. "Your words are meaningless. The blood of the giant stains your hands just as it does the hands of the gods you once served." He turned his gaze to Atreus, his expression shifting slightly. "And you carry the blood of our people, yet you stand beside the god slayer. Why?" Atreus stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. "I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to understand. I know what happened to your people, and I know the pain you've endured. But taking revenge on the mortals and the realms won't bring your kin back." The giant's eyes flickered with anger. "You think you understand our pain, boy? Our people were slaughtered, betrayed by the gods, and left to die in the cold. We slept for centuries, waiting for the time when we would rise again, and now that time has come." Another giant, smaller but equally fierce, spoke up, her voice like the grinding of glaciers. "The gods and mortals alike will pay for what was done to us. We will blanket the realms in ice, freeze their lands, and reclaim what was stolen from us." Atreus felt not form in his stomach. He had always believed in the possibility of peace, of finding a way to bridge the divide between the races of the realms. But now, standing before the frost giants and hearing the raw anger in their voices, he realized how deep the wounds of Ragnarök ran. Kratos, ever the warrior, remained still, his mind calculating the odds of a fight. He knew the giants would be formidable opponents, their control over the cold and ice rivaling even his own strength. But violence was not the answer here, not yet. "Revenge will not bring back your kin," Kratos said, his voice like thunder in the frozen chamber. "It will only bring more death. You may kill gods, you may freeze the realms, but the cycle of destruction will continue. Your people will not find peace in vengeance." The lead giant's eyes flared with anger, but there was something else there, doubt, hesitation. He had spent centuries dreaming of revenge, but now, faced with the reality of it, he seemed unsure. Atreus seized the moment. "There's another way. We can find a path forward that doesn't end in bloodshed. I know you've suffered, and I know the gods betrayed you, but if you destroy everything, there will be nothing left for anyone." The giant was silent for a long moment, the air between them heavy with tension. Finally he spoke, his voice quieter but still filled with bitterness. "We will not be pawns in the gods' games again. If you truly wish to help us, God Killer, then prove it. Help us find justice, not through war, but through truth." Kratos nodded slowly. We will seek justice together, but know this: if you turn to violence, I will stop you, no matter the cost." The frost giants exchanged glances, their anger tempered by the weight of Kratos' words. They had awakened from their slumber with vengeance in their hearts, but now they stood at a crossroads, one path leading to destruction, the other to an uncertain future. The tree stepped forward, his voice steady. "We'll help you. We'll find a way to honor your fallen without destroying the realm." The giant leader regarded them for a long moment before nodding. "Very well. We will see if your words carry weight, Loki. But know this: we are not easily swayed." As the giants retreated into the shadows of the chamber, Kratos and Atreus stood in silence, the cold air swirling around them. The threat of war had been delayed, but the future was still uncertain. The frost giants had awakened, and their hunger for justice would not be easily satisfied. Kratos placed a hand on Atreus' shoulder. "This is only the beginning." Atreus nodded, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the task ahead. Together they would face whatever came next, be it peace or war, and they would do so united, determined to find a path that would save the realms from destruction. Story 14. The Raven's Last Song. The skies of Midgard were unusually quiet, the wind still as Kratos and Atreus walked through the woods, their boots crunching against the frost-covered ground. The remnants of Ragnarök still clung to the air, the weight of its destruction hanging over the realms like a dark cloud. They had hoped, after the fall of Asgard and the death of Odin, that the world would find peace, but peace was a fleeting thing in the realm of gods and mortals alike. Atreus had sensed something before his father, a presence faint but unmistakable. It was like a whisper on the wind, drawing him deeper into the forest. Kratos, ever the sentinel, followed without question, his senses sharp as he scanned the tree-limb. They had lived too long in a world of betrayals and prophecies to ignore even the slightest hint of something wrong. The gods were dead, but their legacies lingered, their shadows long and filled with peril. Suddenly a flutter of wings broke the silence. Atreus stopped, his bow half raised as he glanced toward the sound. From the branches of a tall, twisted tree, a raven appeared, its feathers dark as midnight, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. It was one of Odin's ravens, though most had been destroyed when the Allfather fell. This one, however, had survived. The bird watched them silently, its head cocked, as if weighing something in its ancient mind. "Father," Atreus whispered, his voice tense. "That's one of Odin's ravens. How can it still be here?" Kratos eyed the bird with a deep frown, his hand resting on the hilt of the Leviathan axe. "Odin is gone, but his influence remains," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "This could be a trap." Atreus nodded, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the raven's presence. It hopped down from the tree, its wings rustling softly, and began to circle them slowly. There was a strange rhythm to its movements, almost like a dance, and then it began to sing, not a caw or a screech, but a song low and mournful, unlike anything Atreus had ever heard from the ravens of Odin. The sound chilled him to his core, and yet it was also beckoning. "Do you hear that?" Atreus asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "It's singing." Kratos' eyes narrowed. He had heard many strange things in his long life, but a raven's song was not one of them. The melody twisted through the air, each note laced with a sadness that spoke of ancient power, forgotten and buried beneath the weight of time. The song seemed to tug at something deep within them, as if it were a key unlocking a long-forgotten door. "Stay sharp, boy," Kratos growled. "There's magic in this." The raven flapped its wings and flew a short distance ahead, stopping to look back at them, as if beckoning them to follow. Atreus hesitated, glancing at his father. "Should we go after it?" Kratos considered the raven for a long moment, weighing the risks. Odin's tricks had cost them dearly in the past, but something about this felt different. The All-Father's death had left many loose threads in the tapestry of fate, and Kratos could feel one of those threads tugging at them now. With a grim nod, he signaled for Atreus to follow the bird. They trekked deeper into the forest, the raven leading them through winding paths and across frozen streams, until they came to a place Kratos recognized from the stories Mimir had told them in ancient ruin, long forgotten by the realm. The stone walls, half collapsed and covered in frost, bore the symbols of Asgard, runes that pulsed faintly with old magic. This had once been one of Odin's secret places, a stronghold of knowledge and power that had been hidden from even the gods themselves. The raven perched on a broken column, its eyes watching them closely. The song it had been singing faded, but the air remained thick with the magic it had woven. "This place," Atreus said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's one of Odin's, isn't it?" Kratos nodded, his expression hard. He kept many secrets, even from his own kind. So was one of his hiding places a sanctuary for his magic, far from prying eyes. Atreus moved closer to the ruins, his hand trailing over the carved stone. "Why would the raven bring us here? What could be left now that Odin is gone?" Kratos was about to answer when the ground beneath them trembled, and a low rumble echoed through the ruins. The air shimmered, and from the shadows of the ancient structure, something began to emerge, a figure cloaked in mist, its form indistinct but crackling with power. Kratos tensed, his grip tightening on the axe as he prepared for battle, but the figure made no move to attack. "I thought you would come," the figure said, its voice cold and echoing with the weight of centuries. "Son of Laufey, the god killer." A tree stiffened. "Who are you?" The figure shifted, its form solidifying just enough to reveal the faint outline of a face, twisted with anger and sorrow. "I am what remains of the power Odin sought to hide from the world, the last remnant of the All clung to the All's will, and the key to his forgotten strength." Kratos stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury. "Odin is dead, his reign is over." The figure's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "His body may be gone, but his legacy lingers. Odin's power was never tied to his flesh. He poured his strength into many things as ravens, his artifacts, his secret places. And now, through me, that power lives on." Atreus glanced at his father, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "What does that mean? Are we supposed to destroy it?" The figure's form crackled again, pulsing with energy. "You cannot destroy me. I am bound to this place, to the magic that holds the realms together. But I can give you a choice, son of Laufey. Take the last of Odin's power and wield it for yourself, or let it fade into nothingness." Kratos's face darkened, his voice like thunder. We will not carry the burden of Odin's power. That path leads only to ruin." Atreus swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the choice before them. He knew his father was right. Odin's power had been corrupting, twisting everything it touched. And yet the temptation to seize it, to use it to protect the realms, lingered in his mind. But he also remembered what they had fought for, what they had sacrificed to break free from the cycle of gods and destruction. With a deep breath, Atreus shook his head. "We don't need it. Let it fade." The figure's eyes blazed with fury, but it could do nothing. Slowly the power that had crackled around it began to dim, the magic of the place unraveling like threads pulled from an old tapestry. The raven, watching from its perch, let out one final, mournful call before taking flight, disappearing into the sky. As the last remnants of Odin's power faded, Kratos and Atreus stood alone in the ruins, the weight of their decision settling over them. The legacy of the All-Father had come to an end, and with it, the final threat of his magic. The raven's song, once a call to forgotten power, was now nothing more than an echo in the cold wind. Kratos placed a hand on Atreus' shoulder. "It is done." Atreus nodded, though the lingering feeling of what they had just turned away from stayed with him. "Yeah," he said quietly. "But it never really ends, does it?" Kratos didn't respond. He knew the truth of those words better than anyone, but for now they had chosen their path, and the realms, at least for a time, would be free from Odin's shadow. Together, father and son turned away from the ruins, leaving behind the last remnants of the All-Father's power as they walked back into the wilderness toward whatever fate had in store for them next. Story 15. The true meaning of Ragnarök. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of Jotunheim as Kratos and Atreus ascended the ancient steps, their breaths visible in the freezing air. Towering mountains, once home to a mighty race of giants, now stood desolate, their inhabitants either dead or hidden away. Yet in the heart of this frozen land, Atreus had uncovered something long buried, an ancient Jotun text, weathered and worn, etched into the very stone of the mountainside. The markings were intricate, filled with symbols and runes that Atreus had never seen before, but the feeling they evoked in him was undeniable. This was something important, something vital. "Father," Atreus called, his voice carrying in the frigid air. He crouched beside the runes, his fingers lightly tracing the etchings in the stone. "Look at this. It's about Ragnarök, but it's different, not like anything we've heard before." Kratos approached slowly, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of the ancient markings. He had fought in Ragnarök, witnessed its cataclysmic events firsthand, but the prophecy had always seemed incomplete. Even now, with the realms in disarray, the feeling of something unfinished lingered in the air. The true weight of what Ragnarök meant still hung over them like a shroud. "What does it say?" Kratos asked, his voice low, though he sensed this was no ordinary inscription. Atreus frowned, his brow furrowed in concentration. "It's hard to decipher. The runes, they're older than anything we've seen. It talks about the end of the world, yes, but not the way we thought. Ragnarök wasn't just a battle or even just a cycle of death and rebirth. There's more to it, a hidden meaning, something that ties the fates of the gods, giants, and even mortals together." Kratos remained silent, his thoughts turning over the possibilities. His life had been marked by fate, by the choices forced upon him by gods and prophecies, and yet here he was, standing at the precipice of uncovering a truth that could change everything. He crouched beside his son, his hand resting on the cold stone as he studied the carvings. Atreus continued, his voice quieter now, almost reverent. This part, it talks about a key, something that was supposed to happen but didn't. Ragnarök wasn't supposed to be the end. It was supposed to be a beginning, a cleansing, but something went wrong. Kratos' eyes flickered with understanding, but also with unease. The gods and their thirst for control, he muttered. They twisted the prophecy. Atreus nodded, his heart racing. It says here that the gods tried to manipulate the outcome, to control what should have been a natural cycle. That's why everything feels broken now. The realms are out of balance because Ragnarök didn't unfold the way it was meant to. The true meaning of Ragnarök was hidden by the gods, buried beneath layers of lies and deceit. Kratos clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. He had fought his entire life to break free from the chains of fate, only to find himself entangled in them once again. If this is true, then how do we set it right? He asked, his voice filled with the weight of his years of struggle. Atreus scanned the rest of the inscription, his mind racing to piece together the fragments of the ancient text. It speaks of a final confrontation, he said, his voice shaking slightly, but not the kind we've seen before. This isn't about war or destruction. It's about choice. It says that someone who has defied the gods and fate before must make the ultimate decision. Kratos stood, his eyes darkening as the implication settled over him. Me, he said simply. Atreus hesitated, maybe, but it also talks about balance. The one who makes the choice has to understand the balance between life and death, between the realms. That's why the gods couldn't do it. They didn't care about balance. They only cared about power. Kratos' gaze shifted to the horizon, where the icy peaks of Jotunheim met the sky. And if I make the wrong choice? Atreus swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. Then the realms will fall into chaos. The light will fade, and the darkness will consume everything. Kratos remained silent for a long moment, the weight of what was being asked of him settling heavily on his broad shoulders. He had already carried the burden of countless lives, of destruction and vengeance, of choices that had shaped the fates of gods and men alike. And now, once again, fate was demanding more. Atreus, sensing the turmoil in his father, stepped closer. But we can change things, Father. You've shown me that fate isn't set in stone. If Ragnarök was supposed to be a new beginning, maybe we can still make it that. Kratos exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the cold air. We've fought against prophecy before, he said, his voice quiet but firm. And we've paid the price. What makes this any different? Atreus glanced back at the runes, his eyes filled with determination, because this time we know the truth, and the truth is more powerful than any prophecy. Kratos considered his son's words. For so long he had fought to survive, to protect Atreus, to defy the will of the gods. And now he stood on the edge of a decision that could either save or destroy the realms. The thought of being the one to tip the scales, of carrying that responsibility, weighed heavily on him. But he also knew that turning away was not an option. Atreus knelt beside the stone again, his fingers tracing the final lines of the inscription. "There's something else," he said. his voice filled with a mix of awe and fear. "It says that the one who makes the choice must sacrifice something. Something personal, something irreplaceable." Kratos looked at his son, a cold knot forming in his chest. He knew the price of sacrifice all too well. "What kind of sacrifice?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. Atreus' eyes met his father's, and for the first time in a long while, Kratos saw uncertainty there. "It doesn't say exactly," Atreus admitted, "but it warns that the choice will change everything, not just for the realms, but for us." The cold seemed to bite deeper as Kratos considered the implications. His life had been defined by sacrifice. His family, his past, even his own soul had been offered up in one way or another. And now, standing before the true meaning of Ragnarök, he faced yet another sacrifice, one that could decide the fate of the realms themselves. But despite the weight of the decision, Kratos knew what had to be done. He turned to his son, his voice steady, though his heart was heavy. "We find the balance," he said, "and we make the choice." Atreus nodded, his resolve hardening. Together they had faced gods, giants, and prophecies, and now, together, they would face the truth of Ragnarök, whatever it demanded of them. As they descended from the mountain, the ancient words of the Jotun text still echoed in their minds, a reminder that fate could be rewritten, but only by those willing to pay the price. Story 16. The Dwarven Artifacts. The forge of Brock and Sindri was quiet, the clatter of tools and the hum of magic that usually filled the air replaced by tense silence. The two brothers stood before their workbench, their eyes fixed on a small collection of ancient artifacts laid out before them. Each piece, though dusty and worn, hummed with a power neither of them had felt in ages. These were not ordinary dwarven tools or trinkets, they were relics from a time long before Ragnarök, when the world was young and the realms were still untamed. Brock scratched his chin, his blue skin darkened with the soot from the forge, his face creased with skepticism. "I don't like it, Sindri," he muttered, his gravelly voice thick with unease. "These things have got bad news written all over him." Sindri, more cautious by nature, hovered over the artifacts, his gloved hands trembling slightly as he reached out to touch one. The piece he held was a small, intricately carved hammer, its handle wrapped in worn leather, the head engraved with runes that flickered faintly in the dim light. His face was pale, a stark contrast to his brother's gruff exterior, but his eyes sparkled with curiosity. "They're ancient, Brock," Sindri whispered, his voice filled with awe. "Older than any dwarven craftsmanship I've ever seen. If we can unlock their secrets, think of what we could do." Brock snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. "Unlock their secrets? More like unlock a world, oh trouble. You know as well as I do that power like this don't come without a price. You sure you want to pay it?" Sindri hesitated, glancing at his brother before looking back at the artifacts. There were 5 pieces in total: a hammer, a small chisel, a round disc sketched with unfamiliar symbols, a dagger with a gleaming blade, and a pendant that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Each artifact was imbued with a power that called to him, like a song he could only half hear. But Brock was right, such power didn't come without danger. "I've been studying them," Sindri said, carefully placing the hammer back on the table. "They're not just tools, Brock. These were made for something bigger, something tied to the fabric of the realms themselves. If we can figure out how they work, we might be able to harness their power, maybe even fix some of the damage Ragnarök caused. Brock grunted, his eyes narrowing, or we could end up making things worse. I don't like it, Sindri. There's something about these that feels off, like they were meant to stay hidden. Sindri frowned, torn between his brother's caution and his own insatiable curiosity. The artifacts had been discovered deep in the mines of Svartalfheim, buried in a hidden chamber that hadn't seen the light of day for centuries. They had been unearthed by accident when a team of miners stumbled upon the sealed door. The moment Sindri had laid eyes on them, he knew they were special, but he hadn't realized just how much until he brought them back to the forge. Brock, ever the practical one, had been suspicious from the start. He believed in keeping things simple. Tools were tools, meant to build or destroy, and anything that carried too much magic was more trouble than it was worth. But Sindri couldn't shake the feeling that these artifacts held the key to something greater, something that could change the course of the realms. We could test them, Sindri suggested carefully, his fingers twitching as if longing to tinker with the objects. Just one of them. See what it can do. If it's too dangerous, we stop, but we can't just leave them sitting here. Brock sighed heavily, shaking his head. I got a bad feeling about this, Sindri. But I know you. You ain't gonna let it go until you've fiddled with it, so fine. But we start small, and we're careful. Real careful. With a nod of agreement, Sindri picked up the chisel, the smallest and least intimidating of the artifacts. It was simple, its metal one smoothed from ages of use. But as he turned it in his hands, he could feel a strange energy thrumming through it. It was as if the chisel was alive, humming with untapped power, waiting for someone to unlock its potential. Brock stood back, arms crossed, his eyes never leaving his brother. Go on then, let's see what this thing does. Sindri placed the chisel on the workbench, positioning it over a block of stone. He hesitated for a moment, then tapped it lightly with a hammer. The moment the metal struck the chisel, a surge of energy burst from the point of contact, sending a shockwave through the room. The block of stone split cleanly in two, but instead of crumbling into dust, the pieces floated upward, suspended in mid-air, as if gravity had suddenly forgotten its hold. Ooh, Brock muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sindri stepped back, his heart racing as he stared at the hovering stone. The chisel's power had activated, and with just a single tap it had bent the laws of nature. He could feel the magic coursing through the air, raw and untamed, and it scared him as much as it thrilled him. That's not supposed to happen, Sindri said, his voice shaky. It's not just cutting stone, it's warping reality. Brock's expression darkened, his earlier skepticism now fully justified. I told you this was bad news, Sindri. That's not right. Tools ain't supposed to mess with the fabric of the world like that. Sindri swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he carefully placed the chisel back on the table. We have to be careful with these, he admitted, his earlier enthusiasm fading into a gnawing sense of dread. If we're not, we could tear something we can't fix. Brock's voice was gruff but filled with concern. Or worse, someone else could get their hands on him. And if they ain't as cautious as you're being, we're talking about chaos. Sindri nodded grimly, realizing the full scope of the danger they faced. These weren't just artifacts, they were weapons of a different kind, capable of reshaping the world if used without caution. But even as the threat of their power loomed large, Sindri couldn't shake the feeling that they had been uncovered for a reason. There was something hidden in their design, something that might be the key to restoring the realms or destroying them. "We can't keep these hidden forever," Sindri said, his voice quiet but resolute. "But we also can't let them fall into the wrong hands." Brock grunted. "Ain't no one tackling these, not while we're around. But Sindri, you need to promise me one thing." Sindri glanced at his brother, knowing what was coming. "What?" "You don't go messing with him unless we're both on board. No more sneaking around, thinking you can handle it alone." Sindri smiled faintly, appreciating Brock's steadying presence more than ever. "I promise." As they secured the artifacts back in their chest, the forge fell into silence once more. The power of the ancient dwarven tools lay dormant for now, but both brothers knew that the day would come when their secrets would have to be unlocked, and when that time came, the fate of the realms might depend on the choices they made. Story 17. The Forgotten Realm of Vigrid. The air in Midgard was heavy with the weight of snow, but there was something else that clung to the colder tension that had not lifted since the end of Ragnarök. Kratos and Atreus trudged through the dense forest, their boots crunching against the frozen earth. They had been following a trail that led them to the edge of an ancient valley, one that had long been thought to be impassable. But something had drawn them here, something Kratos could feel deep in his bones. The faint whispers of fate still clung to him like a shadow, and now they had led him to a place that no one had set foot in for Therese Vigrid. Vigrid, the battlefield of Ragnarök, was where gods, giants, and beasts had clashed in the final reckoning. It was said to be a place of death, where the echoes of the battle still lingered and the secrets of the end of the world were buried. But no one had seen it since that fateful day, and many believed that it had vanished, swallowed by the chaos of the realms. Now, standing on the edge of a cliff overlooking a dark chasm, Kratos realized that the battlefield was not lost, it had simply been hidden. "Father, look," Atreus said, pointing to a massive stone gate half buried in the snow, its surface covered in runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The entrance was ancient, older than anything Atreus had seen before, and yet the runes were unmistakable. They spoke of war, of destruction, and of a place where the gods had met their end. Kratos approached the gate slowly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the runes. He had fought on that battlefield, had seen the horrors of Ragnarök firsthand, but something about this place felt different. There was a power here, an old and terrible magic that still pulsed beneath the surface. "This is Vigrid," Kratos said, his voice low and filled with a grim certainty. Atreus's widened in surprise. "The battlefield? I thought it was gone." Kratos shook his head. "Not gone. Hidden. Sealed away after the battle. But the magic that binds this place is weakening." With a grunt, Kratos reached for the handle of the stone door and pulled with all his strength. The door groaned, resisting at first, but then slowly began to move, the ancient mechanisms grinding into motion. As the door opened, a gust of frigid air rushed out, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and blood. The entrance to Vigrid yawned open before them, revealing a path that descended into darkness. Without a word, Kratos stepped forward, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe. Atreus followed close behind, his bow at the ready, his heart pounding in his chest. The path was long and winding, the stone walls on either side carved with images of gods and giants locked in battle. As they ventured deeper, the air grew colder, and the sounds of the world above faded until all that remained was the sound of their own footsteps echoing in the dark. At the end of the tunnel, they emerged into a vast, open plain, its surface covered in the debris of a war. The battlefield stretched out before them, the remnants of Ragnarök scattered across the land like a graveyard of gods. Broken weapons, shattered armor, and the bodies of fallen warriors lay frozen in time, their forms preserved by the cold. But it was not the bodies that caught Kratos' attention, it was the feeling that pulsed beneath the ground, a dark, slumbering power that had not yet awakened. Atreus knelt beside one of the fallen, his eyes scanning the battlefield. This place, it's like it's frozen in time, but why? What could keep it like this? Kratos remained silent, his senses attuned to the strange energy that surrounded them. He could feel it in the air, in the ground, in the very bones of the earth beneath his feet. This was not just a battlefield, it was a tomb, a place where the secrets of Ragnarök had been buried and left to rot. But something had disturbed that slumber, and now the power that had been hidden for so long was stirring. Something happened here, Kratos said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of understanding. Something the gods did not want to be found. Atreus stood, his brow furrowed in confusion. But what could be more important than the battle itself? I thought we knew everything about Ragnarök. Kratos glanced at his son, his eyes dark. We know what they wanted us to know. As they moved deeper into the battlefield, they came across a massive crater, its edges lined with jagged rocks and the remains of shattered weapons. At the center of the crater stood a single, enormous sword, its blade thrust deep into the ground. The sword was unlike any weapon Kratos had ever seen. Its surface was blackened and cracked, and yet it radiated a power that made the air around it shimmer. Atreus approached the sword cautiously, his hand outstretched. This sword, it doesn't belong to any of the gods or giants we've heard about. Who did it belong to? Kratos stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he examined the weapon. The power it radiated was not like anything he had encountered before. It was raw, unrefined, and ancient. It was as if the sword had been forged in the very heart of Ragnarök itself, a weapon meant to decide the fate of the realms. "This is the key," Kratos said quietly. "The secret that was buried here. This sword was meant to end the battle, to seal the fate of the gods and the giants, but it was never used." Atreus' eyes widened. "What do you mean? If it wasn't used, then why is it here?" Kratos reached out and placed his hand on the hilt of the sword. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the surge of energy shot through him, filling his mind with visions of the final moments of Ragnarök. He saw the gods, desperate and broken, trying to control the battle, trying to bend fate to their will. And he saw the giants, their strength fading as the end drew near. But most of all he saw the sword, hidden away at the last moment, its power too great to be unleashed. "They feared it," Kratos said, his voice dark with understanding. "The gods and the giants. This sword was meant to destroy them all, to wipe the slate clean, but someone chose not to use it. Someone decided that the realms would survive, even if it meant leaving Ragnarok unfinished. Atreus stepped back, his mind racing. So the battle wasn't really over, not completely. Kratos nodded grimly. The final blow was never struck, and now the power that was sealed here is waking up. The ground beneath them trembled, the energy from the sword pulsing through the battlefield like a heartbeat. Kratos could feel it rising, a force that had been buried for centuries, now stirring as the seal that had kept it hidden began to break. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, knowing that if they left this place, the power would spread, consuming the realms in its wake. "We have to stop it," Atreus said, his voice filled with urgency. "If that power gets out, it could destroy everything." Kratos nodded, his eyes fixed on the sword. "We end it now." With a grunt of effort, Kratos pulled the sword from the ground, the earth shaking as the weapon came free. The moment the blade was fully drawn, the battlefield erupted with energy, the power of Ragnarok itself spilling out from the depths of the earth. But Kratos, with all his strength and resolve, held the sword high, channeling the energy into the blade. The power roared around them, but Kratos stood firm, his grip unyielding. With a final mighty swing, he drove the sword back into the ground, sealing the energy once more. The battlefield fell silent, the trembling earth calming as the power faded back into the earth. Atreus stood beside him, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with awe. "It's over," he said quietly. Kratos nodded, his gaze fixed on the sword, now buried once more in the heart of Vigrid. For now. As they turned to leave the battlefield, Kratos knew that the secrets of Ragnarok were far from fully revealed. But for now the power that had been hidden in Vigrid was contained, and the realms, at least for the moment, were safe from its destructive force. Story 18. The Forgotten Jotnar of Midgard. The icy wind whipped through the jagged peaks of Midgard's mountains, the air biting and sharp as Kratos and Atreus trudged along the rocky path. The ancient Jotnar ruins they had been searching for had led them deep into these remote and hostile ranges. Yet the further they ventured, the more uneasy Atreus felt. Something was off, and old magic stirred in the air, thick and oppressive, unlike anything he had sensed before. "Father," Atreus called, his voice barely audible above the wind. "Do you feel that?" Kratos halted, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. He had felt it too, the strange weight pressing down on them, as if the mountains themselves were watching. "Yes," Kratos grunted, his hand gripping the Leviathan axe tightly. "Something's here." They had followed a trail of legends, whispers of ancient Jotnar who had vanished from Midgard long before Ragnarok. For almost believed that the giants had either perished or hidden away in Jotunheim. Some rumors persisted of a clan that had remained behind, lost in the high peaks, their fate unknown to both gods and mortal. Now, as Kratos and Atreus stood before a looming mountain pass, that rumor felt more like a reality. "Stay close," Kratos warned, his voice low and cautious. The narrow path led them to the entrance of a hidden valley, a place shielded from the world by towering cliffs and veiled in mist. But as they crossed into the valley, the sense of being watched grew stronger. The snow beneath their feet was untouched, as if no one had set foot in this place for centuries. But the faint glimmer of light ahead, torches flickering in the distance, told them they were not alone. Atreus pulled back his hood, his breath quickening. "Do you think they Jotnar?" Kratos didn't answer immediately. His focus was on the shapes moving in the mist, tall, hulking figures that seemed to materialize from the shadows of the cliffs. "We'll find out soon enough," he replied, his voice calm but edged with readiness for whatever lay ahead. As they neared the source of the light, the figures stepped into view, giants, their skin a pale blue, their eyes glowing faintly like embers. They were dressed in thick furs, their bodies towering above even Kratos, but their movements were slow, deliberate, as if they were studying the two intruders. One giant, larger than the rest, stepped forward, a massive warhammer slung over his shoulder. "What, you do not belong here, God Killer?" the giant said, his voice like the grinding of glaciers. Atreus felt a chill run down his spine. The giant's words carried not just recognition, but a deep ancient knowledge. These Jotnar knew who Kratos was, his past, his deeds. But before he could respond, the giant's eyes flicked to Atreus, and a look of faint surprise crossed his weathered face. "And you," the giant continued, his gaze locking onto Atreus, the son of Loki, "we have heard of you." Atreus's heart raced. He had always felt a connection to the giants, a sense of belonging, but this was different. These Jotnar were not like those he had encountered in Jotunheim. They were colder, more distant, as if the centuries of isolation had hardened them. Kratos, ever the protector, stepped forward. "We seek knowledge," he said, his voice a low growl. "Nothing more." "More." The giant studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Come," he said, "you will see what has been hidden." They followed the giants deeper into the valley, past great stone pillars etched with runes and ancient carvings that told the story of a forgotten history. At the heart of the valley stood a massive hall, its walls carved directly into the mountainside, the interior lit by flickering braziers. As they entered, the air inside was thick with the weight of time, and Atreus felt the presence of something ancient, something that had been waiting in the dark. The giant who had spoken led them to a large stone table, where more Jotnar had gathered. At the center of the table lay a massive weathered tome, its pages yellowed with age and inscribed with runes that pulsed with a faint light. "This is the true prophecy of Ragnarök," the giant said, his voice heavy with the weight of what was to come, the one that was kept from the gods and the other realms. The tree stepped closer, his eyes wide as he scanned the runes. This isn't the same as the prophecy we know," he said, his voice filled with awe. "It's different." The giant nodded. The gods Odin, Thor, all of them believed they could control Ragnarök, shape it to their will. But the truth was hidden, even from them. Our clan remained here, forgotten, because we carry the knowledge of what must come after Ragnarök. Kratos frowned, his gaze fixed on the tome.
"The end of the gods was only the beginning," the giant replied. "Ragnarök was not meant to destroy the world, but to cleanse it. A rebirth, one that would bring balance to the realms. But the gods, in their arrogance, disrupted that balance. They twisted the prophecy for their own ends, and now the realms are broken.
Atreus' heart pounded in his chest. So what's supposed to happen now? The giant's expression darkened. The realms are out of balance. The gods' interference has left scars that cannot heal on their own. And the true prophecy speaks of a reckoning, a final choice that must be made by one who walks between the worlds, one who carries both the blood of gods and the blood of giants.
Atreus' breath caught in his throat. Me?
The giant nodded. The son of Loki, born of two worlds, you alone can decide the fate of the realms.
Kratos' fists clenched at his sides. He had heard enough of prophecies, of fate dictating the course of their lives. No more prophecy, he growled. We make our own choices. The giant's gaze hardened. This is not a choice you can escape, God-killer. The realms are unraveling, and only the blood of the Jotnar can restore the balance.
Atreus stepped forward, his mind racing with the weight of the revelation. If I make this choice, what happens to the realms? The giant's voice softened, almost sad. There will be peace, but only if you choose to bring it. The chaos of Ragnarök has left the realms in ruins, and now it falls to you to rebuild what was lost. Kratos stood silent, his gaze locked on his son. He had fought to protect Atreus from the weight of prophecy, to shield him from the burden of destiny, but now, it seemed, fate had found them once again. Atreus turned to his father, his eyes filled with uncertainty. What do we do? Kratos exhaled slowly, his voice steady. We decide for ourselves. The giant watched them both, then slowly nodded. The time will come soon. When it does, you must be ready. As they left the valley, the weight of the forgotten prophecy hung over them like a shadow. The realms were still in turmoil, and the future was uncertain. But for now, Kratos and Atreus knew one thing: they would face whatever came next together, bound not by fate, but by their own will.
The forgotten Jotnar had revealed the truth of Ragnarök, but the choice to shape the future rested in their hands. Story 19. The Secrets of Skoll and Hati. The skies above Midgard had always been unpredictable, the weather shifting from biting cold to sudden storms with little warning. But recently, the sun and moon had begun behaving strangely, their paths crossing more frequently, casting eerie shadows across the land. Atreus had noticed it for weeks now, the way the light flickered in the sky, as though something was pulling at the very threads of the cosmos. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something ancient and powerful. He and Kratos had been hunting along the frozen ridges of the northern mountains when the first sign came. As they tracked their prey through the snow, Atreus glanced up at the sky and saw the moon flicker, a brief flash of light that illuminated the mountainside in a pale glow. Then, just as quickly, the light was gone. It was not the first time he had seen it, but each time it happened he felt a strange pull deep within him, a connection he didn't yet understand.
Father, Atreus said, stopping in his tracks. The moon. It's been doing that for days now.
Kratos paused, his keen eyes turning to the sky. He had noticed the disturbances too, but his focus had been on more immediate threats. He looked back at his son, sensing the concern in his voice. Something is off, Kratos grunted. But we will face it when it comes.
Atreus nodded, though the unease still gnawed at him. They continued their trek through the mountains, the wind howling around them. As they neared a series of ancient ruins, Atreus felt it again, a pull, stronger this time, drawing him toward the crumbling structures. His heart quickened as he realized what it was. These ruins were linked to the legendary wolves Skoll and Hati, the celestial beasts who chased the sun and moon across the sky. The connection he felt wasn't just coincidence. It was something deeper, something tied to his very blood. "Father," Atreus called, his voice trembling with excitement and uncertainty. "I think I know what's happening." Kratos raised an eyebrow but said nothing as Atreus led him toward the ruins. They entered a vast, open chamber, its walls lined with faded carvings of wolves and celestial symbols. At the center of the room stood two massive statues, one of a great wolf, its jaws open as it chased the sun, and the other of another wolf, eyes locked on the moon. Atreus recognized them immediately. "Skoll and Hati," he whispered, awe in his voice, "the wolves who hunt the sun and moon."
Kratos approached the statues, his gaze dark and thoughtful. He had heard the legends Skoll and Hati, the celestial wolves, had always played a pivotal role in the balance of the cosmos, their eternal chase dictating the movement of the heavens. But as he stood before the ancient carvings, Kratos could sense that there was more to the story, more that had been hidden from the realms.
Atreus walked slowly around the chamber, his eyes tracing the symbols etched into the stone. The wolves were not just hunters, they were guardians, tasked with keeping the balance between day and night, between light and shadow. But there was something more, something hidden in the carvings that hinted at a deeper power. "These aren't just legends," Atreus said, his voice growing more confident as he pieced together the meaning behind the symbols. "Skoll and Hati had descendants, Father, and those descendants inherited their power, the ability to influence the sun and moon."
Kratos crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. "And you think this is connected to what we've been seeing in the sky?"
Atreus nodded. "I can feel it. When the sun and moon shift, I feel something, like I'm connected to it." Kratos remained silent, his gaze shifting between the carvings and his son. He had learned to trust Atreus's instincts, especially when it came to ancient magic and prophecy. The idea that his son was connected to the wolves who hunted the celestial bodies was unsettling. There was power in that connection, power that could easily spiral out of control. Atreus stepped closer to the statues, his hand hovering over the stone. "The descendants of Skoll and Hati," he whispered. "They carried the power of the wolves, the ability to control the skies. If I can learn how to harness that power..." Before Kratos could respond, the ground beneath them trembled, a deep rumble echoing through the chamber. The statues of Skoll and Hati began to glow, their eyes lighting up with an eerie, celestial light. Atreus took a step back, his heart racing as the magic in the air thickened. "Father," Atreus shouted as the glow intensified, the room filling with a strange energy. The light from the statues swirled around them, twisting and coiling like tendrils of mist. Kratos reached for the Leviathan axe, but before he could draw it, the light enveloped Atreus, lifting him off the ground.
Atreus felt the power surge through him, a connection to the sun and moon so strong it nearly overwhelmed him. His vision blurred, and for a moment he saw the sky as the wolves must have seen it, eternal, vast, and filled with the pull of the celestial bodies. He felt the chase, the constant pursuit of light and shadow, the balance that must be maintained.
But then, just as quickly as it had begun, the light faded. Atreus fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his limbs trembling. Kratos was at his side in an instant, helping him to his feet. "What happened?" Kratos demanded, his voice filled with concern. Atreus shook his head, still trying to process what he had just experienced. I felt it. The power of Skoll and Hati, it's real, Father. Their descendants had the ability to control the sun and moon, and that power, it's in me. Kratos frowned, his gaze intense. You must learn to control it.
Atreus nodded, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just learned. I think that's why the sun and moon have been acting strangely. Without the wolves to chase them, the balance is shifting. And if I don't figure out how to harness this power, the realms could fall into chaos.
Kratos' expression darkened. He knew all too well the dangers of unchecked power, of meddling with forces beyond mortal understanding. But he also knew that Atreus was no longer the boy he once was. He was growing into his own, a warrior and a sorcerer, with power tied to the very fabric of the realms. You will learn, Kratos said firmly, and I will help you. Atreus looked up at his father, a mixture of fear and determination in his eyes. The power of Skoll and Hati had been passed down to him, and with it came a responsibility greater than he had ever imagined. The balance of the cosmos was in his hands now, and if he failed to control it, the consequences would be dire. Together they left the chamber, the secrets of Skoll and Hati burning in Atreus' mind. He could feel the pull of the sun and moon, the power within him growing stronger with each step. And though the path ahead was uncertain, he knew one thing for sure: he would not face it alone.
With his father by his side, Atreus would learn to harness the power of the celestial wolves, and in doing so he would protect the realms from the chaos that threatened to consume them all.
Story 20. The hidden temple of Thor. Till the wind howled through the dense forests of Midgard as Kratos and Atreus made their way through a narrow mountain pass. The cold bit at their skin, but they pressed on, guided by rumors of a forgotten temple hidden deep within the mountains. This was no ordinary temple, however. It was said to have been built in honor of Thor, the god of thunder, long before Ragnarök had reshaped the realms. Kratos had heard whispers of this place from Mimir, who had spoken of its existence with unease. It was a place even Odin had feared, a sanctuary filled with relics of untold power, relics that Thor himself had locked away, not even trusting his father to touch them. Atreus, walking beside his father, couldn't hide his curiosity. Do you think Thor really built this place? And if he did, why hide it? Kratos remained silent for a moment, his eyes scanning the path ahead. Thor was a brute, but not a fool, he finally replied, his deep voice barely audible over the wind. He knew power could corrupt, even his own. They had been traveling for hours, climbing higher into the mountains, the air growing thinner with each step. The path had grown steeper, and the trees that lined the way had thinned out, leaving nothing but jagged rock and snow. But just as Atreus began to wonder if the temple was nothing more than a myth, the landscape opened into a wide plateau. There, nestled against the side of the mountain, was the entrance to the temple. Massive stone doors, covered in thick layers of frost, stood before them. The carvings on the doors were ancient, worn by time and the elements, but their meaning was clear. This was a place dedicated to Thor. Lightning bolts were etched into the stone, along with depictions of Mjolnir, Thor's legendary hammer, striking down giants and beasts alike. "Here it is," Atreus whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "Thor's temple. Kratos stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of the doors. The air around the temple was thick with old magic, a power that had long been dormant but still pulsed beneath the surface. He placed his hand on the cold stone, feeling the faint hum of energy that coursed through the ancient rock. "Something still lives in this place," Kratos muttered, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe. Without another word, Kratos pushed against the massive doors. They groaned in protest, the stone grinding against itself as they slowly swung open, revealing the dark interior of the temple. The air inside was stale, cold, and heavy with the weight of centuries. As they stepped inside, the light from outside quickly faded, leaving only the flicker of Atreus' torch to illuminate the vast chamber. The temple was enormous, its walls lined with towering statues of Thor, each one depicting the god in various moments of battle, wielding Mjolnir against the giants, standing triumphant over his enemies, his face twisted in a savage grin. The floor was made of polished stone, but cracks ran through it, as if the very earth beneath the temple had shifted over time. At the center of the chamber, a massive altar stood, surrounded by strange glowing runes. On the altar lay relics, artifacts that seemed to hum with power, their surfaces crackling with faint arcs of lightning. Kratos approached cautiously, his senses attuned to the magic in the air. These were no ordinary relics. They were imbued with the same energy that had once coursed through Thor himself, relics of a power that had been hidden away for fear of what they might unleash. "Look at these," Atreus said, stepping closer to the altar. "They're different from anything we've seen before." Kratos studied the relics carefully. There was a helmet dented and scarred from battle, its surface still sparking with faint traces of lightning. Beside it lay a gauntlet, its metal dark and worn, but glowing faintly with the same energy. But it was the object in the center of the altar that caught Kratos' attention, a fragment of Mjolnir, broken and chipped, but still thrumming with power. "This was Thor's doing," Kratos said, his voice low and dangerous. He knew the power of these relics. He hid them here, away from Odin. Atreus glanced at his father, his brow furrowed. But why? If Thor was so proud of his power, why lock it away? Kratos' jaw clenched as he stared at the fragment of Mjolnir, because even Thor feared what these could do. Power like this, it corrupts, it consumes. Atreus reached for the gauntlet, his fingers brushing against the metal. The moment he touched it, a spark of lightning shot up his arm, sending a jolt through his body. He yanked his hand back, eyes wide. It's still alive. Kratos pulled Atreus back, his expression grim. These relics are dangerous. Even Thor didn't trust himself with them. But as they stood there, the air around the altar began to change. The faint hum of power that had lingered in the temple suddenly intensified, and the runes around the altar glowed brighter. The temperature dropped sharply, and the walls of the chamber began to tremble. "Father," Atreus whispered, his voice filled with alarm. "Something's happening." Before Kratos could respond, a deep rumble echoed through the temple, and the ground beneath them cracked open. From the fissures in the stone, tendrils of lightning erupted, arcing through the air and striking the relics on the altar. The power that had been contained within them for centuries was awakening. "Get back," Kratos shouted, pulling Atreus away from the altar as the lightning surged. The statues of Thor along the walls began to glow, their eyes lighting up with the same fierce energy that now crackled through the chamber. Atreus's heart raced as the temple seemed to come alive around them. The power of Thor, long dormant, was stirring, and it was unlike anything they had ever faced before. "What do we do?" Atreus asked, his voice tight with fear. Kratos' gaze hardened. He had faced gods before, had killed gods before, and he knew the dangers of unchecked power. But this was different. This was Thor's legacy, a power that had been hidden for a reason. "We leave," Kratos said, his voice cold and commanding. "These relics are not ours to claim." But as they turned to leave, the lightning intensified, and from the depths of the temple, a voice echoed through the air, deep, rumbling, and filled with a primal fury. "Who dares disturb the power of the Thunderer?" Kratos spun around, his hand on the Leviathan axe. The voice was not Thor's, but it carried the same weight, the same raw power. The statues of Thor loomed above them, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light as the energy from the altar surged through the chamber. Atreus readied his bow, his heart pounding in his chest. "Father." Kratos took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as the voice reverberated through the temple. "We are not here to claim power," he called out, his voice steady and unyielding. "We seek only knowledge." The lightning crackled again, and the voice responded with a low, menacing growl. "Knowledge comes at a cost, God Killer." Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe. He knew the dangers of the power that lay within this temple, the dangers that even Thor had feared. But he also knew that they could not leave without understanding what they had uncovered. "We leave these relics," Kratos said, his voice firm. "But tell me, why did Thor hide them? What did he fear?" For a long moment the temple was silent, the lightning crackling faintly in the air. Then the voice spoke again, quieter now, but no less dangerous. Thor feared himself. He feared what he would become if he succumbed to the power of the storm. These relics, they are the last vestiges of his madness, the power he dared not wield. Kratos nodded slowly, his expression grim. He had faced his own darkness, his own madness, and he understood the fear that came with it. The power that lay within the temple was not meant for mortals or gods. It was a force of destruction, one that could tear the realms apart. "We leave," Kratos said again, turning to Atreus. "Now." Atreus nodded, his eyes wide with understanding. Together they left the temple, the relics of Thor's hidden power still thrumming behind them, undisturbed but no longer forgotten. As they descended the mountain, Atreus looked back at the temple, its dark entrance now hidden in the shadows of the cliffs. "Do you think anyone else will find it?" Kratos' expression remained hard. "If they do, they will face the same choice we did, and they must choose wisely." The power of Thor had been locked away for a reason, and now Kratos understood why. It was not meant to be wielded, not by gods, and certainly not by mortals. And yet, as they made their way back into the wilds of Midgard, he couldn't shake the feeling that the storm that had once raged within Thor still lingered, waiting for the day it would be unleashed once more. Story 21. Freya's Lost Powers. The forest of Vanaheim stood in quiet reverence, its towering trees swaying gently in the cool evening breeze. The sacred woods had always been a place of solace for Freya, a reminder of her connection to the natural world and the magic that flowed through her Vanir blood. But as she stood at the edge of the forest, staring at the ancient altar before her, she felt a hollowness she could not shake. It was as if something vital had been lost, something she had once possessed but had long forgotten. Since the events of Ragnarök, Freya had been consumed by a gnawing emptiness. She had regained her freedom from Odin's curse, and had reclaimed her rightful place among the Vanir, yet something was still missing. For days she had felt it, a faint, distant echo of her former power, calling to her from the depths of her past. The realization had come to her slowly, like a dream half remembered. There were powers, ancient Vanir magics, that had been sealed away from her long ago. But why, and by whom? Freya knelt before the altar, her fingers brushing against the smooth stone surface. The symbols carved into the stone were old, far older than any magic she had wielded in recent memory. They spoke of forgotten rituals, of bonds made with the forces of nature that had long been broken. Her heart ached with the knowledge that these powers, her powers, had been taken from her, locked away behind some unseen barrier. And now she was certain that recovering them would come at a cost. Freya, Kratos' voice broke the stillness as he approached from behind, his footsteps soft on the moss-covered ground. "You've been quiet since we arrived here." Freya didn't look up, her gaze still fixed on the altar. "There's something here," she said quietly, her voice filled with a mixture of wonder and sorrow. "Something I lost a long time ago." Kratos stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied the altar. He could sense the magic that lingered in the air, a raw and ancient energy that had been dormant for centuries. "What is it?" Freya sighed, rising to her feet and turning to face him. "When I was younger, before the war, before Odin, I was a different person. I was connected to the Vanir magic in ways I can barely remember now, but something happened. My powers were sealed, stripped from me, and I've only now begun to realize it." Kratos crossed his arms, his expression grim. Who would have done such a thing? Freya's eyes darkened as memories of her past flooded back. "Odin," she whispered. "He must have feared the power I held. It's the only explanation that makes sense. When we were still married, when he still sought to control me, he must have sealed away the strongest parts of my magic, tied them to this place, to Vanaheim." Kratos said nothing for a moment, his gaze shifting between Freya and the altar. He knew the lengths Odin had gone to control those around him, the fear he had instilled in others. It was entirely possible that the All-Father had done this to Freya, out of fear of what she could become if her power remained unchecked. Freya turned back to the altar, her hand hovering above the stone as the magic within it pulsed faintly, as if responding to her presence. "I can feel it, Kratos. My powers are here, locked away, waiting for me to reclaim them, but I don't know what will happen if I do." Kratos' voice was steady, though filled with warning. "Power like that comes with a cost, Freya. You know that?" Freya nodded, her heart heavy. She had wielded magic for centuries, had bent nature to her will, but this was different. This was the core of who she was, the essence of her being that had been taken from her, and reclaiming it would not be without consequences. "I have to try," she said softly, her resolve hardening. I cannot remain half of myself, not anymore. Not after everything that's happened. Kratos stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. If you choose to do this, I will stand with you, but be certain of what you're about to awaken. Freya glanced at him, gratitude flickering in her eyes. She knew Kratos understood the dangers of power, of what it could do to someone who sought it too eagerly. He had fought to control the rage and strength that had defined him for so long, and now he stood by her side, ready to face whatever came next. With a deep breath, Freya turned back to the altar. She placed both hands on the stone, closing her eyes as she allowed herself to connect fully to the magic that lay beneath it. The energy surged through her, cold and wild, like a river that had been dammed for centuries, now finally allowed to flow free. She felt the pulse of nature, the heartbeat of the world around her, and her Vanir magic began to stir. But with it came something else, a darkness, faint at first, but growing stronger. Freya's heart raced as the memories of her past flooded back, memories she had buried deep. She saw flashes of her life with Odin, the manipulation, the lies, the control he had exerted over her, and with those memories came the realization of the true cost of reclaiming her power. It wasn't just Odin's fear that had led him to seal her powers away. It was her own. Freya had known even then that the full extent of her Var magic was too dangerous to wield without restraint, and Odin, ever the opportunist, had taken advantage of that fear, locking away the parts of her that she had feared most. Now, as the magic surged through her, Freya felt that fear rising again. Her powers were returning, but with them came the weight of responsibility, of knowing that this magic could consume her if she wasn't careful. Kratos' voice cut through the haze. Freya. She opened her eyes, her vision blurred with the intensity of the power coursing through her. The forest around them had grown dark, the trees twisting and writhing as if responding to her magic. The altar beneath her hands pulsed with a malevolent energy, as if it too was feeding off the power she was reclaiming. I can't control it," Freya gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts. Kratos moved quickly, placing a firm hand on her shoulder and pulling her back from the altar. "Enough," he said, his voice steady but commanding. "You must stop before it consumes you." Freya stumbled backward, the connection between her and the altar severed. The wild magic receded, and the forest around them slowly returned to its natural state. She fell to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Kratos knelt beside her, his expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Freya nodded weakly, though her heart still raced with the knowledge of what had just happened. I had forgotten," she whispered, "forgotten how powerful it was." Kratos helped her to her feet, his grip steady and strong. "You must be careful, Freya. Power like that, it's not something you can control easily." Freya met his gaze, her resolve stronger than ever. "I know, but I have to reclaim it. All of it. I cannot be afraid of who I am."
Kratos nodded, his expression serious. "Then we will find a way. Together."
As they left the altar behind, Freya knew the path ahead would be difficult. The power she had reclaimed was only the beginning. There was more, much more, locked away within her, and recovering it all would come at a cost. but she was ready to face it, to face the fear that had held her back for so long. Freya was not just a goddess, not just a queen of the Vanir. She was a force of nature, and with her powers restored, she would become whole once more, no matter what price she had to pay. Story 22. The Golden Apples of Idun. The sun was setting low over the mountains of Midgard when Kratos and Atreus stumbled upon the grove. It was a place of strange beauty, hidden deep within the wilds, far from the reach of mortal men and gods alike. The air here was different, thicker, heavier, and filled with the scent of something sweet and ancient. Atreus had been the first to notice it, a glint of gold among the dense greenery, something that shimmered in the fading light. "Father, look," Atreus said, his voice filled with curiosity and awe. Kratos followed his son's gaze, and there, in the center of the grove, he saw them, the golden apples of Idun. Their shimmering skins reflected the last rays of the sun, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the entire clearing. The apples hung from the branches of a tree that was unlike any other in Midgard, its bark pale and smooth, its leaves a vibrant green that seemed almost too alive, too perfect. Kratos had heard stories of these apples, the legendary fruits, said to grant immortality and eternal youth to those who consumed them. The gods of Asgard had long coveted Idun's apples, their power fueling their strength and vitality. But those stories had always come with a warning. The apples held more than just power, they held a terrible curse. Atreus moved toward the tree, his eyes wide with wonder. The golden apples, they're real. Kratos' hand shot out, gripping his son's shoulder firmly. "Stay back."
Atreus turned to his father, confused. "But they're just apples. If they can help us."
Kratos' eyes narrowed. "Nothing is ever just what it seems, especially not in this place." The grove was too quiet, too still. Kratos could feel it in his bones, a subtle wrongness that hung in the air, just beneath the surface of the grove's beauty. The ground beneath his feet felt different here, as if the earth itself had been tainted by the magic of the apples. There were no birds, no signs of life beyond the tree itself. It was as if the entire world held its breath, waiting for something to happen. "Do you think it's dangerous?" Atreus asked, his voice quieter now, more cautious. Kratos nodded slowly. "The apples of Idun have always been more than they appear. They grant power, but power comes at a price." Atreus hesitated, glancing back at the tree. "But if the gods used them, couldn't we?" "No," Kratos cut him off, his voice firm. "The gods of Asgard may have sought their power, but they paid a price for it. We don't yet know what that price is." Atreus frowned but didn't argue. He trusted his father's judgment, even if his curiosity still burned inside him. As they stood there, watching the golden apples sway gently in the breeze, Kratos' mind raced. There was more to this place than just the promise of power. The apples, once said to be under the care of Idun, were not meant for mortals or even most gods. They were a temptation, a test, something far darker than the stories let on. "We need to leave," Kratos said, turning away from the tree. But before he could take a step, a rustling sound came from the shadows at the edge of the grove. From the trees emerged a figure tall, gaunt, and covered in ragged robes. His face was pale, eyes sunken deep into his skull, as if the life had been drained from him. In his bony hands he clutched a golden apple, its surface gleaming in the fading light. The man stumbled forward, his movements slow and jerky, like a puppet whose strings had been cut.
Atreus stepped back, instinctively raising his bow. "Father!"
The man's eyes met Kratos's, and for a brief moment, something like recognition flickered in them. Then, in a voice that was little more than a rasp, the man spoke. "The apples, they curse us all." Kratos took a step forward, his eyes narrowing. What happened here?
The man coughed a dry, rattling sound and held the apple up to the light. I sought immortality, the power of the gods, but the apples, they take more than they give.
Atreus' eyes widened in horror. "You're cursed." The man nodded weakly. "Everyone who takes from the grove suffers. The power is not meant for us, not meant for anyone. The apples grant strength, yes, but they drain your soul little by little, until there's nothing left but a shell." Kratos stared at the man, his mind racing. The legends had spoken of the apples' power, of their ability to prolong life, but they had never mentioned the cost. It was clear now that this grove, this gift of the gods, was a trap. Those who sought to claim the power of the golden apples were doomed to a slow, torturous existence, their strength growing, even as their humanity withered away. "Why?" Kratos asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Why did you take them?" The man smiled weakly, his lips cracking. "The promise of power, of eternity, it's too strong. Even the gods could not resist." Kratos looked at the apple in the man's hand, its golden surface so tempting, so perfect. It radiated power, but now he saw the truth behind that glow. It was a false promise, a lure designed to ensnare the greedy and the desperate. Even Thor and Odin had fallen victim to its allure, seeking to extend their dominion over the realms by consuming the apples, never realizing or perhaps not caring that they were paying with their souls. "The gods of Asgard," Kratos muttered, his anger simmering. They knew. Atreus looked at his father, his voice trembling. "We can't let anyone else find this place." Kratos nodded grimly. "No, this place must be forgotten." So the man before them gave a final, shuddering breath, collapsing to the ground, the apple rolling from his grasp. Kratos knelt beside him, closing his eyes briefly in acknowledgement of the man's fate. He had been a victim of his own ambition, drawn to the promise of power, only to find ruin. Kratos rose, his hand tightening around the Leviathan axe. "We will destroy the grove." Atreus looked at him, eyes wide. "Are you sure?" Kratos nodded, his voice resolute. "These apples have cursed too many already. They are a blight, not a gift. They must be wiped from the realms." With a single swing of the axe, Kratos struck the tree, the blade biting deep into its trunk. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air around them growing heavy as the magic within the grove began to unravel. The apples fell from the branches, their golden sheen fading, turning to ash as they hit the ground. The grove itself seemed to cry out in pain as Kratos continued his assault, the once beautiful tree withering before their eyes. So the curse that had lingered here for centuries was being undone, the power of the apples finally broken. As the last of the apples crumbled into dust, Kratos and Atreus stood in the center of the ruined grove, the sweet scent of the apples now replaced by the cold, clean air of the forest. "It's over," Atreus whispered, though his voice carried a sadness with it. Kratos placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his voice calm but firm. "Power like that should never be sought. It destroys everything it touches." Atreus nodded, understanding the lesson his father was teaching. The golden apples of Idon had been a trap, a promise of eternal life that came with an unbearable cost. They had been cursed from the beginning, and now, thanks to Kratos, their dark legacy had been erased from the realms. As they turned to leave the grove behind, the wind picked up, scattering the ashes of the apples into the sky. The legend of Idun's golden apples would live on, but now the truth behind their magic would remain buried, forgotten by all who had once sought their power. Story 23. The First Flame of Muspelheim. The air in Muspelheim was suffocating, thick with heat and ash that clung to Atreus' skin as he navigated the treacherous volcanic landscape. Towering cliffs of molten rock rose around him, their surfaces glowing with a dull red that pulsed like the heart of the realm itself. He had ventured here to learn more about the fire giants, to understand the source of their power and connection to the flames that consumed this world. But as he moved deeper into Muspelheim, something called to him, something ancient, something primal. Atreus' heart raced as he climbed the final ridge, his instincts pulling him toward a place hidden deep within the fiery realm. The sky was a burning orange, filled with plumes of smoke and embers that danced in the wind. Ahead of him, nestled in a deep crater, he saw it, a flickering light, brighter and more intense than anything he had ever seen. The first flame. The flame was unlike the fires that burned in the forges of Muspelheim, or the embers that lined the volcanic ridges. It was pure, brilliant, and terrifying. Its glow was white-hot, surrounded by a shifting aura of blue and gold, its intensity so fierce that the ground around it seemed to ripple in its heat. Atreus' breath caught in his throat as he approached, his body trembling not from fear but from the sheer power that radiated from the flame. "Father," he whispered, though Kratos was not there to hear him. He had come to Muspelheim alone, knowing his father would have warned him against such a journey. But now, standing before the first flame, Atreus felt the weight of something far greater than he had anticipated. This was no ordinary fire, this was the very flame that had given birth to Muspelheim, the spark from which all life and destruction in this realm had sprung. As he stepped closer, the heat became unbearable, forcing Atreus to shield his face with his arm. His mind raced, trying to comprehend the magnitude of what lay before him. The legends of Muspelheim spoke of the first flame as the source of the fire giant's power, the flame that had been used to forge the very essence of the realm itself. But the stories had also warned of its danger. To control the first flame was to control the essence of creation and destruction, to wield a power that could reshape the realms or destroy them entirely. Atreus' fingers twitched as he considered the possibilities. With this flame he could restore balance to the realms, undo the damage caused by Ragnarök, and perhaps even rebuild the worlds that had been shattered. But the weight of such power was overwhelming. He had seen what unchecked power could do. He had watched gods fall, because they believed they could control forces far greater than themselves. As Atreus stood there, torn between his desire to wield the flame and his fear of what it might cost, The ground beneath him trembled. The air grew heavier, and from the shadows of the crater emerged a figure tall, imposing and wreathed in fire. A fire giant, his skin blackened like charcoal, his eyes burning with the same intensity as the first flame. "You should not be here," the giant's voice rumbled, deep and resonant like the crackling of a wildfire. Atreus instinctively stepped back, his hand gripping his bow, though he knew it would be of little use against a being born of flame. "I didn't mean to intrude," Atreus said, his voice steady but cautious. "I was drawn here." The giant stepped forward, the heat radiating from him almost unbearable. "The first flame is not for mortals, nor for gods. It is the heart of Muspelheim, the flame from which all destruction and creation in this realm is born." Atreus's eyes flickered to the flame behind the giant, its glow mesmerizing. "I wasn't trying to take it. I felt like I needed to understand it." The giant's gaze bore into him, unblinking. To understand the flame is to understand the end of all things. This flame does not grant power without cost. It consumes everything it touches, devouring even those who seek to control it. Atreus swallowed, his mind racing. But if someone could control it, they could reshape the realms. They could stop the destruction that's coming. The giant's laugh was like the crackle of a forest fire, dark and ominous. "You speak like a god, boy. Many have thought the same. Many have sought to use the first flame to bend the realms to their will. All have failed, and those who dared touch the flame were reduced to ash." Atreus's grip tightened on his bell, his heart pounding. He had always believed that knowledge was power, that understanding the ancient forces of the realms could help him make a difference. But now, standing before the first flame, he realized that some forces were too vast, too wild to be controlled. The giant continued, his tone softening, though his presence remained as intimidating as ever. "The flame is a force of balance. It creates, but it also destroys. To wield it would mean to destroy as much as you seek to save. And once unleashed, its fire would not be contained to Muspelheim. It would spread, consuming all the realms in its wake." Atreus's stomach churned. He had come to Muspelheim seeking answers, hoping to find a way to help restore what had been lost after Ragnarök. But the truth was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The first flame was not a tool to be used, it was a force of nature, one that could not be controlled without dire consequences. "I understand," Atreus said quietly, lowering his bow. "This flame, it's not meant for anyone to wield." The giant nodded, his fiery gaze softening slightly. "You are wise to see that. The power of creation and destruction is not for gods or mortals. It is a burden too great for any one being to bear." Atreus looked back at the flame, its flickering light casting long shadows across the crater. He could feel its pull, its temptation. But he also felt the weight of responsibility, the knowledge that some things were better left untouched. "Then why is it still here?" Atreus asked, turning back to the giant. "Why hasn't it been destroyed?" The giant's expression grew solemn, "Because it is the heart of this realm. Without the first flame, Muspelheim would cease to exist. It must remain, but it must never be touched. The fire giants guard it, as we have for eons, ensuring that its power is never unleashed." Atreus nodded, understanding the gravity of the task before them. and if someone tries to take it, they will meet the same fate as all who have tried. The giant said simply, the flame will consume them. Atreus took a deep breath, the heat of the flame still searing in his mind, but the temptation now tempered by a deeper understanding. The first flame was not meant for him, nor for anyone. It was a force of creation and destruction, a balance that held the realm of Muspelheim together. To seek to control it would be to invite ruin, not just for Muspelheim, but for all the realms. I won't let that happen, Atreus said, his voice filled with resolve. The giant nodded, stepping aside to let Atreus leave the crater. Good, then you are wiser than most. As Atreus turned to leave, the first flame flickered behind him, its light casting a soft glow over the path ahead. He had come seeking answers, and though he had found them, he also knew the truth of the flame's power was not something to be taken lightly. It was a force older than gods, older than the realms themselves, and now, more than ever, Atreus understood that some powers were never meant to be held. Story 24. The Forgotten Valkyries. The winds over Midgard were fierce, carrying with them a chill that pierced the bones. Kratos and Atreus had been traveling through the mountainous region, searching for remnants of the old ways, places still touched by ancient magic. The destruction of Asgard had left the realms in chaos, and with Odin's death, the threads that had bound so many together had unraveled. Yet, despite the ruin left in the wake of Ragnarök, there were whispers, rumors of a group long thought lost, the Forgotten Valkyries. Atreus had heard the stories. The Valkyries were once Odin's greatest warriors, the ones who carried the Wanner dead to Valhalla. But Odin had cursed them, binding them to serve his will, warping their purpose. Kratos had fought and freed many of them, releasing their spirits from their cursed forms. But this new group was different. They were not bound by Odin's curse. They had remained hidden, biding their time. Now, with the All-Father dead, they had emerged from the shadows, seeking to rebuild their once great order. "We're getting close," Atreus said, his voice tinged with excitement and caution. He had been following the trail of the Valkyries for days, tracking rumors of their resurgence across Midgard. Kratos grunted in response, his gaze sweeping the landscape. His instincts told him that this was not just a simple resurgence. There was something darker at play here, something that stirred the air, making it feel heavy and charged with old magic. "Keep your guard up, boy," he warned, his voice a deep growl. The Valkyries were never just warriors. They were more than that. Atreus nodded, his bow gripped tightly in his hands. He had grown stronger, both in his abilities and his understanding of the realms, but he still respected his father's wisdom. If they're trying to rebuild, maybe we can help them. Kratos' jaw tightened, but he said nothing. He had seen too much of what power could do to those who sought it. Helping these Valkyries might not be as simple as Atreus believed. They continued through the mountains until they reached a hidden valley, shrouded in mist and bathed in shrouded, silvery light. There, standing at the center of the valley, was a structure unlike anything Kratos or Atreus had seen before, a temple, grand and imposing, its walls etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. The air was thick with the scent of battle, and the echoes of long-forgotten wars seemed to linger in the very stones. As they approached, figures emerged from the shadows, Valkyries. their wings dark and vast, their armor gleaming in the fading light. They were different from the cursed Valkyries Kratos had fought. These women were whole, their forms untouched by the madness that had plagued the others. But their eyes held something else, something cold and calculating. Atreus stepped forward cautiously. "We're not here to fight," he called out, trying to show that they meant no harm. "We heard you trying to rebuild the Valkyries." One of the Valkyries stepped forward, her armor adorned with intricate designs, her helmet shaped like the head of a fierce bird of prey. Her wings shimmered with a golden hue, and her eyes locked onto Kratos and Atreus with a piercing gaze. "You have heard correctly," she said, her voice strong but emotionless. "We are the Valkyries who were not bound by Odin's curse. We remained in hiding, waiting for the right moment to reclaim our place in the realms." Atreus looked at her with a mixture of awe and respect. "We've seen what happened to the others. My father helped free them. But if you're not cursed, why stay hidden all this time?" The Valkyrie tilted her head slightly, studying them both. "Odin's curse touched many of our sisters, but not all of us. We chose to remain in the shadows, to avoid becoming pawns in his schemes. Now that he is gone, we will rebuild our order. We will become what we were always meant to be." Kratos stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "And what is that?" The Valkyrie's gaze shifted to Kratos, her expression unreadable. "We will be the enforcers of balance. The realms are in chaos. Without the gods of Asgard to maintain order, the worlds will descend into madness. It is our duty to restore that balance." Kratos' fists clenched at his sides. He had seen too many attempts to control the realms, to impose balance through force. "Balance," he said, his voice thick with skepticism. "That word has been twisted by gods before. What is your real purpose?" The Valkyrie's eyes darkened, a flicker of something dangerous flashing behind them. "Balance requires sacrifice," she said softly. Odin understood that, even if he twisted it for his own ends. "We will do what is necessary to restore order, no matter the cost." Atreus' heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. The Valkyries, once noble protectors, now spoke with a cold detachment that made his blood run cold. "What kind of sacrifices?" he asked cautiously. The Valkyrie leader's lips curled into a slight smile, though there was no warmth in it. "There are forces in the realms that seek to exploit the chaos left by Ragnarök. Creatures, mortals, even gods who wish to claim power for themselves. We will be the ones to stop them, to purge the realms of their corruption." Kratos' eyes narrowed. "And what makes you judge, jury, and executioner?" The Valkyrie's wings flared slightly, her tone growing sharp. "The same thing that made us the keepers of the dead, the arbiters of fate. The Valkyries have always been the ones to decide who is worthy to enter Valhalla and who is cast aside. We are beyond the judgment of mortals or even gods." Atreus felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't what he had expected. He had thought the Valkyries, freed from Odin's control, would return to their noble purpose. But their leader spoke of cleansing and judgment, of sacrifices that sounded disturbingly like the very tyranny they had once fought against. Kratos stepped closer to the Valkyrie, his presence looming. "I've heard enough. You seek power, not balance." The Valkyrie's eyes flashed with anger, her wings spreading wide. You misunderstand, God Killer. We do not seek power for ourselves. We seek it for the realms. Without control, without someone to impose order, the realms will fall into chaos, and we will not let that happen. Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe, but he did not draw it. Order imposed through fear is not balance. It is tyranny. The tension in the air thickened, the other Valkyries shifting behind their leader, their hands inching toward their weapons. Atreus glanced at his father, readying his bow. "Father, we should leave," he whispered, sensing the growing danger. But the Valkyrie leader took a step forward, her gaze locked onto Kratos. "We will rebuild the Valkyries," she said, her voice like steel, "with or without your approval. And when the time comes you will understand that what we do is necessary." Kratos' eyes burned with resolve. "I've seen what necessity looks like, and it's never as noble as you think." Without another word, Kratos turned and walked away, Atreus quickly following behind him. The Valkyries did not stop them, but their eyes burned into their backs as they left the valley. As they descended from the mountains, Atreus looked up at his father. "What do we do now?" Kratos' expression was hard, his voice steady. "We watch, and when they make their move we will be ready." The forgotten Valkyries had emerged from the shadows, but their noble purpose had been twisted into something darker, something dangerous. Kratos knew that their leader had her own agenda, one that threatened to tear apart the fragile peace that had been left after Ragnarök. And though the battle had not yet begun, Kratos understood one thing. The Valkyries would not be the saviors of the realms. They would be the ones to decide its fate, no matter the cost. Story 25. The Ghost of Baldur.
The cold winds of Midgard howled through the mountains, but Kratos barely noticed as he trudged through the snow, his mind preoccupied with a growing unease. It had been months since Ragnarök, months since the fall of Asgard and the end of Odin's reign. The realms had been left in chaos, with many still recovering from the destruction. Yet, despite the upheaval, something else gnawed at Kratos, something that had begun as a whisper but had now grown into a constant, haunting presence.
Baldur. At first, the visions were fleeting, mere glimpses of the god he had slain years before. Kratos would catch sight of him in the distance, standing in the shadows of a forest or reflected in the icy waters of a lake. Always the same Baldur, his eyes burning with rage and sorrow, his presence a ghostly reminder of a past conflict. Kratos dismissed the visions at first, believing them to be nothing more than echoes of his own guilt, the residual weight of the battle he had fought to protect Atreus. But as time passed, the visions grew stronger, more vivid. One night, as Kratos sat by the fire with Atreus, he saw Baldur again this time, standing just beyond the flames, his body illuminated by the flickering light. His skin, pale and marked with tattoos, looked as real as it had the day they fought. Baldur's eyes were locked on Kratos, filled with a bitterness that cut through the cold night air. "Father?" Atreus asked, noticing the shift in Kratos' expression. "What's wrong?" Kratos blinked, and Baldur was gone. The fire crackled quietly, and the surrounding forest was still. Atreus watched him carefully, sensing the tension in his father. Kratos said nothing for a long moment, his jaw clenched, his thoughts racing. He hadn't spoken of the visions to Atreus, not wanting to burden him with what might be nothing more than a trick of the mind. but the image of Baldur was becoming too persistent to ignore. "Till it's nothing," Kratos finally muttered, his voice gruff, though even he wasn't sure if he believed it. Atreus' brow furrowed in concern, but he didn't push further. He had learned to recognize when his father was battling something within, something that Kratos preferred to keep to himself. The boy trusted his father, but there was a deep-seated worry in his heart. He knew that the weight of past deeds always haunted Kratos, and this felt like one of those moments. Days passed, and the visions of Baldur became more frequent. Kratos saw him in the wilderness, in his dreams, even in the reflection of his axe blade. Each time, Baldur's face seemed to carry the same tortured expression, a mixture of anger and pain, as if he was trapped between worlds, still seeking the release that had eluded him in life. The weight of the visions bore down on Kratos' mind, pulling him deeper into a sense of dread that he had not felt in years. Could Baldur's spirit still be lingering in Midgard, trapped by the unresolved conflict between them? One particularly cold morning, as Kratos stood by the edge of a frozen lake, the vision came again, this time more real than ever. Baldur appeared not as a distant figure, but standing directly before him, his eyes blazing with the fury that had driven him to seek death. His voice, usually silent in the visions, broke through the icy air, sharp and accusing. "You should have let me die," Baldur said, his voice filled with venom. "You stole my release, God-killer." Kratos' heart pounded in his chest, but he stood his ground, his face a mask of stone. "I gave you what you sought. Death found you." Baldur's lips curled into a bitter smile, but not peace. "You took that from me, just as you took everything else. Do you think this ends with death? Do you think you can escape the blood on your hands?" Kratos' grip tightened on the hilt of the Leviathan axe, but he did not raise it. He knew this was no ordinary encounter. Baldur's presence here was not physical, but the weight of his words still struck deep. There was truth in them, truth that Kratos could not deny. He had fought to protect Atreus, to end Baldur's madness, but in doing so, he had denied Baldur the release he had longed for, a release from the curse that had rendered him invulnerable, and by extension, from the pain that had consumed him. "You sought vengeance against your mother," Kratos said, his voice low and steady. "I stopped you. It is done." Baldur's expression twisted with rage. "No, it's never done, God-killer. I will never know peace because of you." The words hung in the air like the bitter wind that swirled around them. Kratos felt a familiar sense of guilt creeping up on him, the same guilt he had felt after killing his own father, Zeus. He had sought to break the cycle of patricide and vengeance, but in Baldur's death, that cycle had continued. The price of his past, of his choices, was never fully paid. Before Kratos could respond, Baldur's form began to waver, flickering like a flame caught in a gust of wind. His voice, however, remained strong, a haunting whisper carried on the wind. "You will never be free of me. My death lingers. My rage will follow you until the end of your days." And then, just as quickly as he had appeared, Baldur was gone, leaving Kratos alone by the frozen lake, his breath coming in short, harsh bursts. The next evening, Kratos finally confided in Atreus. They sat beside the fire once more, the quiet of the night only amplifying the gravity of the moment. Atreus could see the strain in his father's eyes, the burden he carried growing heavier with each passing day. "I see him," Kratos said, his voice quieter than usual. "Baldur, he haunts me." Atreus stared at him in disbelief. "But he's dead. We saw him die." Kratos nodded slowly, his gaze distant, his spirit lingers. "He blames me for what I took from him." Atreus frowned, his thoughts racing. "Maybe it's not just you, Father. Maybe there's something keeping him here. Something we don't understand yet." Kratos considered his son's words. Knowing that Atreus's connection to the magic of the elms often gave him insights that Kratos himself could not see. Could Baldur's spirit truly be bound to this world, unable to find peace even in death? The thought weighed heavily on Kratos, who had always fought to escape the chains of his own past. "We must find the truth," Kratos said, rising from his seat. "If Baldur's spirit remains, we must know why." Atreus nodded, determination lighting his eyes. "We'll figure it out together." As they prepared to leave, Kratos could feel Baldur's presence once more, the shadow lurking at the edge of his thoughts. The ghost of the god he had slain had become more than a vision. It had become a constant reminder that the past could never truly be buried. Whatever the reason for Baldur's lingering spirit, Kratos knew one thing: he would not rest until the ghost of Baldur found the peace that had eluded him in life. Story 26. The Blood Oath of the Aesir. The winds howled through the valleys of Jotunheim, sweeping across the snow-covered peaks like a relentless force of nature. Atreus stood on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the vast expanse of the giant's realm, his heart heavy with the weight of the discovery he had made. In his hands he clutched an ancient scroll, its edges frayed and weathered, but the markings upon it still clear. These were not just any markings, they were runes of power, symbols that told of a pact made long ago, a blood oath taken by the Aesir gods, binding them to an agreement with the giants. The implications of this oath and the consequences of its breach were more dangerous than anything Atreus had ever encountered. He hadn't meant to uncover it. The discovery had been accidental, made during a search through old Jotun ruins in hopes of learning more about his mother's people, about his place in the world as the son of Loki. But what he had found was far more dangerous than ancient stories or forgotten relics. This blood oath, taken between the gods of Asgard and the giants of Jotunheim, was a fragile thread holding back the full force of conflict between the two races. And now it seemed that thread was about to snap. Atreus's mind raced as he considered the ramifications. The Aesir were bound to this oath, one that had been sealed in blood, an ancient ritual that carried with it the weight of divine consequence. If broken, it would reignite the war between gods and giants, a war that would devastate the realms, perhaps even more so than Ragnarök. The giants had already suffered, their numbers decimated, their lands ruined, and the Aesir, weakened by the fall of Odin and the destruction of Asgard, were far from the unstoppable force they once were. But even in their weakened state, they still possessed enough power to wreak unimaginable havoc. "Father needs to know," Atreus muttered to himself, his breath visible in the cold air. But the thought of telling Kratos filled him with dread. His father had always been wary of the gods, especially those of Asgard. He had spent years fighting against their influence, determined to protect Atreus from their manipulation and schemes. The blood oath was yet another example of how deeply the Aesir had woven their treachery into the fabric of the realms, and Atreus knew how Kratos would react to the idea of the gods once again threatening the fragile peace. As he made his way down the mountainside, his thoughts turned to the words of the oath itself, etched into the scroll in blood-red ink. The pact had been made in secrecy, far from the eyes of mortals and gods alike, a desperate attempt by the Aesir to avoid the full wrath of the giants. The terms were clear. As long as the gods refrained from interfering in Jotunheim, the giants would not retaliate against Asgard. It was a tenuous truce, one maintained through fear and necessity rather than trust. But with Odin's death and the fall of Asgard, the terms had been called into question. Who would now uphold the oath, and if no one did, who would bear the responsibility for its breach? So by the time Atreus reached the foothills, the weight of the scroll seemed heavier in his hands, as though the knowledge it contained carried its own burden. He found Kratos waiting by the edge of a stream, his broad figure a stark contrast against the icy landscape. The Leviathan axe rested at his side, and his expression was as stoic as ever, though Atreus could see the flicker of concern in his father's eyes as he approached. "What did you find?" Kratos asked, his voice low and steady, as if he could already sense the gravity of the situation. Atreus handed him the scroll, his fingers trembling slightly as he did. It's a blood oath between the Aesir and the giants." Kratos took the scroll, his brow furrowing as he scanned the runes. His eyes darkened as he read the words, the tension in his shoulders growing with each passing moment. When he finished, he rolled the scroll up carefully, his expression unreadable. "The Aesir made this pact to avoid war," Kratos said, his voice calm but filled with the weight of understanding. "But war came anyway." Atreus nodded, his heart pounding. "And now that Asgard has fallen, I don't know if anyone is left to honor it. But if the oath is broken, the giants, they could retaliate, and the Aesir, what's left of them, might do the same." Kratos' jaw tightened, his mind turning over the implications. He had fought to protect Atreus from the cycle of violence that had defined the gods for so long, and now it seemed that cycle was about to begin again. The blood oath, once a safeguard, was now a ticking time bomb, one that could ignite a war more destructive than anything the realms had seen since Ragnarök. "The giants will not want war," Kratos said after a long silence. "They have lost too much already." Atreus looked up at his father, hope flickering in his chest. "Then maybe we can prevent it, if we can find a way to keep the oath from being broken." Kratos' eyes narrowed, his thoughts turning to the gods of Asgard. Even with Odin gone, there were still those who craved power, those who would see the fall of the giants as an opportunity to reclaim what had been lost. Thor's children, the remnants of the Aesir army, none of them would hesitate to strike if they saw an advantage. "We cannot control what the gods do," Kratos said, his voice grim, "but we can ensure that the giants know the truth. They must understand that the Aesir's strength is broken." Atreus frowned. "But what if the Aesir don't care about the oath anymore? If they think they can reclaim their power, they might try to reignite the war." Kratos turned to face his son, his expression hard. then we will stop them. Atreus felt a surge of determination at his father's words. Together they had faced gods, giants, and the cataclysm of Ragnarök. But this was different. The blood oath was a fragile thing, its power tied not just to the will of the gods, but to the fabric of the realms themselves. If it was broken, if the war between the gods and giants reignited, it would not be a battle fought by armies, it would be a conflict that consumed the very essence of the realms, tearing apart the delicate balance that remained. As they began their journey toward the remnants of the giants, Atreus couldn't shake the feeling that the blood oath was more than just a promise. It was a curse, one that had bound both gods and giants in a cycle of destruction, a cycle that could only be broken by those willing to defy their fate. "Father," Atreus said as they walked, his voice filled with resolve, "we can stop this." Kratos glanced at him, his face unreadable. "We will try." The blood oath of the Aesir hung over them like a shadow, its consequences looming large. But Atreus knew one thing for certain: he and his father would not let the realms fall to ruin again. The war between gods and giants had already cost them too much, and now, as they sought to prevent its return, they would face whatever trials lay ahead together. Story 27. The Forgotten Lore of Fimbulwinter. The bitter cold of Fimbulwinter gripped Midgard in its unrelenting vice, ice covering the once vibrant forests and the winds howling through the frozen valleys. Kratos and Atreus had grown accustomed to the endless winter, but even they felt the strain of its unnatural chill. As they made their way through the snow-covered landscape, Kratos' steps were heavy, his thoughts even heavier. Ragnarök had come and gone, yet Fimbulwinter showed no sign of ending, its icy grip tightening on the realms as if something still lingered beneath the surface. They had returned to their small cabin after another exhausting journey, and the fire crackled warmly in the hearth as they settled in. Mimir, ever the source of ancient wisdom, hung from his usual place on Kratos' belt, his single eye glowing faintly in the flickering firelight. It was in these moments of quiet, after the battles had subsided and the weight of their journey could be set aside, that Mimir would often share tales of the past stories of gods, giants, and the forgotten magic that tied the realms together. But tonight Mimir seemed troubled. His usually jovial demeanor was subdued, his voice quieter as he stared into the flames. "Something on your mind, Mimir?" Atreus asked, noticing the silence that had settled over their small home. Mimir sighed, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "Aye, lad, there's something that's been gnawing at me since the end of Ragnarök, and I've been thinking it's time to speak of it." Kratos leaned back in his chair, his gaze shifting to the talking head. "What is it?" Mimir's single eye flickered as he gathered his thoughts. "Fimbulwinter. You know, it was supposed to signal the end, the great freeze before the world's unraveling. But the longer it lingers, the more I realize there's something we didn't account for." Kratos' brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" Mimir's voice grew lower, as though sharing a secret long buried by time. "Fimbulwinter, lad. There's an old bit of lore, a piece of forgotten knowledge I stumbled upon centuries ago, was lost even to the gods themselves, buried in the forgotten corners of the realms. See, the legends about Fimbulwinter, about it being the precursor to Ragnarök, are only half the story. The tree sat up straighter, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean half the story? Ragnarok's already happened. Aye, lad, it has, Mimir replied, but Fimbulwinter wasn't just meant to be a sign of the end. In the deepest lore, from the earliest days of the realms, there are whispers of another purpose for this endless winter, one far more dangerous. Fimbulwinter wasn't just a warning of destruction, it was a safeguard, a defense. Kratos' eyes narrowed. Against what? Mimir hesitated, as though reluctant to voice the truth. Against something older than the gods of Asgard, older than the giants. Fimbulwinter was meant to freeze the realms not just as a precursor to Ragnarök, but as a way to seal something away. The winter, lad, is a prison. Atreus exchanged a glance with his father, a knot of unease forming in his chest. A prison for what? What? Mimir's voice dropped to a near whisper. A power long forgotten even to me. The ancient texts speak of a force, something from before the realms took their shape. Fimbulwinter was designed to hold it in place, to keep it dormant beneath the ice. But now that Ragnarök has come and gone, and the realms are weakened, I fear that whatever was kept sealed by the winter may be stirring. Kratos clenched his jaw, his instincts already sensing the danger. What kind of power are we dealing with? Mimir's single eye gleamed in the firelight. It's hard to say, brother. The texts are unclear, filled with half-forgotten prophecies and riddles. But whatever it is, it predates even the Vanir and Aesir. It's something that should never have been awakened. Atreus leaned forward, his voice filled with concern. So Fimbulwinter isn't ending because it's trying to keep this thing trapped. Mimir nodded slowly. Aye, the realms are colder than they've ever been because the balance has been thrown off. Ragnarök may have come, but Fimbulwinter lingers to protect the realms from whatever this ancient power is. But the longer it lasts, the more it weakens the barrier between the realms and this force. Kratos rose to his feet, his massive frame casting a shadow over the small room. Then we must find a way to stop it. If this winter holds something so dangerous, we cannot allow it to escape. Mimir's voice was grim. Easier said than done, brother. Fimbulwinter isn't just a physical force, it's tied to the very fabric of the realms. To undo it would require an understanding of magic and power beyond what even the gods possessed. Atreus stood as well, his mind racing with possibilities. But there has to be something we can do. We've faced gods, giants, we've even stopped Ragnarök. We can figure this out. Mimir's eye flickered with cautious hope. There might be a way, lad. The texts mention a ritual, something the giants once used to manipulate the forces of the realms. It's dangerous, mind you, but if it works, we might be able to shift the balance enough to end Fimbulwinter. Kratos crossed his arms, his expression hard. What's the cost? Mimir's voice turned somber. The ritual requires a sacrifice, not of life, but of something else, something precious to the one performing it. It's a delicate magic, and if done wrong, it could do more harm than good. Atreus glanced at his father, determination burning in his eyes. We have to try. If this thing is as dangerous as you say, we can't let it break free. Kratos remained silent, his mind already weighing the risks. He had seen what unchecked power could do, had witnessed the devastation of the gods' ambitions firsthand. But now the fate of the realms once again hung in the balance, and the decision fell on them. Finally Kratos spoke, his voice low and resolute. "We'll do it." Mimi nodded, though his expression remained grim. "We'll need to go to the heart of Midgard, where the threads of Fimbulwinter are strongest. It won't be an easy journey, but if we succeed we may be able to restore the balance." As they prepared to leave, the weight of the forgotten lore settled over them, like the cold of Fimbulwinter itself. The realization that the winter was more than just a prelude to Ragnarok had shaken them, but now they knew the truth. The ancient force that had been sealed away by the ice was stirring, and if they didn't act soon, the realms would face a threat far greater than anything they had ever imagined. With Kratos leading the way and Atreus by his side, they set out into the frozen wilderness, determined to stop whatever ancient power lay beneath the ice. The fate of the realms depended on it, and they would face whatever darkness awaited them, even if it meant confronting the very heart of Fimbulwinter itself. Story 28. The Fafnir Curse. The forest surrounding the Lake of Nine was still, the thick canopy of trees casting deep shadows on the path that Kratos and Atreus followed. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, and the only sound was the rustle of leaves in the faint breeze. They had ventured out to investigate rumors of a powerful relic recently uncovered by treasure hunters near the old dwarven ruins, a relic said to have been touched by Fafnir himself. It was a name that stirred both fear and caution. Fafnir, the cursed dragon whose greed had corrupted his very soul. His hoard had long been scattered, but the treasures still bore the weight of his curse. The relic had surfaced just days ago, discovered deep within a hidden vault that had remained untouched for centuries. The hunters, desperate for wealth, had pried the object from its resting place and brought it into the light. But shortly after their discovery, strange things began to happen. Those who touched the relic grew sick, their minds clouded by whispers, their bodies weakening as if drained by some unseen force. Panic spread among the villagers who had been near the relic, and the treasure hunters who had uncovered it had vanished, leaving only their abandoned camp as evidence of their fate. Atreus walked beside his father, his eyes scanning the forest. "Do you think it's really cursed, like Fafnir's other treasures?" Kratos' expression remained hard, his voice low. "Fafnir's greed poisoned everything he touched. If this relic is tied to him, then it carries that same curse." Atreus nodded, understanding the weight of his father's words. They had encountered Fafnir before, and the experience had taught him that curses weren't just stories, they were real, and they had the power to destroy everything in their path. The thought of a cursed object loose in the world made him uneasy. They reached the clearing where the treasure hunters had set up camp, but the place was deserted. Tents were torn down and supplies scattered haphazardly across the ground. A cold, unnatural silence hung in the air, and the scent of decay lingered faintly, as if the forest itself had recoiled from the presence of the relic. Kratos moved cautiously, his hand gripping the hilt of the Leviathan axe, his senses sharp as he scanned the area for any signs of danger. At the center of the camp, resting on a stone pedestal that had been hastily erected, was the relic. It was a small object, barely larger than a man's fist, but its surface shimmered with an unsettling glow. Its shape was indeterminate, shifting as if the light itself twisted around it. The moment Kratos and Atreus approached, the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. Atreus took a step closer, his brow furrowed. "It doesn't look like much," he said quietly, "but I can feel it. Something's wrong with it." Kratos stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the object. The faint hum of magic surrounded the relic, dark and twisted, a manifestation of Fafnir's greed and corruption. It pulsed faintly, as if it were alive, feeding off the very life force of the world around it. He had seen this kind of magic before, an enchantment designed not to protect but to consume. "This is no ordinary treasure," Kratos muttered. "It is a trap." Before Atreus could respond, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, and the air grew thick with an oppressive energy. Kratos could feel the curse reaching out from the relic, its malevolent presence spreading like a disease. The trees around them seemed to bend under the weight of its influence, their leaves withering and turning black. The ground trembled faintly, and Kratos knew that they were standing in the heart of something far more dangerous than they had anticipated. Atreus took a step back, his eyes wide. "Father, we need to get rid of it." Kratos nodded, already thinking of how best to destroy the cursed object. The relic must be shattered, but we cannot touch it. As if in response to his words, the relic's glow intensified, its surface shifting and warping as dark tendrils of energy began to coil around it. The ground beneath it cracked, and a low, almost inaudible whisper filled the air, an ancient voice, filled with malice and greed, echoing from the depths of the curse. It was Fafnir's voice, or what remained of it, carried through the relic, a remnant of the dragon's insatiable hunger for power. "Destroy it, father," Atreus shouted, drawing his bow and taking aim. Kratos acted quickly, summoning the Leviathan axe and hurling it with all his strength at the cursed relic. The axe sailed through the air, its icy edge cutting through the dark energy that surrounded the object. The moment the axe struck, the relic exploded in a burst of dark light, sending shockwaves rippling through the clearing. The force knocked both Kratos and Atreus back, the air around them filled with the sound of cracking stone and splintering wood. But for a moment everything was still. The relic lay shattered on the ground, its twisted magic dissipating into the air like smoke. The oppressive presence that had clung to the forest began to lift, the trees straightening, the leaves regaining their color. But the curse had left its mark. The land around the camp bore the scars of Fafnir's corruption, and the sense of unease lingered in the air, a reminder of the power that had been unleashed. Kratos rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the remnants of the relic. It was gone, its magic broken, but the curse that had bound it had been powerful, too powerful for something as small as a single treasure. This had been more than just another piece of Fafnir's hoard. The relic had been a conduit, a focal point for the dragon's lingering hatred and greed. And if it had been found by treasure hunters, there could be more like it scattered throughout the realms. Atreus approached cautiously, still shaken by the force of the explosion. "Do you think it's over?" Kratos shook his head. "No, this was only one piece. There may be more." Atreus frowned, his mind racing with the implications. So Fafnir's curse didn't die with him. Kratos' voice was low and grim. Curses like his never truly die. They fester, waiting for someone to awaken them. Atreus glanced around the clearing, his eyes lingering on the darkened ground where the relic had once stood. "We need to find the others, if they're out there, before someone else gets hurt." Kratos nodded, already planning their next move. The relic had been destroyed, but its curse had only been contained, not eradicated. The power of Fafnir's greed still lingered in the realms, a shadow waiting to corrupt those foolish enough to seek it out. As they left the clearing, Kratos and Atreus knew their journey was far from over. The curse of Fafnir had spread farther than they had imagined, and they would need to hunt down every last remnant of the dragon's horde. But no matter the danger, they would face it together, bound by their shared determination to stop the darkness from spreading. The relic may have been destroyed, but the curse of Fafnir lived on, and Kratos knew that this battle was only the beginning. Story 29. The Ring of Draupnir. The winds of Midgard swept over the frozen tundra, carrying with them a biting chill that seemed to cut through even the thickest of furs. Atreus adjusted his cloak as he and Kratos made their way through the snow-covered mountains. They had been searching the remains of an old Aesir outpost, abandoned after Ragnarök, hoping to uncover lost artifacts or knowledge left behind by Odin's forces. What they didn't expect to find was something far more dangerous, Draupnir, the legendary ring of Odin. It had been Atreus who stumbled upon it, half buried in the snow near the remains of a shattered temple. The ring gleamed with an eerie golden light, its surface covered in intricate runes that seemed to shift and shimmer as he picked it up. He had heard stories of Draupnir, the ring that multiplied itself every 9 days, each copy identical to the original. It had been one of Odin's most prized possessions, a symbol of his wealth and power. But the moment Atreus touched it, he sensed something was wrong, something dark. "Father," Atreus called, holding up the ring. "Look at this." Kratos turned, his eyes narrowing as they fell on the artifact in his son's hand. He recognized it instantly. "Draupnir," he muttered, his voice thick with suspicion. "It was said to be lost." Atreus nodded, his brow furrowed. "I thought so too, but it's here, and it feels strange." Kratos stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the ring. He could sense the magic pulsing from it, dark and unnatural, like a heart beating out of rhythm. Draupnir had always been a powerful relic, but there was something different about it now, something more dangerous than the tales had ever mentioned. He reached out to take the ring from Atreus, but before he could touch it, something startling happened. The ring in Atreus's hand began to glow brighter, and suddenly, without warning, it multiplied. The second ring appeared in his palm, then a third, then a fourth. Within moments, Draupnir had replicated itself over and over again, the copies spilling from Atreus's hand and clattering to the ground like a cascade of gold. Atreus gasped, stepping back as the rings continued to multiply, their numbers growing uncontrollably. "What's happening?" Kratos drew the Leviathan axe, his eyes sharp as he watched the rings spread across the snow. "Draupnir's magic," he said grimly. "It multiplies every 9 days. But this is not how it's supposed to work." Atreus bent down, picking up one of the newly formed rings. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a wave of cold wash over him, followed by a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. His vision blurred, and for a moment he saw something, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of his mind, watching him, waiting. He dropped the ring, his heart racing. There's something inside these rings, Father. They're not just multiplying, they're cursed. Kratos glanced at the rings scattered around them, his expression darkening. He had fought enough cursed objects in his life to know the danger they posed. But Draupnir had never been cursed before. This was something new, something Odin had never revealed. Each copy holds a different power, Kratos said, his voice low and steady. A dark power. Atreus nodded, swallowing hard. We need to destroy them. Kratos swung the Leviathan axe, bringing it down on one of the rings with all his strength. The blade struck true, but the moment it made contact, the ring shattered not into fragments of metal, but into a cloud of darkness that spread across the ground like spilled ink. From the cloud emerged a twisted figure, its form shifting and contorting as it rose from the ground. It was a Draugr, not like any they had fought before. Its body was blackened, as if burned from the inside out, and its eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light. It lunged at Kratos with unnatural speed, its claws slashing through the air. Kratos reacted instantly, bringing his axe up to block the attack. The force of the impact sent him sliding back a step, but he quickly recovered, slamming the Draugr to the ground with a powerful blow. The creature let out a horrible screech as it dissolved into ash. But even as it died, more began to emerge from the other rings scattered across the snow. Atreus fired arrows into the nearest Draugr, his mind racing as he realized what was happening. Each ring didn't just hold a different power, it held a different curse, and those curses were being unleashed as the rings multiplied. Father, Atreus shouted, loosing another arrow. We have to stop them before they multiply again. Kratos grunted in response, cleaving through another Draugr with the Leviathan axe. We can't destroy them like this, he growled. The rings are tied to Draupnir's magic. If we don't find the source, they'll keep multiplying. Atreus racked his brain, thinking back to the stories Mimir had told him about Draupnir. The ring's power was tied to Odin, to his magic. But without Odin to control it, the ring had become unstable, its enchantment corrupted. They needed to break the magic that was driving the multiplication, but how? His eyes fell on the original ring, still lying in the snow where he had first found it. It looked no different from the others, but something told him that it was the key. If they could destroy the original Draupnir, maybe the copies would stop. Father, Atreus shouted, pointing to the ring. We need to destroy the original. It's the only way to stop this. Kratos followed his son's gaze and understood at once. With a single leap, he moved toward the original Draupnir, but as he neared the ring, the ground beneath it began to crack, and from the earth rose a figure unlike any they had faced before. It was a shade and echo of Odin himself, his form ghostly and twisted, his face contorted with rage. You will not take what is mine, the shade hissed, its voice a rasping echo of the All-Father's once powerful tone. Kratos snarled, charging forward without hesitation. The shade lashed out with a spear of pure darkness, but Kratos dodged the attack, bringing the Leviathan axe down in a powerful arc. The blade struck the original Draupnir, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a deafening crack, the ring shattered, and the shade screamed as it dissolved into nothingness. The copies of Draupnir scattered across the snow began to fade, their dark magic unraveling as the curse was lifted. Atreus let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, watching as the last of the cursed rings disappeared into the cold air. The danger had passed, but the weight of what they had just faced lingered. Kratos sheathed his axe, his face grim. "Odin's magic still lingers in the realms," he said, his voice heavy with the knowledge of what they had just uncovered. "Even in death his power corrupts." Atreus nodded, still shaken by the encounter. "Do you think there are more relics like Draupnir out there? More curses waiting to be unleashed?" Kratos glanced at his son, his expression hard. "There always are." As they turned to leave the clearing, the wind picked up, scattering the last remnants of Draupnir's curse into the sky. The ring was gone, but the memory of its power remained a reminder that the magic of the gods, once unleashed, was never easily contained. Story 30. Story 30. The Return of Skadi. The skies over Midgard had darkened since the end of Ragnarök. The balance of the realms shattered, and the land itself seemed to mourn the destruction wrought by the final battle. Kratos and Atreus had sensed the shifting energies, the way the natural world had been thrown into chaos. Forests that once thrived with life now stood eerily quiet, while wild animals became more aggressive, driven mad by the disarray in the fabric of nature. It was as if something ancient had awakened, a force both powerful and relentless, seeking to impose its own form of order. They soon learned the name of that force, Skadi. Kratos had heard the stories of the legendary huntress, Skadi, a goddess of winter and the hunt, revered by the Jotnar for her strength and feared by the gods for her wrath. After her marriage to Njord had failed, Skadi had retreated into the wilds, becoming a figure of myth, silent, elusive, and deadly. But now she had returned to Midgard, and her arrival brought with it a chilling sense of purpose. She had come to restore balance to the world, but her methods were as harsh as the biting cold that followed her. To Skadi, balance meant survival of the fittest, and mercy had no place in her vision of the future. It began with whispers. Villagers spoke of a tall, fierce woman clad in furs and wielding a bow that never missed its mark. Wherever she walked, winter followed, and those who defied her were left frozen in her wake. She hunted down those who she deemed unworthy, the weak, the sick, and those who had failed to protect their lands during Ragnarök. Her judgment was swift, and her retribution brutal. Kratos and Atreus had been traveling through the forests of Midgard when they first encountered the aftermath of Skadi's hunt. The trees were bare, their branches snapped and torn, as if a great force had passed through. The ground was littered with the bodies of animals, wolves and deer alike, their corpses stiff with frost despite the absence of snow. Atreus knelt beside one of the wolves, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Father," he said quietly, inspecting the animal's frozen body, "this isn't natural. It's like something hunted them for sport." Kratos surveyed the scene, his face grim. He could feel it, the presence of something unnatural, a force that had disrupted the natural order of life and death in the forest. The cold that lingered in the air was not just the work of the changing seasons, it was the work of a power far more deliberate. "Skadi," Kratos muttered, his voice low. Beatrice looked up at him, surprised. The huntress from the old stories? I thought she disappeared long ago. Kratos nodded, his gaze sweeping over the destruction around them. She's returned, and she's not hunting for sport. Atreus's eyes widened as he stood, his bow ready in hand. But why? Why now, after everything that's happened? Kratos' jaw tightened as he considered the question. Skadi had always been a figure tied to nature, to the wild forces that governed life in the realms. At the gods in disarray and the balance of the realms shattered by Ragnarök, it was possible that Skadi believed it was her duty to restore order. But her vision of balance was one forged in blood, where only the strongest survived. "We need to find her," Kratos said, his voice filled with resolve, "before she brings more destruction." They followed the trail of frost and death deeper into the forest, the air growing colder with each step. It wasn't long before they came across another village, this one abandoned. The doors to the houses stood open, and the hearths were cold, as if the people had fled in haste. At the edge of the village they found her. Skadi stood atop a rise, her figure tall and imposing, wrapped in thick furs that billowed in the wind. Her long white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and in her hand she held a bow carved from the wood of an ancient tree, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the twilight. Her face was cold, impassive, her pale blue eyes scanning the horizon, as if she were already hunting her next prey. Atreus stepped forward cautiously, his heart pounding. "Skadi," he called out, his voice firm but filled with a hint of uncertainty. "Why are you doing this? The realms have already suffered enough." Skadi's gaze shifted to them, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the two figures before her. When she spoke, her voice was like the wind over ice, sharp and unyielding. "The realms are out of balance," she said simply, her tone devoid of emotion. "Weakness festers in the land, and it must be purged. Only through strength can the world be restored." Kratos stepped forward, his eyes locked on the huntress. "And who are you to decide who lives and dies?" Skadi's lips curled into a cold smile. "I am nature, god killer. I am the hunt. I am the balance that your kind has forgotten. When the gods fell, the world was left in chaos. It is my duty to cleanse it." Atreus bristled at her words. "You're killing innocent people. They've already suffered through Ragnarök, now you're making it worse." Skadi's eyes flashed with a cold fury. "There are no innocents in this world, only the strong and the weak. Those who cannot survive in the new order will perish as they should." Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe, his patience wearing thin. "Your methods are brutal. You claim to restore balance, but you're only bringing more death." Skadi's gaze hardened, her fingers tightening around her bow. "Death is necessary. The weak must fall so the strong can rise. That is the way of the hunt." Before Kratos could respond, Skadi raised her bow, the runes along its surface glowing brighter as she drew an arrow. The air around her seemed to freeze, and in an instant she released the arrow. It flew through the air with a speed and precision that only a goddess of the hunt could command, aimed directly at Kratos. But Kratos was ready. He raised the Leviathan axe and deflected the arrow with a swift, powerful motion. The arrow shattered into shards of ice upon impact, but Skadi didn't stop. She notched another arrow, her movements fluid and deadly, her eyes locked on her prey. Atreus drew his bow and fired, sending a flurry of arrows towards Skadi, but she was fast, impossibly fast, dodging each one with the grace of a seasoned hunter. The battle that followed was brutal and fierce, with Kratos and Atreus fighting not just against Skadi's strength but against the very elements themselves. The air around them grew colder with each moment, the ground beneath their feet turning to ice as Skadi unleashed her fury upon them. Despite her strength, Kratos knew that Skadi's methods were wrong, that her vision of balance was twisted by a relentless need for control. She had forgotten the mercy that came with true power, the understanding that balance was not just about survival, it was about harmony. With a final, mighty swing of the Leviathan axe, Kratos knocked Skadi's bow from her hands, sending it clattering to the ground. The huntress staggered back, her breath coming in sharp, ragged bursts as she stared at Kratos, her eyes filled with fury and defiance. "This is not the way," Kratos said, his voice calm but firm. "You seek balance through destruction, but that will only lead to more chaos." Skadi glared at him, but for the first time doubt flickered in her eyes. She had been driven by a singular purpose for so long that she had forgotten the nuances of the world she sought to save. Her bow, her tool of judgment, now lay at Kratos' feet, and with it her claim to absolute power. "I will not let you continue this hunt," Kratos said, stepping forward. "The realms deserve a chance to heal." Skadi's gaze lingered on Kratos, and for a moment the icy mask she wore cracked. She bent to retrieve her bow but did not attack. Instead, she looked out over the frozen forest, her breath visible in the cold air. "The realms may heal," she said softly, her voice carrying a note of weariness, "but only if they are strong enough." Without another word, Skadi turned and disappeared into the mist, leaving Kratos and Atreus alone in the silence of the wintry forest. The huntress had been defeated, but her shadow still loomed over the land, a reminder that the balance of the realms, once broken, would take time to restore. Atreus glanced at his father, his expression thoughtful. "Do you think she'll stop?" Kratos stared after Skadi, his face impassive. "No, but she will think twice before continuing." Together they walked away from the battlefield, knowing that the fight to restore true balance was far from over. Skadi's return had been a brutal reminder of the cost of power, but they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together, and with the understanding that strength was not the only path to survival. Story 31. The Frozen Realm of Niflheim. The biting wind of Niflheim had always carried with it a bone-chilling cold, but now the realm had become something far worse. As Kratos and Atreus ventured deeper into the icy wasteland, the once dense fog of Niflheim was gone, replaced by a stillness that made the air feel even more oppressive. Everything in the realm seemed to be frozen solid, from the towering ice formations to the very air itself, as if time had stopped. The labyrinthine pathways of Niflheim, once filled with deadly traps and mist that drained the life from any who lingered too long, were now coated in a thick layer of ice. It was as if the entire realm had been trapped in an eternal frost. "Father," Atreus said quietly, his voice muffled by the heavy furs wrapped around him, "this isn't normal. Niflheim was always cold, but now it feels like something else is freezing it from the inside." Kratos nodded, his breath visible in the icy air as he surveyed the landscape before them. Niflheim had always been a dangerous place, filled with the souls of the lost and cursed treasures, but this was different. The cold that gripped the realm was unnatural, even for Niflheim's standards. It was a cold that went beyond the physical, gnawing at the very essence of the world, as if the heart of Niflheim itself had been consumed by an unrelenting frost. "We need to find the source," Kratos said, his voice deep and steady. "Whatever is causing this new ice age must be stopped before it spreads beyond this realm." Atreus nodded, but the weight of the task ahead made his heart race. The cold was already unbearable, and every step they took felt slower, as though the very ground beneath them was working against their progress. But there was no turning back. They had come to Niflheim after hearing rumors that the realm had fallen silent, that nothing stirred within its frozen depths. And now, seeing the truth before them, it was clear that something far more sinister was at play. As they made their way through the frozen wasteland, they came across what remained of a once great battlefield. The corpses of long-dead warriors lay scattered across the ground, their bodies encased in ice, as if frozen mid-battle. Weapons lay shattered at their sides, and the expressions on their faces were locked in a grimace of fear and pain. Kratos and Atreus moved cautiously through the scene, their breaths coming in shallow bursts as the cold seeped deeper into their bones. "Hood could have done this," Atreus whispered, his voice filled with unease. "Even in death they're trapped in the ice." Kratos narrowed as he studied the frozen figures. "This is no natural cold," he said quietly. "Something is drawing the heat from the realm itself. It is not just freezing, it is consuming." Atreus shivered despite the layers of furs, his thoughts racing. "Do you think it's something from the old stories? Like a frost giant, or maybe a spell gone wrong?" Kratos shook his head. "No giant could cause this, not even one of Jotunheim's mightiest. This is the work of something older, something tied to the heart of Niflheim itself." They pressed on, the cold growing worse with each step. Even Kratos, who had fought gods and monsters alike, could feel the toll it was taking on him. His skin burned from the frostbite that threatened to creep into his flesh, and his muscles ached with the effort it took to move through the frozen air. But they could not stop. The source of the freeze had to be found, and Kratos knew that whatever awaited them at the core of Niflheim would not be easily defeated. After hours of trudging through the ice and snow, they finally reached the heart of the realm, a place Kratos had never seen before. At the center of Niflheim lay a massive, frozen lake, its surface smooth and flawless, stretching out in every direction like a sheet of glass. In the middle of the lake stood an enormous glacier, towering above them like a monolith, its surface glowing faintly with a pale blue light. Atreus stared in awe at the glacier. "That's it, isn't it? The source of the cold." Kratos nodded grimly, his gaze locked on the glacier. "Whatever is inside that glacier is responsible for this new ice age. We must destroy it." As they approached the edge of the lake, the temperature dropped even further, the cold becoming almost unbearable. The air itself seemed to freeze in their lungs, and Atreus stumbled, his body shaking from the sheer intensity of the frost. "Stay close, boy," Kratos said, his voice steady despite the cold. He placed a hand on Atreus's shoulder, lending him strength as they moved toward the glacier. When they reached the base of the glacier, Kratos could feel the immense power radiating from within it. This was no ordinary ice, there was magic here, dark and ancient. He raised the Leviathan axe, its blade gleaming with frost, as it absorbed the cold around them. With a mighty swing, Kratos brought the axe down on the glacier, the sound of the impact echoing across the frozen lake. The glacier cracked, but instead of shattering, it released a burst of energy, sending Kratos and Atreus stumbling back. From within the glacier, a figure began to emerge, its form dark and twisted, cloaked in frost and shadow. It was enormous, towering over them, its body made entirely of ice. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its voice echoed like the howling wind. "You dare disturb the heart of Niflheim?" The creature hissed, its voice filled with malice. "This realm has been claimed by the eternal frost. I am its guardian, and I will see to it that all life is frozen in my grasp." Kratos' eyes narrowed as he gripped the Leviathan axe tightly. "We will stop you." The creature laughed, a sound like cracking ice. "You are but a mortal, and this realm belongs to the cold. You cannot stop the freeze." Without another word, Kratos charged at the creature, his axe gleaming as he swung it with all his might. The blade struck the creature's icy form, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. But the creature barely flinched. It retaliated with a blast of freezing wind, knocking Kratos back. Atreus loosed an arrow, the magical energy from his bow piercing the creature's icy hide, but it only seemed to anger the being further. The cold intensified, the air becoming so thick with frost that it was difficult to breathe. Kratos knew they couldn't win by brute strength alone. This creature was tied to the very heart of Niflheim, its power drawn from the realm itself. Destroying it would require more than just weapons, it would require severing the bond between the creature and the magic that sustained it. Distracted, Kratos barked to Atreus, who nodded and began firing arrows with precision, each one drawing the creature's attention. With the creature focused on Atreus, Kratos made his move. He charged toward the base of the glacier, where the magic was strongest, and drove the Leviathan axe deep into the ice. The power within the axe surged as it connected with the heart of the magic, and for a moment everything seemed to stop. Then, with a deafening crack, the glacier shattered. The creature let out a piercing scream as its body began to break apart, the ice that held it together collapsing into dust. The cold that had gripped Niflheim began to fade, and the air slowly warmed, though the chill of the realm remained. Kratos stood amidst the shards of ice, his breath heavy as he surveyed the destruction. The creature was gone, its hold over Niflheim broken, but the toll of the journey weighed heavily on him. Atreus approached his father, his face pale but determined. "Is it over?" Kratos looked down at the shattered remains of the glacier, then at the frozen lake. "For now," he said quietly, "but the balance of the realms is fragile. There will always be something seeking to tip it." They turned and began the long journey back through Niflheim, the cold now less biting but still present, a reminder that the realms, once touched by such ancient power, would never truly be free from danger. The heart of Niflheim had been stopped, but Kratos knew that the battle to keep the realms in balance was never truly over. Story 32. the tree of Yggdrasil's heart. The great world tree Yggdrasil stretched across the cosmos, its vast branches linking all the realms in an eternal balance. For as long as Kratos and Atreus had known, Yggdrasil had been a symbol of life and connection, a living bridge between worlds. Yet as they journeyed through the realms in the aftermath of Ragnarök, they began to hear whispers of a secret and ancient part of Yggdrasil that even the gods had forgotten. It was said to be the heart of the tree, hidden deep within its roots, and it held the key to the realm's survival in this age of upheaval. It was Mimir who first spoke of it, his voice filled with a rare uncertainty. "Aye, lad, there are stories, long buried in the oldest of texts. They speak of Yggdrasil's heart, the very core of the tree that breathes life into the realms. It's more than just a symbol, it's a living thing, a source of power that could stabilize the realms after the destruction Ragnarök has wrought. But finding it, that's no easy task. No one's been to the heart in ages." Kratos, as always, listened with a stoic expression, but the gravity of Mimir's words weighed heavily on him. The realms were fractured, teetering on the edge of chaos. The natural balance of life and death had been disrupted, and without intervention, the world they knew could unravel entirely. If Yggdrasil's heart truly held the power to restore order, then it was a journey they could not avoid. Atreus was eager, his curiosity burning bright. If it's the key to fixing the realms, we have to find it, right? Yggdrasil connects everything. The heart must be the answer. Kratos nodded, his decision made. We go. Their journey began at the foot of Yggdrasil, where the branches stretched out into the skies like arms reaching toward infinity. The realm travel tower had been damaged during Ragnarök, but the pathways between the realms still pulsed with the magic of the tree, faint but present. The journey into Yggdrasil's heart, however, was not as simple as walking along its branches. This path led downward, deep into the roots where few had dared venture, into a place where the very essence of life and death intertwined. They descended into the roots of Yggdrasil, the air growing thicker with an ancient magic, one that thrummed with life. The further they travelled, the more they felt the pulse of the tree's heart, the steady rhythm that echoed Leraki. It was unlike anything Atreus had ever experienced alive, yet somehow beyond life as they understood it. The passageways were narrow, winding like veins through the earth, and the deeper they went, the more the magic around them grew. Atreus felt it in his bones, a tingling sensation that buzzed beneath his skin. His father, too, felt the shift, his senses attuned to the power that flowed through the very earth. But there was something else, too, an unease, as if Yggdrasil itself were warning them of a danger they had yet to face. As they ventured further into the depths, the roots of Yggdrasil grew larger, some as thick as buildings, their bark glowing faintly with an inner light. Atreus ran his hand along one of the roots, feeling the pulse beneath it. It's like the tree is alive, more alive than we ever knew. Kratos grunted in agreement, his eyes scanning their surroundings. We're close. Finally they reached a massive chamber, unlike anything they had seen before. The walls were formed by the intertwining roots of Yggdrasil, creating a vast, natural cathedral that pulsed with an otherworldly light. At the center of the chamber, encased in a web of roots and glowing softly with an ethereal light, was the heart of Yggdrasil. It was a sight to behold, a massive, pulsating orb of energy suspended in the air by the roots that cradled it. The heart seemed to beat in time with the pulse of the tree, its light ebbing and flowing like the breath of a living creature. The air in the chamber was thick with magic, and both Kratos and Atreus could feel its power radiating from the heart. The tree stepped forward, awe in his eyes. This is it, the heart of Yggdrasil. Kratos moved beside him, his gaze fixed on the heart. It holds the power to restore balance to the realms. But as they drew closer, something shifted. The light of the heart flickered, and the roots surrounding it trembled as if in response to their presence. From the shadows of the chamber, a voice echoed, deep and ancient, filled with both wisdom and menace. Who dares to touch the heart of Yggdrasil? From the dark recesses of the chamber, a figure emerged, an ancient guardian, woven from the very roots of Yggdrasil itself. Its body was made of gnarled wood and glowing bark, its eyes burning with the same light that radiated from the heart. It stood tall and imposing, a being as old as the tree itself, tasked with protecting the heart from those who would seek its power. "You seek the heart," the guardian said, its voice rumbling like the shifting earth, "but it is not yours to claim. The power of Yggdrasil is too great for mortals or gods to wield." Kratos stepped forward, his stance unwavering. "We do not seek to claim it. We seek to save the realms. Without the heart, they will fall into ruin." The guardian's eyes narrowed, its wooden face creaking as it studied them. "The realms are fragile, yes, but the heart of Yggdrasil is not a tool for mortals to use as they see fit. Its power is sacred. Only those who are worthy may approach." Atreus stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. "We don't want to misuse it. We just want to help. The realms are falling apart. Ragnarök left everything in chaos. If we don't do something, everything could be destroyed." The guardian's gaze shifted to Atreus, its expression unreadable. "You speak with the wisdom of one who has seen much suffering, but even the best intentions can lead to destruction. Yggdrasil's heart is the source of all life, the root of all realms. To disturb it is to risk unraveling the very fabric of existence." Kratos, ever direct, met the guardian's gaze with his own steely resolve. "Then what would you have us do? Stand by while the realms die?" The guardian was silent for a long moment, its gaze shifting between Kratos and Atreus. Finally it spoke, its voice softer now, though no less powerful. "There is another way. You cannot take the heart, but you can restore its balance." Kratos' eyes narrowed. "How?" The guardian gestured to the heart, its light now pulsing more faintly than before. "The heart is weakened, its power diminished by the chaos in the realms. To restore balance, you must cleanse the corruption that spreads through Yggdrasil's roots. Only then will the realms be healed." Atreus nodded, determination in his eyes. "We'll do it." Kratos glanced at his son, then back at the guardian. "We'll do what must be done." The guardian bowed its head, its form blending back into the roots of the tree. "Go then. Cleanse the corruption, and the heart of Yggdrasil will restore the realms." With their mission clear, Kratos and Atreus turned to leave the chamber, the pulse of Yggdrasil's heart guiding them forward. They had found the key to the realm's survival, but now the true test awaited one. that would take them to the very edges of the world, to face the darkness that threatened to consume everything. And they would face it together. Story 33. The Jotna's Last Stand. The storm had been brewing for days, a thick wall of dark clouds looming over the horizon, filled with the crackling energy of something ancient and powerful. Kratos and Atreus stood at the edge of a vast, barren battlefield, the air heavy with the scent of blood, sweat and ash. The land stretched out before them, scarred by war, as if the very earth itself had been wounded by the conflict between the gods and the Jotna. The ground was littered with broken weapons, and the remains of fallen warriors, both Jotnar and Aesir, alike silent testament to the brutality of the battle that had raged for far too long. Atreus tightened his grip on his bow, his face grim as he surveyed the carnage before them. He had known this day would come, the day when the Jotna would make their final stand against the gods of Asgard, but he had never imagined it would be like this. The scale of destruction was unimaginable, and yet it was only the beginning. "They're losing," Atreus muttered, his voice filled with frustration and fear. "The Jotna, they can't hold them off forever." Kratos remained silent beside his son, his eyes cold and focused as he observed the battle raging in the distance. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. In the center of the battlefield, the Aesir gods, led by Thor, tore through the ranks of the Jotna with reckless abandon, their divine strength carving a path of death and destruction. The once mighty giants, the guardians of the realm, were being driven to their knees. Kratos had seen enough battles to understand what was happening. The Jotna were fighting bravely, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. The gods, despite their dwindling numbers after Ragnarök, still held an overwhelming advantage. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, cleaved through the air with devastating force, each blow sending shockwaves that shattered both stone and bone alike. Odin may have fallen, but his legacy lived on in the ruthless might of Asgard's remaining forces. Atreus turned to his father, desperation in his voice. "We have to do something, father. If we don't help them now, they're going to be wiped out." Kratos met his son's gaze, his expression hard. He understood Atreus' desire to protect the Jotna, to fight alongside them. After all, Atreus was one of them, Loki, the son of giants, destined to play a role in the realms far greater than either of them had fully grasped. But Kratos also knew the cost of war, the toll it took on both the victor and the vanquished. "We do not rush into battles that are not ours," Kratos said, his voice firm but not without empathy. "This is their fight." Atreus shook his head, anger and fear flashing in his eyes. "It is my fight. The Jotna are my people, and if we don't stop the gods now, they'll destroy everything." Kratos frowned, his thoughts weighing heavily on him. He had long tried to protect Atreus from the burdens of destiny, to shield him from the cycle of violence that had consumed so many before him, but it was clear that they could not stand aside, not this time. The Jotna were falling, and with them, the hope of ever restoring balance to the realms. Finally, Kratos gave a curt nod. "Then we fight." Atreus didn't wait for another word. He was already moving, sprinting toward the heart of the battlefield, his bow drawn as he loosed arrows at the advancing Aesir forces. Kratos followed close behind, his leviathan axe glinting in the dim light, as he prepared to do what he did best: bring destruction to those who would harm his son. The clash of battle swallowed them whole as they joined the fray, their presence immediately felt by both sides. Atreus' arrows found their marks with deadly precision, striking down Aesir warriors with a speed and accuracy that even the gods had learned to fear. Kratos, a force of nature in his own right, cut through the Aesir ranks like a storm, his axe and blades of chaos leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The gods, once so sure of their victory, now found themselves facing two opponents who fought with the fury of giants and the skill of gods. But even as they fought, the tide of battle did not turn. For every Aesir they struck down, two more took their place. Thor himself descended upon the battlefield like a thunderstorm, his presence alone enough to drive fear into the hearts of the Jotnar. With each swing of Mjolnir he scattered the giants like leaves in the wind, his laughter booming over the cries of the dying. Atreus saw him coming before Kratos did. Thor, he shouted, his voice barely audible over the din of battle. "He's coming this way." Kratos turned just in time to see the god of thunder approaching, his eyes burning with fury and bloodlust. Thor was unstoppable, his rage fueling his power as he tore through the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath him with each step, and the air crackled with electricity as he raised Mjolnir high. Without hesitation, Kratos charged forward to meet him, his leviathan axe ready. The two titans collided with a force that shook the very earth, their weapons clashing with the sound of thunder. Thor's strength was immense, but Kratos was relentless, each strike of his axe meeting Thor's hammer with equal ferocity. Sparks flew as the two gods battled, their every movement a testament to their power. Atreus fought to support his father, sending arrows at Thor whenever he saw an opening, but the god of thunder was too strong. Even Kratos, with all his might, was struggling to hold him back. "I've waited a long time for this," Thor roared, his voice filled with the thrill of battle. "You think you can protect your boy from me, old man? You'll fall like the rest of them." Kratos' eyes burned with cold determination. "I've killed gods before. You'll be no different." The battle raged on, each blow from Thor threatening to bring Kratos to his knees. But the ghost of Sparta fought with the tenacity that had carried him through countless wars. Yet, even as Kratos battled Thor, the war around them was slipping away. The Jotnar were falling, their numbers dwindling as the Aesir pressed their advantage. The gods would not stop until every last giant was dead. Atreus, desperate, looked around the battlefield, searching for any sign of hope. And then he saw it at the edge of the field. Hidden among the fallen giants lay an ancient stone, inscribed with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. It was a Jotnar artifact, one that he had seen in his mother's stories, a relic of immense power. If he could activate it, it might be enough to turn the tide. Without hesitation, Atreus sprinted toward the stone, his heart pounding in his chest. The battle blurred around him as he reached the artifact, his fingers tracing the runes as he whispered the words of power he had learned so long ago. The ground trembled beneath him as the artifact activated, its energy spreading across the battlefield like a wave. For a moment everything seemed to stop the Aesir, The Jotnar, even Thor and Kratos paused as the air hummed with ancient power. Then, with a blinding flash of light, the battlefield erupted in chaos. The power of the artifacts surged through the giants, rejuvenating their strength and giving them new life. The Aesir were thrown back, their forces scattered by the sheer force of the magic. Even Thor, caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy, stumbled backward, his grip on Mjolnir faltering. Kratos seized the moment, driving his axe into Thor's side with a roar of fury. The god of thunder bellowed in pain, staggering under the blow. Atreus, his eyes wide with the power he had unleashed, watched as the Jotnar rallied, their final stand turning into a desperate charge that pushed the gods back. But the victory came at a great cost. As the battle began to wane, Kratos and Atreus stood at the heart of the battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen. The Jotnar had won, but their victory was hollow. Many of their kin lay dead, and the balance of the realms had been shattered once again. The artifact's power, while enough to win the battle, had taken a toll on the land itself, its magic burning through the very essence of Midgard. Atreus looked up at his father, his face pale. "We did it, but at what cost?" Kratos placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his expression somber. "Victory always comes at a price, boy. The question is, how much are we willing to lose?" As they turned away from the battlefield, the weight of their actions hung heavy in the air. The Jotnar had made their last stand, but the cost of their victory would echo the realms for years to come. Story 34. The Eyes of Mimir. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows inside the small shelter where Kratos, Atreus and Mimir had taken refuge from the biting cold of Midgard's eternal winter. The night was still, but the weight of unspoken thoughts lingered between them. Mimir, ever the source of ancient knowledge, had been unusually quiet for hours, his one remaining eye reflecting the flames, as if deep in contemplation. Atreus, sensing that something was troubling their old friend, finally broke the silence. "Mimir, you've been quiet," Atreus said, his voice gentle but curious. "Is something wrong?" Mimir's single eye shifted to the boy, a faint sigh escaping his lips. "Aye, lad, I suppose it's time I shared a bit of truth with you both. There's something I've kept close to my chest for longer than I'd care to admit. It concerns my eyes." Kratos, ever watchful, straightened slightly at Mimir's words. He had always known there was more to Mimir than met the eye literally. The disembodied head held more wisdom and secrets than any being they had encountered in their journeys. But to hear Mimir admit he had been withholding something was enough to stir suspicion. "What truth, Mimir?" Kratos asked, his deep voice steady but commanding. "You've hidden something from us." "Aye, brother," Mimir replied, his voice tinged with regret. "It's about my eyes. You know well that one of them, the one Odin took, holds untold knowledge. But it's not just wisdom that lies within them. Both of my eyes. They hold a power far greater than I've ever let on. A power that was bestowed upon me long before Odin plucked one from my skull." Atreus frowned, intrigued. "What kind of power? You've always said your eyes could see things others couldn't. Is it more than that?" Mimir shifted uncomfortably, the firelight reflecting off the intricate runes etched into the leather strap that bound him. "Aye, lad, far more. My eyes were once part of an ancient enchantment, a gateway to a realm long forgotten, a place where only the dead may go. Kratos' eyes narrowed, and Atreus' curiosity grew even more palpable. A realm of the dead, Atreus asked, his voice low with anticipation. You mean Helheim? Mimir shook his head. Nay, not Helheim. This realm is far older, far more dangerous. It exists beyond the reach of the 9 realms outside of even Odin's sight. It's a place that holds the souls of those who've been forgotten by the living, a land of the forsaken dead. Long ago the gods sealed this realm away, fearful of what lay within, and it was my eyes imbued with the magic of the Vanir that became the key to unlocking the gateway. Atreus' breath caught in his throat. So you're saying your eyes, they can open this gateway? Why haven't you told us before? Mimir sighed again, the weight of the revelation heavy on his mind. Because, lad, the gateway must never be opened. The souls that dwell within that realm, they are not like those in Helheim. They are the restless, the vengeful, the forgotten dead. If the gateway were to be opened, their wrath would spill into the realms, and the balance of life and death would be shattered. Kratos' face remained impassive, but his mind was already working through the implications of Mimir's words. He had seen what Helheim could do, the agony of the souls trapped there, the horrors that lurked in its frozen depths. But a realm even older, more dangerous than Helheim. The very thought made the Leviathan axe feel heavier in his grasp. Atreus, always one to probe deeper, leaned forward. But why were you given this power in the first place? Who created the gateway? Mimir's expression darkened. The gateway was created long before the Aesir or Vanir gods ruled. It was the work of the primordial beings, the first who shaped the cosmos. They saw death not as an end, but as a force to be controlled. They created the realm to imprison the most dangerous souls, those who defied the natural order, those whose very existence threatened the balance of the realms. My eyes were given this power by the Vanir as a safeguard, to ensure that only the worthy would ever see the gateway, and only in the direst of circumstances. Atreus looked to Kratos, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. But if we're to open it, what if there's something in that realm that can help us? Kratos shook his head, his voice firm. No, we do not meddle with such things. The dead must remain where they belong. Mimir nodded in agreement. Aye, brother, you're wise to say so. The dead are not to be trifled with, especially those trapped in the forgotten realm. But there is one thing you should know. There are rumors, whispers among the old gods, that the seal on the gateway is weakening. Atreus' heart sank. What do you mean? Mimir's eye grew somber, the gravity of the situation settling in. The balance of the realms has been disrupted since Ragnarök. The fall of Odin, the chaos in the realms, it has caused cracks to form in the barriers between life and death, and that includes the seal on the gateway. I fear it may not be long before the souls within start to break free on their own. Kratos stood, the firelight casting his towering shadow across the shelter. Then we must find a way to strengthen the seal. Mimir hesitated. It's not that simple, brother. The magic that binds the gateway is ancient, far older than anything we've dealt with before. It would require the intervention of forces beyond our reach. The Vanir might have known how to restore the seal, but their magic has been lost for centuries. Atreus stood as well, his determination clear. There has to be something we can do. If the dead from that realm escape, they could wreak havoc across the realms. We can't just stand by and wait for it to happen. Kratos' gaze softened as he looked at his son, his hand resting on the hilt of the Leviathan axe. We will do what we must, boy, but we must be careful. Mimai's voice was quiet as he added, there is one place we could start, the ruins of an old Vanir temple. It was where the enchantment was first cast, the place where my eyes were imbued with their power. If anything remains of their magic, it will be there. Kratos nodded. Then that is where we will go. As they prepared to leave, the weight of Mimir's revelation hung over them like a dark cloud. The gateway to the Forgotten Realm was more than just a key to another world. It was a doorway to something that could upend the very fabric of existence. They knew the journey ahead would be dangerous, but they also knew that if the dead from that ancient realm broke free, it could spell the end of everything they had fought to protect. And so, with Mimir's wisdom guiding them, Kratos and Atreus set out once more, determined to confront the forces that threatened the balance of life and death. But as they ventured into the unknown, they could not shake the feeling that the gateway had already begun to stir, and that the souls trapped within were watching, waiting for the moment when they would be free again. Story 35. The Mountain of Surtur. The air was thick with the stench of sulphur as Kratos and Atreus made their way through the inferno that was Muspelheim. Lava flowed like rivers through the craggy terrain, lighting the sky with a hellish red glow. The heat was suffocating, even for warriors like Kratos, who had endured countless trials of flame and fury. But this journey into the heart of the fire realm was unlike anything they had faced before. This time they were searching for the resting place of Surtur, the primordial fire giant and bringer of Ragnarök. Atreus wiped sweat from his brow, the oppressive heat already weighing on him. Father, are you sure Surtur's resting place is here? We've been searching these mountains for days, and it feels like we're just getting deeper into the flames. Kratos' face remained stern as he scanned the jagged peaks and molten rivers around them. He had heard rumors of a secret hidden deep within Muspelheim's mountains, a place where Surtur, the ancient fire giant, lay dormant after the Battle of Ragnarök. There were whispers that Surtur had not been destroyed, but rather had retreated to his true resting place, a sanctuary far beyond the reach of gods or mortals. And there, within the heart of the mountain, lay a secret that could reignite the flames of Ragnarök. Kratos nodded in response to Atreus' question. Surtur is here, I can feel it. His presence lingers in the fire, in the earth beneath our feet. Atreus glanced up at the towering mountains ahead, their peaks glowing with molten rock. The thought of Surtur's power being so close was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. But why are we searching for him? Ragnarök has already passed. What's left to rekindle? Kratos' jaw tightened as he recalled the rumors that had led them here. There are whispers that Surtur's true power was never fully unleashed. The destruction of Asgard may have ended the battle, but the flame of Ragnarök still smoulders. If Surtur's secret is uncovered, it could bring Ragnarök back, stronger, more destructive. Atreus frowned, his mind racing with the implications. So if someone found Searcher's resting place and rekindled the flames, it could destroy everything again. Kratos' silence was enough of an answer. He knew all too well the consequences of meddling with the forces of creation and destruction. The gods of Asgard had played with fire for centuries, and now, with their fall, the very balance of the realms was in jeopardy. If Searcher's secret were to be unleashed, it would spell disaster for all the realms. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the landscape became even more treacherous. Rivers of lava crisscrossed the rocky terrain, and the ground itself trembled beneath their feet, as if the mountain was alive and breathing with the power of the fire giant. The closer they got to the heart of Muspelheim, the more they could feel Search's presence. It was a heavy, oppressive energy that seemed to pulse through the very air, a reminder of the raw, destructive power that lay dormant beneath the surface. Atreus paused at a narrow ledge, peering down into a deep chasm filled with molten rock. If Searcher's really here, why didn't he destroy everything during Ragnarök? Why did he stop? Kratos, standing beside his son, stared into the fiery abyss. Searcher's purpose was to bring Ragnarök. He fulfilled his role by destroying Asgard, but his full power was never unleashed. There are forces in this world that even gods cannot control, and Searcher is one of them. Atreus looked up at his father, his brow furrowed in thought. But why hasn't anyone tried to find him before? If his power is so great, wouldn't the gods have sought him out after Ragnarök? Kratos' voice was low and measured. Searcher is not a tool for the gods to use. He is a force of nature, and his power cannot be tamed. Even Odin feared what Searcher could become if fully awakened. They continued their ascent, the heat growing more intense with each step. The mountain itself seemed to be alive, its fiery core pulsing like a heartbeat. The path was narrow and treacherous, with molten rock bubbling just below the surface, ready to consume any who dared approach too closely. Finally, after what felt like hours of climbing, they reached the summit. Before them lay a massive cave entrance, its walls glowing with a fiery light that seemed to emanate from deep within the mountain. Kratos and Atreus exchanged a glance, knowing that this was the place they had been searching for Searcher's true resting place. The air inside the cave was suffocating, filled with the oppressive heat of Muspelheim's core. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they could feel the weight of Searcher's presence growing stronger, as if the fire giant was watching them from the shadows. The walls were lined with ancient runes, glowing faintly in the light of the light rock and rock that flowed through the veins of the mountain. The language was old, older than the Aesir or Vanir gods, older even than the Jotnar. It was a language of creation and destruction, written in the language of fire. Atreus studied the runes as they walked, his eyes wide with awe. These are the words of creation. The Jotnar used this magic to shape the realms. Kratos nodded. And it is here, at the heart of Muspelheim, that Searcher's power lies dormant. The fire that created the realms can just as easily destroy them. As they approached the center of the cave, they saw it a massive stone pedestal, glowing with the heat of the fire giant's essence. Upon it lay a single object, the shard of Searcher's flame, pulsing with raw power. The air around the shard shimmered with heat, and the very ground trembled beneath its presence. The tree stepped forward cautiously, his eyes locked on the shard. This is it, the source of Searcher's power. If someone were to take it. Kratos cut him off with a sharp glance. No one will take it. He approached the pedestal, the heat of the flame growing more intense with each step. He could feel the raw, destructive power radiating from the shard, a force that could reignite Ragnarök and bring about the end of all things. Kratos had fought gods, monsters and titans, but the power of creation and destruction was something else entirely. The fire of Searcher is a force that cannot be controlled, Kratos said, his voice steady. To unleash it would mean the end of the realms. We must leave it here, where it belonged. Atreus hesitated, his eyes lingering on the shard. But what if someone else finds it? What if someone tries to use it? Kratos turned to his son, his expression grim. Then we will stop them. Without another word, Kratos reached out, his hand hovering above the shard. He could feel its heat, its power calling to him, but he knew better than to touch it. With a single powerful strike, he brought the Leviathan axe down on the pedestal, shattering the stone and sending the shard tumbling into the molten lava below. The heat of the flame exploded in a burst of light and fire, and the mountain trembled with its release. For a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, the tremors subsided and the cave fell silent once more. Atreus looked at his father, a mixture of awe and relief in his eyes. It's over. Kratos nodded, his expression unreadable, for now. As they made their way back down the mountain, the weight of their actions hung heavy in the air. They had found Searcher's resting place, and with it, the power to reignite Ragnarök. But they had also stopped it from falling into the wrong hands, at least for now. The fire of Muspelheim still burned, but the flame of Surtur, the flame that could end worlds, was safely hidden once more, deep within the heart of the mountain. Story 36. The Lost Prophecy of the Vanir. The wind howled through the ancient trees of Vanaheim, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the soaked rustle of leaves. Freya led the way through the dense forest, her steps purposeful but heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Kratos and Atreus followed in silence, their eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. The realm of the Vanir, once vibrant with magic and life, now felt subdued, as if the very land itself was holding its breath. Freya had been quiet since they had arrived, the usual fierceness tempered by a strange sadness. Kratos noticed the change in her demeanor, but he said nothing. He had long learned to respect the burdens others carried in silence. Still, there was something in the air, something more than just the lingering tension between realms. Freya had summoned them here with a cryptic message, one that had unnerved even Kratos, who had faced the gods of Asgard and the titans of his past without flinching. Finally they reached a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and vines, as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Freya stopped in front of the altar, her gaze fixed on the weathered runes etched into the stone. "This is where it begins," she said quietly, her voice barely audible over the wind. Atreus, standing beside Kratos, frowned in confusion. "What begins? What is this place?" Freya sighed, her fingers tracing the runes as if searching for answers in the past. "This is one of the oldest places in Vanaheim, a place where the Vanir once gathered to read the threads of fate. It is here that the lost prophecy was first spoken, a prophecy that has been buried in time, forgotten even by the gods. Kratos' eyes narrowed, his instincts immediately sensing danger. A prophecy? Freya nodded, her expression grave. Long ago, before the wars between the Aesir and Vanir, before even the first whispers of Ragnarök, there was another prophecy, a warning of something far worse. It spoke of a catastrophe that would make Ragnarök look like a fleeting storm, the destruction that would not only tear apart the realms but undo the very fabric of existence. Atreus' heart skipped a beat. Worse than Ragnarök. How is that even possible? Freya turned to face them, her eyes filled with a deep sorrow. This prophecy speaks of a force older than the gods, older than Jotnar. It foretells the rise of something primordial, something that the Vanir could only describe as the end of all. And it names you Kratos. Kratos' expression darkened, his jaw tightening. He had lived long enough to know that prophecies were rarely as simple as they seemed. They twisted fate and wove it into the lives of those who least expected it, dragging them into wars and conflicts they never wished to fight. But to be named in a Vanir prophecy, a prophecy forgotten by even the gods, this was something else entirely. "What does it say about me?" Kratos asked, his voice low and controlled. Freya hesitated, as if the words themselves carried a terrible weight. It speaks of a warrior from another land, a god-killer, whose arrival in the realms would set in motion the events that would awaken this ancient force. The prophecy calls you the bringer of the end. It says that through your actions the force will be unleashed and the realms will fall into darkness. And once it begins, there will be no stopping it. Atreus' face paled, his mind racing with the implications. That doesn't make sense. Fathers fought to protect the realms, to stop Ragnarök. How could he bring about something even worse? Freya's gaze softened as she looked at Atreus. Prophecies are never straightforward, Atreus. They can be twisted, misinterpreted. What we do know is that your father's arrival in the realms set something in motion, something that was foretold long before even Odin and the Aesir rose to power. Kratos stood silent, his mind a storm of conflicting thoughts. He had long fought against his fate, had torn down gods and kings alike to free himself from the chains of destiny, and yet here was another prophecy, one that threatened to drag him back into a cycle of destruction. The idea that his very existence in the realms could bring about such devastation filled him with a cold fury. "I did not come here to destroy," Kratos said, his voice hard as stone. "I came to protect my son, to break the cycle." Freya's expression softened with understanding. "I know, Kratos, and perhaps that is why the prophecy has remained dormant for so long. You have defied fate before, and perhaps you can do so again, but the prophecy cannot be ignored. There is something coming, something ancient and powerful, and it will not be stopped by the will of gods alone." Atreus stepped forward, his voice filled with determination. "Then we'll stop it together. Whatever this force is, we'll find a way to stop it before it destroys the realms." Freya smiled faintly, though the sorrow in her eyes remained. "You have your father's strength, Atreus. But this is not a battle that can be fought with blades or arrows. This force is beyond our comprehension. It is the very essence of destruction, the void from which all things are born and to which all things must eventually return. Kratos looked at Freya, his eyes hard. You brought us here for a reason. What do you expect us to do? Freya's gaze shifted back to the altar, her fingers tracing the runes once more. There is an ancient magic, one that the Vanir once used to bind the forces of creation. It is the only magic strong enough to seal this primordial force before it awakens. But the magic has been lost to time, hidden away in the forgotten corners of Vanaheim. Atreus's eyes widened. Then we have to find it. If there's a way to stop this prophecy, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Kratos remained silent for a long moment, the weight of the prophecy pressing down on him. He had seen firsthand the horrors that prophecies could bring, the destruction of his homeland, the fall of gods, the countless lives lost in pursuit of fate. And now, once again, his fate had been written into the very fabric of the realms. But Kratos was not one to bow to fate. "We will find this magic," Kratos said, his voice steady, "and we will stop this force. Whatever it takes." Freya nodded, her eyes filled with a flicker of hope. The path will not be easy. The Vanir's magic is hidden in places where even the gods dare not tread. But if anyone can find it, it is you. Atreus looked up at his father, his expression resolute. "We've faced worse before. We'll face this too." Kratos glanced at his son, his heart heavy but filled with the same resolve. He had fought gods, titans, and the forces of fate itself. He had torn apart worlds and rebuilt them with his bare hands. And now, once again, he would face whatever was coming, not because of a prophecy, but because it was the only way to protect those he loved. As they turned to leave the ancient altar, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the weight of the lost prophecy. The force that slept beneath the realms was stirring, and the fate of all creation hung in the balance. But Kratos, the bringer of the end, would fight until his last breath to ensure that the prophecy did not come to pass. Story 37. The Bones of Ymir. The air in the frozen wastes of Jotunheim was sharp and cold, biting at the skin with every gust of wind. The snow-covered peaks stretched endlessly toward the horizon, a landscape untouched by time. It was here, in the ancient land of the giants, that Kratos and Atreus found themselves, searching for answers in the remnants of a forgotten world. The echoes of Ragnarök still lingered in their minds, but the threat of new dangers drove them deeper into the mysteries of the realms. They had been traveling for hours through the harsh terrain, their breath visible in the icy air. Atreus moved beside Kratos, his eyes scanning the horizon, ever watchful for signs of danger or hidden truths. This curiosity had led them here, after hearing Mimir's tales of Ymir, the first being the giant whose body had been used to create the very foundation of the world. His bones, according to legend, held incredible power, power that could shape realms or bring them to ruin. They had come to find what remained of Ymir, but even Kratos had not expected what they would uncover. "Father," Atreus called out, his voice echoing slightly in the stillness. "Look over there." Kratos followed his son's gaze. and saw something half buried in the snow at the base of a towering ice wall. It was a fragment of bone, massive, ancient, and pulsating with a faint glow that seemed unnatural in the stark whiteness of the landscape. The bone was unlike anything they had seen before, enormous in scale and clearly belonging to something far older and more powerful than any living creature. As they approached, Kratos felt a strange pull toward the fragment, an energy that hummed in the air, subtle but unmistakable. Atreus knelt beside it, brushing snow away to reveal more of the bone's surface. Intricate runes were etched into the ancient fragment, glowing faintly beneath the layers of ice. "This has to be part of Ymir," Atreus whispered, awe in his voice. Mimir said his bones were scattered across the realms after Odin and his brothers killed him, but I didn't think we'd actually find one. Kratos stood over the fragment, his expression unreadable but his mind racing. He could feel the raw power emanating from the bone, the primal magic that had been buried within it for eons. Mir was no ordinary giant. He was the first progenitor of all life in the realms. His body had been used to craft the earth, the mountains, the rivers. This fragment held a piece of that creation, something ancient and powerful beyond measure. Atreus looked up at his father. "Should we take it with us? If Ymir's bones have this much power, maybe they can help us find a way to fix the realms." Kratos hesitated. The bones of Ymir were not to be trifled with, even by gods. Power like this was dangerous, unpredictable, but leaving such a thing behind where others might find it and exploit its magic was not an option either. "We must be cautious," Kratos said finally, his voice low and firm. "This power is not meant for us. We take it, but we do not use it unless we have no other choice." Atreus nodded, though his curiosity was barely contained. He carefully wrapped the fragment in cloth, feeling the strange warmth that radiated from it even in the freezing cold of Jotunheim. As they continued their journey, the bone tucked away in Atreus's pack, both father and son could feel the subtle changes in the air around them. The land itself seemed to respond to the presence of Ymir's fragment, the winds shifting, the snow moving in unnatural patterns. It wasn't long before the effects of the bone began to manifest in ways neither of them had anticipated. At first it was small things. Atreus noticed his senses sharpening, his connection to the magic of the world becoming more intense. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the hum of the trees, the whisper of the wind. The runes he had studied began to make more sense, their meanings clearer than ever before. But it wasn't just knowledge. There was a restlessness growing inside him, a drive to explore, to learn, to push the limits of what he could do. Kratos, too, felt the changes. The fragment's power awakened something within him, something old and primal, buried deep beneath years of battle and loss. He could feel a fire burning in his veins, an energy that made him stronger, faster, more attuned to the world around him. But with that power came memories, flashes of his past, of the destruction he had wrought, the lives he had taken. It was as if Ymir's bones were stirring the very essence of creation and destruction within him, reminding him of the god he once was, the god he had tried so hard to leave behind. The changes became more pronounced with each passing day. Atreus grew restless. his mind racing with thoughts and ideas that seemed too vast for him to contain. He spoke of things beyond their understanding, of ancient forces and forgotten realms, as if the knowledge of Ymir's creation was flowing through him. Kratos watched his son with concern, recognizing the signs of power taking root too quickly, too deeply. "Father," Atreus said one evening as they camped beneath the stars, "I can feel it, Ymir's power. It's like I can see how everything fits together. The realms, the magic, life and death. It's all connected, like Ymir's bones are the key to everything." Kratos remained silent for a moment, staring into the fire. He knew what his son was feeling, the lure of power, the intoxicating sense of control over forces far greater than oneself. It was the same pull that had driven him in his youth, the same desire that had led him to become the god of war. "Its power is not meant for us," Kratos said finally, his voice heavy with the weight of experience. "It is dangerous. It will consume you if you let it." Atreus frowned, his brow furrowed in frustration. "But we could use it. We could fix everything. The realms, the balance. I could make it right." Kratos' gaze softened as he looked at his son. "I have walked that path before. It does not lead where you think it will." But even as he spoke, Kratos could feel the power of Ymir's bones stirring within him. It called to him, a reminder of the strength he once wielded, the god he once was. The temptation to use that power, to harness it for their own purposes, gnawed at him. But he knew better than anyone the price of such power. The next day, they came upon an ancient altar, hidden deep within a cave at the foot of the mountains. It was here, Mimir had told them, that Ymir's bones had once been worshipped by the giants, a place where the magic of creation was honored and respected. Kratos knew what had to be done. Without a word, he took the fragment from Atreus' pack and placed it on the altar. The moment it touched the stone, the cave filled with a blinding light, and the air hummed with the raw power of creation. For a brief moment, Kratos and Atreus could feel the pulse of the realms, the heartbeat of Ymir's bones, as they connected to the world around them. Then, as quickly as it began, the light faded, and the fragment of Ymir's bones was gone. Its power returned to the earth from which it came. Atreus stared at the empty altar, a mixture of relief and disappointment on his face. "It's over." Then Kratos placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his voice soft but firm. "We are not meant to wield such power. It is not ours to control." Atreus nodded, though the weight of the experience still lingered in his mind. The temptation of Ymir's power had been strong, but his father's words had reminded him of the dangers that came with it. As they left the cave and continued their journey, the cold winds of Jotunheim swept over them once more, but the world felt quieter, more at peace. The fragment of Ymir's bones had been returned to the earth, and with it, a power that could have shaped or destroyed the realms. Kratos and Atreus had come seeking answers, and they had found them, but they had also found something more, a reminder that some forces, no matter how great, were never meant to be harnessed by gods or mortals. Story 38. The Fates' Betrayal. The air in Midgard had grown cold and heavy, as though the very fabric of the realm was strained under a weight unseen. Yet Kratos could feel it in the wind, in the tremors that rippled through the earth, and in the way the sky seemed to darken unnaturally. Something was wrong, and it was more than the aftermath of Ragnarök. For days a shadow had loomed over his mind, an unsettling sense that forces beyond even the gods were at play. It wasn't until Freya visited their home, her expression grim and her words even grimmer, that Kratos understood the danger they now faced. "The fates have turned against you," Freya said, her voice low and edged with urgency. "They believe you have upset the balance of the realms. They plot to erase you from history itself." Atreus, standing beside his father, frowned. "The Norns. I thought they only guided fate, not controlled it." Freya shook her head, her gaze darting between Kratos and Atreus. "The Norns are not merely guides. They weave the threads of destiny, binding the realms in the flow of time and fate." "But Kratos," she hesitated, looking at the ghost of Sparta, "you've done more than just defy them. By your actions, by killing gods, and preventing Ragnarök from fully unraveling the realms, you've disrupted the very balance they work to maintain. They see you as a threat to the natural order." Kratos' expression remained cold, though the weight of her words settled on him like a dark cloud. He had spent his life fighting against the chains of fate, refusing to be a pawn in the gods' cruel games. But this was something different. The fates, the weavers of destiny itself, had now set their sights on him not just to punish him, but to erase him from existence entirely. "And how do they plan to do that?" Kratos asked, his voice steady but with an edge of caution. Freya sighed, stepping closer. "The Norns have the power to rewrite the threads of fate. They plan to sever your thread, to remove you from the tapestry of time. It would be as though you had never existed, your victories, your defeats, your very presence in this world gone. If they succeed, even those who knew you will forget." Atreus' eyes widened in alarm. "No, they can't just—" "They can," Freya interrupted, her tone grim. "And they will, unless you stop them." Kratos stood silent for a moment, considering her words. He had faced gods, titans, and unimaginable horrors in his long life. But the Norns, the fates themselves, were beyond any foe he had fought. They didn't wield swords or magic in the way his enemies had. They controlled destiny itself, and to challenge them was to challenge the very flow of time. "What must be done?" Kratos finally asked. Freya met his gaze, her voice soft but determined. "You must confront them directly, at the Well of Erd. It is the place where they weave the fates of all beings, gods and mortals alike. But beware, the Norns are cunning, and they will not face you openly. They will twist the world around you, manipulate your past and future to weaken you, to make you doubt your own existence." Kratos' eyes narrowed. "I will not bend to their will." Freya nodded, though the concern in her eyes remained. "I know, but be prepared, Kratos. The Norns do not play fair. They will use every moment of your past against you." The tree, standing beside his father, stepped forward. "We'll face them together, father. We've beaten impossible odds before." Kratos glanced down at his son, his expression softening for just a moment. "This fight will be different, boy. This is a battle against time itself." Even so, Atreus' resolve did not waver. "We'll find a way. We always do." With Freya's guidance, they set out toward the Well of Erd, the sacred place where the Norns wove the fates of all living things. The journey was long and perilous, the path winding through mountains and valleys that seemed to shift underfoot. The closer they came to the well, the more reality itself seemed to bend and twist. Time felt slippery, moments slipping through their fingers as the world around them warped. They encountered strange visions, fragments of Kratos' past, ghosts of battles long fought and victories long won, but distorted, as if the Norns were already working to unravel his story. Atreus saw it too. One moment they would be climbing a cliff, and the next they would find themselves standing in the middle of an ancient battlefield from Kratos' past, surrounded by the broken bodies of warriors Kratos had slain long ago. The landscape shifted without warning, as though they were caught in a dream where time had no meaning. But the dreams were filled with nightmares from Kratos' life, each one a reminder of the destruction he had caused, the gods he had killed, and the lives lost in his wake. At one point they found themselves standing in the ruins of Sparta, the city Kratos had called home in his former life. The skies were dark, filled with ash and smoke, and the screams of the dying echoed in the distance. Atreus looked around, his heart sinking as he realized what they were seeing. This is Sparta, isn't it?" Atreus asked softly. Kratos' jaw clenched as he nodded. "The price of my past." Before Atreus could say anything, the vision shifted again, this time to the moment when Kratos had killed Zeus, his father. They stood in the middle of the shattered throne room of Olympus, Zeus's broken body lying at Kratos' feet. Atreus stared in shock as the memory played out, seeing the rage and the bloodlust in his father's eyes as he delivered the final blow to the king of the gods. "They're trying to break you," Atreus whispered. "They want you to feel the weight of all the destruction you've caused." Kratos' face was hard, his eyes burning with determination. "They can try." Finally they reached the Well of Erd, the heart of fate itself. The well stood at the center of a vast, swirling vortex of light and shadow, its waters shimmering with the threads of destiny. The Norns' three shadowy figures stood at the edge of the well, their faces hidden by the mists of time. "You come to defy fate," the first Norn said, her voice echoing like the wind, "but you cannot escape it." Kratos stepped forward, his hand tightening on the hilt of the Leviathan axe. "I make my own fate." The Kane Norn laughed softly, her voice filled with mockery. "You think you can stand against the flow of time, against the very forces that shaped you, foolish god." The third Norn, her voice cold and calculating, spoke last. "Your thread is frayed, Kratos. We will remove you from the tapestry of time, and none will remember your name." Kratos raised his axe, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Try." With that, the battle began, not a physical fight, but a war of will and reality itself. The Norns twisted the world around Kratos and Atreus, throwing them through time, making them relive Kratos' darkest moments. But no matter how many times they tried to break him, Kratos fought back, his resolve unshaken. He had defied gods before, he had killed them, and now, even as time bent against him, he would not be erased. Atreus stood by his father's side, firing arrows of magic that disrupted the Norns' illusions, breaking their hold on the world. The two fought not against the Norns themselves, but against the visions, the manipulation of time. Every memory the Norns summoned to weaken Kratos he faced head-on. He had already lived through the worst of his past. There was nothing more they could throw at him that he hadn't already conquered. Finally, with one powerful strike, Kratos shattered the illusion the Norns had created, and the well of Erd grew still. The Norns' forms flickered, their power weakened. "You cannot defeat time," the first Norn whispered, her voice faint. Kratos lowered his axe, he gazed steady. "I don't need to. I only need to live my own life." The Norns faded into the mist, their power broken, at least for now. But Kratos knew that the battle against fate was never truly over. As they left the Well of Erd, Atreus looked up at his father, admiration in his eyes. "You beat them?" Atreus said quietly. "You defied the fates?" Kratos' expression remained grim, for now. But even as they walked away, Kratos knew one thing for certain. No matter what the fates tried, he would never allow them to take away his life, his choices, or the love he held for his son. Fate had no power over that. Story 39. The Spirit of Lofi. The nights in Midgard had grown long and cold, with winter's grip tightening on the realm as if it, too, sensed the unrest that simmered beneath the surface. Kratos and Atreus had returned to their cabin after months of travel, seeking a moment's peace after their endless battles. But peace, it seemed, was a fleeting thing for them. For weeks now, Atreus had been having visions, really of his mother, Laufey, the Jotun who had hidden her true nature until her death. Each vision was more vivid than the last, as if she were calling to him from beyond, her voice filled with urgency, warning him of something that neither he nor Kratos could yet understand. Atreus sat outside the cabin one evening, staring up at the stars. His breath fogged the air, and the quiet of the forest around him should have been soothing, but instead it filled him with unease. His mother had always been a mystery to him, her strength, her wisdom, and the secrets she had kept even from his father. But these visions, they were something else. They felt real, as if Laufey herself was standing beside him, whispering in his ear. "Mother," Atreus muttered under his breath, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Why now?" He had not spoken of the visions to Kratos yet. He didn't want to worry his father, not when they had already been through so much. But the visions were becoming harder to ignore, each one pulling him deeper into a web of uncertainty and fear. In his dreams, Laufey appeared to him in the same way each time, her long, fiery hair flowing in the wind, her face serene but lined with worry. She spoke of a great danger, one that was coming for the realms, but her words were fragmented like pieces of a puzzle he couldn't quite fit together. That night, as he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep, the vision came again, more vivid than ever before. Atreus stood in a vast, open field, the sky above him dark and swirling with storm clouds. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of his mother standing on the edge of a cliff that overlooked a churning sea. He moved toward her, his heart pounding in his chest. As he drew closer, he could see the sorrow in her eyes, the weight of something she had carried with her, even in death. "Mother," Atreus called out, his voice shaking. "What's happening? Why are you here?" Laufey turned to him, her gaze soft but filled with an urgency that sent chills down his spine. "Atreus, my son, there is little time," she said, her voice echoing through the dreamscape. "A great danger is coming, one that only you can stop." Atreus frowned, confusion and fear gnawing at him. "What danger? What are you talking about?" Laufey's form shimmered, the edges of her figure blurring, as if she were fighting to stay present. "There is a force, ancient and terrible, that has been stirred by the events of Ragnarök. It lies dormant for now, but soon it will awaken. If it is not stopped, it will consume the realms one by one, and only you, Loki, can prevent it." At the mention of his other name, Loki, Atreus stiffened. His mother had called him that before, revealing the truth of his heritage. But to hear it again, spoken with such gravity, filled him with a sense of destiny that he wasn't sure he was ready for. "How?" Atreus asked, his voice rising with desperation. "How can I stop it?" Laufey reached out, a hand passing through the air, as if she were trying to touch him but could not. "The path will not be easy, my son. There are ancient powers forgotten by the gods that lie hidden in the corners of the realms. You must seek them out. Only by wielding that power can you face the darkness that is coming." Atreus shook his head, his heart racing. "But what is it? What's coming?" Laufey's form flickered again, her voice becoming faint. "It is the shadow of the past, a force older than the gods themselves. I cannot stay, but you must be ready, Atreus. You must." Her words were cut off, and the vision shattered like glass, leaving Atreus standing alone in the darkness, his mother's warning echoing in his mind. He woke with a start, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting long shadows across the cabin. He sat up, his hands trembling as he ran them through his hair. The weight of his mother's words pressed down on him, filling him with a sense of urgency that he couldn't shake. Atreus knew he couldn't keep this to himself any longer. He needed to tell Kratos. The next morning, as the sun's first light broke through the trees, Atreus found his father outside, sharpening the Leviathan axe. Kratos, as always, was silent and focused, but Atreus could see the tension in his father's shoulders, the same unease that had been growing in him over the past few weeks. "Father," Atreus began, hesitating for a moment before continuing, "I need to tell you something." Kratos glanced up, his sharp eyes locking onto his son's face. "What is it, boy?" Atreus took a deep breath, steadying himself. "I've been having visions of Mother. She's warning me of something, a danger. She said it's something only I can stop." Kratos' expression hardened, though he did not interrupt. Atreus pressed on. "She said there's an ancient force, older than the gods, that's been awakened. It's coming for the realms, and it'll destroy everything unless I stop it." Kratos set the axe down, his eyes narrowing as he stood to face Atreus. "These visions, how long have they been happening?" Atreus swallowed hard. "A few weeks now. They've been getting stronger. I didn't want to worry you, but last night it felt real, like she was actually there, trying to warn me." Kratos' jaw tightened, and for a long moment he said nothing. Atreus could see the conflict in his father's, the struggle between protecting his son and acknowledging the weight of the destiny that lay before him. Finally Kratos spoke, his voice low but filled with a quiet resolve. Your mother was wise beyond any of us. If she is speaking to you, then we must take her warning seriously. Atreus nodded, relief washing over him that his father believed him, but the fear still gnawed at him. But what are we supposed to do? She said, I have to find some ancient powers, but I don't even know where to start. Kratos placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his grip firm but reassuring. We will find a way. Together. Atreus looked up at his father, drawing strength from the calm determination in his voice. He had faced gods, giants, and the very forces of fate with Kratos by his side. Whatever danger was coming, whatever power he needed to find, he knew they would face it head-on, as they always had. But in the back of his mind, Lofi's warning echoed, still, a reminder that the path ahead was darker and more dangerous than anything they had yet faced. The ancient force she had spoken of stirred beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to strike. And when it did, Atreus would be ready. He had to be. For the realms, for his mother's memory, and for the future that was now in his hands. Story 40. The Shadow of Surtur. The lands of Midgard had grown eerily quiet, the silence that Kratos found unsettling. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the calls of distant wildlife were absent, as if the very world was holding its breath. Even the wind had stilled, leaving the trees motionless under a sky that had turned an unnatural shade of grey. Our Kratos had felt many kinds of danger in his long life, but this was different. It was not the anticipation of battle or the tension before an enemy revealed itself. This was something darker, more elusive. He had been sensing it for days now, a presence in the distance, always just beyond sight but never far from his mind. At first it was only a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision, barely noticeable. But over time, the feeling had grown stronger, the shadow following him more closely. It was as if the very air around him had taken on a weight, pressing down on him with an unspoken threat. Kratos was no stranger to being hunted, but this felt different. It was not the hunt of the predator, but something more sinister, something that had no clear form or purpose. Atreus, who had been walking beside him in silence, finally spoke. Father, do you feel it too? The presence? Kratos nodded, his eyes scanning the surrounding forest, though there was nothing to see. Yes, we are not alone. Atreus frowned, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his bow. What is it? A spirit? A god? Kratos was silent for a moment, his mind racing through the possibilities. It did not feel like the presence of a god, at least, not one he had encountered before. But it was not a simple spirit either. There was power in this thing, a deep, ancient power that seemed to radiate from the shadows themselves. I do not know, Kratos said finally, but it is watching us. Atreus's brow furrowed in concern, but he did not press further. Instead, they continued their journey in silence, the tension between them growing with each passing moment. Every now and then, Atreus would glance over his shoulder, as if expecting to see something lurking in the trees, but there was nothing. The forest remained unnaturally still, the only sound the crunch of their boots on the frozen ground. Then, as they crested a hill, Kratos saw it, a figure in the distance, standing motionless at the edge of the tree line. It was massive, towering over the landscape, its outline faint against the grey sky. The figure resembled a giant, its shape familiar to Kratos in ways that sent a chill down his spine. It looked like Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim, but there was something wrong about it. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its form indistinct, as if it were not truly part of the world around it. The flames that were Surtur's hallmark were absent, replaced by a darkness that seemed to consume the light around it. Atreus saw it too and stopped dead in his tracks. "Father, is that?" Kratos narrowed his eyes, his hand gripping the hilt of the Leviathan axe. "It looks like Surtur, but it is not him." The figure did not move, but Kratos could feel its gaze on him, heavy and oppressive. It was watching, waiting, as if daring him to come closer. Kratos's mind raced. Surtur had been a key figure in the events of Ragnarök, a force of destruction that had fulfilled his role in the fall of Asgard. But this figure was something else, a shadow of Surtur, a mockery of the fire giant's power. It exuded no heat, no flame, only an icy cold that seemed to seep into Kratos's bones the longer he stared at it. Atreus stepped forward cautiously, his bow raised. "Should we?" Before he could finish, the figure moved. In a single, fluid motion, it stepped toward them, its shadowy form gliding across the ground without a sound. Kratos tensed, ready for battle, but the figure did not attack. Instead, it stopped several yards away, its form now clearer in the dim light. Though it resembled Surtur in shape and size, its features were obscured, as if shrouded in a cloak of smoke and shadow. The air around it crackled with a strange energy, not fire, but something darker, more primal. Kratos took a step forward, his voice low and commanding. "What are you?" The figure did not respond, but its form shifted slightly, its head tilting as if to study him. Kratos could feel the weight of its gaze, an oppressive force that pressed down on him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. This was no ordinary giant, no simple manifestation of power. It was something older, something that had been waiting in the shadows, and it had now turned its attention to him. Atreus, sensing the danger, stepped closer to his father. "It's not attacking. Why is it just standing there?" Kratos did not answer. He had fought many things in his life, gods, titans, monsters, but this was something different. There was no clear enemy here, no obvious threat, only a shadow that had taken the shape of something he had once feared. But why, and why now? Without warning, the figure lunged forward, its shadowy form extending like smoke as it moved toward Kratos with inhuman speed. Kratos raised the Leviathan axe just in time to block the attack, but when the axe met the shadow, there was no impact. The figure passed through him like mist, its cold presence chilling him to the core. For a brief moment, Kratos felt something, an overwhelming sense of loss, of darkness, as if the shadow had reached into his very soul. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished. The forest was still once more, the oppressive silence returning as if nothing had happened. Atreus rushed to his father's side, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Father, are you okay? What was that?" Kratos took a deep breath, steadying himself. He could still feel the cold where the shadow had touched him, a lingering presence that left him unsettled. But he did not show his unease. "I do not know, but it is gone." Atreus frowned, looking around the empty forest. It looked like Searcher, but it wasn't him. Do you think it's a spirit? Or some kind of curse? Kratos shook his head. It is something else, something older. The memory of the shadow's touch lingered in his mind, and Kratos could not shake the feeling that whatever had just confronted them was not finished. It had not come to fight, it had come to warn, to test, to see. And whatever it was not Searcher, but something far more dangerous. Kratos looked at his son, his voice low and filled with a quiet resolve. We must be prepared. This is only the beginning. Atreus nodded, his expression serious. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Kratos looked back at the empty forest, his mind already racing with questions. The shadow of Searcher had come for him, but why? And what did it want? As they set off once more into the frozen wilderness, Kratos could not help but feel that they were being watched, that the shadow was still out there, waiting in the darkness, ready to strike again. But this time they would be ready. Story 41. To the Battle of Hrimthur. The cold winds of Jotunheim howled through the jagged peaks, carrying with them the ancient whispers of battles long past. Atreus stood at the edge of a cliff, staring out over the frozen landscape that stretched endlessly before him. The realm of the giants, his mother's people, had always felt like a mystery, a place shrouded in legend and tragedy. Even now, after the events of Ragnarök, there were stories still untold, secrets buried deep within the bones of the mountains. And one of those secrets had begun to unravel before him, the tale of Hrimthur, the Jotun who had played a pivotal role in Ragnarök, but whose legacy had been tainted by betrayal. For days now, Atreus had been haunted by fragments of the story, piecing together bits of knowledge from old Jotun texts and the few remaining giants who still roamed the realm. Hrimthur had been a legendary figure, known for his strength and cunning, and for his role in building the walls of Asgard under Odin's rule. But his name had become synonymous with treachery during Ragnarök, when it was said that he had betrayed his own people, siding with the Aesir in a moment of weakness. That betrayal had cost the Jotnar dearly, and many had fallen as a result. But the more Atreus learned, the less certain he became of Hrimthur's guilt. There were inconsistencies in the story's details that didn't quite add up, and deep in his heart, Atreus felt a pull to uncover the truth. His mother, Laufey, had always spoken of the giants with pride, and she had taught him that the truth was often far more complicated than the legends let on. Now, with Laufey gone and the realms in disarray, it fell to Atreus to seek out that truth. Atreus turned away from the cliff, his mind set. He had to find the truth behind Hrimthur's actions during Ragnarök. He had to understand why a giant, one of his own kin, would betray his people at the most critical moment. But to do that, he would need to venture deeper into the forgotten corners of Jotunheim, where the answers lay hidden. He made his way through the snow-covered valleys and towering mountains, following the faintest of trails. The further he travelled, the more the realm seemed to change around him, as if the land itself had grown weary of the weight of history. The air grew colder, the winds sharper, until Atreus came upon a series of ancient ruins, a once mighty fortress, now crumbled and abandoned. This was the place where Hermtha had once stood, where he had made the fateful choice that would seal his legacy as a traitor. The ruins were quiet, the only sound the crunch of Atreus's boots in the snow. He walked among the crumbling stones, his fingers tracing the faded carvings that told the story of the giants' past. Here, in this place, the giants had planned their part in Ragnarök, and here Hrimthur had supposedly turned his back on them. As he explored the ruins, Atreus felt a strange presence, a faint pull led him toward the center of the fortress. There, half buried in the snow, he found what he had been searching for, a large stone tablet covered in Jotun runes. It was worn and weathered, but the markings were still legible. Atreus knelt before the tablet, brushing the snow away with his hands, and began to read. The runes told the story of Hrimthur's final days, his struggle between loyalty to his people and the pressure from the Æsir. Atreus's eyes widened as he realized what he was reading. This was no simple betrayal. Hrimthur had been caught in an impossible position, forced to choose between saving his people and preventing even greater destruction. The Æsir, led by Odin, had discovered a weakness in the Jotun defenses and had threatened to annihilate Jotunheim if Hrimthur did not comply with their demands. Odin had used his lies and manipulation to trap Hrimthur, promising peace if he cooperated, but threatening the complete obliteration of the Jotun if he refused. Hrimthur had made the hardest decision of his life, to betray his kin in an effort to save them from utter destruction. But Odin's promises, as always, were hollow. Despite Hrimthur's reluctant compliance, the Æsir had attacked anyway, leading to the deaths of countless giants and the fall of Jotunheim. Hrimthur had been left with nothing, condemned as a traitor by his own people and betrayed by the very gods he had tried to appease. Atreus sat back on his heels, his heart heavy with the weight of the truth. Hrimthur hadn't betrayed the Jotnar out of malice or selfishness. He had done it out of desperation, trying to protect his people from Odin's cruelty. But the giants had never known the full story. They had seen only his actions, not the impossible choices that had led there. The wind howled through the ruins, and for a moment Atreus thought he heard a voice on the breeze, a faint whisper that seemed to echo from the stones themselves. He didn't want to betray us. Atreus stood, his fists clenched at his sides. He had always known that Odin was capable of great evil, but to manipulate Hrimthur in such a way, to force him into a position where betrayal was the only option, it was unforgivable. And now, centuries later, the truth had been buried beneath the weight of legend, with Hrimthur remembered only as a traitor. Atreus would not let that legacy stand. He would tell the true story of Hrimthur's sacrifice, of the impossible decisions he had made in the face of overwhelming darkness. The giants deserved to know the truth, and Hrimthur's name deserved to be restored. Atreus looked around the ruins one last time, feeling the presence of the past pressing down on him. Then, with a sense of renewed purpose, he began his journey back to the world outside. There was still much to do, still many questions to answer about the giants' role in Ragnarök, but for now, Atreus had uncovered one important truth. Hrimthur had not been a traitor, he had been a giant, a leader, who had done what he thought was right to protect his people. In the end, his actions had been twisted by the gods, but Atreus knew that he could set the story straight. The Battle of Hrimtha had been one of heartache and sacrifice, not betrayal, and Atreus would make sure that history remembered it as such. As he made his way through the icy winds of Jotunheim, Atreus couldn't help but wonder how many other truths had been lost to time, how many other stories had been twisted by the gods for their own ends. One thing was certain: the more he learned, the more determined he became to uncover the real history of the realms. The giants, his people, deserved that much. And so did Hrimtha. Story 42. The Vanir's Forgotten Magic. The forest of Vanaheim was alive with the soft whispers of ancient magic, its trees towering high and their leaves shimmering with the light of the moon. Kratos and Atreus walked behind Freya as she led them through a path that seemed to form only as they moved forward, as if the land itself were guiding their steps. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that came from venturing into realms of the unknown, and Freya's silence only deepened the unease. She had been uncharacteristically quiet since they set out, her usual confident demeanor overshadowed by the weight of what she was about to uncover. Atreus, sensing the tension, finally spoke up. "Freya, you haven't said much about this spell we're looking for. What exactly are we trying to find?" Freya paused for a moment, her hand brushing against the bark of an ancient tree, its surface etched with runes so old they were nearly indistinguishable. "It's something that should have remained lost," she replied, her voice low, almost regretful. "A spell created by the Vanir in a time before the war with the Aesir, when magic was at its most powerful and most dangerous." Kratos' eyes narrowed. He had learned long ago that power often came with a price, and magic, especially the kind that had been deliberately hidden, was no exception. Why now? Why seek it out? Freya sighed, turning to face them. Her eyes, usually so fierce, were filled with a deep conflict. Because there are forces stirring in the realms that we cannot fight with strength alone. After Ragnarök, the balance has been thrown into chaos, and there are ancient things awakening. The Vanir created this spell to protect the realms, but it was sealed away when its power became too great, too unpredictable. Atreus frowned. But if it was sealed, doesn't that mean it was too dangerous to use? Freya nodded. Yes, and yet it may be our only chance. They continued walking, the path narrowing as the forest thickened around them. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the moonlight, casting the ground in shadow. Freya's steps became more deliberate, her gaze focused as they approached a clearing. In the center stood an ancient altar, half buried in moss and surrounded by stones carved with the intricate symbols of the Vanir. It was a place of power, untouched for millennia. "This is it," Freya said quietly, stepping toward the altar, the place where the Vanir hid their most powerful spell. Kratos watched her closely, his instincts telling him that this was no ordinary magic they were about to uncover. So the air around the altar seemed to hum with energy, a force that felt alive, waiting to be awakened. He could see the conflict in Freya's eyes as she placed her hands on the stone, her fingers tracing the runes. "This spell," Freya began, her voice barely above a whisper, "was meant to bend the will of nature itself. It could heal the realms, restore balance where chaos reigns, but it was too strong enough to twist nature, to reshape life and death. The Vanir realized that using it would come at a cost too great to bear. Atreus stepped forward, his curiosity overpowering his caution. What kind of cost? Freya looked at him, her eyes filled with the weight of knowledge she had long carried. It is said that whoever casts the spell sacrifices a part of themselves permanently. The magic consumes the caster's essence, and once it is done, there is no going back. Spell rewrites the very fabric of existence, but in doing so, it can destroy the one who wields it. Kratos' jaw tightened. You cannot use this, Freya. Freya turned to him, her expression hard. And what choice do we have, Kratos? The realms are unraveling. So the forces at play now are beyond any of us. If we do nothing, the destruction will spread. Entire realms could fall. There is always another way, Kratos said, his voice firm. He had seen too many lives lost, too many sacrifices made in the name of saving the world. The cost was always higher than anyone realized, and Freya knew that better than most. Freya's gaze softened, but the determination in her voice remained. I swore an oath to protect these realms, just as you have. This spell may be our only chance to undo the damage that Ragnarök has left in its wake. The balance of life and death, of magic and nature, hangs by a thread. If I don't do this, everything we fought for could be lost. The choice looked between them, torn between his loyalty to Freya and the fear of what this magic could unleash. But if using the spell could destroy you? Freya smiled sadly. Some things are worth the price, Atreus. There is always a cost to magic this powerful. But the question is whether the world can survive without it. She turned back to the altar, her hands glowing faintly as she began to chant in the ancient tongue of the Vani. The runes on the stone flared to life, their light filling the clearing with an eerie glow. The ground trembled, and the air around them crackled with energy as the spell awakened from its millennia of slumber. Kratos watched, his instincts screaming at him to stop her, but he knew Freya too well. She had made her decision, and no amount of reasoning would turn her from this path. The magic surged, growing in intensity, and he could feel the raw power of the spell as it began to take shape. The forest around them seemed to breathe, the trees swaying as if alive with the force of the magic. But then, just as the spell reached its peak, something shifted. The light from the runes flickered, and Freya gasped, her hands trembling as the magic surged out of control. The power was too great, too wild. The spell was consuming her faster than she had anticipated. Kratos stepped forward, his voice like thunder. Freya, stop. But it was too late. The spell had already taken hold, its energy wrapping around her like a vice. Freya's face contorted with pain as the magic drained her, pulling at her very essence. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and the trees around them groaned under the pressure of the spell's force. Atreus, wide-eyed and panicked, ran to her side. Freya, you have to stop. It's going to kill you. Freya's voice was barely a whisper as she struggled to maintain control. I can't. It's too late. Kratos moved toward her, his heart pounding. He had to do something, anything to stop this. But as he reached for her, the spell reached its climax, and a blinding light exploded from the altar, knocking him and Atreus back. When the light faded, the clearing was still. The altar was dark, the runes no longer glowing. Freya lay on the ground, motionless. Atreus rushed to her side, his heart in his throat. Freya, Freya, wake up. Kratos knelt beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. Her body was cold, her breath shallow, but she was alive. Barely. The spell had worked. The balance of magic had been restored, the threat averted. But the cost had been greater than any of them had imagined. Freya had paid the price with a part of her soul, and though the realms were safe for now, Kratos knew that the consequences of the Vanir's forgotten magic were far from over. Story 43. The Return of Golveg. The air in Midgard had grown tense, thick with an unspoken danger that Kratos and Freya both felt but could not yet name. The skies, usually grey and indifferent, had turned darker, as if a storm were gathering beyond the realm of sight. Kratos, his senses honed from years of battle, knew that something was coming, something old, powerful, and filled with malice. It was not the presence of an ordinary enemy. This was something ancient, a force that had waited in silence, gathering strength for its return. Freya had sensed it too, her connection to the old magic of the Vanir stirring uneasily in her chest. They had spent weeks tracking strange disturbances across the realms. Fires in places where none should be, crops withering in the fields of farmers who had once thrived, whispers of an unnatural cold creeping into the forests. The signs were too many, too deliberate to ignore. And then came the name, whispered on the wind, carried through the memories of those old enough to remember, Golveg. The name hit Freya like a dagger, sharp and deep. Golveg, once a powerful Vanir sorceress, feared and respected by both gods and mortals alike. She had been betrayed, burned at the stake by the Aesir, her body destroyed, but her spirit had not been so easily extinguished. She had vowed vengeance upon her execution, and now it seemed she had returned to exact it. Golveg, Freya whispered, her eyes narrowing as she stood beside Kratos, the weight of the name settling over her like a storm cloud. She has come back. Kratos turned to her, his expression unreadable, though the tension in his muscles betrayed his readiness for battle. Who is she? Freya's gaze shifted, her mind drifting back to memories she had long buried. She was once a powerful sorceress of the Vanir. Before the war with the Aesir, she sought knowledge, dangerous knowledge on how to control the forces of life and death. When Odin discovered her growing power, he feared she would challenge his rule. The Aesir captured her, tortured her, and burned her alive. But Golveg was not so easily destroyed. Her spirit lingered, driven by vengeance. Kratos frowned, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe, and now she seeks to finish what she started. Freya nodded grimly. Yes, she will come for all those who wronged her, and not just the Aesir. Mortals, gods, anyone who dared to defy her will. That includes us. Atreus, who had been listening quietly, stepped forward. But why now? Why come back after all this time? Freya's eyes darkened. Because the realms are in chaos after Ragnarök, the balance of magic is unstable, and the barriers between life and death have weakened. It is the perfect time for her to return. Kratos said nothing, his mind already turning toward battle. He had fought gods, titans, and monsters from every realm, but this was different. Gulvig's power was not one born of brute strength, but of ancient, forbidden magic. She had survived death, and now she would stop at nothing to reclaim what she believed was hers. The days that followed were marked by a growing sense of dread. Fires burned in villages without warning, the very air around them charged with an oppressive energy. Kratos and Freya knew Gulvig was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike, but it wasn't until they received word from a nearby settlement that the full extent of her power became clear. They arrived to find the village in ruins, its buildings reduced to ash and its people twisted into unnatural shapes, their faces frozen in expressions of agony. At the center of the destruction stood a figure shrouded in shadow, her form shifting like smoke in the wind. Gulvig! Her eyes burned with a cold, unnatural light as she turned toward them, her voice echoing with the weight of centuries. "You thought you could forget me, Freya. You thought I would remain buried beneath the ashes of your betrayal." Freya stepped forward, her face a mask of anger and regret. "It was the Aesir who betrayed you, Gulvig, not the Vanir." Gulvig's laughter rang out, sharp and bitter. "The Vanir stood by and did nothing. You allowed Odin to burn me, to tear my body apart while you hid in your forests, thinking yourselves safe. But I have returned, and I will see every one of you suffer for what was done to me." Kratos moved to stand beside Freya, his axe gleaming in the dim light. "You will not harm anyone else." Gulvig's gaze shifted to him, her eyes narrowing. "Ah, the ghost of Sparta, slayer of gods, I have heard of you, but your strength means nothing here. My power is beyond your comprehension." With a flick of her hand, Gulvig summoned a wave of dark energy, the air crackling with magic as it surged toward them. Kratos raised his axe, deflecting the attack, but the force of it sent him sliding back. Freya quickly called upon her own magic, weaving a protective barrier around them, but she knew this was only the beginning. Gulvig's form shifted again, growing taller, her presence more overwhelming. She spoke words in an ancient tongue, summoning spirits from the earth, their twisted forms rising from the ground to do her bidding. They moved like shadows, their faces blank and soulless as they advanced on Kratos and Freya. Atreus, not one to stand idle, drew his bow and began firing arrows of magic, striking the spirits down one by one. But for every one he destroyed, another took its place. Gulvig's magic was relentless, feeding off the chaos and fear that surrounded her. Freya gritted her teeth, feeling the strain of holding back Gulvig's power. She knew they couldn't last much longer in a direct confrontation. "We need to break her connection to the spirits," she shouted to Kratos. "It's how she's sustaining her strength." Kratos nodded, charging forward, his axe cutting through the spirits with brutal efficiency. But even as he fought, he could feel the oppressive weight of Gulvig's magic pressing down on him. She was everywhere, her presence seeping into the very ground beneath his feet. Freya focused her energy, drawing upon the ancient Vanir magic she had sworn never to use again. She had to stop Gulvig, no matter the cost. With a powerful incantation, she unleashed a blast of light, tearing through the dark energy that surrounded Gulvig. Gulvig screamed, her form flickering as the magic struck her, but she did not fall. Instead, she turned her gaze on Freya, her eyes blazing with fury. "You think you can defeat me, Freya? I am beyond death. I will consume the realms, and you will watch as everything you love burns." But even as she spoke, Freya's spell weakened her hold on the spirits. Kratos saw his opening and charged forward, his axe cleaving through the shadows that surrounded Golveg. With a roar, he struck her down, the force of his blow shattering her connection to the realm of the dead. For a moment there was silence. Golveg's form collapsed, her body dissolving into smoke and ash. The oppressive energy that had filled the air began to dissipate, and the village, though destroyed, was freed from her curse. Freya knelt beside the remnants of the sorceress, her heart heavy. "She will return," she said quietly. "Her hatred is too strong to be so easily vanquished." Kratos stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Then we will be ready." As they turned to leave the ruined village, the weight of what had just transpired settled over them like a shadow. Golvig's return was not the end, it was only the beginning. And as the realms continued to unravel, they knew that even greater challenges lay ahead. Story 44. The Hammer of Skirnir. The forests of Vanaheim were thick with mist, the damp air clinging to every branch and leaf. Atreus moved quietly through the underbrush, his senses heightened by the unusual stillness. It was rare for the forests to be so silent, especially in the heart of Freya's domain. The birds had stopped their songs, the wind no longer rustled the leaves, and even the animals seemed to avoid the area he now found himself in. But Atreus wasn't deterred. He had felt something calling him here, a pull that had grown stronger with each passing day. Freya had been the one to mention it in passing, as they discussed the old magic of the Vanir and the remnants of their forgotten power. The name Skirnir had come up a warrior, once Freya's most loyal servant, who had wielded a weapon of such power that it could challenge the gods themselves. Skirnir's story was well known among the Vanir, but his fate was shrouded in mystery. He had disappeared long ago, along with his mighty hammer, leaving behind only legends. Atreus had been captivated by the tale. The idea that a mortal could possess a weapon capable of standing against the gods intrigued him. As Loki, the son of a god and a giant, his own fate was intertwined with the power of such ancient relics. And so, when he began feeling a strange pull toward the deep forests, he knew he had to follow it. Something had awakened, something old and powerful, and it called to him. After hours of walking, Atreus finally reached a clearing deep within the forest. The air here was different, heavier, as if the very atmosphere was charged with magic. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, overgrown with moss and vines. And resting on the altar was a hammer large and imposing, its surface etched with intricate runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. Atreus approached cautiously, his heart racing. He knew instinctively that this was Skirnir's hammer, the weapon that had once been a challenge to the gods themselves. The hammer radiated power, a raw energy that pulsed through the air. As he reached out to touch it, a voice in the back of his mind urged caution, but the pull of the weapon was too strong. The moment his fingers brushed the handle, a shock of energy surged through him, and the world around him seemed to shift. The mist thickened, and the forest grew darker, as if responding to the ancient power he had just awakened. Atreus took a step back, his hand still gripping the hammer, and the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the clearing, deep and filled with authority. you dare touch Skirnir's hammer." Atreus spun around, his heart pounding. Emerging from the mist was a tall figure, his form cloaked in shadows but unmistakably powerful. It was Freya, the god of peace and prosperity, the ruler of the Vanir and Freya's brother. His eyes were fixed on the hammer in Atreus's hand, his expression unreadable. Atreus swallowed, gripping the hammer more tightly. "I didn't mean to disrespect you, Freya. I just felt something calling me here." Freya's gaze did not waver. "That hammer belongs to Skirnir, my most trusted servant. It was a weapon of great power, forged to protect the Vanir from those who would seek to harm us. But Skirnir's ambition grew beyond his loyalty. He sought to challenge the gods themselves, and in doing so he sealed his fate." Atreus hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He could feel the power of the hammer coursing through him, but he also sensed the weight of Freya's warning. What happened to him? Freya stepped closer, his voice low and filled with a sorrow that surprised Atreus. Skirnir was consumed by the very power he sought to wield. The hammer, once a tool of protection, became a symbol of his defiance. The gods could not allow such a threat to go unanswered. Skirnir was struck down, and his weapon was lost to time until now. Atreus glanced down at the hammer, feeling its weight in his hand. He could sense the truth in Freya's words, but there was something else as well, a connection, a link to a power that felt strangely familiar. He looked up at Freya, his brow furrowed in confusion. "But why is it calling to me?" Freya studied Atreus for a long moment, as if weighing his answer carefully. "You are Loki, son of a god and a giant. Your destiny is not bound by the same rules that govern the gods of Asgard or the Vanir. The hammer calls to you because you are both of this world and apart from it. It senses the potential in you, the power to reshape the world." Atreus felt a chill run down his spine. He had always known that his heritage made him different, but hearing it spoken so plainly by a god no less made it feel more real than ever before. He looked down at the hammer again, the runes glowing faintly beneath his fingers. "So what happens now? What do I do with it?" Freya's expression hardened. "You must give it back." Atreus blinked in surprise. "What?" "But this weapon is not meant to be wielded again," Freya interrupted, his tone firm. "Its power is too great, too dangerous. Skirnir believed he could use it to challenge the gods, and he was destroyed. If you follow the same path, you will share his fate." Atreus felt a surge of defiance rise within him, the same defiance that had driven him through so many battles alongside his father. "I'm not like Skirnir," he said, his voice steady. "I don't want to challenge the gods. I want to understand my place in all this. I want to protect the people I care about." Freya's gaze softened, but his stance remained resolute. "I believe you, Atreus, but the hammer is not the answer. It is a relic of a time when power was used to dominate, to control. That is not the path you are meant to walk." Atreus hesitated, the weight of the hammer heavy in his hand. He could feel its power, the potential it offered, but he also knew the truth of Freya's words. Skirnir had been consumed by this weapon, driven mad by the very thing he sought to control, and Atreus had seen firsthand the cost of unchecked ambition, the destruction it could bring. Slowly, reluctantly, Atreus lowered the hammer back onto the altar. As soon as it left his hand, The energy in the air seemed to dissipate, the forest returning to its natural stillness. Freya watched him closely, a hint of approval in his eyes. "You have made the right choice," Freya said softly. "There is strength in restraint, Atreus, and your strength will be needed in the days to come." Atreus looked up at him, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. I don't want to make the wrong choices. I don't want to end up like Skirnir." Frey placed a hand on his shoulder, his touch gentle but firm. "You are not Skirnir, Atreus. Your path is your own. Trust in yourself and in those who stand beside you. The power you seek is already within you." Atreus nodded, though the uncertainty still lingered in his mind. He had come seeking answers, and while he had found some, he knew that his journey was far from over. The hammer of Skirnir had called to him for a reason, and though he had left it behind, its presence still weighed heavily on his thoughts. As he turned to leave the clearing, Freya's voice followed him. "Remember, Atreus, the greatest power is not in the weapon you wield, but in the choices you make." And with that, Atreus left the hammer behind, the ancient weapon returning to its forgotten slumber. But the lessons he had learned and the challenges yet to come remained with him, a reminder that the path of destiny was never as clear as it seemed. Story 45. The Mysteries of Valhalla. Valhalla had always been a place of legend, a realm where the greatest warriors were said to feast and fight for eternity under the watchful eye of Odin. Kratos had heard of it in passing, tales of its grandeur, a hall filled with the souls of the honored dead, but he had never imagined he would set foot within its sacred walls. And yet here he stood, alongside Atreus, deep within the golden halls of Valhalla, the air thick with ancient magic, and the weight of the countless souls who had passed through this realm. The journey to Valhalla had not been one they had intended to take. After the fall of Asgard and the chaos of Ragnarök, whispers had reached their ears, rumors of an artifact hidden deep within the halls of Valhalla, one that could grant unimaginable power to the living. Some said it was a key to controlling the cycle of life and death itself, while others claimed it was the source of Odin's immortality. Whatever the truth, the artifact had remained untouched for centuries, buried beneath the weight of legend and guarded by the spirits of the fallen. Kratos and Atreus had not come seeking power, but answers. The realms were fractured, their balance thrown into disarray, and the threat of further destruction loomed large. If this artifact held even a fraction of the power the stories claimed, it could either save the realms or destroy them. The great doors of Valhalla had opened for them without resistance, though the atmosphere within the hall was anything but welcoming. The golden light that filled the chamber was tinged with an unnatural glow, and the sound of distant echoes, a mixture of battle cries and feasting, reached their ears, though the hall appeared empty. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, as if the souls of the dead were still present, observing the intrusion of the living into their eternal home. Atreus moved cautiously beside his father, his eyes scanning the ornate carvings on the walls, the tapestries that depicted the great battles of the gods, and the warriors who had fought for them. "I always thought Valhalla would be different," he muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Lovelier." Kratos, ever watchful, remained silent, his senses attuned to every shift in the air. He could feel the weight of the place, the way the magic seemed to pulse beneath the surface. Valhalla was a place of power, but it was also a place of secrets, and they'd come to uncover one of the greatest secrets of all. They moved deeper into the hall, past towering statues of Odin and the Valkyries who served him, their stone faces frozen in expressions of stern judgment. The further they went, the more the golden light seemed to dim, as if Valhalla itself were reluctant to reveal what lay ahead. Atreus, always curious, couldn't shake the feeling that they were getting closer to something important, something dangerous. "Do you think the artifact really exists?" Atreus asked, his voice low as they passed beneath an archway carved with ancient runes. Kratos glanced at him, his expression unreadable. "We will know soon enough." They entered a smaller chamber, one that seemed out of place in the grandiosity of Valhalla. It was darker here, the walls lined with shelves filled with relics, armor, weapons, shields, all covered in dust, as if they had been untouched for centuries. At the far end of the room, illuminated by a faint, ethereal glow, was a pedestal, and resting upon it was an object that immediately drew their attention. The artifact. It was small, no larger than Kratos' hand, but its presence was overwhelming. It was a strange, twisted shape, made of an unknown metal that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Runes covered its surface, pulsing faintly with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. As they approached, the air around them grew colder, and the whispers of the hall seemed to intensify. Atreus stepped forward, his eyes wide with awe. "This is it, the artifact everyone's been talking about." Kratos moved beside him, his gaze fixed on the object. He could feel the power radiating from it, a force that tugged at something deep within him. It was not the raw strength he was accustomed to, but something more subtle, more dangerous. The artifact hummed with life, as if it were waiting to be claimed. Atreus hesitated, glancing at his father. "Should we take it?" Kratos' brow furrowed, his mind racing with the possibilities. He knew better than most the dangers of seeking power, especially power that had been hidden away for so long. But the artifact could hold the key to restoring balance to the realms, to undoing the damage that had been wrought by Ragnarök. It could be their salvation or their undoing. Before Kratos could respond, a voice echoed through the chamber, low and filled with authority. "You are not the first to seek the power of the artifact, but you will be the last." Kratos and Atreus turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a warrior clad in ancient armor, his face obscured by a helmet that gleamed in the dim light. His presence was overwhelming, a reminder that they stood in a place of the dead, and he was no ordinary spirit. "I am Hejalms, a warrior of the gods, now a guardian of this hall," the figure said, his voice cold and steady. "The artifact you seek is not meant for the living. It was placed here to be forgotten, its power too great to be wielded by mortal hands." Atreus frowned, stepping forward, "But the realms are in danger. If this artifact can help us restore balance, then we have to try." John's gaze shifted to Atreus, and for a moment the warrior seemed to consider his words, but then he shook his head. "You do not understand the power you would unleash. The artifact is not a tool for salvation, it is a key to forces that were never meant to be controlled. Odin himself could not wield it without fear, and you would risk the destruction of all that remains. Kratos, his voice deep and steady, spoke up. What is the artifact? Hjelm's eyes darkened. It is a fragment of creation, a shard of the very forces that gave birth to the realms. It has the power to reshape reality, to bend life and death to the will of its master. But such power comes at a cost. Those who wield it are consumed by it, their very souls twisted into something unrecognizable. Atreus glanced at his father, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Maybe we shouldn't take it. Kratos' gaze remained fixed on the artifact, the weight of Hjelm's words pressing down on him. He had seen the cost of power, had felt its pull and the destruction it could bring. But he also knew that they could not leave Valhalla empty-handed. There was too much at stake. Finally Kratos spoke, his voice quiet but firm. We will not take the artifact, but we must learn from it. Hjelm nodded, his expression one of grim approval. Then you are wiser than those who came before you. Leave this place, and let the artifact remain where it belongs. Its power is not for this world. With a final glance at the artifact, Atreus and Kratos turned to leave the chamber, the whispers of Valhalla fading into silence as they walked away. They had come seeking answers, and though they had found them, the mysteries of Valhalla and the power of the artifact would linger in their minds. The artifact, a relic of forgotten magic, remained undisturbed on its pedestal, its power waiting in the shadows for the next soul brave or foolish enough to seek it out. Story 46. The Frost Giant's Crown. The icy winds of Niflheim howled around Atreus as he trudged through the frozen wasteland, his breath visible in the frigid air. His mind was clouded with the recent revelations about his lineage being part Jotun, a descendant of the Frost Giants and the son of Kratos, the god of war. He had embarked on this journey to understand more about his heritage, hoping to uncover something that might provide clarity about his destiny. As he moved deeper into the realm, the temperature plummeted even further, an unnatural coldness gripping him. The land seemed to grow still, and ahead, hidden amidst the blinding snow, a faint shimmer caught his eye. Curiosity propelled him forward. Atreus approached cautiously, his eyes narrowing as the silhouette of a colossal object took form. It was a massive crown, far larger than any human or god could wear, made entirely of ice and glittering with an ethereal light. The Frost Giant's crown, he realized. Legends whispered among the gods spoke of its power, claiming it controlled the cold of Niflheim itself. But those same legends also warned of the curse that came with it. Any who sought to use the crown would be doomed to madness and death. Atreus felt a tug within him, as if something primal in his blood was drawing him closer to the relic, urging him to claim what was rightfully his. He hesitated. His father had warned him about the dangers of power, especially power tied to the gods and their artifacts. But as he stood there, the biting cold gnawing at his bones, a surge of defiance bubbled up inside him. He was no longer a child, and he was determined to understand who he truly was. His fingers hovered just inches from the crown, and for a brief moment he thought he could feel the immense energy radiating from it, an ancient force of frost and winter. Without fully thinking it through, Atreus reached out and placed his hand on the icy surface. The moment his skin made contact, a jolt of freezing pain shot up his arm, but he didn't pull away. Instead, the pain subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of power coursing through him. The crown responded to his touch, its icy surface glowing brighter, as if recognizing the blood of a frost giant. Atreus felt the cold of Niflheim bend to his will. The howling wind stilled and the blizzard around him seemed to retreat. He could feel the very fabric of the realm shifting under his command. But then, as quickly as the sense of power had come, something darker crept in. A chilling whisper echoed in his mind, ancient and cruel, like the voice of the frost itself. "You are not its master," the voice hissed. "You are its vessel." Atreus winced, clutching his head, as the cold he had tamed moments ago now seemed to turn against him. Frost began creeping up his arm from where he had touched the crown, slowly spreading across his skin. His blood ran cold, literally, as if ice itself was now coursing through his veins. He tried to pull his hand away from the crown, but it was too late. The relic's curse had already begun to take hold. The frost reached his chest, and with it came visions terrible, haunting images of frost giants consumed by the crown's power, their minds twisted and broken until they became nothing but hollow chef from their former selves. Atreus could hear their anguished cries, feel their madness gnawing at the edges of his mind. He saw himself in those visions standing alone in a frozen wasteland, consumed by the same icy curse. "No," he muttered through gritted teeth, his breath shallow as he struggled to regain control. "I won't let this happen." With every ounce of willpower he had, Atreus fought back against the crown's influence. He reached deep into the well of power that resided within him, not just the power of a frost giant, but the godly strength he had inherited from his father. The clash between the two forces, one of ice and one of fire, was agonizing, and for a moment Atreus feared he would be torn apart from within. But slowly, painfully, he began to push the frost back. His father's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of the lessons learned through hardship, control, restraint, and the importance of not giving in to temptation. The frost that had spread across his body began to recede, inch by inch, until it vanished entirely. The connection between him and the crown was severed, leaving him gasping for breath as he staggered backward, collapsing into the snow. The relic remained where it was, its ethereal glow dimmed, as if recognizing that it had failed to claim him. Atreus lay there for a long moment, staring up at the sky, his heart pounding in his chest. The cold of Niflheim returned, though it felt different now. It was no longer oppressive, no longer suffocating. He had touched the heart of the frost and survived, but he knew the experience had changed him. The power of the crown, its curse, and the raw force of Niflheim had left a mark on him, one that could not be undone. As he slowly stood, Atreus cast one last glance at the frost giant's crown, a relic of unimaginable power and terrible consequence. He understood now why it had been left untouched for so long. Some things were never meant to be claimed, no matter the bloodline. Without another word, he turned and began his journey back, the cold of Niflheim trailing behind him like a distant memory. Story 47. The Dwarven Ruins of Svartalfheim. Brock and Sindri had been uneasy since they entered Svartalfheim, their normally sarcastic demeanour replaced by a solemnness that made Kratos suspicious. The path through the realm was not new to him, but the direction they took today was different. A narrow, rocky trail wound up the mountainside, its edges lined with jagged stones that gleamed under the dull light of the overcast sky. The air was thick, not with moisture but with a tension Kratos could feel deep in his bones. Wasn't often that the dwarves kept their secrets from him, but today there was an unmistakable sense that they knew something they weren't sharing. Brock kept his eyes forward, occasionally glancing back, while Sindri busied himself with checking his gear, muttering under his breath. As they climbed higher, the atmosphere grew heavier, as if the very realm itself wanted to push them away from where they were headed. The stones at Kratos' feet began to shift from the typical grey to a dull, metallic hue, as if remnants of long-forgotten weapons had bled into the earth itself. The jagged cliffs became more pronounced, towering above them like the broken teeth of a colossal beast. They approached a plateau where a jagged, iron structure emerged from the earth, a door, ancient and untouched by the ravages of time, concealed in the mountain's shadow. Brock stepped forward, placing his hand on the cold metal, his face hardening. "This here," he muttered, almost to himself, "is the entrance to the Forgotten War." Kratos raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The silence from the normally loud-mouthed dwarf spoke volumes. Sindri, still fidgeting with his tools, finally stepped forward, his voice unusually quiet. "This ruin, it's not just any ruin, Kratos," Sindri began, his tone devoid of its usual flourish. "What lies beyond this door isn't meant to be disturbed. It's older than most remember. A time when dwarves fought not only among themselves but against the gods themselves. The weapons forged for that war. Dangerous doesn't begin to describe it." Brock stepped back, wiping the dirt from his hands as he eyed Kratos. "This ain't just a casual stroll through some old tunnels. You better be ready for what's in there." Kratos nodded, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe at his side. He understood the gravity of what they were walking into, even without the dwarves' usual banter to guide him. He stepped forward, pushing the door with his immense strength. It groaned in protest, as if warning them of what was inside, but eventually it relented, revealing a darkness that seemed to swallow the light from outside. Inside, the ruin was cold, the air stale and thick with the dust of centuries. The walls were lined with intricate engravings, telling the story of a war Kratos had never heard of, a war where dwarven craftsmen, known for their precision and skill, had once created weapons capable of slaying even the gods. The ruins themselves felt alive, the remnants of battle etched into every surface. The engravings showed dwarves wielding hammers and forges, their faces fierce with rage, battling creatures that resembled gods, twisted and grotesque in their depictions. The further they walked, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The echoes of their footsteps seemed swallowed by the heavy silence, as if the ruin itself was holding its breath. Weapons, scattered and broken, littered the ground. Swords that shimmered with a faint, unnatural glow, hammers too large for mortal hands to wield, and armor that seemed too thick to have ever been practical. But they were not merely relics of the past. There was a power that hummed within the ruin, a dangerous energy that pulsed like a heartbeat, low and menacing. Sindri knelt beside a shattered sword, his hand hovering above it, hesitant to touch. This is what I was afraid of," he whispered. "These weapons. They weren't just made to kill gods. They were designed to break the very fabric of reality." Kratos remained silent, scanning the room. His instincts were heightened, every sense on edge. He could feel it too, that raw, untamed energy that permeated the space, threatening to spill out if disturbed. Brock, uncharacteristically serious, strode to a large pedestal in the center of the room. Upon it sat a massive warhammer, its surface cracked but still radiating an overwhelming power. "This here," he grunted, "is the core of it all, the weapon that ended the war, or at least the weapon that caused the gods to fear." Kratos approached the pedestal, staring down at the hammer. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, not crafted in the smooth, elegant style of most dwarven weapons, but raw, brutal. Its surface shimmered with the essence of ancient magics, dark and untamable. There was something deeply wrong with it, as if it had absorbed the hatred and rage of those who wielded it. "They say the dwarves who made this, they paid with their minds," Sindri said softly. "Too much power, too much hate, it corrupted them, the gods. They sealed this place for a reason, then they buried the war behind it." Brock grunted, running a hand through his beard. "They didn't just bury it. They made damn sure no one would find it again. And here we are breaking that seal." Kratos' eyes narrowed. He had fought gods, titans, and monsters of all kinds, but this ruin, this place filled with ancient, forgotten rage, felt different. The weapons were not just tools of war, they were embodiments of something primal, something dark that the dwarves had once unleashed. And now, standing before this relic of a forgotten conflict, he understood why the gods had feared it. "We're not tacking it," Brock muttered, turning away from the pedestal. "Too much risk, even for you, big guy. Just wanted you to see what we've been hiding." Kratos nodded, his grip on the Leviathan axe never loosening. There was no need to say more. As they turned to leave, the ruin seemed to breathe, the silence once again thickening. Story 48. The Last of the Valkyries. The air in Midgard had grown colder, sharper, as if the realm itself was bracing for something. Kratos felt it in his bones, the weight of an impending storm, not of weather but of fate. Ever since the fall of Asgard and the collapse of the old gods, a strange stillness had settled over the lands. The realms had been left in chaos after Ragnarök, with new forces rising and old powers fading into myth. But even in the ruins of the Aesir's dominion, one threat had remained, the last of the Valkyries. The Valkyries were legends in their own right, once the fearsome warrior women who chose the slain and ferried them to Valhalla. They had served the will of Odin, their loyalty to the All-Father unwavering, until his death shattered their purpose. Many had fallen in the wars that followed, their souls scattered to the winds, but one remained, a single Valkyrie who had refused to let go of the old ways. She had taken it upon herself to restore the glory of the Aesir and exact vengeance on those she deemed responsible for their downfall. And at the top of her list was Kratos, the god of war. Kratos had heard the whispers in the villages, the rumors of a winged warrior seen in the skies, striking down anyone who spoke ill of the Aesir. It wasn't long before he realized the truth. He was being hunted. This last Valkyrie had made him her target, and she would stop at nothing to see him destroyed. Atreus had sensed it too. They had been travelling through the forests of Midgard, moving toward the remains of a village that had been decimated not by monsters, but by something far more precise, far more deadly. The bodies they found had been torn apart, their wounds clean and purposeful, as if a predator had dispatched them with calculated efficiency. "She's close," Atreus muttered, his bow at the ready, eyes scanning the skies. "The last of the Valkyries." Kratos grunted in acknowledgement, his senses sharp. The air around them had grown tense, the wind carrying an unnatural chill that prickled his skin. He had faced Valkyries before, had fought them in battles that had pushed him to the edge of his strength. But this one was different. She was driven by more than duty, by rage, by the desire to restore a world that no longer existed. "We will not run," Kratos said, his voice calm but filled with the weight of inevitability. "She will come, and we will face her." Atreus glanced at his father, his brow furrowed in concern. "Are we ready? She's not like the others." "She's angry. She's fighting for something." Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe, the cold metal familiar in his hand. "She fights for a past that is gone. It is not strength, it is desperation." Suddenly the forest grew silent. The birds that had been chattering moments before took flight, and the wind stilled. Kratos' muscles tensed as he felt a presence above them. He didn't have to look up to know that she was there. The last of the Valkyries had arrived. From the sky, a figure descended swiftly, her wings cutting through the air like blades. She landed in front of them, her armor gleaming, her helmet obscuring her face. Her wings, dark and menacing, spread wide as she stood tall, her spear in hand. This was no ordinary Valkyrie. Her presence was overwhelming, a manifestation of wrath and power, and Kratos could feel the weight of her intent. "Kratos," she said, her voice cold and filled with contempt. "The ghost of Sparta, slayer of gods, destroyer of worlds, you have undone everything. The All-Father is dead, the Aesir are fallen, and now you think you can live in peace." Kratos met her gaze unflinching. The Aesir brought their own downfall. The Valkyrie's eyes, visible beneath her helmet, flashed with fury. "You speak of things you do not understand. To the Aesir were the keepers of order, the balance between life and death. Without them, the realms will crumble. You and your boy, you destroyed everything." Atreus stepped forward, anger rising in his chest. The Aesir were tyrants. They brought destruction to everyone and everything they touched. They killed my mother. The Valkyrie's gaze shifted to Atreus, her expression darkening. "Your mother was a Jotun. She was always an enemy of the Aesir." Kratos' voice cut through the tension. "This is not a place for old grudges. The Aesir are gone. Your time is over." The Valkyrie's wings flared as she raised her spear. "My time is not over, Kratos. I will restore what you took from me, and I will start with your death." Without warning, she lunged forward, her spear aimed directly at Kratos' heart. He moved with the speed of a seasoned warrior, raising his axe to deflect the blow. The clash of metal echoed through the forest as they met in a flurry of strikes, each one faster and more deadly than the last. The Valkyrie's wings gave her an advantage in speed, allowing her to dart in and out of range with terrifying precision. but Kratos' strength and experience kept him grounded. Atreus fired arrows from the edge of the battle, aiming for the gaps in her armor, but the Valkyrie's movements were almost too fast to track. She seemed to be everywhere at once, her spear flashing in the dim light as she pressed her attack. Kratos parried and struck back with his axe, the force of his blows enough to shatter boulders, but the Valkyrie was relentless. "You are nothing without your gods," the Valkyrie hissed as she launched another attack, her spear grazing Kratos' arm. "Without them, you are just a man, and men fall." Kratos grunted in pain but did not falter. He had faced greater enemies than this, beings whose power dwarfed even the might of the Valkyries. He had been broken and rebuilt, forged in the fires of Olympus and Asgard alike. He was more than a man, more than a god. He was a survivor. As the battle raged on, Kratos saw an opening. The Valkyrie's attacks were growing more desperate, her movements more erratic. He could see the rage fueling her, but that rage was also her weakness. She was too focused on vengeance to see the trap he had set. With a swift, brutal strike, Kratos slammed his shield into her, knocking her off balance. In that split second, he swung his axe with all his might, aiming for the gap in her armor. The blade found its mark. The Valkyrie let out a cry of pain as the axe buried itself in her side, her wings faltering as she stumbled back. She dropped to one knee, her spear falling from her hand. Blood pooled on the ground beneath her, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Kratos stood over her, his face impassive. "You fight for ghosts," Kratos said, his voice low. "Let them rest." The Valkyrie looked up at him, her eyes filled with fury and sorrow. You have doomed us all." With a final gasp, the last of the Valkyries collapsed, her body crumpling to the ground. Her wings, once so powerful, now lay limp and broken. The forest was silent once more. Atreus approached slowly, his eyes wide with the weight of what had just happened. "Is it over?" Kratos nodded, his gaze still fixed on the fallen Valkyrie. "For now." But as they turned to leave the battlefield, Kratos couldn't shake the feeling that the echoes of the past had not been silenced so easily. The Valkyrie had been right about one thing the fall of the Aesir had left a void, one that would not be filled without more bloodshed. And though this battle was over, the war for the future of the realms was far from finished. Story 49. The Frostbite of Jotunheim. The winds of Midgard had been unusually still, a harbinger of something unnatural stirring in the realms. Kratos stood by the frozen lake outside his home, his eyes narrowing as he felt the cold bite through even his hardened skin. It wasn't the typical winter chill of the Norse lands, it was something else. Something ancient and dangerous. Faint whispers from Mimir, the severed head who had become his trusted companion, spoke of a strange, otherworldly frost creeping through Jotunheim, cold that even the frost giants feared, now spreading through their land, consuming it like a disease. Kratos had heard many such tales before, but this felt different. Jotunheim was Atreus' legacy, the homeland of his mother's people, and now it was threatened by a supernatural force that defied even the natural cold of the realm. As he prepared his weapons and gathered his strength, Kratos knew that this journey would not be like the others. The very elements seemed to be conspiring against him, but he had no choice. The cold was spreading faster than anyone could have anticipated, and if it wasn't stopped, it would devour Jotunheim entirely, and perhaps more. The journey to Jotunheim was arduous, the path shrouded in frost and snow. Even as Kratos stepped through the realm's gateway, he felt the temperature drop dramatically. The landscape, once majestic with its towering mountains and crystalline beauty, was now twisted by an unnatural cold that made the air itself shimmer with frost. Kratos gripped the Leviathan axe tightly, its icy edge glowing faintly in the unnatural light. The cold here was different, beyond anything the axe was designed to handle. Even the heart of Niflheim paled in comparison to biting frost that surrounded him now. Mimir's voice, perched from his belt, echoed his concern. "Lad, this is no ordinary chill. This frost, it feels alive, as if something ancient and angry is breathing it into existence. Whatever it is, we need to find the source before it consumes everything." Kratos said nothing in response, but his jaw clenched. His steps were deliberate, each footfall echoing across the frozen landscape. The snow crunched beneath his boots, but the deeper he ventured into Jotunheim, the quieter the world became. It was as though the frost was leaching the very sound from the air, leaving nothing but an eerie silence that gnawed at him. His instincts told him that something was watching, waiting. The further he went, the more desolate the land became. Great spires of ice jutted out of the ground, where once there had been forests and rivers. The cold was growing more intense, making even Kratos struggle with each breath. It was then that he saw a massive wall of ice, unnaturally smooth and glowing with a faint, ghostly light. This was no ordinary glacier, it was a prison, and someone was trapped within. Kratos approached the frozen wall cautiously, his breath visible in the icy air. As he drew closer, he could see the faint outline of a figure encased within the ice. The figure was enormous, far larger than any frost giant he had ever seen, and its form was twisted in agony, frozen mid-scream. Its eyes, though closed, seemed to pulse faintly with an otherworldly energy, and the frost emanating from it was palpable, spreading like a virus through the land. That's no ordinary giant," Mimir muttered, his voice quieter than usual. "That's Ymir, the primordial frost giant, the very first of his kind. But how? How could he still be alive? He was slain eons ago, his body used to create the realms." Kratos frowned. He knew the stories of Ymir, the first giant whose death had shaped the world, but seeing him here, encased in ice, defied everything he had learned. And yet the cold made sense now. Ymir's essence, trapped for untold millennia, had somehow been reawakened, and the frost he was emanating was not just cold, it was the primordial cold of creation, a force that could reshape realms if left unchecked. Without hesitation, Kratos raised the Leviathan axe, its blade humming with power. He struck the ice with all his strength, the blow sending cracks spiderwebbing through the frozen prison. The ground beneath his feet shook, and for a moment the frost seemed to retreat, as though fearing his might. But the cracks in the ice only deepened, revealing more of Ymir's tortured form. The giant's eyes snapped open, glowing with a malevolent light, and the frost surged outward, crashing into Kratos like a tidal wave. The force of the cold knocked him back, and for the first time in a long while Kratos felt vulnerable. The frost that Ymir commanded was unlike anything he had faced before. It wasn't just the cold of winter, it was the cold of the void, of nothingness, and it clawed at his very soul. But Kratos was no stranger to battles against impossible odds. He stood again, his muscles tensed against the biting cold, and prepared for the inevitable fight. Ymir's voice rumbled through the ice, a deep, guttural sound that resonated with the frozen earth beneath them. "I was betrayed," the giant bellowed, his voice echoing across the wasteland. "Bound in ice for eternity, and now my vengeance will freeze the realms." Kratos didn't flinch. He had faced gods, titans, and monsters alike. The words of the ancient giant meant nothing to him, only that they confirmed what he already knew: this was a battle that had to be fought. Ymir's frost would consume everything if left unchecked, and Kratos could not allow that. Not for the sake of Jotunheim, not for Atreus, and not for the future of the realms. With a roar that matched the giant's fury, Kratos charged forward. The cold lashed out at him, but he fought through it, his axe glowing with a fierce light as it cleaved through the frost. Mir's form twisted in the ice, his power trying to smother Kratos, but the god of war would not be denied. Blow after blow, Kratos struck at the prison that held Ymir, until finally, with one final, earth-shattering swing, the ice shattered. The primordial frost began to retreat, its unnatural cold fading as Ymir's essence dissipated into the wind. Kratos stood over the remnants of the giant's prison, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The battle was over, but the cost of it weighed heavily on him. The cold of Jotunheim had been vanquished, but he knew that more battles lay ahead. This was just one of many trials, and the realms would always be in danger from forces beyond understanding. As Kratos turned to leave, the frost beneath his feet began to melt, the warmth of life slowly returning to Jotunheim. But the memory of Ymir's prison and the cold that had almost consumed the realm would linger in his mind, a reminder of the fragile balance that held the realms together. Story 50. The Sword of Surtur. The fire in the forge crackled low, casting flickering shadows against the walls of the dwarven workshop. Rock and Sindri were busy as always, their movements deliberate, though an uneasy tension seemed to hang in the air between them. Kratos sat nearby, sharpening the blade of the Leviathan axe, the rhythmic scrape of metal against stone filling the silence. It wasn't often that Kratos lingered in the workshop without reason, but today was different. Today, something weighed heavy on his mind, a legend he had heard in whispers, a story older than most, but one that had resurfaced with new urgency. Surtur, Kratos muttered, breaking the silence. His voice was low, almost as if he were testing the name against the air. Sindri stopped mid-hammer, his face twitching slightly at the mention of the fire giant's name. Drock, never one to hold his tongue, grunted and turned, wiping his hands on a rag that was already stained with soot and grease. "Aye, Surtur," Drock said, tossing the rag aside. "What about him?" Kratos continued sharpening the axe, his gaze focused, but his mind clearly elsewhere. His sword, it was said to have the power to bring about Ragnarök, but I have heard it was shattered. Sindri sighed, setting down his tools, and turned to face Kratos fully. "You heard right. Surtur's sword wasn't just a weapon, Kratos. It was a force of nature forged in the heart of Muspelheim's flames. A a blade capable of destroying realms, wielded by a being that the gods themselves feared. He hesitated, glancing toward Brock before continuing. But that sword is no more. The legends say it was shattered, scattered across the realms to prevent anyone giant, god or otherwise, from ever bringing it back together. Kratos finally looked up from his axe. And the fragments, they still hold power? Brock snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. Power. That's putting it lightly. Each fragment is like a piece of Surtur's very essence. They're unstable, dangerous. Just holding one is enough to burn the life out of most folks. And trying to reforge that thing, you'd have to be mad or stupid, probably both. Sindri, ever the more cautious of the two, shook his head. The sword was never meant to be reforged. The realms are better off without it, but yes, each fragment still carries immense power, and if someone were to gather them. Kratos stood, towering over the dwarves, his presence as imposing as ever. Someone already seeks them. The room fell silent. Sindri's face paled, while Brock's expression hardened into a scowl. It wasn't the first time Kratos had sensed danger on the horizon, but this was different. The mention of Surtur's sword, the idea that its fragments were being collected, seemed to stir something deep within the brothers, something beyond their usual concern for balance and craft. "Who?" Sindri asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who would be mad enough to try and bring the sword back?" Kratos' gaze was steady, cold. "I do not know, but the fragments, they are being sought. One has already been found, in Alfheim." Brock cursed under his breath, throwing his hammer down onto the workbench with a clang. "That's bad news, real bad news." Sindri ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. If they found one in Alfheim, that means the rest won't be far behind. The sword was shattered, but the pieces were scattered with purpose. Each fragment was hidden in a realm where its power would be diffused, controlled by the very nature of the realm itself. But if they've found one, they will find the others, Kratos finished. Silence that followed was heavy with the weight of their shared understanding. Whoever was seeking the sword wasn't just after a weapon, they were after something far more dangerous. The power to bring about Ragnarök, to unmake the very fabric of the realms, was contained within those fragments, and once gathered, reforging the blade would mean certain destruction for anyone in its path. Kratos turned, his mind already calculating the next move. Where are the other fragments? Brock scratched his beard, his face contorting in thought. "We ain't exactly got a map, but if the legends hold true, there's likely one in Muspelheim, Surtur's home turf. The flames there would have been the natural place to hide it, but the others could be anywhere. Vanaheim perhaps, maybe even Helheim. Ain't no telling with something like this." Sindri nodded. The fragment in Alfheim would have been tempered by the light of that realm. It would be unstable outside of its natural environment. That's why the pieces were scattered, to keep them from ever being reunited. But if someone knows how to control them... Kratos sheathed the Leviathan axe, his decision made. "I will stop them." The dwarves exchanged a glance, neither one willing to argue with the Spartan. It was no small task, chasing fragments of an ancient, god-slaying weapon across the realms. But if anyone could do it, it was Kratos. "You'll need help," Sindri said quietly, already moving toward a chest in the corner of the workshop. He opened it carefully, revealing a set of tools and materials that Kratos had never seen before. If you're going after the sword's fragments, you'll need something more than just brute strength. We can forge you something to help contain the power. Brock grunted in agreement. We ain't letting you go alone without a fighting chance. We might be crazy, but we ain't that crazy. Kratos nodded, grateful in his own stoic way, as the brothers began preparing for the task ahead. The journey would be long, the dangers immense, but Kratos had faced the end of the world before. The sword of Surtur was merely another weapon, a dangerous one. Yes, but still just a tool. It was the hands that sought it that concerned him. As the fire in the forge roared back to life, the glow of molten metal casting long shadows across the room, Kratos steeled himself for the trials ahead. Surtur's fragments were out there, waiting to be found, and he would find them before they could be brought together again. Story 51. The Song of the Norns. The song began as a whisper. It crept into Atreus's dreams like a soft, eerie hum, a melody that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. At first he thought it was just the remnants of a memory, a trick of the mind left behind from their journey to the Well of Erd, where the Norns had once woven the fates of gods and mortals alike. But the song persisted, growing louder with each passing night, its tune haunting and impossible to ignore. It wasn't just the melody that unsettled him. It was the way the song seemed to carry the weight of countless lives, as if every soul that had ever existed was woven into its cryptic notes. The voices of the Norns, the keepers of fate, echoed through the tune, their words garbled but laden with meaning just beyond his reach. Each night the song grew clearer, and with it a gnawing doubt that burrowed deep into his mind. Atreus had always questioned the nature of fate. He had seen how the Norns could manipulate it, how they claimed to know the future with absolute certainty. But he had also seen his father Kratos defy the very fates themselves. They had been told that Ragnarök was unavoidable, that the death of the gods and the destruction of the realms was inevitable. And yet they had changed the course of that future. They had fought against the fates, bent them to their will. So why, now, did this song haunt him so? He kept the dreams to himself at first, unwilling to worry his father. Kratos had always been dismissive of fate, his belief in his own strength far outweighing any fear of predestination. But for Atreus the song felt like a warning, a reminder that even the most powerful could not escape the threads of destiny. It tugged at him, pulling him towards something he didn't yet understand. One night, after another sleepless stretch haunted by the melody, Atreus finally spoke to his father as they sat by the fire outside their cabin. The flames danced between them, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees, but the song lingered in the back of his mind, growing louder with each heartbeat. "Father," Atreus began, his voice hesitant, "do you ever wonder if the Norns are still watching us? If they're still weaving our fate?" Kratos looked up from sharpening the Leviathan axe, his brow furrowed. "The Norns weave what they see, boy. That is all. They do not control us." Atreus nodded, though the doubt in his chest didn't ease. But what if they can? What if they're not just watching, but guiding things? The more I think about it, the more it feels like everything we've done, everything we've fought for, has led us exactly where they wanted us to go. Kratos' eyes hardened as he set the axe down. "We make our own path. I have seen what happens when gods think they can control fate. It ends in destruction. Atreus sighed, running a hand through his hair. I know, but I've been hearing something. A song in my dreams. It feels like it's coming from the Norns. It's like they're trying to tell me something, but I can't understand it. And I can't stop thinking about what it means. Kratos was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and steady. The Norns may sing their songs, but they do not know everything. We have already proven that they can be defied. Their power is not absolute. Atreus looked up at his father, searching his face for reassurance. But even Kratos, as strong and certain as he was, couldn't answer the questions that had begun to gnaw at Atreus' soul. The song wasn't just a warning, it was a challenge, and he knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. In the days that followed, the melody became more persistent, filling his mind even when he was awake. It seemed to echo from the very air around him, a constant reminder that the Norn's gaze was never far from them. Atreus found himself drawn back to the Well of Erd, the place where fate had once been revealed to them in all its terrible clarity. The Norns had spoken then, but they had only shared what they chose to reveal. Atreus was determined to learn the truth. For one evening, he made his decision. He approached his father, who had sensed his restlessness but had not pressed him for answers. Kratos has always trusted his son to find his own way, though Atreus knew his father's eyes were ever watchful, ready to protect him from whatever danger awaited. I need to go back to the Well of Erd, Atreus said quietly, his voice steady despite the uncertainty swirling inside him. I need to understand what the Norns are trying to tell me. Kratos' gaze met his, sharp and thoughtful. You know what awaits you there. The Norns do not give answers freely. Atreus nodded. I know, but I have to try. Kratos stood, his towering figure casting a long shadow over the fire. He placed a hand on Atreus' shoulder, his grip firm but not oppressive. You do not face them alone. I will go with you. Together they set out for the Well of Erd, the weight of the journey pressing down on them both. The path was familiar, yet the air felt different this time, heavier, as if the very world was aware of the questions Atreus carried. They travelled in silence, father and son, their bond as unspoken as it was unbreakable. When they arrived, the well was as they remembered it, dark, deep, and seemingly endless, a reflection of the unknown. The swirling waters shimmered with the magic of fate, and the air around it crackled with an ancient energy. Atreus stepped forward, his heart racing, the song now deafening in his mind. It was no longer just a melody, it was words, cryptic and elusive, but unmistakably from the Norns. The boy who would defy his name, the son who would unchain his fate. Atreus knelt by the well, his reflection rippling in the waters. The words filled his mind and he felt the weight of the Norn's gaze, heavy and cold. What do you want from me? Atreus whispered, his voice shaking with frustration and confusion. From the depths of the well, a voice answered, not the harsh cackle of the Norns, but something softer, more knowing. You are not bound by fate, child, but you are not free from it either. Atreus' heart pounded. He could feel Kratos' presence behind him, his father's protective stance never faltering. But the questions that haunted Atreus were his own. What does that mean? The voice from the well did not answer. but the song faded, leaving only silence. The weight of fate still hung over him, but something had shifted. The Norns, for all their power, did not control him. They observed, they sang, but the choices were his. As Atreus rose to his feet, the last echoes of the song faded into the wind, and he felt something new, a quiet determination, a knowledge that the future was not yet written. He turned to Kratos, his eyes filled with resolve. "We make our own fate," Atreus said quietly, repeating the words his father had once spoken to him. Kratos nodded, the faintest hint of pride in his eyes. "Yes, boy, we do." Story 52. The Berserker's Challenge. The midday sun hung heavy over the battlefield, casting long shadows on the blood-stained ground. Kratos stood at the edge of the desolate field, his eyes scanning the horizon. The wind carried with it the distant clamour of steel and the faint scent of burning wood. The challenge had come unexpectedly, but not entirely without warning. Whispers of an ancient berserker gathering an army had reached Kratos days earlier. Berserker, a figure shrouded in myth and legend, claimed to be the true heir to Kratos' legacy, the slayer of gods and conqueror of realms. Kratos' muscles tensed as he recalled Mimir's words. They say he was once a loyal servant to Odin himself, a warrior who slaughtered armies, his hands stained with the blood of countless foes. But after centuries of loyalty, something snapped in him. He left Odin's side and began to carve out his own legend, claiming he was the only true god slayer. Now the Berserker had invoked an ancient rite, challenging Kratos to single combat for dominance. It was a challenge that Kratos could not ignore, not just for his own pride, but for the safety of Atreus. The Berserker had amassed an army of warriors, each more fearsome than the last, and though Kratos had fought many battles in his lifetime, this was different. This was not a battle for survival or vengeance, this was a fight for legacy. The Berserker had sent a message, delivered by a trembling scout who barely escaped the encounter alive. "Face me, god of war. Prove your worth as the true heir to the legacy of destruction, or fall before me, as the rest of your kind have." Kratos had felt the weight of those words, the challenge echoing through him. He knew that this battle would not be like the others he had faced. This Berserker was no ordinary warrior, he was something else, something ancient, filled with primal rage and the power of ancient runes. Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe, its familiar weight a comfort, but in the back of his mind he knew that brute strength alone would not be enough. The Berserker had harnessed powers beyond mere physical might. His mastery of ancient runes gave him an edge, allowing him to bend the forces of nature and rage itself to his will. Kratos had never faced such a foe before, and the uncertainty gnawed at him. Atreus stood beside his father, his eyes full of concern. He had heard the stories too, and though he trusted in his father's strength, he could feel the tension in the air. "Father," he began, his voice steady but laced with worry, "you don't have to do this alone. We can fight him together." Kratos remained silent for a moment, his gaze locked on the distant figures of the Berserker's army assembling on the horizon. He had always fought alone, trusting in his own strength to overcome whatever challenges lay ahead. But Atreus had grown stronger, and the bond between them had deepened since their journeys across the realms. The boy The young man was capable, and yet the thought of involving him in this battle made Kratos hesitate. So this was no ordinary fight, and the consequences of failure were far greater than either of them could imagine. "This is my fight," Kratos finally said, his voice low but resolute. "The Berserker challenges me, not us." Atreus frowned, stepping closer. "But if he wins, if something happens to you, what will I do? We're stronger together, Father. You've taught me that." Kratos turned to face his son, his expression unreadable. There was truth in Atreus' words, but this battle was not just about strength. It was about legacy, about proving who had the right to claim the title of God Slayer. If Kratos failed, the Berserker's victory would not only mark the end of his reign as the ghost of Sparta, but also place a target on Atreus, drawing the attention of greater enemies lurking in the shadows. "This fight is different," Kratos said after a long pause. "He seeks to prove himself by defeating me, to claim what I have done as his own. But you are not part of that legacy. You are more than a weapon. Stay out of this, Atreus. If I fall, you must be the one to carry on." Atreus looked away, his hands clenched into fists, frustration building within him. But he knew better than to argue further. His father had made his decision. The time for talk was over. As the two approached the battlefield, the Berserker emerged from the ranks of his warriors. He was a towering figure, clad in armor that seemed forged from the bones of ancient beasts. His eyes gleamed with a savage light, and etched into his skin were runes that glowed with a faint, ominous energy. In his hand he wielded a massive axe, its blade crackling with primal energy. "So the ghost of Sparta has come," the Berserker sneered, his voice deep and filled with venom. "I have waited centuries for this moment. I am the true heir to your legacy, Kratos. I have slain gods and monsters alike, and now I will take your place as the greatest of them all." Kratos said nothing, his expression impassive. He had heard many boastful warriors before, but this one carried with him the weight of an ancient power. As the Berserker raised his axe, the runes on his skin flared to life, and the ground beneath them trembled. Lightning crackled in the sky, and the air itself seemed to hum with energy. With a roar, the Berserker charged, his axe cleaving through the air with terrifying speed. Kratos met him head-on, their weapons clashing in a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The Berserker fought with an unmatched fury, his blows fueled by centuries of rage, but it was the runes that gave him an edge. With each strike, the runes on his skin pulsed, sending out waves of energy that disoriented Kratos, forcing him to fight not just against brute strength, but against the very elements themselves. For the first time in a long while, Kratos felt himself pushed to his limits. The Berserker's mastery of primal rage was unlike anything he had encountered before, and the ancient runes allowed him to manipulate the battlefield, twisting the very air and ground to his advantage. Every strike Kratos delivered was met with a counter that sent him reeling, and the Berserker's laughter echoed across the battlefield. But Kratos was no stranger to impossible odds. As the Berserker bore down on him, Kratos called upon every ounce of his strength, every lesson he had learned through a lifetime of war and suffering. His muscles burned with the effort, but his focus remained unshaken. He would not fall here. In a sudden, brutal flurry of blows, Kratos turned the tide. His strikes became faster, more precise, and with one final, earth-shattering blow, he disarmed the berserker, sending his axe flying from his hand. The berserker stumbled back, bloodied and beaten, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "It is over," Kratos said, his voice a low growl. "You are not the heir to anything." The berserker collapsed to his knees, his runes flickering weakly. "No, it cannot be. I am the true. Isa Cutifader. Kratos silenced him with a final, crushing blow. As the berserker fell lifeless to the ground, his army scattered, their will broken. Kratos stood over the fallen leader, his body aching from the battle, but his mind clear. The challenge had been met, the legacy defended. But as Kratos turned to leave, he couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was watching, waiting in the shadows, biding its time. He glanced at Atreus, who had watched the fight from a distance, his face a mix of relief and concern. The boy had grown stronger, and soon enough he would face his own challenges. Kratos knew the berserker had only been the beginning. Greater threats lay ahead, and they would have to face them together. Story 53. The Forgotten Forge of Sindri. The cold winds of Svartalfheim swept through the jagged mountains, carrying with them a biting chill that cut through Atreus's cloak as he ascended the narrow path. The climb had been long and grueling, the air growing thinner the higher he went, but he pressed on, determined to reach the destination Sindri had once spoken of in hushed tones, the ancient forge. It was a place lost to time, abandoned by the dwarves after the calamity of Asgard, and said to be home to secrets that even the gods feared. Atreus had come across the tale by accident, hearing scraps of whispered stories from the surviving dwarves who spoke of the forge as a relic of an age before Odin's rule. Some said it was a sanctuary where the greatest weapons were crafted. Others spoke of it as a tomb for creations too dangerous to wield. But one thing was certain, Sindri had once worked there, long before he became the master craftsman known throughout the realms, and in that forgotten forge Atreus hoped to find answers or perhaps something more. The path narrowed as Atreus neared the summit, the wind howling through the jagged rocks like the wails of spirits long dead. His mind was filled with thoughts of Ragnarök, of all they had lost and the uncertain future that lay ahead. Though the realms were at peace for now, the fragile balance could be shattered at any moment. He had seen it too many times before one spark, one wrong move, and the cycle of destruction would begin again. As he crested the final ridge, the entrance to the forge came into view. It was a massive stone archway, weathered by time and covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly in the fading light. The doorway led into the mountain itself, disappearing into darkness that seemed to swallow all light. Atreus paused for a moment, catching his breath, his hand instinctively resting on his bow. There was a feeling here, a weight in the air, as if the very mountain was alive with the remnants of old magic. Steeling himself, Atreus stepped forward and crossed the threshold into the forgotten forge. The temperature dropped immediately, and the air grew thick with the smell of iron and soot. His footsteps echoed off the stone walls as he ventured deeper into the mountain, the only light coming from the faint glow of runes that lined the passageway. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the earth, and with each step the sense of something ancient and powerful grew stronger. Finally, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, the forge itself. Atreus's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight before him. The forge was immense, far larger than any he had ever seen, its walls lined with tools and weapons of incredible craftsmanship. Massive anvils and smelting furnaces, long cold, stood in the center of the room, and overhead the ceiling disappeared into darkness. But it was the object on the central platform that drew his attention, a half-finished weapon, resting on a pedestal as if waiting for someone to complete it. Atreus approached slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. The weapon was a hammer, similar in design to Mjolnir, but larger, more intricate. Its handle was carved with runes of immense power, and the head of the hammer gleamed with an unearthly light. It was clear that this was no ordinary weapon. Even in its incomplete state, the hammer radiated a raw, untamed energy that seemed to human the air around it. This was Sindri's work, there was no doubt in Atreus's mind. The craftsmanship was unmistakable, but there was something else here, something more. The hammer was not just a tool of war, it was a creation of balance, a weapon forged not for destruction, but for protection. Atreus could feel it, the intent behind the design. This was meant to be a counter to Mjolnir, a weapon capable of rivaling the Thunder God's power, but with a purpose far greater than the domination of realms. But it was unfinished. Atreus reached out to touch the hammer, his fingers brushing against the cool metal. The moment he did, a surge of energy pulsed through him, images flashing in his mind, visions of fire and steel, of battles fought and lost, and of Sindri standing at this very forge, his face etched with worry and determination. In the vision, Atreus saw Sindri working tirelessly, pouring his heart and soul into the creation of the hammer, only to stop before it was completed. Something had happened. Something had made him abandon the forge, leaving the weapon incomplete. The vision faded, and Atreus pulled his hand back, his mind racing. He now understood why Sindri had left. The hammer, though powerful, required a material that was lost during the fall of Asgard, an element so rare and dangerous that even the gods feared to use it. Without it, the hammer would remain incomplete, its true potential forever untapped. Atreus stood in silence, contemplating the weight of what he had found. The hammer could change everything. It could be used to protect the realms, to restore balance and prevent further chaos. But finishing it would require a journey into the heart of danger to find the lost material and complete what Sindri had started. And even then there was no guarantee that wielding such a weapon wouldn't draw the attention of those who still clung to the old ways, gods and mortals alike. Freya, in particular, would not take kindly to the creation of a weapon of such power. The Aesir were gone, but their influence still lingered, and any attempt to rival their legacy would undoubtedly provoke a response. Freya, as the god of peace and prosperity, had always sought to avoid conflict, but this hammer, this could be seen as a challenge, a threat to the fragile peace that now existed between the realms. Atreus felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. He had the skill to complete the hammer, bring it to life as Sindri had intended, but the consequences of such an action were unknown. Could he risk reigniting old conflicts just to wield a weapon that might never be needed? Or was this his destiny, to follow in his father's footsteps and take up the mantle of protector, even if it meant facing the wrath of those who sought to maintain control over the realms? He took a deep breath and stepped back from the pedestal. The hammer remained where it was, gleaming in the dim light, its potential untapped. Atreus knew that the choice was his. He could leave the forge, walk away from the power it offered, and let the weapon remain unfinished, or he could take the first step toward completing it, knowing full well the path it would lead him down. But as the song of the forge filled his ears, the rhythmic beat of hammer against anvil echoing in his mind, Atreus realized that the choice had already been made. The hammer was calling to him, and he could not ignore it. With one final glance at the forge, Atreus turned and began the journey back through the tunnel, his thoughts consumed by the challenge ahead. The hammer of Sindri was not just a weapon, it was a key to a future that had yet to be written, and it was up to him to decide what that future would be. Story 54. The Lost Realm of Jarnvidr. Atreus was poring over the ancient texts in the library Freya had guided him to, his fingers tracing the intricate carvings on the wooden map he had discovered hidden deep within its pages. His heart raced as he recognized the name etched into the corner. Jarnvidr legends spoke of it as a place few had ever ventured, a mysterious land on the edge of Jotunheim, cloaked in perpetual shadow. According to the myths, Jarnvidr was the birthplace of giant wolves, ancient creatures that had long since vanished from the known realms. Yet the map before him indicated otherwise, suggesting not only that Jarnvidr still existed, but that its wolves had evolved into something even more dangerous, something that could threaten the balance of all the realms. His mind buzzed with the possibilities. He had heard the stories of Fenrir, Skoll, and Hati, the great wolves whose fates were intertwined with the end of the world. But this map spoke of an entire breed, a race of wolves descended from those mythical beasts, now lurking in the forgotten forests of Jarnvidr. And if these creatures were still alive, they could have ties to his own heritage, to the very essence of his Jotun bloodline. Curiosity turned to resolve as he decided to embark on a journey to find this lost realm. He knew his father, Kratos, would disapprove of him venturing into such dangerous lands alone, but Atreus couldn't ignore the pull of his heritage, the need to understand the giants and the wolves that were so deeply entwined in his own fate. With the map tucked securely into his satchel, Atreus set out through the portals that connected the realms. It wasn't long before he found himself at the edge of Jotunheim, the sky above him darkening as he approached the mountainous cliffs where the entrance to Jarnvidr was said to lie. So the air was heavy with an unnatural stillness, the kind that sets one's nerves on edge, as if the land itself was holding its breath. The path ahead was overgrown, thorny vines and thick underbrush making the terrain difficult to traverse. Yet as Atreus moved deeper into the wilderness, he felt the ancient magic of the giants all around him, the silent hum that resonated with his own power. Jarnvidr was not a place for the faint of heart. The forest stretched endlessly, with trees as tall as mountains and gnarled branches twisted into unnatural shapes. A faint mist clung to the ground, obscuring Atreus's vision, but he pressed forward, guided by the map and the faint whispers of the wind. His heart pounded in his chest as the shadows of the trees seemed to move, as if the forest itself was watching him, waiting for him to make a wrong step. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves felt amplified, as if something unseen was stalking him from the shadows. It wasn't long before he caught the scent of something foul in the air, a deep, earthy musk that made his skin prickle. And then he heard it, the low, guttural growl of a creature unlike any he had encountered before. Atreus crouched low, hiding behind a large boulder as the sound grew closer. From the darkness of the forest, a wolf emerged. But this was no ordinary wolf. It was massive, easily the size of an ox, with eyes that glowed a sickly green. Its fur was matted and thick, its paws leaving deep impressions in the ground as it sniffed the air, searching. Atreus held his breath, gripping his bow tightly as the creature prowled just a few feet away from him. His heart raced as he debated whether to attack or remain hidden. The wolf's nose twitched, and for a moment its gaze swept directly toward him, its glowing eyes locking onto his hiding spot. Atreus's pulse quickened, but he remained still, trusting that the shadows in the forest would keep him hidden. After what felt like an eternity, the wolf let out a low growl and turned away, disappearing into the mist. Exhaling slowly, Atreus rose to his feet, his body tense with adrenaline. He had never seen a wolf like that before, its size, its unnatural aura. If this was one of the creatures that inhabited Jarnvidr, then the stories were true. These wolves were no mere animals, they were something far more dangerous, born of ancient magic and dark prophecy. He needed to know more. He needed to find the heart of Jarnvidr and uncover the truth of these creatures. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, the mist thicker, and the sounds of the wolves more frequent. He saw them now, and again massive shapes moving in the shadows, their glowing eyes watching him from a distance, as if they were testing him, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Atreus was not afraid. He could feel the connection between him and these creatures, a shared bond through their Jotun blood. He knew that he could communicate with them, if only he could find the pack's leader, the alpha wolf that ruled over this forsaken land. It wasn't long before he reached a clearing, the trees parting to reveal a massive stone altar at the center. The ground around it was littered with bones, both animal and human, and the air was thick with the scent of death. Atreus approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. And then he saw a massive figure lying atop the altar, its fur as dark as night, its eyes glowing with a fierce intelligence. This was no ordinary wolf. This was the Alpha, the ruler of Jarnvidr, and it was waiting for him. The wolf rose to its feet, towering over Atreus, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. But there was no fear in Atreus's heart. He knew deep down that this creature was part of his destiny, part of the larger story that was unfolding around him. He raised his hand, speaking in the ancient tongue of the Jotnar, his voice steady and calm. The wolf paused, its ears twitching as it listened, and then slowly it lowered its lids, its eyes never leaving Atreus. For a moment the forest was silent. The other wolves, hidden in the shadows, watched with bated breath. Atreus knew that this was a turning point, a moment that would define his path forward. The wolves of Jarnvidr were not just mindless beasts, they were guardians of a forgotten power. A power that Atreus now had the potential to unlock. Story 55. The Curse of Gulltoppr. The dense, dark canopy of the mysterious forest loomed above, shrouding Kratos and Atreus in a constant twilight. The air was thick with mist, and the silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of some unseen creature. This forest was not on any map, nor had any of the gods mentioned it, but it seemed to draw them in like a siren's call. Atreus had sensed something strange as they ventured deeper into the unknown, a faint pull that led them toward a discovery neither of them could have anticipated. The first sign that something unnatural lay ahead was the golden glow, faint and flickering, like sunlight caught between the trees. As they approached, the glow grew brighter until the figure of a magnificent steed came into view. It stood tall, regal, its coat shimmering with an ethereal golden hue that seemed too perfect for this world. At once, Atreus recognized the creature, his heart skipping a beat. "Father, that's Gulltoppr, the steed of Heimdall." Kratos narrowed his eyes, observing the horse carefully. Gulltoppr, the legendary golden horse that had once carried Heimdall, the ever-watchful god, was standing before them, alone in the heart of this forsaken forest. The creature's presence made no sense. Heimdall had not been seen for ages, and even in his absence, Gulltoppr was said to be impossible to tame by anyone else. Yet here it was, seemingly abandoned. "Stay back," Kratos warned, stepping in front of Atreus, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. The steed, though magnificent in appearance, exuded a strange aura, one that chilled even Kratos' hardened spirit. Its eyes, once said to gleam with the clarity of sight across realms, were clouded, flickering with a haunting light that made Kratos' skin prickle. Atreus, despite his father's warning, couldn't help but inch closer, his curiosity overpowering his caution. Why would Gulltoppr be here? Shouldn't it be in Asgard? Kratos remained silent, his grip on the Leviathan axe tightening. The question lingered, but something more pressing consumed his thoughts. The forest, the horse, and the silence all felt wrong. Too wrong. As they stood before Gulltoppr, the ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a heavy, invisible force. It wasn't just a creature abandoned in a forgotten forest. There was something far darker at work. Suddenly Gulltoppr's head lifted, its eyes locking onto Kratos and Atreus. The horse's golden form began to shimmer even brighter, casting long shadows against the trees. Atreus staggered back, his face twisted in discomfort. "Father, I feel something's wrong." Before Kratos could react, the world around them shifted. The mist thickened, swirling into an oppressive wall of fog. The ground trembled, and from Gulltoppr's gaze, visions began to flood their minds. Kratos grunted, gripping his head as flashes of chaos, fire, and destruction seared into his thoughts. Atreus cried out beside him, overwhelmed by the intensity of the images. It was the end times Ragnarök. The skies were torn asunder, gods falling, the realms consumed in flames. The mighty serpent Jormungandr coiled around the earth, and Fenrir, the great wolf, swallowed the sun. Kratos saw himself standing amidst the carnage, battling giants and gods alike, only to be surrounded by an endless sea of death and ruin. Atreus, too, was there in the visions, caught between gods, his face etched with pain and anguish as he stood against enemies they had yet to face. These were not mere dreams. These were the cursed visions of Gulltop prophecies, perhaps, or merely the ravings of a creature tainted by ancient magic. The horse was showing them a future, a dark and inescapable fate. The more Kratos resisted, the stronger the visions became. His past, the ghosts of his old life in Greece, melded with the future he fought so hard to avoid. The weight of his decisions, his failures and his victories all crashed down upon him at once. With a roar of defiance, Kratos raised the Leviathan axe and swung it toward Gulltopper. The blade struck the ground inches from the steed's hooves, sending a shockwave through the forest. But Gulltopper did not flinch. It remained still, its cursed gaze unrelenting. Atreus gasped, trying to shake the visions from his mind. "We have to stop this." "I can't," his voice broke as he clutched his head, the images overwhelming him. Kratos moved swiftly, placing himself between Atreus and the steed. His voice was stern, commanding, but there was an undercurrent of concern. "Focus, boy. The visions are nothing more than lies." But even as he said the words, Kratos knew there was some truth buried within them. The curse of Gulltopper was powerful, ancient, and bound to the fate of the gods. To resist it would take more than just strength. It required willpower to defy what seemed inevitable. Kratos planted his feet firmly in the ground, his eyes locked on the horse. He could feel the pull of the visions trying to drag him under, but he fought against it with every fiber of his being. He had faced prophecies before, some of them as terrifying as the ones now flashing before his eyes. But he was no longer a pawn of fate. He had carved his own path, broken his chains, and he would not allow some cursed steed to show him otherwise. Atreus, trembling but resolute, stood beside his father, his bow in hand. "What do we do?" Kratos' eyes never left Gulltopper. "We leave." "Leave? But the visions?" "They are not our future," Kratos said firmly. "We make our own future." Without another word, Kratos turned his back on the golden steed. Atreus hesitated, glancing at the horse one last time before following his father's lead. As they walked away, the glow of Gulltopper dimmed, fading back into the fog of the forest. The cursed visions still lingered in their minds, like the remnants of a nightmare, but Kratos knew they had passed the test. The forest grew quiet once more, but the weight of what they had seen would not be forgotten. The end times may still come, and their fates may intertwine with those of gods and monsters, but Kratos and Atreus would face that future on their own terms. They would fight, they would survive, and they would defy whatever fate tried to lay claim to them. In the heart of the forest, Gulltopper watched them leave, its golden form shimmering one last time before it disappeared into the mist. The curse of visions was not easily broken, but perhaps, just perhaps, it had found its match in the ghost of Sparta and his son. Story 56. The Axe of Yggdrasil. Kratos stood at the edge of the frozen lake, his eyes fixed on the Leviathan axe in his hands. For years this weapon had been his trusted companion, forged by the dwarves and imbued with the power of ice and frost. It had cleaved through gods, giants, and monsters alike, serving him in every battle with unerring precision. But lately something had changed. The axe felt heavier in his grip, its familiar hum of power replaced by a strange stillness, as if it were no longer responding to him. Even when he summoned it back after throwing it, the axe seemed slower, reluctant, almost as if it were resisting his will. Kratos had faced countless enemies, but never had his own weapon felt so foreign to him. Mimir, perched on Kratos' belt, had noticed the changes as well. "There's something amiss with that axe, brother," he had said a few days earlier, his voice filled with uncharacteristic concern. "I've seen weapons behave strangely before, but this feels different. Almost as if it's alive." Kratos had dismissed the comment at first, chalking it up to wear and tear after countless battles. But as the days went on, the strangeness only grew. The axe would flicker with energy at odd moments, glowing faintly with a light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the very land beneath Kratos' feet. The Leviathan axe had always been bound to the magic of Midgard, tied to the powers of frost and the giants who once roamed the land. But now it was behaving as if something deeper was awakening within it, something ancient and rooted in a power Kratos couldn't yet understand. He had brought the issue to Mimir, hoping for some insight. The severed head, with all his knowledge of the realms, had been strangely quiet after examining the weapon. When he finally spoke, his words were laced with a gravity that Kratos rarely heard from him. "I think this might go beyond the axe's enchantments, brother. Its connection to Yggdrasil, the world tree. It's stronger than we thought." Kratos turned Mimir's words over in his mind as he stood by the lake, the axe still heavy in his grip. Yggdrasil. The world tree that connected all the realms, the source of life and power for everything that existed. Kratos had journeyed through the realms countless times, using the tree's roots to traverse the worlds, but he had never considered that his axe might share a deeper connection to it. The Leviathan axe had been forged with the intent to harness the primal forces of frost, but could it be that its power stemmed from Yggdrasil itself? The thought unsettled Kratos more than he would admit. Mimir had suggested that they investigate further, and Kratos had reluctantly agreed. The only way to uncover the truth was to visit the roots of Yggdrasil itself, deep within the heart of the realms. There they might find answers or more questions. As Kratos made his way through the wilderness toward the world tree, the axe continued to thrum faintly, the energy within it growing stronger the closer he got to the roots. It was as if the weapon was alive, responding to something that only it could sense. The journey was perilous, filled with creatures drawn to the raw magic of Yggdrasil. Frost trolls, Draugr, and even shades of the dead roamed the paths leading to the tree, as if they too were drawn to the power that emanated from its roots. But Kratos fought them off with ease, though each swing of the Leviathan axe felt heavier, more deliberate. The axe was no longer simply a tool in his hands, it was becoming something more, something that Kratos couldn't yet control. As they approached the base of Yggdrasil, the air grew thick with energy, the very ground vibrating with the ancient power that flowed through the world tree. Kratos could feel it in his bones, the primal force of creation and destruction that Yggdrasil embodied. Mimir, his voice quiet, spoke softly. "There are legends, of weapons forged not just with the magic of the elements, but with the very life force of Yggdrasil itself. Such weapons would be tied to the tree, to the realms. Their power would wax and wane with the tree's health, or its danger. Kratos paused at that, the weight of Mimir's words sinking in. If the axe was connected to Yggdrasil, then its strange behavior could be a sign of something much worse. The world tree was ancient and powerful, but it was also vulnerable. If something were to happen to it, the balance of the realms could be thrown into chaos. And if the Leviathan axe was linked to Yggdrasil's fate, Kratos realized that he would need to protect both the tree and the weapon at all costs. Reaching the roots of Yggdrasil, Kratos knelt, placing the axe on the ground before the massive, glowing tendrils that stretched into the heavens and beyond. The axe pulsed with energy now, the light from its blade flickering in time with the pulse of the tree itself. For a moment Kratos simply watched, his eyes narrowed as the magic within the axe seemed to resonate with Yggdrasil. He could feel it now. His axe was not just a weapon, it was a conduit, a bridge between the realms, bound to the world tree in ways he had never imagined. Suddenly the ground beneath him rumbled, and the roots of Yggdrasil shifted. Kratos stood, gripping the Leviathan axe tightly as the world around him seemed to tremble. From the shadows of the forest emerged figures, tall and imposing, their forms obscured by the mist. Giants, Kratos realized, their ancient power radiating from their very presence. But these were not the giants of legend. These were protectors, guardians of Gorsel, and they had come to see who had disturbed the sacred roots of the tree. One of the giants, his voice deep and resonant, spoke. "The axe you carry is no mere weapon, god of war. It was forged with the essence of the world tree, tied to its power. It was meant to protect the realms, to preserve the balance. But now it is in danger." Kratos clenched his jaw, his grip tightening on the axe. "What must I do?" he asked, his voice steady, though the weight of the situation pressed heavily on him. The giant stepped forward, his eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. "You must protect Yggdrasil, Kratos. The balance of the realms depends on it, and through your axe you are now bound to that fate." Kratos nodded, his resolve hardening. He had faced gods, monsters, and giants before, but now he faced a challenge unlike any other, a battle to protect not just the realms, but the very tree that sustained them. The Leviathan axe pulsed in his hand, the bond between it and Yggdrasil growing stronger. Kratos knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger, but he had never backed down from a fight, and he wasn't about to start now. With the Leviathan axe in hand, Kratos prepared himself for the battles to come. The fate of Yggdrasil and the realms was now tied to his own. Story 57. The River of Souls. The air of Helheim was always cold, a bitter chill that even the most hardened gods felt in their bones. But as Kratos stood on the cliffs overlooking the River of Souls, that chill seemed to deepen, seeping into his very core. Below him the river roiled and churned, its once steady, oppressive flow now violently surging. The wails of the dead, normally a distant hum, were louder now, desperate, terrified, and unnatural. Something was very wrong. Kratos had ventured into Helheim before, and each time it had tested him in ways few other realms could. But this was different. The river, said to carry the lost souls of the dead to their eternal rest, was overflowing, spilling onto the icy banks and allowing spirits to slip free. These souls, bound by fate and judgment, were not meant to return to the world of the living, and yet they surged toward freedom with an unnatural fervor, as though something far more sinister than mere unrest was driving them. Atreus, standing beside his father, watched in horror as the spirits clawed their way up the riverbanks, their forms flickering with the pale, ethereal light of the dead. "Father, what's happening?" His voice was steady, but Kratos could hear the edge of fear beneath it. Kratos' eyes scanned the horizon, his instincts telling him that this was no mere disturbance of the natural order. Helheim was a place of cold order, ruled by the will of the gods, but now it seemed that even the dead sought to rebel against their fate. He tightened his grip on the Leviathan axe. "Something has broken the balance," he said, his voice a low growl. "These souls are not meant to escape." Mimir, the ever-present voice of knowledge hanging from Kratos' belt, chimed in. "Aye, something's terribly wrong here, brother. The river's meant to be a one-way journey for the dead, not a passage back to the living. If these spirits break free, they'll upset the natural order of all the realms." Kratos had little patience for disorder, especially in a place as dangerous as Helheim. The restless souls that broke free from the river would not simply return to their graves, they would seek vengeance, resolution, or worse, destruction. They had been judged, sent to this realm for their eternal punishment, and yet here they were, clawing at the fabric of life itself. "We need to stop this," Kratos said. He moved toward the river's edge, where the ground was slick with ice and the ethereal mist of the dead. The spirits, sensing his presence, shifted their focus toward him, their faces contorted with rage, sorrow, and confusion. They recognized the god in him, the one who had defied death, who had broken the chains of fate. Atreus pulled an arrow from his quiver, ready to defend against whatever was about to come. "What do we do, father?" Kratos didn't answer immediately. He could feel the weight of this place pressing down on him, the memories of his own journey through Helheim stirring in the back of his mind. He had walked this realm once before, haunted by visions of his past, tormented by the ghost of his greatest sins. Now, those same memories threatened to resurface, but he pushed them down. He could not afford to be distracted. "We stop them from leaving," Kratos said at last, "whatever it takes." As the first of the spirits broke free from the river's banks, Kratos charged forward, a Leviathan axe flashing in the dim light of Helheim. His strikes were swift and precise, cutting through the ethereal forms of the restless souls. But unlike physical enemies, these spirits did not simply fall. They shrieked, dissolving into the mist only to reform moments later, their rage growing with each passing second. "These aren't like the enemies we've faced before," Atreus warned, firing an arrow into the chest of one spirit, only to watch as it reassembled itself, howling in fury. Kratos grunted in acknowledgement. The spirits of Helheim could not be killed in the traditional sense, not when they had already passed beyond the veil of life. They could only be bound, forced back into the river from which they had emerged. He slashed again, sending another spirit flying back into the cold, churning waters. But for every one that was returned, more rose to take its place. The river was swelling, its dark waters rising higher and higher. and with it came more souls, hundreds, perhaps thousands, all clawing for freedom. Kratos knew that if they did not act quickly, the river would flood the entire realm, releasing the dead across the realms of the living. "We need to find the source," Kratos said, his voice grim as he battled another wave of spirits. "This isn't natural." Atreus nodded, his eyes darting around the frozen landscape. "The river's overflowing, but something's causing it, right? Like a dam breaking." Mimir spoke up, his tone urgent. "Aye, lad, but it's not just the river, it's the very nature of Helheim that's breaking down. Something or someone is tampering with the flow of souls." Kratos wasted no time. "Then we go to the source." They pushed through the ranks of spirits, Kratos' axe cutting a path while Atreus provided cover with his bow. As they approached the heart of the disturbance, the landscape began to shift. The cold grew more intense, the air thick with the screams of the damned. And there, at the center of the maelstrom, they saw a massive rift had opened in the river itself, a tear in the very fabric of Helheim. From this rift the souls poured forth, escaping their eternal prison. Kratos approached the rift, his eyes narrowing. He could feel the raw energy emanating from it, a chaotic force that defied the natural order of death and life. Whatever had caused this rupture, it was powerful enough to tear open the boundaries of Helheim itself. "So we need to close it," Atreus said, his voice filled with urgency, "before more souls escape." Kratos nodded, but he knew this task would not be easy. The rift pulsed with energy, and the closer they got, the more the spirits became frenzied, their forms swirling around them like a storm. They were drawn to the rift, desperate to escape, and they would fight to keep it open. Kratos steeled himself, his muscles coiling with tension. This was a battle unlike any other, a battle against the very forces of death. But he had defied fate before, and he would do it again. With a roar, he plunged into the fray, his axe raised high, ready to restore the balance of life and death, no matter the cost. As the battle raged, the river of souls churned beneath them, its waters boiling with the fury of the dead. But Kratos, with Atreus by his side, fought on, determined to seal the rift and prevent the chaos from spilling into the realms beyond. The balance of the worlds depended on it. Story 58. The Throne of Asgard. The throne of Asgard had been vacant for too long, its once glorious halls now cold and silent. The 9 realms that had once bowed to the might of the Aesir were in disarray, scattered without the iron rule of Odin to guide them. Thor, the last great hope for the throne, had vanished after the battle of Ragnarök, and with him, so too had the Aesir's last chance for salvation. The Bifrost, shattered in the final war, lay dormant, a relic of a forgotten age. Asgard, the golden realm of gods, had crumbled into a desolate kingdom, its once proud warriors reduced to aimless wanderers across the realms, mere shades of their former selves. But now, an ominous whisper had begun to ripple across the 9 realms, a force unseen but felt in the very marrow of existence. Something ancient, something powerful had begun to stir. At first it was nothing more than a rumor, a tale spread by travelers and traders who claimed to have seen a dark figure roaming the ruins of Asgard's great hall. It was said that this figure moved like a shadow, cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Some whispered that it was a forgotten god, one who had survived Ragnarök, biding their time to reclaim what had been lost. Others believed it to be a new power, something that had risen from the depths of the unknown, seeking to rule over the broken realm. Whoever or whatever it was, they had one goal: to take the throne of Asgard and restore the Aesir to their former glory. Yet the methods they employed were darker than any that had been used by the gods before. Unseen hands had begun to weave a new tapestry of fate, one draped in shadows and threaded with dark magic. The ancient texts of Asgard spoke of a power that had been forbidden long ago, a magic that could reshape reality itself, but at the cost of one's soul. This magic was older than Odin, older than the gods themselves, and it had been locked away in the darkest corners of the universe, deemed too dangerous even for the gods to wield. Yet now, as the unknown force tightened its grip on the throne, it became clear that this forbidden power had been unleashed. The sky above Asgard, once bright with eternal light, had begun to darken. Storm clouds, thick and unnatural, swirled around the peak of the great palace, casting long shadows over the land. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unearthly energy, as if the very essence of the realm was being torn apart and reformed. Asgard's people, scattered though they were, felt the pull of this dark force. The remaining Aesir, those who had survived Ragnarök but had chosen exile rather than rebuild their shattered world, found themselves haunted by dreams of the throne. Night after night, they were drawn back to their ancient home, seeing visions of the dark figure seated upon the golden throne, their hand outstretched, beckoning the Aesir to return. The power of this call was irresistible. The blood of the Aesir, thick with magic and the weight of centuries, burned in their veins, drawing them like moths to a flame. Even those who had sworn off the gods and the old ways could not escape the pull. Slowly, reluctantly, they began to make their way back to Asgard, unsure of what awaited them, but knowing they had no choice. As the Aesir returned, they found a kingdom transformed. The golden towers of Asgard, once symbols of divine power, were now twisted into jagged spires, their surfaces blackened as though charred by some unseen fire. The once beautiful halls were now cold, draped in thick shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and at the center of it all, upon the throne that had remained empty since the fall of Odin, sat the dark figure. It was no god they recognized, no warrior from the days of old. This was something new, something that has risen from the forgotten corners of the cosmos, something that had tasted the forbidden magic of the gods and had become more than divine. The figure did not speak as the Aesir gathered before the throne. It did not need to. The power radiating from its form was enough to silence even the proudest warriors among them. This was not the rule of Odin, based on wisdom and strength. This was a new order, one born of darkness and magic, one that promised to restore Asgard to its former glory, but at a price none of them had ever imagined. The figure raised a hand, and the ground beneath the Aesir trembled. Dark magic, thick and tangible, began to swirl around the throne, wrapping itself around the warriors like chains. Some resisted, trying to break free, but it was no use. The magic was too strong, too ancient. It seeped into their bones, into their very souls, binding them to the will of the one who sat upon the throne. It became clear then that this new ruler, this unknown force, had no intention of simply reclaiming the throne. They sought to reshape Asgard, to remake the Aesir in their image. The golden age of the gods was over. In its place would rise a new era, one ruled by darkness and fear. The Aesir, once the proud protectors of the realms, were now mere pawns in a game far older and far more dangerous than they had ever known. And as the last of the ancient warriors knelt before the throne, bound by dark magic, they realized that the true battle for Asgard was only just beginning. Story 59. The Blood of Ymir. Atreus wandered through the cold, desolate landscape of Jotunheim, his steps slow and careful as he navigated the rocky terrain. The air was thick with a heavy mist, curling around the towering mountains and ancient ruins that marked the land of the giants. He had been here before, but something felt different this time, more ominous, as though the realm itself was holding its breath. His hand rested on the hilt of his bow, ready for any danger, but the quiet of the land unnerved him more than any enemy could. It was a silence that weighed on his chest, making each breath feel labored. He had come to Jotunheim on a hunch, guided by vague hints and fragments of ancient texts he had found in the archives of the Vanir. They spoke of Ymir, the primordial giant, whose death had given birth to the realms. From Ymir's body, the gods had shaped the world, using his flesh, bones, and blood to forge the mountains, seas, and skies. But one text had mentioned something else, something hidden, a vial of Ymir's blood, said to have been preserved by the giants as a relic of their ancestors' immense power. It was believed that this blood contained the ability to create life anew, but with a terrible cost. For every life created, another must be destroyed. Atreus had been fascinated by the idea, though he knew the dangers it posed. Ymir's blood, if it truly existed, could be the key to unlocking ancient powers long thought lost, but it was also a power that could be easily corrupted, a force of destruction as much as it was of creation. Still, his curiosity had driven him to search for the vial. He wanted to understand more about his Jotun heritage, about the giants and their legacy. Perhaps in learning more about Ymir he could learn more about himself. The map he had followed led him to a hidden cavern nestled between two craggy peaks. The entrance was almost invisible, obscured by thick vines and the shifting shadows of the mountains. Atreus hesitated for a moment before pushing through, the cold air biting at his skin as he entered the cave. Inside, the walls were lined with ancient carvings, depictions of Ymir's death and the creation of the realms. The sight of it filled him with awe, a reminder of the scale of the history he was connected to, and the weight of the legacy he carried. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the air grew colder, the darkness more oppressive. The only sound was the echo of his footsteps against the stone floor. Atreus's heart raced as he reached a chamber at the end of the passage, the walls here carved with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie glow. In the center of the room stood a stone pedestal, and atop it rested a small, ancient vial. The vial was encased in a silver stand, its glass dark and cloudy, but within it Atreus could see the unmistakable shimmer of a thick, crimson liquid, Ymir's blood. His breath caught in his throat as he approached, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This was it. The blood of Ymir, the essence of the first giant, the source of life itself. The vial was small, unassuming, but he could feel the raw power radiating from it, pulsing in time with the beat of his own heart. Atreus hesitated, his hand hovering just above the vial. He knew the stories, knew the warnings. This blood could create life, yes, but only through destruction. The cost of using it was steep, too steep perhaps, but what could he learn from it? What might it reveal about his people, his lineage? As his fingers closed around the vial, the air in the chamber seemed to shift, growing colder, sharper. The moment he touched the glass, a wave of energy surged through him, knocking him back. He stumbled, catching himself against the pedestal as a vision flooded his mind. He saw Ymir, towering above the world, his body massive and imposing, his blood flowing like rivers as the gods carved the realms from his corpse. And then he saw the destruction, the violence that had birthed the world, the raw, primal force of creation intertwined with death. The vision was overwhelming, a flood of images and sensations that left Atreus gasping for breath. When the vision subsided, Atreus found himself kneeling on the cold stone floor, the vial still clutched tightly in his hand. He could feel the power coursing through it and through him. This was no ordinary relic. This was a piece of Ymir himself, a fragment of the giant's essence, a link to the very fabric of existence. The temptation to use it, to wield its power, tugged at him, but he knew the danger. Ymir's blood had the power to create new life, but at the cost of another's. If he used it, he could unleash something terrible, something that could reshape the realms, but it would come with consequences he wasn't sure he could control. The weight of the decision bore down on him. He thought of his father Kratos and the lessons he had learned about power and restraint. Kratos had always taught him that power, no matter how great, came with responsibility. The blood of Ymir could give Atreus unimaginable strength, could help him protect those he loved, but it could also corrupt him, turn him into something he feared. He thought of his mother, Laufey, and her connection to the giants. Would she want him to use this power, or would she warn him, as Kratos had to be cautious to respect the forces he was dealing with? As Atreus stood, the vial still in his hand, he made his decision. He would not use the blood, not yet, not until he fully understood its power and the consequences of wielding it. There were too many unknowns, too many risks, but he would take the vial with him. He would study it, learn from it, and perhaps, in time, he would find a way to use its power wisely, to honor the legacy of Ymir and the giants without causing more destruction. For now, though, he would keep it safe, hidden from those who might seek to use it for darker purposes. With the vial tucked securely into his satchel, Atreus turned and made his way out of the cave, his mind heavy with the knowledge of what he had found. The blood of Ymir was a powerful force, capable of reshaping the very fabric of existence, but it was also a reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, a balance that Atreus knew he would have to navigate carefully in the days to come. As he emerged from the cave into the cold, misty air of Jotunheim, he felt the weight of his Jotun heritage more than ever. The blood of Ymir was now his burden to bear. Story 60. The Secret of Mjolnir's Forge. The peaks of the mountains loomed high above Kratos and Atreus as they trudged through the snow, their breath rising in clouds against the bitter chill. The trail they followed was old, ancient even, winding through jagged cliffs and steep ravines. Mimir had spoken of this place in hushed tones, location lost to time and forgotten by even the gods, a place where legendary weapons were born. It was here, in the heart of these mountains, that the forge of Mjolnir lay hidden, the legendary hammer of Thor, forged in secret by the dwarven brothers Sindri and Brok, had once been the most feared weapon in all the realms. Now Kratos had found himself seeking the very forge where it had been crafted, drawn by whispers of its power and the possibility that it held more than just the memory of Thor's wrath. As they climbed higher, the wind howled through the narrow passages, a bone-chilling reminder of the mountain's inhospitable nature. The path was treacherous, but Kratos moved with purpose. His eyes scanned the cliffs for any sign of the forge's entrance. He knew that finding it was only the first step. The true challenge lay in unlocking whatever secrets the forge held. Atreus walked beside him, his eyes wide with curiosity. If Mjolnir was forged here, do you think we could find something that could help us? Maybe something as powerful as the hammer itself? Kratos didn't answer immediately, his thoughts heavy with the weight of their journey. He had no desire to wield a weapon like Mjolnir, steeped in the arrogance and cruelty of its former owner. But the idea that the forge could unlock new abilities, perhaps even ones capable of countering the gods themselves, intrigued him. In this world where power was constantly shifting, he knew he could not afford to leave any stone unturned. Finally, as the snow began to lighten and the path widened, they reached a massive, ancient door carved into the mountainside. The craftsmanship was unmistakable. This was dwarven work, intricate runes and symbols etched deep into the stone. The door was enormous, towering over them like a gate to another world. Kratos approached it cautiously, his eyes scanning the carvings. The symbols glowed faintly, pulsing with the same ancient magic that had once birthed Thor's hammer. "This is it," Mimir muttered, his voice laced with awe. "The Forge of Legends. If there's any place left in the realms that holds the secrets of true power, this is it, brother." Kratos placed his hand on the door, feeling the cold stone beneath his palm. The runes reacted to his touch, flaring briefly before the massive door began to creak open. The sound echoed through the mountains, a deep, resonant groan as ancient mechanisms sprang to life for the first time in centuries. Beyond the door, a dim light flickered, casting shadows across the vast chamber that lay within. They stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The forge itself lay at the center of the cavern, a massive structure of stone and metal, with the remnants of tools scattered around it. The air was thick with the scent of molten metal and long-forgotten fires, as though the forge had only recently been abandoned, despite its age. The walls were lined with runes, dwarven craftsmanship that detailed the process of forging not just Mjolnir, but other weapons of legend, each one more powerful than the last. Kratos approached the forge, his hand brushing the surface of the ancient anvil. There was power here, he could feel it vibrating beneath his skin. But it wasn't just the forge itself. There was something more, something hidden within the heart of this place. His eyes scanned the room, landing on an intricate mural carved into the far wall. The mural depicted Thor wielding Mjolnir, his enemies crushed beneath him, but there was more to it. Behind Thor, shrouded in mist and shadow, was another figure one Kratos didn't recognize. A tree stood beside him, staring up at the mural. "Who's that?" Mimir's voice lowered. "Aye, that's the true secret of this forge. That figure there. That's not a god. It's one of the primordial forces, the ancient powers that existed long before the gods came to rule the realms. The dwarves tapped into those forces to craft Mjolnir, and from what I've heard, there's still some of that power left in the forge itself." Kratos' eyes narrowed. Power beyond the gods? Mimir hummed thoughtfully. "Aye, but dangerous, brother. You've felt it yourself, the raw force of nature, of chaos. To tap into it would be to open yourself to forces you can't control. Thor's hammer was only the beginning. The dwarves knew it, but even they feared what they created here." Kratos stood silently, his mind racing. He had spent his life battling gods, defying fate, and forging his own path. The thought of unlocking powers beyond what even the gods could control was tempting, but it also came with a price. He had seen what unchecked power could do. Thor himself was a testament to that. Kratos knew that whatever power lay within this forge, it could not be taken lightly. Atreus, ever inquisitive, ran his fingers over the runes lining the walls. "Father, if we could learn the secrets of this forge, we could stop whatever's coming, Ragnarök, the gods, all of it." Kratos turned to his son, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him. "Power is not a weapon, boy. It is a burden, one that must be wielded with care." Atreus looked up, his eyes filled with determination. "But if we don't use it, someone else will. You've seen what Thor's done with Mjolnir. We can't let that happen again." Kratos exhaled, his gaze shifting to the forge. The fire within it had long since cooled, but the embers of its creation still lingered, waiting to be reignited. He approached the anvil, his hand hovering over the ancient tools that lay beside it. The temptation to strike, to forge something new from the remnants of this place, was palpable, but he knew that the power of the forge came with a cost. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future. The secrets of Mjolnir's forge were not just about crafting weapons, they were about unlocking forces that could reshape the realms themselves. Kratos turned away from the forge, his decision made. "We take nothing from here," he said quietly. "The power of the gods is already too much for this world to bear. We leave it buried." Atreus looked up at his father, surprised but understanding. He nodded, the flicker of hope still burning in his chest, but tempered by the wisdom he had learned from Kratos. Together they left the forge behind, the door creaking shut once more as the mountains reclaimed their secret. As they descended from the peaks, Kratos couldn't help but feel the weight of what they had left behind. The power of the forge, the secret of Mjolnir's creation, would remain hidden, but he knew that the true strength lay not in the weapons they could forge, but in the choices they made. And for now Kratos had chosen to walk a path free of the gods' burdens, even if the future remained uncertain. In the distance, the mountain stood tall and silent, its secrets buried once again, waiting for the day when they might be unearthed once more. Story 61. The Lost Glaive of Heimdall. Atreus stood at the edge of the mountain, his gaze fixed on the shimmering object, half buried in the snow. The wind howled around him, whipping his cloak against his body as flakes of snow stung his cheeks. To come to this remote corner of the 9 realms following a whisper, an old tale passed down through the centuries. Heimdall, the ever-watchful guardian of the Bifrost, had fallen in the great battle of Ragnarök, and with him, his legendary glaive had been lost. Many had searched for it, drawn by its reputed power, but none had succeeded. And yet here in the peace-laden wastelands beyond the farthest reaches of Midgard, Atreus had found it. It was unmistakable, the glaive of Heimdall. The weapon was magnificent, its hilt carved with intricate runes that glowed faintly even in the dim light of the storm. The blade, long and impossibly sharp, seemed to him with latent energy, vibrating as if eager to be wielded again. Atreus hesitated before stepping closer. He had heard the stories of Heimdall's glaive, of the divine magic it contained, forged to pierce the veil between worlds and see into the hearts of enemies. It had been more than just a weapon. It had been a part of Heimdall himself, his connection to the all-seeing power that made him feared and revered by gods and mortals alike. With a deep breath, Atreus crouched and reached for the glaive, his fingers brushing its cold surface. The moment he touched it, he felt a surge of energy shoot up his arm, electrifying his entire body. It was as if the glaive recognized him, as if it had been waiting for him all this time. The runes along the hilt flared to life, glowing brighter, and the blade itself emitted a soft, resonant hum. Atreus stood, lifting the weapon in his hand, marveling at its weight and balance. It felt as though it belonged to him, a perfect extension of his will. But as the power of the glaive coursed through him, Atreus felt something else, a presence, something dark and unseen watching him from the shadows. He spun around, glaive at the ready, but saw nothing. The landscape around him remained as desolate as it had been when he arrived, the mountains silent save for the howling wind. Yet the feeling persisted, a gnawing sensation at the back of his mind, like eyes peering at him from just beyond his sight. Atreus frowned, gripping the glaive tighter. He had learned long ago to trust his instincts, and right now, every fiber of his being was screaming that he was not alone. Slowly he began to descend the mountain, the glaive glowing faintly in his hand, as if it sensed the unseen threat as well. The further he went, the more the feeling of being followed grew. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally around him, dark shapes shifting at the edges of his vision. At first he thought it was the trick of the storm, the wind playing games with his mind, but soon it became clear that something was hunting him. He could hear faint whispers carried on the wind, words he could not quite make out but that chilled him to his core. He quickened his pace, though he refused to let fear take control. Whatever these unseen enemies were, he would face them, glaive in hand. It wasn't long before the shadows began to coalesce. From the edges of the storm, figures emerged, dark, formless creatures that moved like smoke, flickering in and out of sight. They circled Atreus, their movements eerily synchronized, as if they were one mind controlling many bodies. The glaive thrummed in his hand, almost as if urging him to strike first, but he held back, watching them closely. These were not enemies he had ever encountered before. They were something ancient, something tied to the magic of the glaive itself. The lead figure moved forward, its form solidifying just enough to reveal eyes, cold, black eyes that seemed to pierce straight into Atreus's soul. "The glaive of Heimdall does not belong to you, boy," it hissed, its voice like a blade cutting through the wind. "It has been hidden for a reason, lost to time, as it should be." Atreus tightened his grip on the weapon, his heart racing. "I found it," he said, his voice steady despite the fear curling in his gut. "That means it belongs to me now." The shadowy figure let out a low, ominous laugh, a sound that echoed across the mountains. "Foolish child, the glaive belongs to no one. It is a key, a weapon of power beyond your comprehension. And now, by wielding it, you have awakened forces far greater than you." Without warning, the figures lunged. Atreus barely had time to react, swinging the glaive in a wide arc. The blade cut through the nearest figure, and to his surprise it dissipated into smoke, vanishing with a wail. But for every one he struck down, 2 more took its place, their numbers growing with each passing second. They moved like shadows, slipping through the cracks in reality, their forms shifting and twisting as they closed in on him. Atreus fought with everything he had, the power of the glaive surging through him, enhancing his strength, his speed. But even with the weapon's power he was overwhelmed. The figures were relentless, their attacks unceasing. He could feel their magic pressing against him, trying to pull the glaive from his hands, trying to drag him into the shadows with them. As he fought, a terrible realization dawned on him. These creatures weren't just after the glaive, they were after him. The moment he had touched the weapon, he had become marked, tied to the ancient forces that had once sought to control Heimdall's power. Now they wanted it back, and they would stop at nothing to claim it. With a final desperate swing of the glaive, Atreus managed to break free from the encircling shadows. He didn't know how long he could keep them at bay, but he knew one thing for certain: the glaive was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined, and wielding it had come at a price. Story 62. It's the return of Nidhogg. The air in Midgard had changed. Kratos could feel it in his bones, a low, rumbling disturbance beneath the surface of the land, as if the earth itself was groaning in pain. The skies above were clouded with an unnatural darkness, thick and oppressive, casting a shadow over everything. Mima, hanging from Kratos' belt, had been uncharacteristically quiet, his usual banter replaced with an anxious silence. Kratos had learned to trust that silence, knowing it signaled something far worse than the everyday dangers they faced. The tremors began as a faint, distant thrum, like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant, but now they were growing stronger, more insistent. Each tremor seemed to echo from deep beneath the surface, as if something ancient was stirring. Kratos tightened his grip on the Leviathan axe, his senses sharp, every instinct screaming that something terrible was coming. It wasn't long before Mimir broke the silence, his voice low and filled with dread. "Brother, do you feel that? The air, it reeks of something ancient, something from the roots of Yggdrasil." Mimir's tone was unusually grave, and Kratos glanced down at him, his expression hardening. "Yggdrasil," Kratos muttered, understanding now why the earth trembled and why the skies darkened. Nidhogg, and need his eggs. Mimir let out a small sigh, as if dreading the name itself. I, Nidhogg, the dragon that gnaws at the roots of the world tree. It seems the old beast has returned with a vengeance by the feel of it. He's been quiet since Ragnarök, but something must have stirred him. The roots of Yggdrasil are suffering. Grettir's narrowed his eyes, his mind already racing with the implications. Nidhogg had long been a figure of dread, a dragon so ancient and malevolent that even the gods feared it. It had spent eons chewing at the roots of Yggdrasil, threatening the stability of the realms. If the beast had indeed returned with renewed fury, then the balance of the realms was in jeopardy. Razzle was more than just a tree, it was the lifeblood of the entire cosmos. The very thing that held the realms together. If Nidhogg were to sever its roots, it could unravel reality itself. Without a word, Kratos turned and began walking, his heavy steps echoing across the barren land. Mimir, sensing his intent, spoke up again. "You're heading to the base of Yggdrasil, aren't you? Not an easy path, brother. The closer you get to the roots, the more unstable everything becomes. If Nidhogg is gnawing away down there, you'll be walking into the belly of the beast, quite literally." "I don't care," Kratos replied gruffly, his voice firm. "Nidhogg must be stopped." The journey to the base of Yggdrasil was long and treacherous, each step taking them closer to the heart of the world tree, where the roots stretched into the void between realms. As they moved deeper into the wilderness, the landscape became more twisted, the very ground warping, as if the tree's pain was seeping into the world around it. Trees stood crooked, their bark blackened as if burned from within, and the once clear rivers had turned murky, their waters thick with a dark, oily substance. The air grew colder the closer they got, and Kratos could feel the pull of something immense and dark beneath the surface. Mimir kept up a steady stream of muttered warnings, recounting stories of Nidhogg's insatiable hunger and the devastation it had wrought in the past. But Kratos remained silent, his mind focused on the task ahead. He had faced gods and titans, monsters and men alike. But this was different. Nidhogg was older than any foe he had ever encountered, a creature tied to the very fabric of the cosmos. To face it would be to face the primal forces of destruction itself. When they finally reached the base of Yggdrasil, the sight that greeted them was enough to make even Kratos pause. The roots of the world tree stretched out like massive coiled serpents, each one pulsating with a sickly, greenish glow. At the center of it all was Nidhogg. The dragon was immense, its scales black as night and glistening with an unnatural sheen. Its maw was wide, filled with jagged teeth that tore into the roots of Yggdrasil, each bite sending tremors through the ground. Dark tendrils of energy radiated from the dragon, spreading through the roots like poison, weakening the tree with every passing moment. Kratos stood there for a moment, watching the beast as it gnawed away at the very foundation of the realms. He could feel the weight of its power, the ancient malevolence that radiated from its massive form. This was no ordinary battle. Nidhogg wasn't just a dragon, it was a force of nature, a creature born from the chaos of the universe's creation, and it would take everything Kratos had to defeat it. Without hesitation, Kratos leaped forward, his axe raised high. The Leviathan axe glowed with icy energy as it flew through the air, aimed directly at Nidhogg's head. The dragon, sensing the attack, reared back, its glowing eyes locking onto Kratos with a fury that shook the ground. The axe struck true, embedding itself in the dragon's thick scales, but Nidhogg barely flinched. Instead, it let out a deafening roar, its massive wings unfurling as it lashed out with its tail, the force of the blow sending Kratos tumbling across the ground. Kratos was on his feet in an instant, his grip on the axe firm as he charged the beast again. Nidhogg's tail whipped around, but Kratos dodged it, sliding beneath the dragon's belly and striking at its exposed underside. Each blow landed with a resounding crack, but the dragon's hide was thick, and it seemed impervious to most of the damage. Kratos could feel the ground tremble beneath him as Nidhogg roared again, its jaws snapping dangerously close to his head. Mimir's voice cut through the chaos. "Brother, you can't defeat it by brute force alone. Nidhogg draws its power from the roots of Yggdrasil. You need to sever its connection to the tree." Kratos growled in frustration, knowing Mimir was right. As long as Nidhogg was tied to Yggdrasil, it would be nearly impossible to defeat. He had to find a way to cut the beast off from the source of its strength. His eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for anything that might give him an advantage. That's when he saw the roots of Yggdrasil pulsating with dark energy, where Nidhogg had sunk its teeth into them. If he could break the dragon's hold on the roots, he might have a chance. With a roar of his own, Kratos charged toward the roots, his axe slicing through the air with deadly precision. He hacked at the dark tendrils of energy that connected Nidhogg to Yggdrasil, each strike sending a wave of energy pulsing through the ground. The dragon let out a howl of fury, its body thrashing wildly as Kratos cut through the last of the tendrils. For a moment, the air was still, the tremors subsiding as Nidhogg staggered, its connection to the world tree severed. But the fight wasn't over yet. Nidhogg, enraged and weakened, turned its full attention on Kratos, its massive form looming over him like a shadow of death. Kratos raised his axe, ready for the final confrontation, knowing that this battle would decide the fate of the realms. Story 63. The Daughter of Skull. The forest was quiet, too quiet for Atreus' liking. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced between the trees. Kratos walked ahead, his heavy footfalls barely making a sound against the thick forest floor. Atreus, bow in hand, followed closely, his senses heightened. They were searching for something, though they did not yet know what. It had been days since they'd left their home, guided by a feeling, a tug in Atreus' chest that told him there was something more waiting for them in these woods. Suddenly the hairs on the back of Atreus' neck stood up. The forest, though silent, felt alive with unseen energy. There was something here watching, waiting. He raised his head, scanning the treetops, then the underbrush. And that's when he saw it, a shadow moving just beyond his peripheral vision, swift and graceful, almost invisible against the fading light. Before he could speak, Kratos stopped, his body tense, muscles coiled like a spring. "We're not alone," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. He raised his head, eyes scanning the same tree line Atreus had just observed. Without warning, a figure stepped out of the shadows. It was a wolf, but unlike any Atreus had seen before. She was massive, her fur a shimmering mix of silver and black, her eyes glowing with a strange ethereal light. She moved with a grace and power that spoke of an ancient lineage, one tied to the great wolves that chased the sun and moon. Kratos immediately positioned himself between Atreus and the wolf, the Leviathan axe ready in his hand. Atreus, however, could not look away from the creature. There was something in her eyes, something familiar yet distant, like a memory half forgotten. "Who are you?" Kratos demanded, his voice cold, though there was a flicker of recognition in his tone. The wolf's gaze shifted between Kratos and Atreus, her eyes finally resting on the boy. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost melodic, yet it echoed through the forest with a weight that belied her calm demeanor. "I am Skoll's daughter," she said, her voice carrying the authority of her lineage. "I have come to offer aid." Atreus' breath caught in his throat. Skoll, the great wolf who chased the sun across the skies, whose very existence was bound to the fate of the cosmos. If this wolf was truly Skoll's daughter, then her power was immense, tied to the forces of time and destiny. Kratos, however, was not so easily convinced. His grip on the axe remained tight. "Why would the daughter of Skoll come to us? What aid do you offer?" The wolf's gaze remained steady on Atreus. "You have felt it, haven't you? The pull of the fates, the weight of the future pressing upon you. I come because the time is drawing near. Ragnarök approaches, and with it, the end of all things. My father and Hati are bound to this fate, as are you, son of the god of war." Atreus shifted uncomfortably, the mention of Ragnarök stirring memories of prophecies and fates he had tried to forget. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a strange understanding, as though she could see through him, reading the thoughts he tried to bury. "You feel the weight of destiny," she continued, "but there is more at play here than even you realize. I offer my aid because the path ahead is uncertain, and the forces that move against you are far greater than you know." Kratos remained unmoved, his face hard as stone. "We have no need of your help." Atreus, however, wasn't so sure. Something in the wolf's words resonated with him, a feeling deep within his chest that told him she was not lying. But what troubled him most was her true intent. Why would Skoll's daughter come to them now, at this critical moment, when the very balance of the realms seemed to be tipping toward chaos? Atreus stepped forward, his voice cautious but firm. "If you're here to help, why now? What do you get out of this?" The wolf's glowing eyes flickered, a hint of amusement dancing in their depths. "A fair question. My father and Hati are tied to the end times, as are you. Our fates are intertwined, though in ways neither of us fully understands yet. But the time will come when we must all choose a side. I come now because the choices you make in the coming days will determine the outcome of Ragnarök. I merely offer a way forward, a way to ensure you do not lose yourself to the chaos." Kratos remained suspicious, his gaze never leaving the wolf. He had seen too many gods and creatures offer false aid, always with their own agendas lurking beneath the surface. "You speak of fate and choice, yet you offer no guarantees. How can we trust you?" The wolf's eyes darkened, and for the first time her voice carried an edge. "Trust is irrelevant. The question is not whether you trust me, but whether you are willing to face what lies ahead without the knowledge I can provide." Atreus looked at his father, uncertainty written on his face. He could feel the weight of the wolf's words pressing down on him, the enormity of what was to come suddenly more tangible than ever before. His mind raced with the possibilities. Was she here to manipulate them, or was she genuinely offering aid, knowing that the battle to come would require every ally they could muster? After a long silence, Kratos finally spoke, his voice measured but resolute. "We do not need your aid. If the time comes, we will face what is ahead with our own strength." So the wolf let out a soft, almost disappointed sigh. "Very well, God of War, but know this: whether you accept my aid or not, the end is coming, and when it does, you may wish you had listened." With that, she turned and melted back into the shadows of the forest, her form disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. The silence returned, but the weight of her words lingered in the air. Atreus stood still, staring at the place where the wolf had vanished. "Father," he said quietly, "do you think she was telling the truth?" Kratos' jaw clenched as he looked out into the darkening forest. "It does not matter," he said. "We walk our own path." But even as they continued on their journey, the presence of Skoll's daughter lingered in their thoughts, a reminder that the threads of fate were tightening, and the choices they made would shape the future of all the realms. Story 64. The Rune of Destruction. Deep in the forgotten corners of the world, hidden beneath layers of stone and time, a discovery was made that should have remained buried. In a chamber carved from the bones of the earth, an ancient rune lay dormant, pulsating faintly with a dark energy that had long been forgotten by even the oldest of beings. This was the Rune of Destruction, a symbol of ultimate power said to have been forged by the gods themselves in a time before time. It was whispered among scholars and mystics that the rune held the ability to obliterate entire armies, to wipe out cities, even to unravel the fabric of reality itself. But its power came with a warning. To use the Rune of Destruction was to invite catastrophe upon the wielder and all the realms. The rune had been lost for millennia, its existence fading into myth and legend until it was unearthed by a group of treasure seekers who had no idea of the chaos that they were about to unleash. Led by a man named Halvar, a seasoned adventurer with more ambition than sense, the group had ventured into the ancient ruins in search of riches and artifacts. They had heard rumors of a powerful object hidden deep within the earth, but none of them truly believed the stories. The gods, if they ever existed, were long gone, and the idea of a weapon capable of destroying realms seemed more like a tale told to frightened children than something real. But as Halvar and his companions uncovered the rune, they could feel its power humming in the air, a tangible force that pressed against their chests, making it hard to breathe. The rune was carved into a slab of black stone, its edges glowing faintly as if alive. Runes, both familiar and forgotten, spiraled out from its center, and at the very core a single mark radiated with a dark, unearthly light. Halvar stared at it, mesmerized. He had always craved power, and now, standing before the Rune of Destruction, he could feel the weight of its promise settling on him. Here in his grasp was the key to shaping the world, to bending the realms to his will. But as his hand moved toward the rune, one of his companions grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "You don't know what you're doing," she hissed, her voice tight with fear. Lyra, the group's healer, had always been more cautious than the others, more attuned to the forces of the universe. This isn't something you can control. The stories, they say this rune was forged in the fires of chaos itself. It's meant to destroy, not to wield. Halvar shook her off, his eyes never leaving the rune. Stories meant to scare fools. The gods are dead, Lyra. Their time is over. This is our time. My time. But even as he said the words, doubt flickered in his mind. There was something about the rune, something ancient and malevolent, that felt wrong. It was as if the rune was alive, watching him, waiting for him to make a move. He could feel its energy pulsing beneath his skin, whispering promises of power, of domination. Yet the promises came with a warning, a distant voice at the edge of his consciousness, one that spoke of ruin, of an end to all things. Despite the warnings, Halvar's greed won out. He reached forward and touched the rune, and the world seemed to shift. A blast of energy shot through him, sending him staggering back as the chamber around them trembled. The ground cracked beneath their feet, and the air filled with the sound of grinding stone as the ancient magic was awakened. The rune flared to life, glowing with a dark light that filled the room, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed like living things. Lara screamed, reaching for Halvar, but it was too late. The rune had chosen its wielder. Halvar felt its power flood into him, a torrent of raw, destructive force that threatened to tear him apart. His mind was filled with visions of worlds burning, of mountains crumbling into dust, of entire civilizations wiped from existence in a blink of an eye. The power was intoxicating, overwhelming, but it was too much. It was as if the rune was not meant for mortal hands, as if no being could contain its full potential. The air around Halvar shimmered, crackling with energy. His companions backed away, terror etched on their faces. The walls of the chamber buckled, the stone beginning to dissolve into nothingness as the magic of the rune spread. The destruction had begun. Halvar tried to control it, to harness the power, but it was slipping away from him, like sand through his fingers. The rune was too strong, too ancient. It had been created for one purpose, to destroy. Now, having been awakened after so many years, it would not stop until its purpose was fulfilled. As the magic continued to surge, cracks appeared in the very fabric of the realm. Reality itself began to warp, twisting and fracturing under the weight of the rune's power. The ground beneath them split open, revealing a yawning void, a blackness that seemed to swallow everything in its path. The realms were beginning to unravel, the force of the rune tearing through the boundaries that separated them. Halvar, consumed by the power he had unleashed, could do nothing but watch as the world around him began to fall apart. Lyra, desperate to stop the catastrophe, ran toward him, shouting his name, but the energy of the rune lashed out, throwing her back. She landed hard, her breath knocked from her lungs. Struggling to rise, she realized that there was no stopping this now. The rune had been unleashed, and the destruction it promised was inevitable. In that moment, Halvar understood the truth. The rune was not a tool to be used, not a weapon to be wielded. It was a force of nature, a primal magic created by the gods to destroy their enemies, and now it would destroy everything. As the chamber collapsed around them, as the realms began to fade into darkness, Halvar saw, too late, the disaster he had unleashed. The rune of destruction had been found, and with it, The end of all things had begun. Story 65. The Sea of Jormungandr. The first sign was the water. The once calm sea that stretched across Midgard had begun to churn with a ferocity that none had seen before. The waves rose high, their peaks crashing violently against the shores, sweeping away anything in their path. Villages near the coast were inundated, their inhabitants scrambling for higher ground as the waters claimed their homes. The sky above had darkened, the horizon blurring as storm clouds gathered thick and fast. As if responding to the restless sea, Kratos stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the vast expanse of water. His eyes narrowed as he watched the tumultuous waves below. He had seen the power of nature before, but this was different. This was not a storm born of the elements. This was something far greater. Beside him, Atreus shifted uneasily, his young face tense as he gazed out at the chaos unfolding before them. Father Jormungandr, isn't it? The world's serpent, it's stirring. His voice was filled with concern, his eyes scanning the distant waters for any sign of the enormous creature that had once towered over them. They both knew the truth. The great serpent Jormungandr was awake, and his movements were sending waves crashing across the realms. Kratos grunted in response, his hand tightening around the hilt of the Leviathan axe. He didn't need Mimir's wisdom to know that the world's serpent was behind this. Jormungandr had always been a force of nature, vast and incomprehensible in size, his very existence tied to the fate of the realms. But why now? Why had the serpent begun to stir with such violence? The question gnawed at Kratos. The serpent was powerful, yes, but it had never acted without reason. Something had provoked it, something was driving it into this rage, and Kratos knew he had no choice but to find out why. The waves slammed against the rocky cliffs below, the sound like thunder as the sea battered the land. Without hesitation, Kratos turned and made his way toward the nearest dock, where a small boat lay moored. The journey across the water would be treacherous, but it was the only way to reach the serpent's resting place. Atreus followed close behind, his bow slung across his back, his expression resolute. He was no longer the boy who had once cowered at the thought of confronting such a massive creature. He had grown, and with that growth came a quiet confidence, though Kratos could sense the unease in his son's movements. As they pushed off from the shore, the boat rocked violently, the waves tossing it as if it were a mere toy. Atreus gripped the sides of the boat, his knuckles white, while Kratos expertly guided them through the rough waters. The storm that brewed overhead grew darker, flashes of lightning illuminating the distant peaks of waves as they sailed deeper into the open sea. The further they traveled, the more intense the thrashing of the waves became, each swell more violent than the last. It was clear now Jormungandr was not merely stirring in his sleep. The serpent was agitated, restless, and the very sea itself was a reflection of his unrest. "Father, what could be causing this?" Atreus shouted over the roar of the wind and waves. His eyes were wide with both curiosity and fear. Jormungandr wouldn't just start thrashing for no reason, right? Kratos said nothing for a moment, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sea and sky seemed to merge into a swirling mass of grey and black. His thoughts were racing. Jormungandr had been their ally in a sense during the events of Ragnarök. The great serpent had fought against Thor, had been a crucial player in the unfolding of fate. But now something had shifted. The serpent's unrest could only mean one thing. A new threat was emerging, one powerful enough to disturb even the ancient creature. "Something has disturbed him," Kratos finally replied, his voice a low growl, barely audible over the storm. Something or someone. As they approached the area where Jormungand often rested, the sea became eerily calm for a brief moment, as though the water itself was holding its breath. The boat slowed and Atreus looked around, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why did it stop?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper now, as if he too was afraid of what might come next. Before Kratos could respond, the water beneath them shifted. It was subtle at first, a low rumble that vibrated through the boat, through the very air around them. Then the sea erupted. A massive serpentine body surged from the depths, its sheer size blocking out the sky as Jormungand rose before them. The world serpent's scales glistened with the wet sheen of the ocean, each one as large as the boat itself. His head, enormous and terrifying, towered above them, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The roar that followed was deafening, a sound that shook the very core of the earth and sent waves cascading outward in all directions. Atreus instinctively reached for his bow, but Kratos held up a hand, signaling him to wait. This was no ordinary foe they could simply attack. Jormungand's presence was far more complex than any beast they had faced before. He was not simply an enemy, he was a force of nature, an ancient being tied to the fate of the realms. Mimir's voice crackled to life, his words urgent. "Ah, lads, Jormungand is in distress. Something is happening beneath the sea, something that's driving him mad with rage. We need to calm him before he tears Midgard apart." Kratos frowned, his eyes narrowing as he looked up at the serpent. What could cause this? He muttered to himself. Jormungand had been silent for so long, resting in the depths of the sea after the events of Ragnarök. Now his wrath seemed almost unnatural, as though something deep within the ocean had provoked him. Suddenly the water around them began to glow with a strange light. The sea itself seemed to pulse with energy, and from the depths Kratos could see faint shapes moving dark, shadowy figures writhing beneath the surface. It wasn't just Jormungand that had been disturbed, something had awakened in the deep, something ancient and malevolent. Kratos felt a familiar chill run down his spine, the same feeling he had whenever he faced a power beyond mortal comprehension. "Atreus," Kratos barked, his voice sharp. "We need to go deeper. Whatever has disturbed Jormungand is below the surface." Atreus nodded, though his face was pale with fear. "But how? We can't survive underwater that long." Kratos' eyes flickered to the glowing light beneath the waves, his mind racing. He had faced impossible odds before, had delved into the depths of the realms, faced gods and monsters alike. If there was a way to confront the force that had stirred the serpent, he would find it. So with a deep breath he prepared himself for the plunge, knowing that whatever awaited them beneath the sea would not be an easy foe to vanquish. Story 66. The Shield of Njord. As sea stretched endlessly before them, a vast expanse of restless water, its waves crashing violently against the rocky shoreline. Kratos stood at the edge of the cliffs, his gaze fixed on the horizon, while Atreus knelt beside a large stone slab carved with ancient runes. The sound of the ocean filled the air, a constant, unrelenting roar that seemed to pull at something deep within Atreus, as if the sea itself was calling to him. They had been travelling along the coast for days, following whispers of a powerful artifact hidden somewhere in these forgotten lands. Mimir had spoken of it, a relic once owned by Njord, the sea god, said to hold the power to control the tides themselves. But like all things tied to the gods, it came with a price, a burden too great for most to bear. And now, after days of searching, Atreus believed they had finally found it. The stone slab was old, worn smooth by centuries of wind and salt water. The runes carved into its surface were barely visible, but Atreus' fingers traced the symbols with a growing sense of anticipation. There was power here, ancient and vast, something that had been hidden away for far too long. "Father," Atreus said, his voice carrying over the roar of the waves, "I think this is it." Kratos turned, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the stone. He had learned to trust Atreus' instincts, though he remained wary of any artifact tied to the gods. The power they offered always came with strings attached, and he had no desire to entangle themselves further in the affairs of beings who cared little for the mortals beneath them. Atreus continued, his voice filled with excitement and caution. "These runes, they speak of a shield, one that belonged to Njord. It says the shield has the power to command the seas, to calm the most violent of storms, or to summon the tides to sweep away entire armies." Kratos stepped closer, his gaze lingering on the runes before turning to his son. "What else does it say?" Atreus hesitated, his brow furrowing as he read the final line of the inscription. "It also says that those who wield the shield bear the weight of the ocean itself. The tides, they don't obey without a cost." Kratos grunted, his expression hardening. "A burden." Atreus nodded, his eyes scanning the horizon as the waves crashed against the cliffs below. The sea was a force of nature, untamable and indifferent to the struggles of those who lived on its shores. To control such a force was to invite its wrath, to bear the full weight of its power on one's shoulders. But Atreus couldn't shake the feeling that this artifact could be the key to something greater, something that could help them in their fight against the looming threat of Ragnarök. "We could use it, Father," Atreus said quietly, his voice tinged with both hope and uncertainty. "If we had the power to control the seas, we could stop so many from suffering. We could protect the realms from the destruction that's coming." Kratos stared out at the sea, his mind turning over the words. He had spent a lifetime rejecting the gods and their power, fighting to free himself from the chains of destiny. But now, standing at the edge of the world, he could feel the weight of the future pressing down on them, the inevitability of the battle to come. He knew Atreus had seen the same visions, the same omens of death and destruction, and yet the thought of wielding a power like Njord's filled Kratos with a familiar dread. "Power always comes with a price," Kratos said, his voice low. "The gods do not give without taking." Atreus looked down at the runes again, his fingers tracing the symbols. "But if we don't use it, someone else will. What if they find it first? What if this power falls into the wrong hands?" Kratos didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, watching the waves rise and fall in their endless cycle. He had seen what unchecked power could do, how it could corrupt even the noblest of intentions. But Atreus had a point: the world was changing, and they could not afford to ignore the tools that might help them survive. With a heavy sigh, Kratos finally nodded. "Show me." Atreus stood and led his father toward a cave hidden behind the stone slab. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the sound of the sea echoing faintly through the narrow passage. The walls of the cave were lined with carvings, images of Njord wielding his shield against the might of the ocean, commanding the tides with a mere gesture. At the far end of the cave, illuminated by a shaft of light from above, rested the shield itself. It was enormous, far larger than an immortal could wield with ease, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to ripple like the surface of the sea. The metal gleamed in the dim light, a soft blue hue that seemed to pulse with life. Atreus approached it cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. This was no ordinary artifact. The power that radiated from the shield was overwhelming, almost suffocating in its intensity. Kratos followed, his eyes narrowing as he studied the shield. There was no mistaking its power, nor the burden it carried, and he could feel the weight of it just standing near, as though the sea itself had been bound within the metal. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the shield, and instantly he felt the pull of the ocean, an ancient, insistent force demanding obedience. Atreus watched, his breath caught in his throat. "Do you feel it?" Kratos withdrew his hand, his expression grim. The sea does not like to be controlled. Even Njord could not wield it without cost. Atreus nodded, his mind racing. "But if we could harness it even for a short time, we could stop so much destruction." Kratos regarded his son, his face hard but his eyes softer, filled with the weight of his own experience. "And when the sea turns against us, when the cost becomes too great?" Atreus bit his lip, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He understood the risk, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The forces gathering against them were too strong, too vast. They needed every advantage they could get. "We have to try," Atreus said, his voice quiet but resolute. Kratos was silent for a long moment, his gaze shifting between the shield and his son. Finally he nodded. "We will try, but we will not become slaves to its power." With that, Kratos reached for the shield, lifting it from its resting place. The weight of it was immense, far heavier than any weapon he had wielded before. As he held it, the sound of the ocean grew louder, the crash of the waves filling the cave. The power of Njord, the sea god, was now in their hands. But even as they left the cave, Atreus couldn't help but wonder what price would they pay for wielding the power of the tides. And when the time came, would they be able to give it up, or would the burden of the sea drown them both? Story 67. The Forgotten Warriors of Valhalla. Kratos had seen many things in his long life, horrors and wonders beyond what any mortal could fathom. Yet as he trudged through the desolate wastes of an unnamed realm, a place he had been drawn to by whispers on the wind, even he felt a strange unease. The landscape around him was barren, devoid of life or sound, save for the biting wind that howled across the plains. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and scorched, as though the land itself had once been set ablaze. There was no sign of life here, no creatures to hunt, no signs of any living thing, and yet Kratos felt the weight of eyes upon him, as though something watched from the shadows just beyond his sight. He gripped the Leviathan axe tightly in his hand, its cold surface a comfort against the oppressive stillness of the place. His senses were keen, honed by countless battles, and though he could not see them, he knew he was not alone. Something or someone was nearby. He pressed forward, his steps slow and deliberate, every muscle in his body coiled and ready for whatever might come. The air grew heavier with each passing moment, a thick tension that pressed down on him like a weight. There was a presence here, ancient and powerful, one that did not belong to the living realms. The first sign of them came as a shimmer on the horizon, a faint ripple in the air that seemed out of place in the dead world around him. Kratos narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening on the axe. As he approached, the shimmer solidified, and figures began to emerge from the haze. They were warriors, or at least they had been once. Their armor was battered and scarred, their weapons dulled with age, but their forms radiated a power that belied the worn appearance. They stood in a loose circle, silent and unmoving, their eyes fixed on Kratos as he approached. There was something wrong about them, something that set them apart from any enemy he had faced before. These were not mortal men, nor were they gods. They were something in between. As Kratos drew closer, one of the warriors stepped forward. His armor was unlike anything Kratos had ever seen, a patchwork of metal and bone, etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. His face was hidden beneath a cracked helm, but his eyes burned with a fierce intensity. "You do not belong here, ghost of Sparta," the warrior said, his voice a low growl that seemed to reverberate through the air. Kratos tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "Nor do you," he replied, his voice cold and measured. "Who are you?" The warrior laughed, a bitter sound that echoed across the empty plains. "We are the Forgotten, the warriors who fought too fiercely, who killed too many, even for the gods. We were banished from Valhalla, condemned to this forsaken place, where time does not touch us and the glory of battle is denied. Our names have been erased from the halls of the fallen, our deeds wiped from the songs of the skalds. We are the ones even Odin could not control." Kratos regarded the warrior with a mixture of curiosity and caution. He had heard tales of Valhalla, the great hall where the bravest warriors were taken to fight and feast for eternity, but never had he heard of those deemed too dangerous for such a place. It was rare for Kratos to feel a kinship with anyone, but there was something in these warriors, in their exile and their defiance of the gods, that resonated with him, yet he knew better than to trust them. "What do you want from me?" Kratos asked, his tone sharp, ready for any sign of treachery. The warrior's eyes flickered, and for a moment Kratos thought he saw something akin to desperation in the man's gaze. "We want what we have been denied," the warrior said, his voice slower now, filled with a cold resolve. "We want to return to the battlefield, to fight, to die as warriors should. And you, ghost of Sparta, you carry with you the blood of the gods. We have watched you, seen your battles. You are like us, cast out by the very ones who made you. We would fight alongside you, in your wars, in your struggles. Together we could tear down the realms, shatter the thrones of the gods, and take what should be ours." Kratos felt a surge of anger rise within him, the familiar heat of battle igniting in his veins, but he pushed it down, controlling the rage that had so often ruled him. These warriors, whatever they once were trapped in their need for violence, bound to a cycle of destruction that even death had not freed them from. He knew that path well. It was one he had walked for too long, one that had cost him everything. But unlike them, Kratos had broken free from that fate. He would not be drawn back into it by those who could not escape their own chains. "I seek no allies," Kratos said, his voice a growl. "Your war is not mine." The warrior's eyes flared with anger, and the other forgotten warriors began to shift, their hands tightening on their weapons. "You think you are different from us," the leader spat, his voice filled with contempt. "You think you can escape what you are. You are a killer, just as we are. There is no peace for beings like us, no redemption. Only the battlefield, only blood." Kratos took a step forward, towering over the warrior, his gaze cold and unyielding. "I have made my peace," he said, his voice low and dangerous, "and I will not be drawn into your madness." The air around them seemed to crackle with tension, the warriors bristling with barely restrained fury. But Kratos stood his ground, his presence a force of nature that even these forgotten warriors could not deny. After a long moment, the leader of the warriors stepped back, his fists clenched at his sides. "Then you are a fool," he snarled, "and when the gods come for you as they always do, you will die alone." Kratos turned away, his grip on the Leviathan axe firm, his steps steady as he left the forgotten warriors behind. He had walked that path before alone, abandoned and hunted by the gods. But he was no longer the man he once was, and no matter what the realms threw at him, Kratos would face it on his own terms, with no need for the aid of those cursed by their lust for destruction. Story 68. The Frost Giant's Revenge. The cold air of Midgard bit deep into Kratos' skin as he trudged through the thick snow, each step leaving a heavy imprint on the frozen ground. Winter still clung to the land long after Fimbulwinter had supposedly ended, and it felt as though the realm itself was locked in a perpetual state of cold and silence. Kratos, however, was no stranger to this kind of harshness. His mind was elsewhere, focused, as always, on the next challenge, the next battle, or the next trial that the gods or fate would throw his way. Yet, in the back of his mind there was a stirring, an unease that even he couldn't quite place. Atreus walked beside him, quieter than usual. His eyes were constantly scanning the horizon, the boy's instincts sharp after everything they had been through together. He had grown in both body and mind, but there were still moments when Kratos could sense the boy's lingering doubts and fears. He had become a warrior, yes, but the weight of his Jotun blood, his connection to the giants, and their complicated history had left its mark on him. Father Atreus finally spoke, his breath visible in the frigid air. "Something's wrong. The cold, it's not natural." He pulled his cloak tighter around himself, the chill seeping into his bones despite the layers of fur and leather. "It's too strong, even for Midgard." Kratos grunted in agreement. The air had grown colder than usual, the snow falling in heavier, denser flakes. He could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the kind of change that heralded the arrival of something far worse than a mere storm. But what it was he couldn't yet say. His senses were sharp, honed by years of war and survival, but the threat was still elusive, like a predator lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight. They were traveling to the remnants of an old Jotun village, a place where Atreus hoped to find more answers about his heritage. But as they approached the outskirts, Kratos' instincts kicked in. He stopped abruptly, his hand reaching for the Leviathan axe. Something was wrong. The silence around them had become too still, too complete, as though the very air had frozen in place. Atreus stopped as well, his eyes narrowing as he scanned their surroundings. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them trembled. It was faint at first, a subtle rumble that might have gone unnoticed by anyone less attuned to the land. But then it grew stronger, the earth shaking beneath their feet as a low, guttural roar echoed through the valley. The sound was ancient and powerful, filled with a primal rage that sent a shiver down Kratos' spine. He had heard that kind of fury before on the battlefield from gods, giants, and monsters alike. It was the sound of vengeance. "Father," Atreus said, his voice tense, "we're not alone." Kratos said nothing, his eyes scanning the horizon. Then, through the thick wall of snow and ice, they appeared towering figures, their bodies clad in frost and ice, their eyes burning with a cold blue light. Frost giants. Kratos' grip on the axe tightened, his muscles coiling like a spring ready to strike. He had faced giants before, but something about these figures felt different. There was a purpose in their steps, a focused hatred in their eyes. The leader of the group stepped forward, his massive form dwarfing both Kratos and Atreus. His face was weathered, carved from ice and stone, but there was something deeply human in his expression. It was fury pure, unadulterated rage, tempered by loss and the desire for vengeance. The giant's voice rumbled like an avalanche as he spoke. "Kratos," the giant growled, his eyes narrowing, "you are the one responsible for the death of our kin during Ragnarök. Your battles, your wars, they have cost us everything. Now we seek justice." Kratos met the giant's gaze, his face impassive. "I did what was necessary. Ragnarök claimed the lives of many, not just your kin." The giant's fists clenched, his breath coming in thick clouds of steam. "Your actions were not of necessity, but of destruction. You slaughtered without care for the consequences, and now you will pay for your crimes." Atreus stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "It wasn't just my father. Ragnarök was foretold. It was unavoidable. You know that as well as anyone." The leader's gaze shifted to Atreus, his expression softening just slightly before hardening again. "And you, Loki, son of Laufey, blood of Jotun, you stand with him, despite what he has done to your people." Atreus stood his ground, though Kratos could sense the tension in his son's body. "I stand with him because I know the truth. My father fought to protect the realms, to prevent further destruction. If you want revenge, you're turning it on the wrong person." The giant let out a bitter laugh, the sound harsh and grating. "It is easy to speak of protection when you are not the one who has lost everything. But we remember the giants who fell, our brothers and sisters slaughtered as the realms burned. We remember their screams, and we remember who wielded the axe that struck them down." Kratos remained silent, his grip on the Leviathan axe tightening. He could feel the weight of the giant's accusations. the truth in their anger. He had fought in Ragnarök, had spilled blood-jotun blood alongside gods and mortals alike. But the battle had not been one of choice. It had been survival necessity. The realms were caught in the inevitable cycle of prophecy, the cycle that had taken countless lives. But he also knew that reason would not sway these giants. Their pain was too great, their hatred too deep. The giant raised his hand and the others stepped forward, their forms looming like mountains of ice and frost. "You will die here, god of war," the leader said, his voice cold and final, "and the blood of your son will stain the snow beside you." Kratos' eyes flashed, his anger rising like a storm. "No," he growled, stepping forward, his muscles tensing in readiness. "You will not touch him." In an instant the battle began. The frost giants charged, their massive bodies crashing through the snow like a force of nature. Kratos swung the Leviathan axe, its icy edge gleaming as it met the first of the giants with a thunderous crack. The force of the blow sent the giants staggering back, but Kratos did not stop. His movements were fluid, precise, each strike aimed to incapacitate rather than kill. He knew that outright slaughter would only fuel their rage, but he also knew that mercy would not be enough to stop them. Atreus moved swiftly, his arrows flying through the air with deadly accuracy. He aimed for their weak points, eyes, throats, joints, trying to slow them down without escalating the violence. But the giants were relentless, their fury pushing them forward despite their wounds. They were not fighting for survival, they were fighting for revenge, and nothing short of blood would satisfy their need for justice. Kratos ducked beneath a giant's swinging fist, his axe carving through the creature's leg, sending it crashing to the ground. He turned just in time to see Atreus leap onto the back of another, his knife flashing as he struck at the vulnerable spots in its armor of ice. But there were too many, and they were closing in fast. "Father," Atreus called, his voice strained as he struggled to stay ahead of the giant's blows. Kratos growled in frustration, his mind racing for a solution. He had faced gods and monsters before, but this was different. The giants' vengeance was personal, their hatred focused on him. He knew that if they didn't stop this now, it would only lead to more bloodshed. With a final, brutal swing of the axe, Kratos felled another giant, its body crashing to the ground in a heap of snow and ice. But the leader of the group remained standing, his eyes burning with fury as he stepped forward. "This is not over, god of war," the giant growled, his voice low and dangerous. "We will not rest until justice is served." Kratos met his gaze, his expression hard. "I will not allow you to take my son. If you want to fight, you fight me alone." The giant's eyes flickered with a cold light, and for a moment the snow around them seemed to freeze in mid-air. "Then so be it," the giant said, raising his massive hand. The battle was far from over. Story 69. The Death of Hel. The air in Helheim was colder than Kratos remembered, a biting chill that seemed to penetrate not just the skin but the soul itself. The ever-present fog rolled across the frozen landscape like a living thing, thick and oppressive. Kratos had walked these lands before, faced the terrors of the dead, and fought against the weight of his past. Yet something was different this time. The land of the dead, usually still and silent, was restless. The wind howled with an unnatural ferocity, carrying with it whispers of despair and fear. The dead themselves were more agitated, their wails echoing louder, as if they knew something was coming, something that terrified even them. Atreus stood close to his father, his breath visible in the frigid air, eyes scanning the horizon with unease. "Father," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper, "this place feels wrong, more than usual." Kratos nodded, his hand gripping the Leviathan axe tightly. He could feel it too, a disturbance that ran deep, as though the very foundation of Helheim was crumbling beneath their feet. He didn't know why they had been drawn back here, but he trusted his instincts. Something was wrong, and they needed to find out what it was before it threatened all the realms. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Helheim, the fog thickened, swirling around them like a living entity. Shadows moved within it, formless figures seemed to watch their every step. Atreus shivered, pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders, but Kratos pressed forward without hesitation. The path before them led to a massive cliff, overlooking the frozen river where the souls of the dead drifted endlessly. But something else was there, standing at the edge of the precipice, waiting. Kratos' eyes narrowed as the figure came into view, its shape both familiar and unsettling. It was a woman, but not just any woman. This was Hel herself, the goddess of the underworld, ruler of the dead. Her form was striking, half of her body that of a beautiful woman, the other half decayed and skeletal. Her eyes, mismatched and piercing, stared out over the river of souls with an intensity that made even Kratos hesitate. Hel turned slowly to face them, her gaze locking onto Kratos. "Ghost of Sparta," she said, her voice low and ancient, like the wind itself. "You have returned to my realm." Kratos stepped forward, his expression hard. "I did not come for you." Hel's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "No, but you are here for a reason. The realms have sensed it. Even if you do not yet understand, my time is ending." Atreus exchanged a glance with his father, confusion and concern etched on his face. "What do you mean your time is ending? You're a goddess." Hel's gaze shifted to Atreus, her eyes lingering on him for a moment before returning to Kratos. "Even gods can die, boy, and I am dying." Kratos felt a ripple of unease in his chest, though his face remained impassive. He'd faced gods and monsters alike, defeated beings of unimaginable power, but the death of Hel herself, the goddess of the dead, whose very existence maintained the balance between life and death, dying, the implications of such an event were catastrophic. "You die," Kratos said, his voice low and measured, "and the dead go free." Hel nodded, a skeletal hand brushing against the air, as if tracing the invisible threads that held her realm together. "The balance of the realms depends on my existence. Without me, the souls of the dead will have no keeper, no prison. They will spill into the living world, bringing with them all the horrors and chaos of Helheim." Atreus' eyes widened. "The dead. They'll return to the other realms, like Ragnarok-level destruction." Hel's face grew dark, her mismatched eyes glinting with something that might have been regret or perhaps sorrow. "No, boy. What comes will make Ragnarok look like a mere storm. Without my control, the river of souls will overflow, releasing every nightmare ever conceived. Every spirit, every monster, every ancient horror long forgotten. They will walk the realms again." Kratos' jaw clenched. He had battled the dead before, but this was something far worse. The very idea of the realms being overrun by the lost souls of Helheim, by the creatures of nightmare that had been locked away for millennia, was a threat unlike any he had faced. He understood the weight of her words, the impending doom that loomed. "Why are you telling me this?" Kratos demanded, stepping closer to the goddess. "What do you want from me?" Hel's gaze remained steady, her expression unchanging. "Because you, ghost of Sparta, are not bound by the fate of the gods. You have broken the chains of destiny before. You are a god killer, and now I ask you for something no god has ever asked of you." Atreus' voice was barely a whisper. "What do you want us to do?" Hel tilted her head, the decayed half of her face catching the dim, cold light of the underworld. "I ask you to kill me." The words hung in the air, heavy and impossible. Kratos stared at her, his mind racing. He had killed gods, yes, but this was different. To kill Hel, the very being who maintained the balance of life and death, could unravel the very fabric of existence. Atreus looked at his father, shock written all over his face. "We can't do that. If she dies, everything she said will happen. The realms will fall apart." Hel's gaze softened, just for a moment. "It is already happening, boy. My power is failing. I cannot hold back the tide much longer. If I die by your hand, Kratos, perhaps there is a chance to save the realms from what is to come. But if I fade on my own, then nothing can stop what follows." Kratos remained silent, his thoughts a storm. He had fought against fate, against prophecy, and against the gods themselves for so long, always forging his own path. But now, faced with a choice that would alter the course of the realms themselves, he found himself at a crossroads. "If I kill you," Kratos said, his voice hard and cold, "how do I stop what comes after?" Hel's smile was grim. "That is for you to discover. But know this, my death will be the catalyst. Whether it brings salvation or doom depends on you." Atreus' breath caught in his throat, his eyes pleading with his father. "We can't do this, father. There has to be another way." Kratos turned to his son, his face unreadable, but behind his eyes, Atreus saw the weight of 1,000 battles, 1,000 impossible choices. He looked back at Hel, who stood unmoving, waiting for his decision. The wind howled, and the fog thickened around them. Kratos knew the time for hesitation was over. With a deep breath, he raised the Leviathan axe, the weight of destiny pressing down on him once more. And then, with one final swing, the balance of the realms was forever changed. Story 70. The Vanir's Last Stand. The forest surrounding Bedtime was thick with mist, the trees towering like silent sentinels, their twisted branches reaching toward the grey sky. Freya moved through the underbrush with the grace of a predator, her senses attuned to the land she once called home. It had been years since she last walked these sacred grounds, but the pull of her past had grown too strong to ignore. The whispers of war had reached her, tales of a Vanir remnant still waging battle against the Aesir gods. A part of her had wanted to dismiss it as mere rumor, a flicker of resistance long extinguished. But now, standing at the edge of the conflict, she could no longer deny the truth. The Vanir were not gone, as she had feared, and the last vestige of their people were preparing for one final stand. For centuries they had been pushed to the brink by the Aesir, crushed under the weight of Odin's might, and Thor's thunderous wrath. Their lands had been ravaged, their warriors slain, and their magic corrupted. Freya had been one of the last to escape, bound in a reluctant peace that saw her wed to Odin in an attempt to unite the warring clans. But that peace had been a lie, and the betrayal that followed had left scars deeper than any physical wound. Now, as Freya stood at the edge of the Vanir camp, she could feel the weight of her people's gaze upon her. There were few survivors of countless battles, their faces worn and hardened by the endless struggle. Many of them were unfamiliar to her, born after the wars had driven her from Vanaheim. Yet some faces she knew all too well. Her brother Freya stood among them, his once vibrant aura dimmed by the years of loss and conflict. His eyes met hers, and for a moment the world seemed to stop. "You've come," he said, his voice low but filled with a mixture of relief and sorrow. "I wasn't sure if you would." Freya remained silent, her heart torn in ways she had never expected. She had tried to escape this war, tried to carve out a life for herself that did not revolve around the endless bloodshed between the Vanir and Aesir. But no matter how far she ran, the war had always followed her. Now standing before her brother and the remnants of their once proud people, she realized there was no escaping her fate. Freya stepped closer, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a weapon that had seen far too many battles. "We can end this, Freya. The Aesir are weakened after Ragnarök. Odin is gone, and Thor is not the god he once was. This is our chance to reclaim what was taken from us." Freya felt the pull of his words, the fire of rebellion that still burned within the Vanir. They had been crushed but not broken, and now with the Aesir vulnerable they saw an opportunity to strike back. Yet Freya knew all too well the cost of war. She had seen it in the ruins of Vanaheim, in the countless lives lost on both sides. The battles fought between the Aesir and Vanir had left deep wounds in the realms, wounds that had never truly healed. To reignite that conflict would mean more death, more destruction, and Freya was no longer certain if victory was worth the price. "I don't know if I can do this," Freya whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I don't know if I can lead our people into another war." Freya's expression softened, and he placed a hand on her shoulder. "We don't need you to lead, Freya. We just need you to fight with us. You're one of the last Vanir with the power to stand against the Aesir. Without you, we have no chance." His words weighed heavily on her. Freya had spent years honing her magic, learning ancient spells of her people and mastering the arts that even Odin had feared. She had the strength to tip the scales, to give the Vanir a fighting chance. But at what cost? She had already lost so much: her son, Balder, her freedom, her peace of mind. Could she bear to lose even more? Freya's grip tightened, his voice urgent now. "The Aesir will never stop, Freya. As long as they live, they will hunt us. This is our only chance to put an end to it once and for all." Freya closed her eyes, memories of her time with Odin flooding back to her. She had tried to broker peace between their people, tried to find common ground, but the Aesir had never truly seen the Vanir as equals. To them, the Vanir were a threat, one that needed to be subjugated or destroyed. Even after all these years, Freya could still feel the sting of betrayal, the weight of the chains Odin had placed on her, both literal and figurative. She had once loved him, believed in the unity their marriage was supposed to represent. But love had turned to hate, and unity had given way to war. Freya opened her eyes, her decision clear. "I won't stand aside," she said, her voice steady and resolute. "But I won't fight for revenge, either. If we do this, we fight for survival, for a future where the Vanir can live without fear of the Aesir's shadow. No more senseless killing." Frey nodded, understanding the weight of her words. "Agreed," he said. "This is the Vanir's last stand, but it's not about vengeance. It's about freedom." At that, the camp stirred into action. Warriors began to ready their weapons, sharpening blades and preparing the... Freya stood at the heart of it all, feeling the magic of the land flow through her once more. The Vanir's power was tied to nature itself, to the very fabric of the realms, and she could feel that connection strengthening now that she had returned to her people. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, Freya knew that the battle ahead would be fierce. But for the first time in years she felt a sense of purpose. She was no longer a queen bound by Odin's will, nor a mother grieving for her lost son. She was Freya, a Vanir, and she would fight for her people no matter the cost. The final war between the Vanir and Aesir was coming, and Freya would not stand aside. Story 71. The Curse of the Jotun Stones. Atreus knelt beside the ancient altar, his fingers brushing the cold surface of the stone carvings. The air in the hidden cave was thick with the scent of dust and time, the faint flicker of torchlight casting long shadows across the walls where the stories of the Jotun race were etched into the rock. For hours he had been poring over these carvings, trying to decipher the meaning behind them, but now his attention had shifted to the objects resting on the altar itself. 5 smooth, dark stones, each one inscribed with runes so old that even Mimir's extensive knowledge barely recognized them. His breath caught as he traced the runes with his fingers, their cold surface sending a strange chill up his arm. Atreus had seen many magical relics during his travels with his father, Kratos, but these stones felt different. There was a presence to them, a weight that pressed down on the air, thick and oppressive. They weren't just relics, they were cursed. He could feel the magic radiating from them, dark and ancient, like a venomous whisper curling around his mind. Mimir's voice broke the heavy silence, his tone filled with caution. "Late, I've got a bad feeling about these stones. If I'm right, and I usually am, those aren't just any old Jotun relics. These are the stones of Seast, and the first by the first of the giants to ward off any who sought to use their power." Atreus's hand hovered just above one of the stones, the strange runes glowing faintly under his touch. "What do they do?" he asked, though he had a sinking feeling that he already knew the answer. "They're tied to the very essence of the Jotun," Mimir replied. "Each stone contains a fragment of their ancient power, but that power comes at a cost. They're cursed, lad-bound by blood and death. Anyone who tries to use them risks losing their soul to the curse." Atreus's brow furrowed, his mind racing. The Jotun were his people, his heritage, and these stones were part of that legacy. But the idea of a curse didn't sit well with him. He had seen curses before, seen the havoc they could wreak, and he knew that tampering with this kind of magic was dangerous. Still, something about the stones called to him, an undeniable pull that whispered of secrets long buried and powers left untouched. His fingers twitched, brushing the edge of the closest stone, and a sudden shock of energy coursed through him, making him jerk his hand back. The runes on the stone flared to life, glowing with a deep, pulsating light that filled the chamber with an eerie glow. Atreus staggered back, his heart pounding as the air around him thickened, the oppressive magic of the stones pressing down on him like a physical weight. Lad stepped back. Mimir warned, his voice sharp. You don't want to be messing with these stones. They're not something you can control. Atreus clenched his jaw, his eyes fixed on the glowing stones. He had faced gods, giants, and monsters, but something about these relics filled him with a sense of dread he couldn't shake. And yet, beneath that fear, there was something else, a temptation. The stones held power, a power that had been locked away for centuries. What if he could unlock that power? What if he could use it to protect the realms, to prevent more bloodshed, to stop the cycle of violence that had torn his family apart? I have to understand them, Atreus muttered, more to himself than to Mimir. They're part of the Jotun's history. My history. Mimir sighed, his voice softening slightly. Aye, lad, but not all history is meant to be uncovered. The Jotun left these stones hidden for a reason. Their magic was never meant to be wielded by mortal hands or by gods, for that matter. Atreus stood, his eyes never leaving the stones. He knew Mimir was right. The power contained within the Jotun's stones was dangerous, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt a strange compulsion to learn their secrets. He couldn't ignore the pull. His Jotun blood called to them, and he had come too far to walk away without answers. Carefully he stepped forward again, this time reaching for the second stone. As his fingers closed around it, the runes flared once more, but this time he didn't pull away. That energy surged through him, filling his mind with visions, flashes of battles long past, of giants and gods locked in a brutal war that had shaped the realms. He saw the destruction wrought by the gods, the bodies of his kin falling, one by one, their power stolen and corrupted. And then he saw the stones, their creation, their purpose. They had been forged in the blood of the fallen giants, each one containing the essence of a powerful Jotun who had sacrificed themselves to protect their people. But in doing so, they had cursed the stones, binding their power to an eternal cycle of destruction. Atreus gasped, his head spinning as the vision faded, leaving him trembling and breathless. He understood now. The stones were not just relics, they were prisons, each one containing the soul of a fallen Jotun, bound by blood and vengeance. To use their power would be to unleash that rage, to doom the holder to the same fate as those who had created them. Mimir's voice was a low murmur in the back of his mind, filled with quiet concern. Lad, now you see, these stones are cursed by the giants themselves. They were never meant to be used again. Atreus dropped the stone, his hand shaking as the realization sank in. The power he had felt was immense, but it was a power born of sacrifice and pain. The Jotun had locked away their magic for a reason. To use it now, even with the best intentions, would bring only destruction. But as he stood there, staring at the stones, a new fear crept into his mind. Someone else might find them. Someone less cautious, someone who didn't care about the curse or the price of power. And if that happened, the realms could fall into chaos. "We can't leave them here," Atreus said, his voice steady despite the fear gnawing at him. "If someone finds them." "I agree, lad," Mimir replied, "but we can't destroy them either, not without unleashing the very curse they hold." Atreus nodded, his mind racing for a solution. He couldn't risk using the stones, but he also couldn't leave them for someone else to find. The weight of his responsibility as both a Jotun and the son of Kratos pressed down on him, and he knew what he had to do. "I'll hide them," he said finally, his voice firm. "Somewhere no one can find them. Somewhere they'll be safe." Mimir's voice was filled with relief. "A wise choice, lad. Let's hope no one ever comes searching for them again." Atreus gathered the stones carefully, their runes flickering faintly as he wrapped them in cloth and tucked them into his satchel. The cave felt colder now, as though the curse of the Jotun had seeped into the very air, but he pushed the sensation aside. He had made his choice, and now it was his burden to bear. Story 72. The Flames of Surtur's Legacy. The air of Muspelheim was thick with heat, each breath Kratos took burning his lungs, as if the flames themselves sought to devour him from within. The landscape was a wasteland of molten rock and towering volcanic peaks, rivers of lava cutting through the cracked earth like veins of molten fire. This was the realm of the fire giants, where the flames never died and the heat never relented. It was a land of eternal flame, where even gods feared to tread without cause. But Kratos was not here for idle exploration. He and Atreus had come for something far more dangerous. Legends spoke of a fragment of Surtur's essence, hidden deep within the mountains of Muspelheim. Surtur, the primordial fire giant, whose destiny was to burn the realms to ash at the end of days, left behind remnants of his power, pieces of his very being. It was said that these fragments could grant unimaginable power to those who were worthy, but for the unworthy, touching such a thing would mean certain death. Kratos had heard such tales before, and he had no illusions about the risks. The essence of Surtur was not to be taken lightly, but with Ragnarök looming closer, he could not afford to ignore anything that might help them survive what was to come. Atreus too had felt the pull of this place, sensing that something within Muspelheim could shift the balance of their fate. As they climbed the steep, jagged paths leading toward the heart of the mountains, the air grew hotter, the ground beneath them vibrating with the ray power of the fire realm. Atreus, walking beside his father, was drenched in sweat, his face flushed from the intense heat, but his determination never wavered. "Father," he said, his voice strained but steady, "do you really think we can find it? The fragment?" Kratos glanced at his son, his expression unreadable. "The stories say it is here, hidden deep within these mountains, but we do not seek it lightly." Atreus nodded, though he couldn't hide the flicker of excitement in his eyes. If it's really part of Surtur's power, imagine what it could do. We could use it to stop Ragnarök, to fight back against the gods. Kratos' jaw tightened. Power always came at a cost, especially power tied to beings like Surtur. He had spent much of his life trying to escape the burden of godhood, to resist the temptation of power, that could destroy everything he loved. But now, as the end of the realms approached, even he couldn't ignore the need for strength beyond what he already possessed. "We do not know what it will do," Kratos said sternly. "Power like this, it destroys those who cannot control it." Atreus looked down, his enthusiasm tempered by his father's warning. He knew Kratos was right. They had seen what unchecked power could do, how it could corrupt and consume even the strongest of gods. But still, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was something they needed, something that could change their fate. As they climbed higher, the landscape became more treacherous, the ground cracking beneath their feet as molten lava flowed just beneath the surface. The heat was unbearable now, even for Kratos, and yet they pressed on, driven by the promise of what lay ahead. Finally, they reached the summit of the highest peak, where the ground leveled out into a vast plateau of obsidian rock surrounded by rivers of fire. In the center of the plateau, a jagged stone pedestal lay the fragment. It was small, no larger than a fist, but it glowed with an intensity that rivaled the sun. Flames danced around it, though they did not seem to burn the stone beneath it. The air around the fragment shimmered with heat, distorting the space around it as though reality itself bent to the will of Search's power. Atreus' eyes widened as he stared at the fragment, awe and fear mingling in his expression. "Is that it?" Kratos nodded, stepping cautiously toward the pedestal. He could feel the heat radiating from the fragment, far hotter than anything else in Muspelheim. This was no ordinary fire. This was the essence of the fire giant, the power that would one day set the realms ablaze in the fires of Ragnarök. Atreus reached out, instinctively drawn to the fragment, but Kratos grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "No," Kratos growled, his voice harsh, "you are not ready." Atreus recoiled slightly, looking up at his father. "But if it can help us?" Kratos cut him off with a look, his eyes hard and unyielding. "We do not know what it will do. Touching it could mean death." Atreus hesitated, biting his lip as he looked between the fragment and his father. He knew Kratos was right, but the pull of the fragment was strong, as though it was calling to him, begging to be touched, to be wielded. But the stories were clear. Only those deemed worthy could survive such power. For the rest, it would mean destruction. Kratos moved closer to the fragment, his steps deliberate and cautious. He could feel the weight of the fire giant's essence pressing down on him, the heat intensifying with every step. His instincts screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place and never return, but he had learned to trust his strength. If anyone could touch the fragment and survive, it was him. With a deep breath, Kratos reached out, his hand hovering inches from the glowing fragment. The flames around it flared, reacting to his presence as if testing his worth. His mind raced with the memories of all he had endured, his battles with gods, his defiance of fate, his refusal to bend to the will of power. He was no longer the god of war who sought power for its own sake. He was something else now, something stronger, more controlled. And yet, as his fingers brushed the surface of the fragment, a searing pain shot through his body. The heat was unbearable, burning through his skin, his muscles, his very bones. Kratos gritted his teeth, refusing to let go, refusing to be consumed by the fire. His mind was filled with visions of fire and destruction, of the realms reduced to ash, of Searcher standing tall amidst the flames, his sword raised high, ready to bring about the end of all things. But there was something else there too, something deeper, more ancient. Beneath the fire, beneath the destruction, there was a quiet power, a force that could be controlled, shaped, if only he could withstand the flames long enough to grasp it. Kratos' hand tightened around the fragment, his body trembling with the effort of holding on. The pain was overwhelming, but he had felt worse before. He had endured the torment of the Furies, the wrath of the Olympian gods, the weight of his own sins. He would not be broken by this. With a final surge of strength, Kratos pulled the fragment free from the pedestal. The flames around it flickered and died, and the heat that had once filled the air dissipated. The fragment, now cool to the touch, rested in his hand, its power contained, controlled. Patrice watched in awe as his father stood there, the fragment of Searcher's essence in his grasp. "You did it." Kratos looked down at the fragment, his face grim. "We have it," he said, his voice low. "But we must be careful. This power is not meant for mortals or gods. It is meant for destruction." Atreus nodded, understanding the weight of what they had just acquired. They had gained a weapon, yes, but one that could just as easily destroy them if they weren't careful. As they turned to leave the mountains of Muspelheim, Kratos knew that the battle ahead would require more than strength. It would require wisdom and the ability to know when to wield the power of the flames and when to let it lie dormant. The fragment of Search's legacy was theirs, but the burden of its power had only just begun. Story 73. To the icebergs of Niflheim. Kratos stood at the edge of the frozen shore, his eyes narrowing at the massive forms drifting across the icy waters before him. The icebergs were colossal, jagged behemoths of ice that glittered in the pale light of the northern sky. He could feel the biting cold even through his thick leathers, a chill that cut deeper than any frost he had known in Midgard. These were no ordinary icebergs carried on the whim of the sea. They were emissaries from Niflheim, the realm of ice and mist, and they carried with them a creeping cold that was not natural to the realm of men. The air around him was thick with frost, the sky a dull, overcast grey, as if the world itself was preparing for a long, endless winter. Kratos had seen the signs, the strange weather patterns, the frozen rivers, the creeping frost that had started to claim the villages along the coast. It was as if the cold was spreading, reaching out beyond Niflheim's borders, seeking to envelop all the realms in its icy grip. And now, the icebergs, massive beyond anything the mortal world could conceive, had begun their slow march across the seas, threatening to freeze everything in their path. Kratos could feel the magic in the air, the deep, ancient power woven into the very ice that drifted toward him. This was not the work of natural forces. Something far more sinister was at play. He had known that Niflheim was a realm of endless cold and mist, but never had its reach extended so far, so violently. Someone or something was controlling the icebergs, using them to spread the bitter cold of Niflheim to the other realms. If these icebergs were allowed to continue their journey, the realms of men, giants, and gods alike would be encased in an eternal winter. The thought alone was enough to stir Kratos into action. He knew that this was a battle only he could face. With a grim resolve, he tightened his grip on the Leviathan Axe, the runes along its blade glowing faintly with a cold blue light that mirrored the icebergs. He had forged this weapon with the help of the dwarves, and it had been made to withstand the coldest of forces. But even the Leviathan axe might not be enough against the overwhelming power of Niflheim. Still, Kratos knew he had no choice. He began to move along the shore, his boots crunching through the frost-covered rocks. The sea ahead of him groaned under the weight of the icebergs, the frozen behemoths cracking and splitting as they collided with one another. As he moved, the cold deepened, a numbing chill that seeped into his bones, threatening to slow his every step. But Kratos pushed forward, his mind focused on the task at hand. He would stop this cold invasion, no matter the cost. As he approached the nearest iceberg, Kratos could see the strange markings carved into its surface. Runes etched deep into the ice, glowing faintly with a magic that Kratos recognized as ancient and powerful. These runes were not the simple markings of mortal sorcery. They were the work of a being far older and more dangerous. Whoever had carved these runes had harnessed the cold of Niflheim itself, turning it into a weapon that could reshape the realms. Kratos frowned, his breath coming in thick, white clouds as he raised the Leviathan axe and swung it against the iceberg. The blade bit into the ice with a deafening crack, sending shards flying in every direction. For a moment nothing happened. Then, with a great rumbling sound, the iceberg began to shift. The runes along its surface flared to life, glowing brighter as the magic within them reacted to Kratos' attack. A gust of freezing wind erupted from the iceberg, slamming into Kratos with the force of a winter storm. He staggered back, his muscles straining against the cold that sought to freeze him where he stood. But Kratos was no stranger to the elements. Gritting his teeth, he planted his feet and pushed forward, swinging the Leviathan axe again and again, each strike chipping away at the runes that held the iceberg together. As the ice cracked and splintered under his assault, the magic within the iceberg began to unravel. The cold wind intensified, howling through the air like a living thing. But Kratos fought through it, his determination unshakable. He knew that destroying this iceberg was only the beginning. There were dozens more drifting from Niflheim, each carrying the same deadly magic. If he didn't stop them all, the realms would be consumed by the creeping frost. After what felt like an eternity of battling the elements, the iceberg finally gave way. With a deafening roar, it shattered into 1,000 pieces, collapsing into the sea in a massive spray of ice and water. The runes flickered and died, their magic fading as the iceberg crumbled. Kratos stood at the edge of the water, his breath heavy, watching as the remnants of the iceberg drifted away. But his victory was short-lived. From the horizon, more icebergs loomed, their jagged forms moving inexorably toward the shore. Kratos knew he had no time to waste. He turned and began to move along the coast, his eyes scanning the sea for the next threat. The cold was growing stronger, more oppressive with each passing moment. Whoever was behind this was not finished yet. Kratos moved with purpose, his mind racing. He needed to find the source of the magic, the being responsible for unleashing this cold invasion from Niflheim. Destroying the icebergs would only buy him time. The true battle lay ahead, deeper in the frozen mists of Niflheim itself. He would need to venture into the realm of ice, face whatever ancient power had stirred from its slumber, and put an end to this before the cold consumed all. As the wind howled around him, Kratos tightened his grip on the Leviathan axe and set his gaze on the horizon. The icebergs of Niflheim were coming, and with them the threat of an endless winter. But Kratos had faced gods and monsters before, and he would face this enemy with the same unyielding resolve. The cold might be powerful, but it would not stop him. Nothing would. Story 74. The Return of Hod. The mist that clung to the forest was thick and impenetrable, wrapping the trees in a shroud of fog so dense that even Kratos had to strain his vision to make out the path ahead. The air was cold, unnaturally so, with a bite that seemed to creep into his bones. He tightened his grip on the Leviathan axe as he pushed forward, his instincts screaming that something was wrong. Atreus walked beside him, silent but alert, his eyes darting between the trees, searching for a threat that neither of them could yet see. They had been travelling through Midgard, following rumours of strange occurrences, a growing cold that seemed unnatural even for these frozen lands, and whispers of a figure long thought lost to myth. Kratos was no stranger to the power of gods, but the name that had surfaced in the stories left him uneasy. Hod, the blind god who had killed his brother Baldur in a twisted game of fate. According to legend, Hod had been manipulated by Loki into hurling a mistletoe dart, the only thing capable of harming Baldur, and had unknowingly sealed his brother's fate. But that had been centuries ago. Hod had disappeared into the annals of myth, forgotten by time, as the Aesir gods crumbled under the weight of their own hubris. Now, however, the stories were surfacing again, and with them came a deep sense of foreboding. The blind god had returned, it seemed, and he was seeking more than just retribution for his brother's death. He sought a game of fate and destiny, and he had chosen Kratos as his opponent. As they walked deeper into the mist, Atreus finally broke the silence. "Father, do you think it's really him? Hod, I mean, after all these years." His voice was quiet, but there was a tension in it that Kratos could not ignore. Kratos grunted, his eyes scanning the trees for any movement. "It doesn't matter if it's him or not. We are prepared for anything." Atreus frowned, his hand resting on his bow. But why now? Why would he come back after all this time? Kratos didn't answer immediately. He had learned long ago that the motives of gods were often incomprehensible to mortals. Power, vengeance, fate, it was all intertwined in ways that defied logic or reason. But one thing was clear. If Hod had returned, it was not without purpose. Fate has a way of resurfacing when we least expect it. Mimir's voice chimed in from Kratos' belt, his usual tone laced with an edge of caution. Hod's return could mean many things, lad, none of them good. The man was manipulated into killing his own brother. There's no telling what kind of rage or bitterness has festered in him over the centuries. Kratos nodded silently. He had seen the destructive power of vengeance firsthand. If Hod's purpose was driven by that kind of fury, the consequences could be disastrous. But as they continued through the fog, Something else tugged at Kratos' thoughts. This wasn't just about vengeance, there was something more. Suddenly the mist parted, and before them stood a figure. Tall and cloaked in shadows, the man's form was barely visible through the haze, but Kratos could feel the power emanating from him. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, but Kratos could see the gleam of something white, a strip of cloth, wrapped tightly around the man's eyes. "Hod," said he. The blind god stood still, his posture calm, almost serene, as if he had been waiting for this moment. His hands rested at his sides, but there was no mistaking the aura of danger that surrounded him. Kratos stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Atreus, his grip tightening on the Leviathan axe. "You've come a long way to find me, Ghost of Sparta," Hod said, his voice smooth but cold, carrying the weight of centuries. "I've been waiting for this moment for longer than you could imagine." Kratos remained silent, his eyes locked on Hod, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. But Hod didn't move. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something only he could hear. "You've walked a path of violence and blood," Hod continued, his voice soft but unwavering. "You've defied gods, slain them without hesitation, and altered the very course of fate. But fate, as you know, is not so easily defied." Atreus shifted behind Kratos, his hand tightening on his bow. "What do you want?" he asked, his voice steady but filled with caution. Hod's head turned slightly in Atreus' direction, though his blind eyes remained covered. "What do I want?" He repeated the question slowly, as if savoring it. "I want what was taken from me, my brother, my place in the world, and the chance to choose my own fate." He took a step forward, the mist swirling around his feet as he approached. "But more than that, I want to challenge you, Kratos. You who have bent the threads of destiny to your will. You who have defied the gods and rewritten your own story. Let us see if fate can be changed, or if we are all bound by the same inevitable end." Kratos' jaw clenched. "I am not interested in your games." Hod smiled, a small, bitter twist of his lips. "But you have no choice. Fate has already brought us here to this moment. You will face me, Ghost of Sparta, and we will see who is truly the master of their destiny." Before Kratos could respond, the air around them seemed to shift, the mist growing heavier, darker. The ground beneath their feet trembled, as if the earth itself was reacting to Hod's presence. Kratos knew that this was no ordinary challenge. Hod's power, though subtle, was tied to the very fabric of fate. This wasn't a simple battle of strength or skill. It was a game of fate, and the stakes were higher than ever. Atreus stepped closer to Kratos, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "Father, we can't let him control this." Kratos nodded once, his expression hardening. He had faced gods, monsters, and titans, and though fate had played its hand time and again, he had always found a way to break free. This would be no different. Hod stood motionless, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something beyond their hearing. "The game has already begun, Kratos," he said softly. "It was written long ago, but now we are the ones who must see it through." Kratos' grip tightened on the Leviathan axe as he stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "If you think fate will save you, you are mistaken." Hod's smile widened, but there was no warmth in it, only cold acceptance. "We shall see." And with that, The battle began not just of strength, but of wills, of destinies entwined, as the ghost of Sparta faced the blind god in a challenge that would test the limits of fate itself. Story 75. The Vengeance of Vidar. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the muted sounds of the forest. Kratos stood at the edge of a clearing, his eyes scanning the treeline, every muscle in his body coiled with tension. He could feel it, something watching, lurking just beyond the shadows. Atreus stood beside him, his bow drawn, though his gaze was uncertain. They had travelled far, deep into the wilds of Midgard, seeking answers to the growing tension in the realms. But what they found here was not answers. It was something far more dangerous. A sudden rustle of leaves broke the stillness, and Kratos' hand tightened on the handle of the Leviathan axe. His instincts, honed over countless battles and years of survival, screamed at him that the threat was near. He had felt it before, the presence that had stalked them for days, silent, relentless, always just out of sight. Atreus whispered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Father, do you think it's him, the one we've been hearing about?" Kratos didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the forest ahead, his senses heightened. They had heard the stories, rumors of a silent avenger, a god who had risen from the shadows to seek vengeance on those who had wronged his family. Vidar, the son of Odin, known for his strength and his unyielding silence, had been little more than a myth to Atreus. But Kratos knew better. The gods were never as distant as the stories made them seem, and Vidar, son of Odin, had every reason to seek him out. The tension in the air snapped as a figure emerged from the forest, tall and imposing. He wore armor fashioned from the hides of beasts and giants, a testament to the strength and ferocity he had gained over the years. His face was calm, almost expressionless, save for the deep anger burning in his eyes. He carried no weapon that Kratos could see, but the way he moved, with silent purpose, told Kratos that Vidar needed none. "Vidar," Kratos said, his voice low, acknowledging the god before him. Atreus glanced at his father, then back at the towering figure. "You're Vidar, the son of Odin?" Vidar's gaze shifted to Atreus for only a moment before returning to Kratos. His silence was more unnerving than any battle cry, and Kratos could see the fury simmering beneath his calm exterior. The stories said that Vidar had been a quiet god, a son who had lived in the shadows of his father's reign, but now that silence was filled with vengeance, and it was directed at Kratos. "You have taken everything," Vidar finally spoke, his voice deep and steady like the rumble of distant thunder. "The All-Father, my family, my home. You have brought ruin to us all." Kratos' expression remained stoic, but inside he felt the weight of those words. He had killed Baldur, the son of Freya and Odin, and with his death he had set off a chain of events that could not be undone. The death of Baldur had enraged Freya, had drawn the attention of the Aesir, and had set the gods on a path toward Ragnarök. But Kratos had acted out of necessity, out of survival. He had never sought the destruction of the gods for its own sake. Yet here stood Vidar, driven by the belief that Kratos had destroyed everything he loved. "I did what I had to," Kratos said, his voice hard but not unfeeling. "Baldur's death was the result of his own choices." Vidar's eyes darkened, his jaw tightening. "And now you will pay the price for yours." Without warning, Vidar lunged forward, his speed and strength catching even Kratos off guard. The ground shook with the force of his movement, and in an instant Vidar was upon him, striking with fists that could crush stone. Kratos barely had time to raise the Leviathan axe in defense, the impact sending a shockwave through his arms as Vidar's fist collided with the blade. Atreus scrambled back, eyes wide as the fight erupted before him. "Father." Kratos grunted under the force of Vidar's attack, the power behind each blow far greater than any mortal or god he had faced in recent memory. Vidar was a force of nature, his strikes fueled by an unrelenting need for vengeance. He wasn't here to win, he was here to destroy. Kratos countered with a swift blow from the axe, but Vidar anticipated the strike, dodging with surprising agility for someone of his size. He slammed his elbow into Kratos' chest, sending him staggering back. The strength in Vidar's movements was raw, brutal, but controlled every strike aimed to break, to punish. Atreus, seeing his father struggle, knocked an arrow and aimed for Vidar, his hands shaking. He had faced gods before, but something about Vidar was different. The silence, the sheer intensity of his rage, it made him seem less like a god and more like a force of nature, unstoppable and inevitable. "Don't," Kratos barked, raising his hand to stop Atreus. "This is my fight." Atreus hesitated, the arrow still drawn, but he lowered the bow. He knew his father well enough to understand that Kratos needed to face this alone. Vidar didn't speak as he continued his assault, his face an unreadable mask of fury. Kratos deflected another blow with the axe, then swung low, aiming for Vidar's legs. The move connected, but Vidar barely reacted, his resilience almost unnatural. He lashed out with a kick, catching Kratos in the side and sending him crashing into a nearby tree. So the silence between them was broken only by the sound of fists meeting flesh, of metal clashing against bone. Vidar's anger was palpable, every strike laced with the pain of loss and the need for revenge. Kratos knew that feeling all too well the need to avenge one's family, the burning rage that came with it. He had lived it, and he had seen what it did to a person, how it consumed everything in its path. "You seek vengeance," Kratos said through gritted teeth as he rose to his wreath, blood dripping from a cut above his brow. "But killing me will not bring back your family." Vidar stopped, his chest heaving, his fists clenched at his sides. His silence, once his greatest strength, now seemed to weigh him down, trapping him in the cycle of his own grief. "It will give them justice," Vidar said, his voice cold, "and it will end the bloodline of destruction." Kratos met Vidar's gaze, his expression hard but filled with the understanding of a man who had lived through vengeance and come out the other side. "Justice?" Kratos asked, his voice low and deliberate, "or another chain of violence that will never end?" Vidar's eyes flickered with doubt for a moment, but the rage quickly returned. "I will end this." Kratos exhaled, lowering his axe. "You will not, but I can." Vidar hesitated, the weight of Kratos' words hanging in the air between them. For a moment the forest grew still again, and the sounds of battle faded. The vengeance that had driven Vidar, The anger that had consumed him flickered uncertain. "I know what you seek," Kratos said, "but you will not find peace through more blood." Vidar's fists unclenched, and for the first time his silence seemed to crack. He stared at Kratos, seeing in him not just a god-killer, but a man who had walked the path of vengeance and found it empty. With a final bitter look, Vidar turned and vanished into the trees, leaving Kratos and Atreus alone in the clearing. The battle had ended, but the war against the gods was far from over. Atreus approached his father cautiously. "Is he gone?" Kratos nodded, wiping the blood from his face. "For now, but he will return. Vengeance never dies easily." Atreus looked up at the sky, uncertainty in his eyes. "What do we do now?" Kratos stared into the trees where Vidar had disappeared, his expression grim. "We prepare. The gods will not stop, neither will we." The forest was silent once more, but the tension lingered, the weight of what was to come pressing down on them both. The vengeance of Vidar had been tempered for now, but Kratos knew that his battle with the gods was far from over. The path ahead was steep, and the flames of retribution still burned brightly in the hearts of those who sought him out. Story 76. The Runes of Ragnarök. Kratos and Atreus stood before the ancient stone tablet, its surface worn with the passage of time, but still etched with symbols that pulsed with a faint, otherworldly light. The chamber was silent, except for the faint hum of magic that seemed to emanate from the very walls around them. They had journeyed far to reach this hidden place, following clues that led them deeper into the forgotten corners of the Nine Realms. What they had uncovered was more than either of them had anticipated, a set of runes that, if deciphered correctly, detailed an alternate ending to Ragnarök. The significance of their discovery weighed heavily on both of them. Atreus ran his fingers lightly over the runes, his brow furrowed in concentration. "These runes," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, "they tell a different story, one that wasn't in the prophecies we've seen before." Kratos stood beside him, his broad frame casting a shadow over the stone. His gaze was intense, his eyes scanning the runes with the same determination he had carried through countless battles. "Prophecies are written by those with their own agendas," he said, his deep voice filled with both skepticism and understanding. "What matters is whether we can change what's to come." Atreus nodded but didn't look up from the tablet. He had grown since their last adventure, both in body and mind, and now bore the knowledge that he was more than just the son of a god. He was destined to play a pivotal role in the fate of the realms. But this new discovery challenged everything he thought he knew about his role in Ragnarök, the great event that was supposed to end all things. The runes told of a way to alter the course of fate, to prevent the final destruction of the realms, but they also hinted at an even greater cost. "These aren't just any runes," Atreus continued, his voice tinged with both awe and hesitation. "They're tied to the gods of old, older than even Odin or Thor. Whoever carved these knew that Ragnarök wasn't the only part in the end." Kratos grunted, his hand instinctively tightening on the handle of the Leviathan axe. He had never put much stock in prophecies, having lived his life in defiance of the destinies others sought to impose upon him. Yet here he was standing before a revelation that threatened to change the very fabric of the realms. He had long resigned himself to the inevitability of Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. But now, with these runes, a new possibility was laid before him. "What does it say?" Kratos asked, his voice low, the weight of the moment not lost on him. Atreus hesitated before answering, his eyes flicking from one rune to the next as he pieced together their meaning. "It's complicated," he said slowly, choosing his words with care. "It talks about an alternate timeline, where the realms don't have to fall, where the gods and giants don't have to destroy each other." He looked up at his father, his expression uncertain. "But it also says that changing fate comes with a price." Kratos' gaze darkened. He had paid many prices in his life, some far greater than others. The loss of his family, the guilt of his past, and the countless lives he had taken, all these burdens weighed on him even now. He had seen what the pursuit of changing fate could lead to, and he knew that no matter what path they chose, there would be sacrifices. "There is always a price," he said grimly. "What does it demand?" Atreus swallowed hard, his eyes dropping back to the runes. "It doesn't say exactly, but it speaks of a power that lies beyond the reach of gods, something that can undo the damage that's already been done. It warns that if we seek to change the course of Ragnarök, we could open the door to something worse, something that even the gods fear." Kratos frowned, his mind racing as he tried to process the implications of what Atreus had just said. Ragnarök was already in motion, Odin was dead, Thor had fallen, and the realms were teetering on the edge of collapse. Could they really afford to risk making things worse? Kratos had seen firsthand the destruction that came with trying to manipulate fate. He had fought gods and monsters alike who had believed they could control destiny, and every time the cost had been more than they could bear. "We've already lost so much," Atreus said, his voice softer now, almost pleading. "But if we do nothing, the realms will fall. Ragnarök will destroy everything." Kratos looked at his son, seeing the determination in his eyes, the same fire that had driven him through their last journey. Atreus had grown into a warrior, but more than that, he had grown into someone who believed in the possibility of change, someone who saw hope even in the darkest of times. Kratos, on the other hand, had long abandoned such ideals. He had learned that hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the harsh realities of war and loss. "You want to do this?" Kratos said, more a statement than a question. Atreus met his gaze, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resolve. "I don't want to lose everything, Father. I don't want the realms to fall apart because of some prophecy written by gods who only cared about themselves. If there's a way to stop this, we have to try." Kratos remained silent for a long moment, the weight of his son's words pressing down on him. He had spent so much of his life fighting against the gods, against fate, that the idea of taking control of it seemed almost impossible. But he also knew that Atreus was right. Doing nothing would mean the end of everything they had fought to protect. And while Kratos had made peace with his own fate, he could not stand by and watch his son, and the world they had fought to save, be destroyed. "Then we will do what must be done," Kratos said at last, his voice firm. "But we will tread carefully, boy. The runes may promise another ending, but they do not guarantee it." Atreus nodded, understanding the gravity of his father's words. Together they stood before the runes, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The fate of the realms hung in the balance, and for the first time they had the power to change it. But as the runes had warned, the price for altering destiny was steep, and Kratos knew that the true battle had only just begun. Story 77. The Fire of the Draugr King. The flames crackled ominously in the distance, their light flickering against the darkened horizon as Kratos and Atreus approached the once quiet valley that now lay in ruins. The air was thick with ash and the unmistakable stench of burning flesh, the remnants of a battle long since over. Kratos could feel the heat in the air, unnatural and suffocating, as if the very land itself had been set ablaze by some ancient force. Atreus, walking beside him, wore a look of unease as he scanned the smoke-choked landscape. They had been tracking rumors of strange happenings in Midgard, whispers of the dead rising once more to reclaim the realm. Now those rumors had become all too real. "It's Draugr," Atreus muttered, his voice barely audible over the roar of distant flames. "But something's different, it's not like before." Kratos said nothing, but his eyes narrowed as he took in the devastation around them. Draugr are familiar threat warriors long dead, reanimated by dark magic and cursed to wander the earth. He had fought countless Draugr before, cutting them down one after another as they mindlessly attacked anything living. But this was no ordinary Draugr uprising. The flames, the destruction, the overwhelming sense of dread that hung in the air, it all pointed to something far worse. As they walked deeper into the valley, the ground beneath them shifted, cracked, as if something was moving beneath the surface. Kratos' hand tightened around the hilt of the Leviathan axe, his senses alert. The heat intensified with every step, and soon they came upon a massive bonfire in the center of the valley, its flames reaching high into the sky. Surrounding the fire were dozens, no, hundreds of Draugr, their charred and blackened forms standing motionless, as if waiting for something. But what truly caught Kratos' attention was the figure at the heart of the fire. He was enormous, far larger than any Draugr Kratos had encountered before. His body was cloaked in flames, his skin molten and cracked, glowing with an inner fire that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. His eyes, burning with a feral intensity, locked on to Kratos as he approached. The Draugr king had risen. Atreus stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in horror as he stared at the monstrous figure. "Is that..." The Draugr king, Mimir's voice broke through the tension, his tone grim. "A powerful warlord from an age long before ours, cursed to eternal death after his kingdom was destroyed. But it seems death was not enough to hold him. He's returned, and he's come to reclaim Midgard as his eternal kingdom." Kratos stood still, his eyes fixed on the Draugr king, his mind already calculating the battle to come. He had faced gods, titans and monsters, but the Draugr king was different. This was not just a reanimated corpse, this was a creature of immense power, fueled by rage and vengeance that had been festering for millennia. The fire that burned within him was no ordinary flame. It was ancient, fueled by the souls of the damned and the ashes of the dead. The Draugr king let out a low, guttural growl, his voice like the crackling of 1,000 fires. "Kratos, ghost of Sparta, you have trespassed on my land," the Draugr king rumbled, his voice filled with malice. "I was a king once, ruler of all I saw, but the gods, in their jealousy, tore my kingdom from me and cast me into the abyss of death. Now I rise again, born of fire and ash, to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Midgard shall burn, and I shall be its eternal ruler." Kratos remained silent, his grip tightening on the axe as he took a step forward. Atreus, though visibly shaken, stood firm beside his father, his bow ready. They had faced impossible odds before, but the fire in the Draugr king's eyes told them that this would be a battle unlike any other. With a roar, the Draugr king raised his arms, and the ground erupted into flames. Draugr soldiers surged forward, their bodies alight with the same unnatural fire that fueled their king. They came at Kratos and Atreus in waves, mindless in their assault, their burning forms reaching out with blackened hands to tear at their flesh. Kratos swung the Leviathan axe, the blade cleaving through the Draugr with ease, but for every one he cut down, two more seemed to rise from the ashes. Atreus fired arrow after arrow, each shot finding its mark, but even his magic couldn't keep up with the relentless onslaught. The fire, the smoke, the heat, it was suffocating, overwhelming, as if the very land itself had turned against them. "Our father, we can't keep this up," Atreus shouted, his voice strained as he fought to stay ahead of the Draugur's attacks. Kratos knew his son was right. They were being overwhelmed, the sheer number of Draugr too great to fight off indefinitely. But the Draugr king had yet to join the fray, standing at the center of the flames, watching the battle unfold with a cruel smile on his burning face. Kratos realized that they couldn't defeat the Draugr as long as the king remained. The flames that fueled the Draugr came from him. His power was tied to the fire that raged across the valley. If they could stop him, they could stop the army. "Stay close," Kratos growled, his eyes locked on the Draugr king. "We end this now." The ferocious battle cry, Kratos charged toward the Draugr king, cutting down the Draugr soldiers as they lunged at him. Atreus followed close behind, firing arrows at any Draugr that got too close. The heat intensified as they approached the heart of the flames, but Kratos pushed forward, his focus unyielding. The Draugr king watched their approach, his burning eyes narrowing as Kratos leaped toward him, the Leviathan axe raised high. With a flick of his hand, the Draugr king summoned a wall of fire, but Kratos slammed through it, the icy power of the axe extinguishing the flames as he brought the weapon down on the Draugr king's shoulder. The Draugr king roared in pain, his molten skin cracking beneath the blow, but he did not fall. Instead he lashed out with a fist of flame, sending Kratos crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Atreus fired an arrow that struck the Draugr king in the chest, but the flames only seemed to burn hotter, the Draugr king's fury growing. "You cannot defeat me, ghost of Sparta," the Draugr king bellowed, his voice shaking the earth. "I am fire, I am death." Kratos stood, wiping the blood from his mouth as he stared up at the Draugr king. "Then I will extinguish you." With a roar of his own, Kratos launched himself at the Draugr king, the Leviathan axe shining with an icy brilliance that cut through the heat and flame. The battle was fierce, the Draugr king's fire scorching the earth with every strike. But Kratos fought with the fury of a god, his determination unwavering. Atreus circled the fight, firing arrows to distract the Draugr king, giving his father the openings he needed to land blow after blow. The fire raged around them, but Kratos was relentless, each strike of the Leviathan axe sending cracks through the Draugr king's molten armor. Finally, with a powerful swing, Kratos brought the Leviathan axe down upon the Draugr king's chest, the icy blade cutting deep into the burning flesh. The Draugr king let out a final, ear-splitting roar as his body crumbled, the flames that had fueled him flickering and dying as he fell to the ground. The fire in the valley slowly extinguished, the Draugr soldiers collapsing into piles of ash as their king's power faded. Kratos stood over the Draugr king's smouldering remains, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The battle was over, but the weight of the Draugr king's final words lingered in the air. Atreus approached his father, his face a mixture of relief and weariness. "We did it," he said softly. Kratos nodded, his eyes still fixed on the ashes at his feet. For now. But he knew the threat was not truly gone. The Draugr king had risen once before, and in the twisted world of gods and monsters, death was rarely the end. Story 78. The Golden Bridge of Bifrost. The light appeared slowly at first, faint and flickering like a distant star on the horizon. Kratos stood at the edge of the Lake of Nine, his eyes fixed on the distant outline of the Bifrost. The great bridge, which had once connected all the realms, had remained dormant since the fall of Asgard, its rainbow colours dimmed after the gods' defeat. But now something had changed. A strange golden light shimmered along its surface, pulsing softly, growing brighter with each passing moment. It was as if the bridge was awakening, and with it the promise of something ancient and dangerous. Atreus stood beside him, his eyes wide as he watched the light dance across the sky. "Father, look, what is that?" His voice was a mix of awe and apprehension, the glow of the Bifrost reflecting in his young, curious eyes. Kratos didn't answer immediately, his gaze locked on the golden glow. His grip tightened around the hilt of the Leviathanic sea, his senses sharpening with the same instinctual wariness he had learned to trust over the years. This was no ordinary light. The Bifrost had always been a powerful connection between the realms, but its current state was different, ominous, even. He could feel it deep in his bones that this was not merely a spectacle, it was a signal. Mimir, hanging from Kratos' belt, chimed in, his tone unusually serious. Lads, that's no natural light. The Bifrost should be dormant, yet it's glowing with a color I've never seen before. This golden hue, something's tampering with it, something beyond the realms we know." Atreus glanced down at Mimir, his brow furrowing in concern. "Beyond the realms, what does that mean?" "It means trouble, boy," Mimir replied, his voice grim. "The Bifrost connects all the known realms, but there are forces older, darker forces that even the gods kept at bay. If something's coming through the bridge, it could be from somewhere we've never ventured before." Kratos remained silent, his jaw clenched, as he considered the implications. He had fought against gods, titans, and creatures of unimaginable power, but the unknown was always more dangerous. The golden light was not a mere anomaly, it was a warning, a harbinger of something coming from beyond the edges of the realms they had known. Whatever it was, It had the power to awaken the Bifrost, and that meant it could threaten not just Midgard, but every realm connected to the World Tree. "We go to the bridge," Kratos said, his voice low and determined. Atreus nodded, his bow already in hand, though his expression was conflicted. "But if something is coming, shouldn't we try to stop it here, in Midgard? What if the Bifrost is opening a portal for something worse?" Kratos gave his son a stern look. "We find out what it is first, then we decide how to stop it." Without another word they made their way toward the Bifrost, their steps quick and sure. The air grew colder as they neared the great bridge, the golden light growing brighter, more intense. The closer they came, the more Kratos could feel the strange energy radiating from the Bifrost, a power that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath their feet. It was not the familiar hum of the realm's magic, this was something different, something foreign. It was as if the bridge itself was being forced open by an external force. When they reached the Bifrost, the sight that greeted them was both mesmerizing and unsettling. The once colorful, rainbow-hued bridge was now bathed in gold, its entire length glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. The light was almost blinding, and yet beneath the golden glow, Kratos could see cracks forming along the bridge's surface, as if the very magic that held it together was straining under the pressure. Atreus stepped forward, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder. "It's beautiful, but wrong. I've never seen the Bifrost like this." Kratos remained still, his gaze fixed on the cracks running through the bridge. He could feel the tension in the air, the magic of the realms being pushed to its limit. Whatever force was behind this golden light, it was testing the very fabric of the Bifrost, and if it succeeded, the consequences could be catastrophic. "We're not alone," Mimir said quietly, his voice tinged with caution. "There's something watching us." Kratos' eyes narrowed as he scanned the area, his instincts flaring to life. The air around them was thick with tension, but no movement caught his eye. It was as if the golden light itself was alive, waiting, watching for the right moment to strike. And then, without warning, the light pulsed violently. The golden glow flared brighter than the sun, and a deafening roar echoed across the realms as the Bifrost seemed to shatter from within. The cracks along its surface deepened, and in the next instant, a massive tear appeared in the center of the bridge, ripping open like a wound in the fabric of reality. Atreus stumbled back, his hand instinctively reaching for his bow as the tear widened, revealing a swirling vortex of golden light. "What is that?" he shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the vortex. Kratos stepped forward, shielding Atreus as the vortex continued to expand, its pull growing stronger. The wind whipped around them, carrying with it the faint whispers of voices that spoke in a language Kratos had never heard but instinctively understood as old, ancient. The voices were filled with malice, with a hunger that sent a shiver down his spine. From within the vortex, shapes began to emerge, twisted, shadowy figures, wreathed in gold and shimmering with a dark, malevolent energy. They were humanoid, but their forms were distorted, their faces obscured by the blinding light. These were not creatures of the realms Kratos knew. They were something else, something beyond the comprehension of even the gods. "Father, look!" Atreus shouted, pointing to the figures as they stepped through the tier, their movements slow and deliberate. Kratos raised the Leviathan axe, ready to strike. "Stay behind me," he growled. The figures advanced, their golden eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The air around them crackled with energy, and as they stepped onto the bridge, the ground beneath their feet seemed to warp, the very fabric of the Bifrost bending to their will. One of the figures stepped forward, taller than the rest, its form more solid, more defined. It spoke in that same ancient language, its voice reverberating through the air like a low growl. Mimir's voice was urgent. "Lads, we're dealing with something older than the Ezar. This is no ordinary foe." Kratos didn't need to be told twice. Whatever these creatures were, they were powerful, and they'd come from beyond the realms, summoned by the golden light of the Bifrost. He knew that if they weren't stopped, they would tear through the realms with a force unlike anything they had ever faced. With a roar, Kratos charged, the Leviathan axe gleaming as he swung it toward the closest figure. The fight for the realms had begun, and this new threat was unlike any he had ever faced. Story 79. The Battle of Yggdrasil's Roots. The world tree, Yggdrasil, stretched high into the heavens, its vast branches touching every realm, its roots burrowing deep into the fabric of existence itself. But it was the spine of the cosmos, the force that held all the realms together. But something was wrong. Kratos could feel it. He stood at the base of one of Yggdrasil's massive roots, the air thick with tension. The very ground trembled beneath his feet, as if the tree itself was groaning in pain. The leaves, once vibrant and green, were now withered, their edges blackened, as though they had been scorched by some unseen fire. Atreus stood beside him, his eyes wide with concern. "Father, do you feel that?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the air. "It's like the tree is dying." Kratos gripped the Leviathan axe tightly, his senses on high alert. He had heard the whispers, the ancient prophecies of Yggdrasil being threatened. Its roots severed, the tree collapsed under its own weight. But he had dismissed them as myths, stories meant to frighten and control. Now standing at the base of the world tree, he knew the truth. This was no myth. Something was coming, something dark and powerful, and it was rising from the depths of the earth itself. Suddenly the ground beneath them split open with a deafening crack. The earth trembled violently as fissures snaked across the landscape, spewing forth black smoke and molten rock. Kratos staggered back, pulling Atreus away from the edge as a massive chasm opened before them. From within the depths of the earth, shapes began to emerge, warriors twisted and grotesque, clad in armor blackened by flame and shadow. Their eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, and in their hands they carried weapons forged in the darkest fires of Helheim. Atreus drew his bow, his heart pounding in his chest. "Father, who are they?" Kratos narrowed his eyes, watching as more of the twisted warriors climbed from the chasm, their numbers growing with every passing second. "An army," he said grimly, "one that seeks to destroy Yggdrasil." Atreus swallowed hard. But why? If they sever the roots, the realms will fall, Kratos finished, his voice low and dangerous. He knew what was at stake. Yggdrasil's roots were the lifeblood of the cosmos. If they were severed, the realms would unravel, collapsing into chaos and oblivion. The world tree was all that held them together, and now it was under siege. As the last of the warriors emerged from the depths, their leader appeared, a towering figure clad in armor that seemed to shift and ripple like smoke. His face was hidden beneath a dark helm, but his eyes burned with an unnatural fire. In his hand he carried a massive blade, its edge glowing with the same sickly light that radiated from his followers. Kratos stepped forward, his body tensed for battle. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the chaos like steel. "Why do you seek to destroy Yggdrasil?" The leader of the Dark Army turned his burning gaze on Kratos, his voice a low, malevolent growl. "I am Skogul, the one who will bring about the end of all things." Oxfrey Gobelares stood for too long, holding the realms together, preserving the order that should have collapsed long ago. It is time for the tree to die. It is time for the realms to burn. Atreus looked up at his father, fear flickering in his eyes. "Father, we have to stop them. If they reach the roots." Kratos nodded, stepping in front of his son. "Stay close, boy. This will not be an easy battle." With a roar that echoed across the landscape, Skogul raised his blade and charged, his army following close behind. The ground shook beneath their feet as the twisted warriors surged forward, their weapons raised high, ready to strike down anyone who stood in their way. Kratos met them head-on, the Leviathan axe flashing in the dim light as he cut through the first wave of enemies with brutal precision. The twisted warriors were strong, their blows heavy and relentless, but Kratos was stronger. His years of battle had honed him into a weapon of destruction. And now, with Yggdrasil's fate hanging in the balance, he fought with the fury of a god. Atreus stood at his father's side, loosing arrows with deadly accuracy. He had grown stronger since their first journey, his skill with the bow unmatched, but even he could feel the overwhelming numbers pressing in around them. The dark warriors seemed endless, rising from the chasm in waves, each one more fearsome than the last. "Father," Atreus shouted over the din of battle, "there's too many of them. We can't let them reach the roots there." Kratos grunted in response, his axe cleaving through another enemy with a savage swing. He knew Atreus was right. They couldn't hold off this army forever, but they couldn't allow the roots of Yggdrasil to be severed. If the tree fell, the realms would fall with it. As the battle raged on, Skogul pressed forward, his burning eyes locked on the roots of Yggdrasil. With every step he took, the ground beneath him cracked and splintered, the power of his blade cutting through the very fabric of the earth. Kratos could see the devastation in his wake, the once sturdy roots of the world tree now trembling, as though they could sense their impending destruction. Kratos charged towards Skogul, his heart pounding with fury. He knew this battle would not be won by brute strength alone. Skogul's power was immense, fueled by the dark forces of the underworld, but Kratos had faced gods before. He had slain titans, monsters, and beings far more powerful than any mortal could imagine. He would not allow this dark army to destroy the world tree, not while he still drew breath. With a roar of defiance, Kratos swung the Leviathan axe, aiming for Skogul's head. But Skogul was faster than any enemy Kratos had faced in recent memory. He blocked the strike with his massive blade, sparks flying as the two weapons collided. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the ground, knocking back the twisted warriors that surrounded them. "You cannot stop the inevitable, god of war," Skogul snarled, his voice filled with malice. "The tree will fall, the realms will burn, and you will be powerless to stop it." Kratos gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he pushed back against Skogul's blade. "I have defied fate before," he growled, "and I will do so again." With a surge of strength, Kratos knocked Skogul's blade aside and swung the Leviathan axe with all his might. The blade struck true, cutting deep into Skogul's armor. The Dark Leader let out a howl of pain, staggering back as black smoke poured from the wound. But even as Skogul stumbled, the ground beneath them continued to crack and splinter, so the roots of Yggdrasil trembled, their strength failing under the onslaught of the Dark Army. Kratos knew that time was running out. They had to end this now. "A truce," Kratos shouted, his voice ringing out over the battlefield. "The roots protect them." Atreus nodded, racing toward the base of the tree as Kratos faced off against Skogul once more. The battle was far from over, but Kratos would not let Yggdrasil fall, not today. With a final roar, he charged Skogul, determined to save the world tree, no matter the cost. The fate of the realms depended on it. Story 80. The Shadows of Vanaheim. Vanaheim had always been a land of beauty and mystery, its forests thick with ancient magic, its rivers and streams flowing with life and energy. The Vanir gods, Freya among them, had ruled this realm with a gentle hand, their power tied to the natural world, to the cycles of life and death. But beneath the verdant canopy of Vanaheim, hidden in the shadows of its towering trees, there was a secret long forgotten, a power so dark that even the Vanir had chosen to turn away from it. Freya, once the queen of Vanaheim, had never believed the whispers of this hidden force, but now, standing at the edge of a grove that seemed to pulse with malevolence, she could feel it, an ancient power stirring beneath the earth, waiting to be uncovered. She had returned to Vanaheim seeking solace, a reprieve from the wars and battles that had consumed her life since her betrayal by Odin and the loss of her son, Baldur. But what she found was far from the peaceful refuge she had expected. As she walked through the familiar paths of her homeland, she noticed the change almost immediately. The air was heavier, the magic in the land unsettled, as though something was pushing against the natural order of things. The creatures of the forest, usually playful and full of life, had grown silent, their eyes watching her with an unnatural stillness. It was as if the very land itself was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. Freya's connection to Vanaheim ran deeper than even she had fully understood. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the flow of magic through the trees and rivers. But now there was something else, a darker current running beneath the surface, one that tugged at her senses like a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. She followed it, drawn toward a part of the forest that had been untouched for centuries, a place spoken of only in hushed tones among the Vanir. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, the sunlight dimming as the canopy overhead thickened. The trees here were ancient, their bark blackened, as if scorched by a fire long extinguished. Strange runes, unfamiliar even to Freya, were carved into the stones and roots that littered the ground, their meaning lost to time. She could feel the power here, thick and oppressive, like a weight pressing down on her chest. It was not the gentle magic of Vanaheim that she knew so well. This was something older, something far more dangerous. Finally she reached the heart of the grove, a clearing that seemed to pulse with dark energy. At its center stood a stone altar, covered in moss and vines, but still radiating an ancient power. Freya's breath caught in her throat as she approached it, her heart pounding in her chest. The altar was old, older than the Vanir gods themselves, and the runes carved into its surface were unlike anything she had ever seen. They seemed to shift and change as she looked at them, their meaning elusive, but unmistakably tied to the forces of death and destruction. Archie knelt before the altar, her hand hovering just above its surface. The magic here was potent, more powerful than anything she had ever felt before, but it was tainted with darkness. It whispered to her, beckoning her to touch the stone, to claim the power that lay dormant within it. Freya hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to turn back, to leave this place and never return. But something held her there, a pull stronger than her fear. She needed to understand what this power was, and why it had been hidden away for so long. As her fingers brushed the surface of the altar, the surge of energy shot through her, knocking her back. The ground beneath her trembled, and the air filled with a low, resonant hum that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Freya gasped, her heart racing as she scrambled to her feet. The runes on the altar flared to life, glowing with a dark, crimson light that cast long shadows across the clearing. The power was awake now, fully aware of her presence, and it was hungry. In that moment, Freya understood why this place had been forgotten, why even the Vanir gods had chosen to turn away from it. This was not a power meant to be wielded by gods or mortals. It was a force of pure destruction, one that could unravel the very fabric of the realms if unleashed. The Vanir, in their wisdom, had hidden it away, locking it deep within Vanaheim's heart, where it could do no harm. But now that it had been disturbed, there was no turning back. The shadows around the clearing seemed to deepen, coalescing into shapes that moved and writhed at the edge of her vision. Freya could feel them watching her, waiting for her to make a move, their presence growing stronger with each passing moment. She knew that if she stayed here too long, the power would consume her, twisting her magic into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. But leaving it untouched was not an option either. The power had awakened, and it would not rest until it found a vessel to wield it. Freya stepped forward, her mind racing as she tried to think of a way to contain the power, to keep it from spreading beyond this grove. She could feel its tendrils reaching out, seeking to latch onto her, to use her as its conduit. She had to act quickly, before it was too late. Summoning her magic, Freya raised her hands, calling upon the natural forces of Vanaheim to bind the dark power back to the earth. The ground shook, and the air crackled with energy as her spell took hold, weaving around the altar like a net of light. But the power resisted, pushing back against her magic with a force that nearly overwhelmed her. Freya gritted her teeth, pouring more of herself into the spell, determined to lock the darkness away once more. The shadows screamed in protest, writhing and lashing out at her, but she held firm, her will unbreakable. Slowly, painfully, the dark energy began to recede, pulled back into the earth from which it had come. When the spell was finally complete, Freya collapsed to her knees, exhausted but victorious. The altar lay silent once more, the runes dim and lifeless, but she knew that the power had only been temporarily contained. The shadows of Vanaheim were restless, and the darkness that lay hidden beneath the realm would not stay silent forever. Freya rose to her feet, her gaze lingering on the altar. The temptation to wield that power had been great, but she knew that it was a force too dangerous for even the gods. She turned away from the grove, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what she had discovered. The magic of the Vanir was strong, but the shadows of Vanaheim held secrets darker than any of them had imagined.